stranded on a deserted island, surviving with girls. Starting with just a lighter, Lin Ye begins his life of survival on the island. It reveals the ugliest side of human nature, while also being filled with dangers lurking everywhere on the island. Stumbling upon a primitive tribe, fighting pirates. No matter how difficult it gets, he must face it and persevere to stay alive. Chapter 1, Shipwreck. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? You're obviously just some poor loser. On the deck of the luxury cruise ship, Lin Ye was leaning against the railing, smoking a cigarette. A fashionable woman walking by had her skirt lifted by the wind, and Lin Ye happened to see it. Hearing the woman's scolding, Lin Ye frowned and turned away, not wanting to engage with her. But the woman had no intention of letting it go. She walked up to Lin Ye, grabbed his arm, and snapped angrily, "I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" With that, she raised her hand to slap Lin Ye's face. Smack! Lin Ye caught her arm, his voice tinged with anger. "I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. If you're looking for trouble, you've picked the wrong person." He forcefully shoved her arm away, causing her to stumble back a few steps, nearly falling. The woman steadied herself, intimidated by the cold look in Lin Ye's eyes. But she still spat out viciously, "Just wait. I'll have my sugar daddy deal with you." With that, she hurried away, her high heels clicking rapidly against the deck. Lin Ye continued smoking, gazing at the distant blue sea, ignoring her. With women like that, the more you feared them, the more they'd push. Although everyone on board was either wealthy or influential, Lin Ye was in no mood to care at that moment. 80 more days of sailing, and this should be over, right? Lin Ye exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered to himself. Lin Ye had spent 3 years as a simp, never even holding her hand. In the end, his girlfriend had cruelly dumped him, citing his lack of car and house. Later, through a friend's introduction, he ended up on this cruise ship for a round-the-world trip, spending all his savings on a ticket. Back in his quarters at night, Lin Ye shared a room with a friendly foreign crew member. He had no money left, so he had to make do. Occasionally, he worked odd jobs on the ship, entertaining the wealthy passengers to cover his daily expenses. "Hey, Lin Ye, how was your haul today?" Mar smiled and asked. Mar was working the night shift and was tidying up his bunk. "Not bad. $200 in tips. Good luck tonight," Lin Ye replied from his bed. "Of course. Thanks for the good wishes." With that, Mar finished arranging his clothes and left. The cruise ship was called Galaxy. Publicly, it claimed to be a 180-day round-the-world trip, but it was actually the world's largest gambling ship, attracting wealthy people from all over. Whenever it arrived at a location, it would anchor in international waters, using other boats to ferry people on board. Of course, many also disembarked. Lin Ye occasionally gambled on the ship, and even won quite a bit, but he spent it all on board. In the middle of the night, there were very few people left enjoying the entertainment. Most had returned to their rooms to rest. Only a dozen or so staff and sailors were on duty, but most were asleep in their chairs. The ship had unknowingly drifted off course, and everyone was lost in slumber. In the captain's quarters, the first officer, Henry, was already dead drunk. The ship was on autopilot. At that moment, a violent storm raged at sea, with fierce winds howling. Boom! A clap of thunder jolted the old captain, Ross, awake. "Oh, damn this weather. According to the route, there shouldn't be a storm in this area tonight. Did the satellite report get it wrong?" Old Captain Ross put on his clothes and headed to the bridge, feeling uneasy. When Ross reached the bridge, he saw how far off course they were and the drunken Henry. "Good heavens, you idiot! What have you done? Wake up!" Old Captain Ross shouted angrily. Henry groggily woke up, saw Ross's fury, and said, "Ross, don't worry. I set the course. It's fine. You fool. The ship is already off course. Drinking while on duty? Your career is over. Why get back? I'll tell the Williams family." Before he could finish, there was a deafening crash. Neither had time to react before they were thrown against the wall and knocked unconscious. Lin Ye was jolted awake by the sound. Before he could understand what was happening, the door burst open. "Ye, run. The ship hit rocks. The cabin is flooding," Mar shouted, then ran off to knock on other doors. Honestly, Mar was kind-hearted. He went to notify everyone individually, though many had already been awakened by the loud impact anyway. Lin Ye didn't have time to think. He threw on his clothes and ran. Water was already in the hallway. By the time Lin Ye climbed 2 floors up, the corridors were packed with people. Some foreign women were running out wearing only their underwear. The ship was already tilting. With the waves and typhoon, you had to hold on to something just to stand. Lin Ye finally made it to the open deck, which was already overcrowded. "Oh God, please save me. Mommy, Mommy, wow. Damn it. Where's the captain? Where are the sailors? Can anyone tell me what's happening?" Within 2 minutes, the deck was filled with women's screams, children's cries, and men's curses. The bow had sunk 3 or 4 meters, creating a 30-degree slope. With the heavy rain, many had already slid into the sea. Lin Ye spotted a life ring and a life jacket on the side of the ship and started heading toward them. A man's voice shouted from behind, "Hey you, go get that life ring. Bring it to me, and I'll give you 2 million." Lin Ye turned and saw that it was a Hong Kong CEO of a publicly traded company. When he'd won at gambling, he'd even given Lin Ye a tip. Now, he was clinging to a railing, too afraid to move. Lin Ye quickly crawled along the railing toward the life ring. "Quick, throw it to me," the man said excitedly. But Lin Ye ignored him. He quickly put on a life jacket, and feeling it wasn't enough, he added the life ring. Survival was the priority. What good was money if you were dead? When someone saw Lin Ye's life ring and tried to grab it, they slipped on the slanted deck before even getting close. Others pushed people off the ship in their desperation. "I'll remember you, kid. Why get back ashore?" the man began. Bang! Another deafening crash. The stern, pushed by the waves, hit the reef again. This time, Lin Ye couldn't hold on. He slid down the deck toward the bow. Falling with Lin Ye was a beautiful woman who looked Chinese. Seeing Lin Ye's life jacket and life ring, she clung to hope and pleaded, "Please give me a life ring." Seeing her desperate expression, Lin Ye couldn't bear to refuse. "Quick, take it." He quickly threw her the life ring and tied its rope to his own life jacket so they could use the buoyancy together. "Hold on to me. The waves are huge," Lin Ye shouted to her. Many people in the water were scrambling. Lin Ye didn't give him a chance. He swam outwards with the woman, away from the struggling crowd in the sea. "Damn it, hold your breath." Lin Ye looked back and saw the ship crashing straight down on them. They were within range. He shouted in the woman's ear. In an instant, they were both crushed onto the ship's hull, dragged down into the sea. As the ship pushed him under, Lin Ye desperately swam forward, tried to escape being pulled into the depths. But the suction was too strong. No matter how hard he swam upward, it was useless. He didn't know how deep they were. His strength was exhausted. The woman beside him seemed to have gone still. He kicked upward a few more times before he ran out of energy, choked on seawater, and blacked out. Chapter 2. The Deserted Island. "Hiss! Where am I? I'm alive." Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. His whole body ached. He had scrapes and bruises everywhere, and his life jacket was gone. The glaring sun made it hard to keep his eyes open. He stood up and looked around. Surrounding him were reefs. In the distance was a sandy beach with a dense forest behind it. He couldn't see the end of the coastline. This was probably an island. He was grateful to be alive, but he didn't know how long he'd been unconscious. His lips were chapped. He was terribly thirsty and hungry. Almost died on this trip. Better find some water and food first. He started walking. Ouch! Lin Ye saw a wound on his thigh, a gash about 10 centimeters long. Stung by the sea water, it burned fiercely. Fortunately, it was just a flesh wound. Otherwise, he'd have bled out. He felt like he'd overexerted every muscle. Dragging his exhausted body, he stood up slowly. Before him was a winding beach, the endless sea ahead, and a dense virgin forest behind. Where the hell am I? He felt his pockets. Inside one was a lighter. Hanging from his belt was a keychain with a multi-function folding knife. "At least I'm better off than Robinson Crusoe," Lin Ye said excitedly. As a heavy smoker, he always carried a lighter. He shook the water off it and tried it. Click, click. A small flame appeared. Huh, it works. Lin Ye walked slowly toward the shore, gathered some dry firewood, and started fire. With no one around, he took off all his clothes to dry them. There were coconut trees by the shore. Growing up in the countryside, Lin Ye was good at climbing. But these coconut trees were too tall. He grabbed some vines to make a simple tool and managed to pick 3. He cracked them open, drank the water, and ate the flesh. His hunger finally subsided. He put his clothes back on and climbed up a reef not far away. From the top, he saw 2 women lying at the bottom. It's her. One was the woman he'd given the life ring to during the shipwreck. They had been tied together and washed up not far from each other. Her life ring was gone too. Lin Ye climbed down and felt her breath. They're alive. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" He gently patted her face. Looking closer, he realized just how beautiful she was, more so than any woman he'd ever seen. She had a great figure, an oval face, and delicate eyebrows. Long lashes, small lips. More importantly, she wore black leather shorts that showed off her stunningly fair long legs. The other woman, a blonde foreigner, was only wearing underwear. Lin Ye felt his face flush. Since the accident happened at night, most people were in their cabins and weren't dressed. Maybe the blonde had a habit of sleeping naked, or maybe the sea had stripped her clothes away. Lin Ye didn't overthink it. He started helping them, using the first aid training he'd received when boarding. First, check the mouth for obstructions. He started with the long-legged beauty. After confirming her mouth was clear, he began CPR. He just done 2 minutes of chest compressions and was about to give her rescue breaths when, cough, cough. The woman coughed up water and regained consciousness. Her eyes were slowly opening. Lin Ye immediately ran to the blonde and began helping her. While performing chest compressions on the blonde, Lin Ye felt a bit awkward, but saving a life was more important. After a few minutes of compressions and 2 rescue breaths, the blonde slowly came to. When Lin Ye turned back, the long-legged beauty was watching him with wide eyes. "You're awake," Lin Ye said, exhausted from the effort. "Thank you. You saved me again," the woman said weakly. "What does that prove?" "It proves we have a connection." Lin Ye stood up. She slowly got up, feeling around her own body. "Oomph. Like I was trying to take advantage," Lin Ye muttered. "Oh my God." A scream came from behind Lin Ye. The blonde had woken up. She was covering her chest, looking at Lin Ye in alarm. "What'd you do to me? Why are my clothes gone? I saved you both. I didn't do anything to you. I don't know about your clothes. You can ask her." Lin Ye looked toward the long-legged beauty. The blonde was still dizzy, but instinctively covered herself. When the long-legged woman nodded to confirm, she relaxed. Lin Ye felt he didn't really belong with them. He decided to leave. "Now that you're both awake, I'll head over there." Lin Ye started walking toward the reef. With a half-naked woman present, it was awkward. "Wait, what's your name? When I get rescued, I'll reward you handsomely." Lin Ye hadn't gone far when he heard the long-legged woman's voice. "My name is Lin Ye. As for the reward, let's talk if we get out of here." Who knew if rescue would even come? "Even if you offer me $1 million or $10 million right now, I couldn't spend it," Lin Ye thought. "Anyway, thank you. By the way, my name is Huang Ziyu." The long-legged woman brushed the sand off herself, fixed her hair, and extended her right hand to Lin Ye. "If you don't take advantage of a beautiful woman offering her hand, you're a fool." Refusing would make him look petty. Lin Ye shook her hand. "You're welcome. Helping you is natural. We're in the same boat now. What are your plans?" He quickly let go, not wanting her to think he was taking advantage. "I don't know what to do. I'm still dizzy. Do you know where we are?" Huang Ziyu asked weakly. "I don't know either, but I'm guessing this is some island," Lin Ye shrugged. Meanwhile, the blonde woman cautiously approached them. She'd been listening from a distance, and Lin Ye didn't sound like a bad person. Chapter 3. The Wild Wolf Greetings. I am Luna. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Lin for rescuing me earlier. I had mistakenly perceived him as a rogue. Luna felt a pang of guilt, her last words barely escaping her lips like the faint buzz of a mosquito. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lin Ye shyly turned his gaze away. It was nothing, merely a trifling act. Noticing their parched lips, he kindly inquired, "Perhaps you both would like to accompany me? I have discovered several coconut trees by the reef, and have gathered some to quench your thirst. Here, wear this." As he spoke, Lin Ye removed his jacket and draped it over Luna, feeling the awkwardness of their proximity. Thank you, thank you." Luna accepted it, hastily donning the garment. Noticing their silence, Lin Ye shook his head and made his way back to the fire pit. Before long, the two women seemed to have silently conferred and followed him, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and Lin Ye, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, felt a slight chill. After the two beauties finished the coconuts Lin Ye had provided, they huddled together by the fire, enveloped in silence. Seizing the opportunity before complete darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Ye rose and ventured into the woods. "Mr. Lin, where are you headed?" "Luna inguayir fastidi. Gathering firewood. Would you like to assist?" Lin Ye observed her flustered expression, understanding her unease. "Never mind, you can stay here." When Lin Ye returned, arms laden with firewood, Luna proactively rushed over to help, taking a portion from his arms. As nightfall approached, the flames grew larger with the addition of more wood, gradually warming their bodies. However, the prospect of sleeping comfortably that night seemed bleak. Firstly, there was no shelter, and the sea breeze was quite strong, should one fall asleep and catch a cold. It could lead to dire consequences on this uncharted island. Furthermore, lacking dry grass to lay upon made sleeping on the beach rather uncomfortable due to the chill and the persistent presence of mosquitoes, forcing them to swat continually. Gazing at the countless stars twinkling in the night sky, Lin Ye marveled at its beauty, a sight rarely beheld in the city. When he turned to look back, he found Luna curled up beside Huang Ziyu, already asleep. Huang Ziyu, on the other hand, was rubbing her face with her hands, gazing at the heavens, lost in thought. "If you still feel cold, I can start another fire to your left." Huang Ziyu lifted her gaze to Lin Ye, saying, "I'm all right. I can endure. But what about you? You've given your jacket to Luna. If you don't mind, you could rest against us for warmth." Taken aback by Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye realized he had no objection. How long had they known each other? Was he so easily trusted? Just as he was about to respond, Huang Ziyu continued. Don't overthink it. I know you are not a villain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rescued us. Plus, it's quite cool at night. If you come closer, we can all huddle together for warmth. If you were to fall ill, two helpless women like us wouldn't know if we could survive until rescue arrives. Huang Ziyu's remarks struck Lin Ye, revealing her keen intellect and insight. Very well. As Lin Ye leaned against Huang Ziyu, he distinctly sensed her shudder momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Feeling the warmth radiating from her back, Lin Ye found some solace. Achio, this cursed weather, scorching during the day and freezing at night. With so many people on that ship, I wonder how many have survived, Huang Ziyu remarked, breaking the awkward silence with a hint of melancholy. Beauty. Let's not dwell on that. The question remains whether the three of us can endure the night, Lin Ye replied. Even if they survived the night, it was uncertain how many days they could last. Although Lin Ye had grown up in the countryside and possessed certain survival skills, the challenges posed by this deserted island were daunting. As he spoke, Lin Ye stood up to add more firewood, seeking to bolster the flames. Just as he finished and leaned back towards Huang Ziyu, he froze, staring intently into the dense jungle ahead, several meters away. No way. Is fate toying with me? For there, unmistakably, were pairs of gleaming green eyes. Those familiar with rural life knew that animals' eyes glimmer in the dark. In the pitch-black jungle, illuminated by the moonlight, those eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. What is wrong, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu noticed something amiss and followed his gaze. Wolves. Don't speak, stay still, and avoid making any sudden movements. Lin Ye remained focused, not daring to look back. At that moment, he felt a surge of frustration. While others may have started with a system, he was merely armed with a lighter and now faced NPCs. Lowering himself, Lin Ye slowly moved his hands towards the fire, gripping two burning sticks. Animals inherently fear fire, especially wild ones. However, on this deserted island, they humans were merely a delectable meal for them. Hunger could override any fear. What should we do now? Huang Ziyu, being a woman, was understandably frightened upon seeing the wolves, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Do not fear for now. We have a fire, and wolves should not act recklessly around flames. After saying this, Lin Ye handed her one of the fire sticks and retrieved a multifunctional folding knife from his pocket. Though it felt somewhat small, it was at least a reasonable weapon. Time seemed to stretch as they maintained their tense stance, unaware of how many sticks they had replaced, their bodies growing increasingly stiff. Suddenly, a voice broke through from behind Lin Ye. I'm so sleepy. Are you two still awake? Luna, unbeknownst to them, had awakened and observed Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu's peculiar posture, remaining still. Shoo! Luna, listen to me. Remain absolutely still and silent, and follow my lead. Lin Ye signaled her to be quiet. What is happening? Why do you both look so serious? Luna asked, puzzled by the strange atmosphere that greeted her upon waking. There are wolves in the forest, Huang Ziyu whispered in her ear. Just as she finished, Luna panicked. Wolves? Her startled exclamation shattered the tranquility of the coast, causing those pairs of green eyes to draw nearer to Lin Ye and the others. As the wolf pack emerged from the jungle, they counted 1, 2, 3, altogether 8 wolves. This is bad. Lin Ye scarcely had time to reproach Luna before urging them to proceed cautiously without running, for the pack of wolves was yet to close in, merely encircling them with measured steps. Should they attempt to flee prematurely, their 2 legs would be no match for the wolves' 4. Lin Ye's mind raced, grappling with the unprecedented peril, unsure of how to confront these wild predators. Turning to Luna once more, his legs weakened with dread. Chapter 4. A moment between life and death. As Lin Ye pondered, the wolf pack suddenly launched their assault, closing the mere tens of meters between them with astonishing speed. His gaze fell upon a cluster of rocks in the sea, approximately 10 meters from shore, within the swimming capability of any who could tread water. Do you see those rocks in the sea? I'll cover the rear. You head for those rocks and swim towards them, he instructed. At this moment, Huang Ziyu regained his composure, seizing the petrified Luna and hastening towards the water's edge, with Lin Ye following close behind, clutching a stout wooden stick. The wolves are now only 50 meters away. Luna hesitated, overwhelmed, bursting into tears. I can't swim. What should I do? She sobbed. Huang Ziyu waded into the water, the sea rising to his chest, and called back to Luna, the water ISNT deep. Hurry, come to me, I'll help you swim across. His urgency heightened, he implored. Quickly get in. The wolves are nearly upon us. Do you want to be devoured? Lin Ye brandished his stick behind them, shouting encouragement. Despite Lin Ye's words, Luna remained uncertain, inching into the water until it barely reached her thighs, still 2 meters from Huang Ziyu. Lin Ye could no longer hesitate. With the wolves only a few meters behind, he fiercely swung his wooden club to slow their advance, then surged toward the sea. As he prepared to swim to Luna's side and guide her to the rocks, he sensed a sudden splash behind him. To his astonishment, a wolf had plunged into the water as well, its relentless spirit undeterred. Swim to the rocks. There's a wolf in the water. Lin Ye shouted to Luna. Huang Ziyu turned back, grasping Luna's hand as they swam toward the refuge of the rocks. Fortunately, only one wolf had entered the water. The rest lingered on shore. A small mercy. Yet even a single wolf was no ordinary adversary, though the aquatic setting offered some advantage. Lin Ye swam with all his might toward the rocks, hampered by injuries to his legs that sapped his strength. The wolf struggled too, buffeted by rising waves that nearly caused it to lose its prey. Glancing back, Lin Ye saw the wolf had vanished beneath the surf. His eyes then found Huang Ziyu and Luna, who had reached the rocks and sat gasping heavily in the faint moonlight. Whether from fright, exhaustion, or both was unclear. Lin Ye, watch out behind you, Luna suddenly cried. Before Lin Ye could turn, he felt a searing pain as the wolf clamped its jaws on his foot. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he forcefully kicked backward. Thankfully, his shoes absorbed much of the bite. Otherwise, his foot might have been maimed. Despite Lin Ye's relentless efforts to kick, the wild wolf remained stubbornly silent. Frustration surged within him. He decided to fight back. With a deep breath, Lin Ye wrapped his arms around the wolf's neck and forcefully pushed it down into the sea. He thrust his knife into the beast's body, uncertain of where it landed due to the blade's shortness, merely inflicting superficial wounds. Lin Ye, Mr. Lin. The 2 girls cried out in desperation as they watched Lin Ye and the wolf disappear beneath the waves, anxiously searching for his silhouette in the water. Underwater, Lin Ye clung tightly to the wolf's neck, and the creature, having been stabbed, released Lin Ye's foot in pain. The violent struggle caused Lin Ye to inadvertently drop his knife, and the wild wolf lunged toward his neck. Lin Ye was determined not to grant it that opportunity. He grasped the wolf's head tightly, pressing his body against the creature's back. It became a contest of breath, each holding on longer than the other. His grip was so forceful that the wolf must have swallowed a significant amount of water. As they neared the brink of death, the wolf struggled with increasing ferocity, and Lin Ye sensed he was approaching his limit. Keep holding your breath, and I might not last much longer, he thought. Lin Ye bent his foot to reach his shoelaces, deftly untying them. Once freed, he quickly wrapped the lace around the wolf's neck, tying it in a secure knot. As he released his hands, he swiftly kicked the wolf away, prioritizing his own survival and gasping for air. Emerging from the depths felt like an eternity. As he broke the surface and inhaled deeply, he choked on several mouthfuls of seawater, the frantic calls of the girls echoing in his ears. Lin Ye, Mr. Lin. When Huang Ziyu spotted Lin Ye re-emerging, she leapt towards him with a burst of energy, her movements reminiscent of a seasoned diver. Within moments, she reached his side, and Lin Ye, utterly exhausted, allowed her to drag him towards the rocks. With Luna's assistance, they pulled Lin Ye onto the reef. Are you all right, Lin Ye? What about the wolf? Huang Ziyu inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained and swallowed some seawater, Lin Ye replied, rising to gaze into the depths, searching for any sign of the wolf. Look, there it is. Luna's voice called out. Lin Ye turned to follow her gesture, spotting the wolf floating motionless about 2 to 3 meters from the rocks. They were safe for the moment, but it was clear they would not return to shore tonight. As they observed several wolves still lurking on the beach, the 3 of them, thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal, collapsed onto the rocks, parched and weary. As Lin Ye rummaged through his pockets, he realized his lighter and folding knife were gone, leaving him in a dire predicament. Huang Ziyu and Luna, though relieved, shared the same concern about how to return to shore. Their clothes soaked and the chilling sea breeze biting at them. The 2 huddled together, shivering. Lin Ye, what should we do now? Huang Ziyu asked, her lips turning a shade of purple from the cold, her voice trembling. What can we do? We must leave it to fate, he replied. At this moment, Lin Ye found himself utterly perplexed. After narrowly escaping death, he was now confronted with an overwhelming dilemma. Luna's eyes also flickered with a hint of despair. The wild wolves on the shore howled upon seeing their companion's lifeless form in the water, initially seeming poised to linger by the shore. However, after a few cries, they abruptly retreated into the jungle. What is happening? Lin Ye was bewildered. Just moments ago, they had appeared ready to fight to the death, and now they had all fled. With the wolves gone, should they venture ashore? Lin Ye sought the opinions of the two girls. Staying in the water would lead to freezing, yet going ashore posed the risk of the wolves returning. Deep down, Lin Ye yearned to reach the shore. The fire on the beach still burned, offering at least a chance to avoid freezing to death. Even if the wolves returned, he could swim back to safety. I want to go ashore. So do I, the two girls replied in unison. All right, you both swim ahead. I will retrieve the wolf's carcass. After all, wolf meat is still meat, and having consumed only a few coconuts that day, I cannot withstand hunger. Chapter 5. Listen to me as Huang Ziyu and Luna plunged into the sea towards the shore. Lin Ye turned, intending to swim towards the wolf's body. Holy cow! A shark! Don't look back, just swim to the shore. Lin Ye exclaimed in alarm. No wonder the wolf pack had fled. They must have sensed the shark's approach, fearing they would meet their demise in its jaws. Lin Ye had stabbed the wolf's belly with his folding knife, and the blood that flowed attracted the shark. In the ocean, a shark was a tyrant. Being bitten by such a creature was far more severe than merely suffering bruises. Lin Ye disregarded the wolf meat. His life was at stake, and he hastily swam towards the shore, perhaps due to the blood from the wolf carcass, which was enticing the shark. It did not pursue Lin Ye and his companions. As the three reached the shore, the shark swiftly devoured the wolf's remains, while another shark approached along Lin Ye's return path. Fortunately, they had already made it to the safety of the beach. This shark has a keener sense than the wolves. Lin Ye remarked, spitting on the ground. Let us hurry to the fire. Otherwise, we might truly freeze to death. Yes, yes, the two girls obediently responded. Upon reaching the fire, Lin Ye added a substantial amount of firewood, carefully selecting a thicker log to hold in hand, prepared to confront any returning wolves. He noticed the two beauties were silent, perhaps too frightened to speak. Even Lin Ye felt that the events of the night were somewhat absurd. Wolves in front and sharks behind, and to make matters worse, his lighter and folding knife, essential for survival, were lost. As their clothes dried, he estimated it must be well into the night, judging by the moon's position. Luna, could you accompany me? Lin Ye overheard Huang Ziyu whispering to Luna. I'm afraid of the wolves, Luna replied, her voice trembling with fear. Don't you want to? We drank so much coconut juice during the day, and it's just the two of us girls for company. Next time, I'll go with you, Huang Ziyu coaxed. I already. As Luna spoke, the firelight illuminated her face, making it appear even more flushed. At this moment, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle, surmising that Huang Ziyu wished for Luna to accompany her for a brief respite, while Luna, seemingly terrified, likely had already been frightened to the point of losing control and was reluctant to venture forth. However, after much coaxing from Huang Ziyu, Luna reluctantly acquiesced to her request. Lin Ye, you mustn't peep, Huang Ziyu shyly admonished. Rest assured, I would never sneak a glance. If I were to observe, it would be with the utmost transparency. Lin Ye replied with a mischievous grin. You, lecherous rogue, Huang Ziyu retorted, feeling a pressing urgency to relieve herself. Realizing this was not the moment to engage in banter with Lin Ye. Gripping Luna's hand, she frequently glanced back toward Lin Ye, concerned he might spy on them. Yet, Lin Ye, too preoccupied with his own thoughts, had no intention of prying. The darkness of the night rendered clear sight nearly impossible. Their fear kept them close. As the beach lay enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional crash of waves, Lin Ye shook his head, choosing not to dwell on their departure. Before long, the two returned. We cannot linger here. The forest harbors wolves, and the sea is home to sharks. I intend to explore the opposite side of the beach. What are your thoughts? Lin Ye proposed in a conciliatory tone. Moreover, even if we remained here, survival seems bleak, even with provisions. The lack of fresh water would render us unable to endure beyond a few days. Lin Ye speaks truthfully. We might survive a few days without food, but without water, we may not endure the sun's relentless heat tomorrow, Huang Ziyu concurred. Furthermore, with the presence of wolves, creatures known for their vengeance, having slain one of their kind, we are unlikely to find peace, Lin Ye stated, confronting the harsh reality. Upon hearing of the potential return of wolves, Luna expressed her fear. I will follow your lead. Wherever you go, I shall go as well. I do not mean to suggest that you must accompany me. The question of my own survival remains uncertain. And perhaps you have other options, Lin Ye replied, his internal struggle evident. Huang Ziyu, catching his implication, quickly interjected, Lin Ye, do you believe us to be a burden? Do we possess any alternative in this situation? As two fragile women, surviving in such an environment seems nearly impossible. Luna chimed in, echoing Huang Ziyu's sentiments. Indeed, Mr. Lin, as delicate women, our survival is precarious. Rest assured, we will contribute and will not hinder you. We promise to be obedient. Yes, indeed, Huang Ziyu added in agreement. Lin Ye, upon hearing their declarations, sighed in resignation. I do not wish to abandon you. Rather, my concern lies in my own inability to safeguard you. Since you have chosen to accompany me, we shall form a small team henceforth. You must heed my commands, for our group cannot sustain idleness. Tomorrow I will assign tasks. Agreed. Huang Ziyu had intended to voice further thoughts, but Luna swiftly grasped her hand, signaling her to remain silent. In truth, Lin Ye had not desired this arrangement. Yet he realized that without imposing a degree of discipline on the two young ladies, their survival in such dire circumstances would be untenable. They would not only need to contribute, but also learn essential wilderness survival skills, for relying solely on Lin Ye would prove insufficient. All right, you two should rest now. I will keep watch. Early tomorrow, we will search for a shelter. Lin Ye wished to alleviate the pressure on them, thinking that they would take things one day at a time. After about an hour, Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye and said, Lin Ye, you should sleep for a while. I will take over the watch. After all, we will need you when dawn breaks. Having endured a night of tussles with the wild wolves, Lin Ye felt no need to be polite. All right, if there is any commotion, wake me at once. Yes, do not worry. The dawn is approaching, and everything should be fine. You should rest now, Huang Ziyu reassured him. Only those who have survived life and death situations can truly withstand trials. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Lin Ye had already become her pillar of strength. Huang Ziyu did not wish Lin Ye to perceive her as merely a decorative figure devoid of any utility, which is why she proactively offered to keep watch. Sister Ziyu, come quickly and see. There are so many little crabs on the beach. In his dreams, Lin Ye heard Luna's less than fluent Chinese. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Huang Ziyu holding a cluster of lush leaves above him, shielding him from the glaring sunlight. You are awake, Lin Ye, she smiled. How long have you been holding that position? You could have woken me, Lin Ye remarked, finding this woman adorably silly. The sun has barely risen. I just wanted you to sleep a little longer, Huang Ziyu replied, as a growl from her stomach punctuated her words. Chapter 6. The lockbox. Hearing Huang Ziyu's words touched Lin Ye slightly, and upon hearing the growl of her stomach, he realized he, too, was a bit hungry after only consuming a bit of coconut meat since last night. I just heard Luna calling out about crabs over there. I'll go take a look and see if there is any other food as well, he said, rising to head toward the beach. I'll go with you. Huang Ziyu followed closely behind. Mr. Lin, you are awake. Look at all the crabs I've caught. Luna exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them approach, her hands filled with tiny crabs that barely amounted to a mouthful. Nonetheless, every morsel counts, and indeed, the crabs on the beach were not small, the slightly larger ones. However, she seemed hesitant to catch. How about this? You two stay here and catch some crabs while I go and collect the remaining coconuts, Lin Ye suggested. Can you manage? You still have injuries on your leg, and that coconut tree is quite tall, Huang Ziyu said with concern as she glanced at the straight trunk of the tree. Of course, it's no problem. I grew up in the countryside and am quite skilled at climbing trees to retrieve bird nests. This little injury is nothing, Lin Ye replied, determined to showcase his prowess before the ladies and assert his role as the leader of the group. He climbed the coconut tree, enduring the pain in his leg, and gathered all the remaining coconuts. As he looked at the coconuts on the ground, Lin Ye mentally calculated that each person could have 2, leaving 5 to take to the other side of the beach for their journey. With no fresh water found yet, it was prudent to conserve resources. Lin Ye fashioned a simple net with some vines he found in the jungle and packed all the coconuts to head back toward the 2 women. Look at all these coconuts, Luna exclaimed, her hands overflowing with crabs, though not a single sizable one was in sight. The issue remains that there is nothing to contain. You both should tend to the fire and add some firewood, while I will venture to the seaside to see if there are any crabs of slightly larger size. Lin Ye did not expect much from the two of them in terms of catching sizable crabs, so he instructed them to tend to the fire. He handed them the coconuts before heading to the rocks at the beach in search of crabs. Upon reaching the rocky shore, he indeed found a considerable number of sand crabs, although none of them were particularly large. Just as Lin Ye sighed in disappointment, a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced through, prompting him to squint. Beneath the rocks, a blue suitcase floated upon the surface of the water, rising and falling in rhythm with the waves. The sunlight intermittently glinted off the suitcase's reflective surface. Ah, this must be something from a ship. Lin Ye abandoned his search for crabs and leapt into the water to retrieve the suitcase. The possessions of the affluent are quite splendid. The seal and quality are remarkable. Not bothering with the crabs any longer, Lin Ye tossed the suitcase onto the shore and also brought up 3 or 4 mineral water bottles from the corner of the rocks. On this deserted island, these water bottles are indeed a vital resource. Lin Ye dragged the suitcase back to the fire. Where did this come from? Huang Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't catch any crabs. I found it just now beneath the rocks, Lin Ye replied, tossing a mineral water bottle to Luna. You are responsible for these bottles. Don't misplace them. Luna, still sitting idly beside the fire, quickly turned around upon hearing Lin Ye's words and exclaimed, Oh yes, I will take good care of them. Huang Ziyu approached to take the suitcase from Lin Ye, questioning, This suitcase must belong to a deceased person, right? My dear lady, we are on the brink of meeting the Buddha ourselves. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Lin Ye retorted with a hint of annoyance. Besides, what if there are useful items inside? Wouldn't that enhance our chances of survival? Ignoring the look of shock on her face, Lin Ye forcefully opened the suitcase. Inside lay a plethora of designer clothing, and Luna leaned in to assist in rummaging through the contents, only to find that all were men's garments. Disappointment flickered across Luna's face, as she had thus far been clad in nothing but her lace-trimmed shorts paired with Lin Ye's jacket. Beneath the clothing, they discovered an unopened box of Durex, causing Huang Ziyu to blush profusely, while Luna cast a mischievous glance at Lin Ye. Feigning ignorance, Lin Ye continued to search, ultimately uncovering only a razor, a box of Durex, and a mobile phone charger. Nothing particularly useful emerged, yet Luna did find a pair of suitable trousers, which she donned unabashedly before Lin Ye. This sweatshirt should fit you well, Lin Ye remarked, tossing a sweatshirt to Huang Ziyu, while he himself found a shirt to wear. Huang Ziyu held the clothing hesitantly, her expression conflicted. The garment was slightly damp, likely having absorbed water, but it dried quickly upon wearing. Lin Ye did not press her, allowing her to come to terms with the situation. After all, in such dire circumstances, why linger on the matter of deceased belongings? Lin Ye, I have crushed all the crabs, but I do not know how to roast them, Luna said, having changed into her trousers and turning to Lin Ye. Just call me Lin Ye. Sir sounds rather peculiar. Lin Ye gazed at Luna, only daring to look at her properly after she had put on her trousers. Very well. Lin Ye approached the campfire and saw that the crab had been devoured to pieces by this young lady. Quite ruthless indeed. Lin Ye raised a thumbs up to Luna, who responded with a playful tongue-out gesture, expressing her helplessness. The crab was insufficient to satiate their hunger. It merely served as a taste, and they still had to rely on the coconut flesh to fill their stomachs. After eating, Lin Ye gathered a bundle of small twigs and crafted a simple wooden frame. He then extracted the embers from the fire, placing a thick layer of wood ash at the bottom of the frame. The two others watched Lin Ye's actions with puzzled expressions, but he paid no heed to their confusion. Lin Ye proceeded to arrange several pieces of charcoal on the ash, covering them with more charcoal and then another layer of ash. Only after completing this did Lin Ye slowly explain, the lighter was lost in the sea while fleeing from the wild wolves. We can only preserve the fire this way, but we must find shelter immediately. If it rains, we are doomed. The two nodded, comprehending his words only vaguely. Let us go. We must set off. Lin Ye carried the suitcase. Luna held the coconut and a bottle of mineral water, while Huang Ziyu bore the responsibility of preserving the fire embers. The three set out toward the opposite side of the beach. Lin Ye, do you think we will be rescued? Huang Ziyu asked along the way. I don't know, but I believe rescue will come. After all, this incident involves globally renowned tycoons, Lin Ye replied. By the way, how did you end up on the ship? Lin Ye teased. Huang Ziyu merely pursed her lips and remained silent. Luna spoke. I was traveling with my father. On the night of the accident, I told him that once we disembarked, We would go to Africa together to see the vast savannah. Her voice faltered, and tears welled up. Life and death are decreed by fate. Fortune is governed by heaven. This island is vast. If we have survived, your father must be protected by destiny. Lin Ye comforted Hadganti. Yes, I hope so, she replied softly. Luna's words weighed heavily on Lin Ye's heart, and he pondered whether they could ever return home. For the entire journey, the trio walked in silence, covering roughly 3 to 4 li. Along the way, one of them consumed another coconut. They followed the coastline, but the path ahead was blocked, requiring a lengthy detour to continue along the shore. Thus, they had no choice but to traverse the jungle. Luna felt frightened, and Lin Ye instructed her to walk at the rear. Clutching a long wooden stick, he cautiously advanced step by step into the forest. I'm listening, please stop hitting me, I beg you, came a voice. Shoo, do you hear something? Lin Ye halted and whispered, glancing back. It sounded like someone speaking. Huang Ziyu stopped to listen attentively. Luna, speaking in halting Chinese, responded anxiously. I hear it too. It's a woman's voice. Don't make a sound. Something feels wrong. Let us carefully approach and see what is going on, Lin Ye said. Uncertain whether they faced friend or foe, Lin Ye chose to observe stealthily as the voice resembled a woman pleading for mercy. As the 3 of them cautiously made their way through the grass, they beheld a clearing the size of a basketball court nestled within the jungle. On the right side of the meadow stood a towering ancient tree, beside which lay a small pond. Upon glimpsing the pond, Lin Ye's eyes subtly brightened. That wretched woman simply refused to heed discipline. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, Lin Ye observed a group of 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women knelt on the ground, their tattered garments evoking the image of famine-stricken refugees. At that moment, a short-statured man approached the corpulent figure. Addressing him with obsequiousness, Brother Hua, please don't be angry. There are only these 2 women now. If you beat them to death, won't you have no outlet for your anger? The corpulent man retorted malevolently. Beating them to death would save on food. He then turned to a tall man and inquired, Ague, have you checked the seaside? Is there any rescue team? The tall man's voice was deep and somber as he replied, Brother Hua, I made a large SOS signal on the beach, but no ships have passed by in the last 2 days. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua rose and delivered a kick to each of the 2 women, cursing vehemently, damn it, what a lousy ship. I spent tens of millions and haven't even finished my fun. Now stranded in this godforsaken place. I'll make sure the William family pays up when we get back. I want to rest until I'm compensated. Huang Ziyu, witnessing this, was incensed and wished to intervene. Lin Ye quickly grasped her hand, warning, are you mad? If you rush out now, you might be beaten or humiliated. There are 3 men. Can you handle them? Don't count on me. I'm no match for them either. Huang Ziyu calmed slightly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Lin Ye's tone softened as he explained the stakes. We don't even know where we are. On this desolate island. Forget the law. If they killed you and disposed of your body, no one would ever know. Luna, overhearing this, clasped Huang Ziyu's hand gently and said, Ziyu, let us not meddle. That fat man clearly isn't a good person. Let us leave quickly and avoid them. If they find us, it'll be trouble. I don't mind as a man, but you 2 beautiful ladies would suffer. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement. During their brief time together, Lin Ye behaved respectfully and had been a source of support. In stark contrast, Brother Hua and his group, having abandoned civilized society, revealed the darkness festering within their hearts. Perverted men, I'll report them to the authorities as soon as I get out, Huang Ziyu vowed fiercely. Come on, don't be so impetuous, Lin Ye said as he gently pulled her away, intent on circumventing the group. Huang Ziyu was momentarily startled by his touch. Since childhood, only her father had held her hand like that. After several hundred meters, they finally left Brother Hua's territory. The jungle was dense, so they dared not hasten their pace. In the distance, a rocky formation came into view. Lin Ye, you can let go of my hand now, Huang Ziyu said shyly. Lin Ye turned back and noticed he was still holding her small hand. His face flushed a deep red, and he awkwardly said, ah well, earlier I was afraid you might act impulsively, so I held your hand to guide you. Wow, Brother Lin Ye, you're so bashful. Holding Sister Ziyu's hand makes you blush. Luna tiste bluffily. What nonsense. I'm just feeling hot. It's not about fearing her impulsiveness. That's why I held her hand. Lin Ye replied with a hint of guilt. Then does that mean you like Sister Ziyu? Luna pressed, eager to tease him further. She enjoyed watching Lin Ye, who seemed capable of wrestling wild wolves and climbing trees to pick coconuts, falter in such moments. Enough bickering. If we don't find a water source soon, we'll all perish of thirst. Huang Ziyu interjected hastily, noticing Lin Ye's embarrassment and wanting to smooth things over. Lin Ye quickly added, yes. If we can't find fresh water, the first to die of thirst will be you, little foreign girl. Luna stuck out her tongue and made a grimace at Lin Ye. As for water, I have a plan. Our primary objective now is to find shelter, Lin Ye declared, his mind already forming a strategy. What plan? They both asked in unison. That's something you don't need to concern yourselves with. Let's go check beneath those rocks ahead. From my experience, such formations often harbor caves formed by flowing water, Lin Ye said, picking up a wooden stick and heading toward the rocky outcrop. Look, there's a cave. Lin Ye pointed toward Huang Ziyu's finger and glanced upward. It really is, but it's so high up, Lin Ye muttered, somewhat incredulous. The cave's entrance was roughly the size to accommodate 2 adults, but stood about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. In such an environment, it would serve as a substantial refuge and protect against wild beasts. The only unknown was the cave's interior size. Lin Ye, it's too high, and the rock face is too smooth. It's better not to climb up, Huang Ziyu cautioned, worried he might fall and injure himself. Lin Ye examined the cliff face and noticed some vines and small trees extending down. Climbing up shouldn't be too difficult for him. I'll go up first to see how spacious the cave is and whether it's inhabited by any beasts, he said, seeing Huang Ziyu about to speak further. Without waiting, he sprang upward, leaving her a graceful silhouette retreating into the distance. Although the rock face appeared smooth and steep, some grass and vines provided leverage, making Lin Ye's ascent relatively effortless. However, it would be quite challenging for the 2 girls to climb up themselves. Just as Lin Ye finally grasped the cave's edge, a sudden sharp sting on the back of his hand felt like a peck from a chicken. Damn! Lin Ye clenched his teeth against the pain, nearly losing his grip on the cliff and falling. Lin Ye, be careful, Huang Ziyu called from below, noticing his precarious state. Brother Lin Ye, you should come down. It's too dangerous, Luna echoed anxiously. Lin Ye firmly clutched a tree root wedged in the rock crevice with his left hand, managing to stabilize himself. Indeed, the vegetation thriving in the cracks was remarkably resilient. Though the root was only as thick as his thumb, Lin Ye felt confident it could support the weight of 2 adult men. I'm Yufine. Something bit me just now. I didn't even realize what it was, Lin Ye shouted down to them. Gazing upon the back of his right hand, Lin Ye observed that a patch of skin had peeled away, leaving it slightly reddened. Fortunately, it was not the mark of a serpent's bite. Otherwise, matters would have been dire. A snake's wound typically bore 2 parallel puncture marks, and this injury bore no such resemblance. Lin Ye felt a surge of relief. At that moment, the cavern lay scarcely 20 centimeters away from him. Raising his gaze, he noticed 2 diminutive golden creatures fixated intently upon him. They were, in fact, 2 fledgling eagles, likely golden eagles judging by their hue. Hey, you dare peck at me? Let us see if I don't roast you for dinner, Lin Ye bellowed, hastening toward the cave's entrance. As he ascended, the 2 little creatures, startled by his approach, scurried deeper into the cavern, remaining motionless as their 4 eyes tracked his movements. Standing at the threshold, Lin Ye surveyed the modest cavern, barely spacious enough for 3 adults to lie flat. The entrance served as the golden eagle's nest, surrounded by a collection of small animal bones and tufts of fur. Clearly, he had trespassed into the domain of these majestic birds. Yet, it was undeniably the safest refuge available, and Lin Ye was reluctant to relinquish it. With the eagle parents absent, presumably hunting for food, he needed to devise a plan swiftly. For a fleeting moment, the thought of roasting the eaglets crossed his mind. However, he dismissed it immediately. As formidable raptors, their parents would surely retaliate fiercely if he harmed their young. Observing the 2 small eagles nestled in the corner, Lin Ye found no better solution. Upon returning to the ground, Huang Ziyu inquired about the situation above, noting Lin Ye's earlier distress. Lin Ye explained the presence of the golden eagle's nest and the 2 fledglings, remarking that the adult eagles were likely away hunting. Huang Ziyu suggested relocating to avoid confrontation should the adult eagles return and perceive them as threats. Yet, with dusk approaching and wild beasts emerging at night, Lin Ye insisted the site was ideal for shelter and was unwilling to abandon it. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back shortly, Lin Ye declared, plunging into the forest. The cavern offered protection from the island's nocturnal predators, allowing them to rest without maintaining a night watch. Determined, Lin Ye sought to gather vines and branches to fashion a rudimentary ladder and a fence. The fence would isolate the eagle's nest, preventing any potential attacks from the returning adults. The forest, even by day, was dim and fraught with hazards. As Lin Ye gathered vines, he stumbled upon a cluster of mushrooms beneath his feet. Mushrooms? He mused, recalling an old saying, red cap, white stalk, eat it and you'll lie flat. These were entirely white mushrooms, presumably non-toxic. Observing signs of nibbling, likely by mice or birds, he inferred their safety and collected a quantity. Meanwhile, Luna, leaning weakly against Huang Ziyu, murmured, I'm so hungry, I feel as if I could devour a whole ox. Huang Ziyu, rubbing her stomach, admitted her own hunger and suggested they wait for Lin Ye's return before deliberating on a plan to forage for food. As Lin Ye trudged back, burdened with a bundle of twigs on his back, a vine in his right hand, and mushrooms wrapped in his shirt in his left, he glanced over at the two silly girls nestled together on ground. Upon his return, Huang Ziyu assisted Luna in rising to her feet. Ziyu, gently separate the embers we brought and gather some dry leaves to ignite the fire, Lin Ye instructed. What should I do, brother Lin Ye? Luna Igirli. Well, you can collect some branches nearby. We will soon build a fire here and simultaneously prepare the mushrooms, Lin Ye replied, looking at Luna. All right, I will do that. With a clap of her hands, Luna began her search, while Huang Ziyu busily collected leaves, striving to coax the embers into flames. Fortunately, they had not been away for long. Otherwise, the embers might have extinguished. Observing the two diligently working, Lin Ye also set about his tasks. He first fashioned a rudimentary vine ladder, then hoisted the branches and ladder once more towards the cave. Upon his ascent, he noticed the two little sand sculptures had returned to their nest. Seeing Lin Ye approach, they cautiously shrank back into the crevice of the stone wall. Paying them no mind, Lin Ye immediately began to partition their nest with branches. The cave's height was approximately 2 meters, requiring one to stoop upon entry. A moment's inattention could lead to a bump on the head. He secured the branches one by one to the ceiling of the cave and the ground below, needing no ropes for stabilization. In this manner, he left the golden eagle's nest on the right side of the entrance, while the left was divided with branches, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. With the remaining branches, he crafted a simple barrier to block the cave's opening. When the eagle parents returned, they would be kept outside, as the presence of the large eagle might complicate entry and exit, making them vulnerable to attacks. By the time Lin Ye completed these tasks and descended, dusk was approaching, yet the large eagle had not yet returned. Brother Lin Ye, these mushrooms are dry, but I have cleaned them with my hands, Luna announced as she approached him, cradling the white mushrooms. Lin Ye noticed that Huang Ziyu had successfully kindled the fire. No worries, a little dirt won't harm us. It's better than going hungry. We're not overly concerned with parasites at this moment, he remarked. Opening the lockbox, he removed the razor blade and fashioned a few wooden skewers, impaling the mushrooms onto them and placing them over the fire to roast. Can we eat this? Huang Ziyu questioned, a hint of doubt in her voice. Lin Ye felt a twinge of uncertainty at her inquiry. I'm not entirely sure, but it should be fine. I've seen traces of small animals consuming them. Luna cast him a skeptical glance as well. Rest assured, I will taste it first. If I don't fall ill, you may follow suit, Lin Ye declared. Though he felt assured the mushrooms were safe, he preferred not to show any weakness in front of the two girls. Lin Ye, it's wise to avoid consuming unfamiliar mushrooms. Testing them on yourself is dangerous, for there are no hospitals nearby, Huang Ziyu cautioned. Indeed, brother Lin Ye. We can hold off for now. We still have a coconut to share. Perhaps we can search for food at the seaside tomorrow, Luna quickly urged. Chapter 9. Water Gathering Fear Not. I grew up in the countryside and have consumed such mushrooms before, though I cannot recall their name. Lin Ye spoke as he tossed a mushroom into his mouth and began to chew. This flavor, how to describe it? It feels like chewing wax. Devoid of any oil or salt, merely dry roasted mushroom. The taste is quite overpowering. Lin Ye ate a piece and waited for about 10 minutes. There seemed to be no adverse effects, yet the taste was undeniably unpleasant, primarily due to the absence of seasoning. After Lin Ye finished speaking, Huang Ziyu also tore off a small piece and placed in her mouth. Her brows furrowed deeply into a pronounced crease, yet she silently swallowed it. Luna picked up a small piece and put it in her mouth, but after only a few chews, she spat it out in disgust. What is this? I simply cannot eat it, she exclaimed, discarding the mushroom to the side. In truth, these wild mushrooms are quite delicious when boiled into soup, sweet and tender. Added to chicken broth, they become a true delicacy. Lin Ye picked up another piece, chewing as he spoke. No sooner had he mentioned this than Luna's stomach began to protest audibly. Gazing at Luna's delicate demeanor, Lin Ye felt helpless and thought to himself, we still have mushrooms to eat now, but in a few days, who knows what we will survive on. He glanced at Huang Ziyu, who wore a similarly troubled expression. How about this? You two finish the coconuts. If you can eat the mushrooms, eat them. If not, just leave them be. I'll go out and look for a water source. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu put down her piece of mushroom and said, where will you find water? It's nearly dark, and the forest is unsafe. I have a plan. If I Haven Tea return by nightfall, you both climb the vine ladder into the cave and close the wooden door behind you. That'll be safer. Lin Ye stuffed a few roasted mushrooms into his pocket as he spoke. Huang Ziyu's concern deepened. Brother Lin Ye, why don't we go together in the morning? We can share the coconut among the three of us. Luna, unsure whether her worry stemmed from fear that Lin Ye might abandon them or genuine concern for his safety, added, yes, Lin Ye, let us find water together tomorrow morning. Huang Ziyu also stood to persuade him. It's fine. I know where the water source is. Besides, it might be difficult to collect water in the dark anyway. Seeing Lin Ye's resolute expression, Huang Ziyu refrained from further argument. She rummaged through a suitcase and retrieved a jacket. Wear this jacket. The forest is rife with venomous insects and thorny plants. She handed the jacket to Lin Ye. He looked at her, acknowledging that she was indeed thoughtful. Donning the jacket and carrying several mineral water bottles, Lin Ye set off in the direction from which they had come. Remember, if I Haven Tea returned by nightfall, you must go up to the cave and securely close the wooden door, he reminded the two young women once more. After taking a few steps, Lin Ye reiterated his instructions. Where's he going to find water? Naturally, he was headed to Huage's place. As night approached, he hoped to stealthily fill a few bottles of water while they were distracted. Lin Ye retraced his steps along the path, calculating the distance to be roughly 2 li. Once out of the forest, he would see the large tree, a landmark easy to recognize. Huage, this is all the food we have left, said a gaunt man holding a packet of instant noodles and several unidentified packaged goods as he spoke to Huage. Damn it. Do you think the living can hold their breath forever? Go out and find food. If you can't find any, don't expect to eat anything. Huage pointed at the short, sly-looking man with disdain. Huage, I don't want to go. There are wild beasts in the woods, the short, lecherous man said. Do you want to starve? You must obey. As long as you find food, whatever it may be, you can choose one of these two women, and I will arrange for her to keep you company for the night. Huagu gently instructed the short man while pointing at the two women. However, if you refuse to go, I will break your legs and throw you into the woods to feed the wolves, Huagu added, his tone turning menacing. Hu Ye, known as Xiong Hua, is a ruthless gangster from Hong Kong. Lin Ye had encountered him on a gambling boat, and Ague is his trusted enforcer. Xiong Hua is known for his merciless nature. Any slight offense against his subordinates could result in a beating or being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I will go, Huagu. Once I find food, you must keep your word and let that girl accompany me for a night, the short man replied, weighing the pros and cons of Huagu's words. Rest assured, my word is as solid as gold, Xiong Hua assured him, patting the lecherous man's shoulder. Not far away, Lin Ye was quietly crouched in the bushes, silently observing the scene. The two women were bound at the legs with strips of fabric torn from their clothes, while Huagu and Ague sat beneath a large tree, the lecherous man having already departed. The waterhole was not far, but the water was difficult to retrieve. Observing the group nearby, Lin Ye realized it would be nearly impossible to sneak past them and fill his container. He decided to wait and see if an opportunity would arise, remaining patient in his concealment. Time passed, and the sky began to darken. Huagu, let us head up first. Don't wait for Pu Wuchang, Ague suggested as he approached Huagu. All right, I will ascend first, and you bring them up afterward, Huagu replied as he began to climb the tree. Lin Ye watched their movements from a distance. What? Are they living in the trees? Under the dim light, he observed Huagu climbing step by step. The trunk seemed to have been hollowed out in places, making it easier for him to ascend. Once they were all up there, I could secretly fill my container. Lin Ye thought, but why are they resting in the trees? After Huagu climbed up, Ague untied the fabric bindings from the two women and urged them to follow him. When Ague was the last to ascend, the clearing fell eerily silent. Lin Ye tied some leaves around himself and slowly made his way toward the waterhole, careful not to disturb Huagu and his men. Although he could quickly escape if discovered, Lin Ye preferred to avoid conflict and keep the presence of other survivors on the island a secret. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than beasts. Slowly, Lin Ye reached the edge of the waterhole and began to fill his bottle. He looked up at the tree, but could not spot Huagu and the others. The sky had not yet fully darkened, and he could still see about 20 meters away. After filling his container, Lin Ye cautiously crawled back to the bushes, preparing to return. "Help! Huagu, help!" A voice from a distance called out, that of the short, lecherous man. Lin Ye quickly rolled over and crouched in the bushes, remaining perfectly still as he focused on the direction of the sound. A diminutive and disheveled man emerged from the woods in a flurry, shouting desperately, "There's a black bear! Huagu, help me!" At that moment, Huagu, having heard the commotion, cursed from above, "Damn it, Pu Guochang! How could you dare to attract it knowing it was a black bear?" It was then that Lin Ye learned the name of the small, disheveled man was Pu Guochang, a name that hinted at his origins from the land of the Han. "Huagu, I had no choice. It when T stopped chasing me. Pu Guochang." Disregarding Hua Ji's insults, quickly scrambled up the tree. Chapter 10. Encountering the wolf pack. Once Pu Guochang ascended, a massive, dark figure burst forth from the thicket. It was a brown bear, its size comparable to that of a small water buffalo. The bear had followed closely behind Pu Guochang and now stood at the base of their towering tree. The two women perched above screamed in terror at the sight of the bear. "Damn it, you useless fool. Think of a way to divert it." Lin Ye, fearful of the bear, attempted to climb higher, but found the tree trunk too slick to ascend more than a short distance. As the bear continued to roar below, Huagu called out to Ague, "Toss him down as a sacrifice. Perhaps it will satiate its hunger and leave us be." "Please, Huagu, spare me. Throw one of the women instead. I'm more useful. I can find food for you." Pu Guochang hastily interjected. "Let us keep him for now," Huagu replied, contemplating Ague's words, as if sensing that greater horrors awaited them once darkness fell. "Indeed, Huagu, I can be of assistance. I'll search for food at dawn." Pu Guochang urged. Ague cast a sidelong glance at Pu Guochang before fixating intently on the bear. Suddenly, the bear stood upright, using its forelimbs to grasp the tree trunk, beginning its ascent with astonishing speed, causing Ague to feel a surge of adrenaline. Undaunted, he swiftly seized a branch above, swinging his body with grace, and timed his kick perfectly, delivering a powerful blow to the bear's massive head. The force of the kick caused the bear to lose its balance and tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. The bear, undeterred, rose quickly, fueled by rage, and resumed its climb. Ague, ever vigilant, prepared for another encounter. After several intense exchanges, both the bear and Ague appeared to be nearing exhaustion. Huagu felt a surge of relief, grateful for the formidable prowess of his protector, and admonished the two frightened women, "Stop crying, for heaven's sake. Silence. If you continue, I'll throw you down." The women, trembling at Hua Ji's words, huddled together and wept softly. Lin Ye observed the bear relentlessly assaulting the tree, attempting to ascend multiple times only to be thwarted by Gui's powerful kicks. He couldn't help but marvel at Gui's combat skills, realizing that he and his companions were no match for such a formidable foe. Perhaps it was best to retreat swiftly, as darkness would soon fall, rendering their escape even more perilous. Lin Ye, in an effort to avoid disturbing the Zhongxiong, cautiously advanced step by step. He turned back every few paces to observe whether the brown bear had noticed his presence. The keen sense of smell in animals surpasses that of humans, and should the brown bear become aware of him, Lin Ye would still have time to react. As he prepared to glance back one final time, he noticed several pairs of glistening green eyes emerging from the opposite slope. The brown bear ceased its climbing and roaring, turning its gaze toward the thicket across the way, gradually shifting its body backward. Ah, could it be that misfortune had struck again, and he was now confronted by a pack of wolves? At that moment, Lin Ye found himself in a dilemma, unable to proceed or retreat. The howl attracted more companions, prompting the brown bear to hastily flee into the forest behind it. Has the bear transformed into a cowardly creature, yielding so easily? Lin Ye watched as the brown bear swiftly disappeared from view. His attention was drawn to a large tree not far to his right, and he contemplated that running would be futile against the wolves, especially with nightfall approaching. Thus, he resolved to ascend the tree and await the wolves' departure. He stealthily climbed the trunk, reaching a perch approximately 4 meters above the ground, where he lay observing the situation of the wolf pack. At that moment, the entire pack emerged, surrounding a waterhole to drink. Lin Ye counted a total of 12 wolves. Among them, a larger silver wolf stood in the center, not rushing to drink, but instead gazing intently at the tree where Hua Gu and the others were situated. Clearly, this waterhole was a frequent drinking spot for animals, and Hua Gu and his companions had cleverly ascended the tree before nightfall. Lin Ye mused to himself about the wolves. As the pack finished drinking and gradually departed, Lin Ye remained motionless and cautious. After a while, as darkness deepened, 2 wild deer and a wild boar approached the waterhole to drink. Only then did Lin Ye feel it safe enough to descend the tree. The presence of the deer indicated that the area was free of immediate danger, and he surmised that the wolf pack had moved on. Lin Ye considered the need to find a better water source, as this location not only attracted Hua Gu and his companions, but also occasionally saw the wolves' presence. If Hua Gu and the others were not there, perhaps he could set a trap to catch a wild boar. Lin Ye swallowed hard as he watched the boar drink at the waterhole. He picked up the water he had gathered and proceeded step by step toward the cave. "Is that you, Lin Ye?" Upon his return to the cave, the sounds of his footsteps caught the attention of the 2 individuals above. Huang Ziyu inquired softly. "It is I, do not be afraid." Lin Ye waved his hand upward, assuring them they need not descend. Observing the fire pit covered with ash, he deduced that Huang Ziyu had emulated Lin Ye's earlier method to preserve the embers, though he wondered if they would last until dawn. The suitcase lay beneath the rocks, and it was unsurprising. At such a height, it was challenging for them to climb up, rendering it futile to expect them to carry it. Lin Ye hung the water around his neck, grasped the suitcase with his left hand, and ascended the vine ladder step by step. Upon seeing the 2 small, foolish eagles nestled together, mistaking his ascent for the return of the adult eagle bearing food, they opened their mouths toward him. "I found water, but no food. Have you seen the adult eagle return?" Lin Ye settled onto the ground and inquired. "We ascended as dusk approached, yet we failed to glimpse the great eagle." Luna even attempted to offer mushrooms to those 2 little creatures, but it seems they are not inclined to partake. Huang Ziyu replied, "Eagles are carnivorous. It would be peculiar for them to consume mushrooms. However, it is indeed strange that birds should not return to their nests at night." Lin Ye pondered this with a hint of confusion. He dismissed the thought, realizing that even if the great eagle were to return, it would not impact them. His concern lay in the possibility that the eagle, aware of human presence, might refrain from nesting, leading to the demise of the 2 little creatures from starvation. "It appears we shall have to huddle together for warmth tonight," Lin Ye remarked, surveying the modest space. "Then you must behave yourself at night," Huang Ziyu said, shifting to create a bit of space for Lin Ye. "It's fine, Lin Ye Gitch. Even if you were to misbehave, I wouldn't notice. I sleep like a log," Luna teased, her smile hinting at mischief. "Since your sleep is so profound, you should lie in the middle next to Lin Ye," Huang Ziyu suggested, playfully nudging Luna toward him. "All right, I don't mind at all," Luna replied with a sly grin. In this cramped setting, Lin Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment from her playful banter. He cleared his throat and said, "What are you 2 talking about? Rest assured, I am quite the well-behaved sleeper, not even prone to snoring. You should shift a bit. I will take out the clothes from the suitcase to lay underneath. Lest we catch a chill," Lin Ye added, opening the suitcase and retrieving all the clothing. Once spread out, the 3 of them lay down, with Lin Ye against the wall, Luna in the middle, nearly pressed together due to the limited space. As he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Luna, Lin Ye found himself slightly flustered, having never been so close to a female before. Chapter 11. The golden eagle returns to its nest. Lin Ye lay wide awake, gazing at the rocks above, while the gentle sound of Luna's breathing indicated she had succumbed to slumber. "What a carefree spirit," he mused, shaking his head and turning over. "Lin Ye, are you asleep?" Huang Ziyu whispered. What is it?" Lin Ye turned his head to respond. "Is that water safe to drink directly? I'm rather parched." Hearing Huang Ziyu's somewhat hoarse voice, Lin Ye realized he too felt thirst after consuming only a meager amount of coconut juice throughout the day. "It is best not to drink that water directly. I intended to search for some filtering materials tomorrow. ideally a container to boil it before consumption, Lin Ye explained. He had planned to craft a rudimentary pottery vessel from clay or fine sand for filtration to avoid parasites and sediment in the water. If you truly wish to drink now, it is not overly complicated, though it may be a bit of a hassle, Lin Ye considered, addressing Huang Ziyu. Upon finishing his statement, he heard Huang Ziyu swallow hard nearby, perhaps feeling the discomfort of thirst. If you are exceedingly thirsty, it is not too troublesome. Just wait a moment. If it is indeed a bother, it is best to wait until tomorrow. I can endure, she replied. Not all, just wait, Lin Ye said, retrieving a short-sleeved shirt from the suitcase, and, in the dark, began to descend along the tree vines. Beneath the faint glow of the moonlight, where one could still discern their fingers, Lin Ye ignited a fire. He retrieved a small blade from his razor, meticulously tearing his short sleeve into 4 pieces. Selecting a few pieces of charcoal from the flames with care, he wrapped the first cloth around the charcoal. He then added a second and a third layer, leaving a mineral water bottle empty, pouring another bottle's contents over it, using the charcoal as a filter. Lin Ye had never attempted such a rudimentary filtration method and was uncertain of its efficacy. The water appeared clear, yet it remained unboiled, and after filtering only half, he ceased his efforts. Here, this should be drinkable, but do not consume too much, as boiled water is much cleaner, Lin Ye remarked as he climbed up from the cave, handing the small half bottle of water to Huang Ziyu. Thank you, Huang Ziyu replied, sipping the water delicately. Once she finished, Lin Ye took the remaining water and drank it all in one go. Huang Ziyu, slightly moistening her lips, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye, who had just shared the same bottle of water with her. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a blush that could draw blood, realizing that this was an indirect kiss. Fortunately, the darkness of the cave concealed her expression from Lin Ye. The sound of her stomach grumbling broke the silence, and tossing the bottle aside, Lin Ye lay down and turned to sleep. The following day, Lin Ye, in a daze, felt a weight on him, something rather heavy. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered it was Luna, sprawled out in her slumber, one leg draped across his abdomen. The day had brightened considerably, and Huang Ziyu had vanished at some point. Lin Ye's left arm was ensnared in her embrace, rendering him immobile. He attempted to free his arm with force, but her grip was unyielding, and after 2 futile attempts, he resigned himself to inaction. Only the 2 of them occupied the cave, his heart racing, while Luna seemed to treat him as a mere pillow. Just as Lin Ye pondered his predicament, a voice emerged from below. Luna, Lin Ye, get down. The giant eagle seems to have returned. No. Let me sleep a little longer, Luna mumbled, her body shifting restlessly. Observing her movements, Lin Ye could only shake his head in resignation. He mused about how open-minded Western women were. They had only known each other for a few days, yet here they were, sharing the same cave, their sleeping positions so intimately intertwined. Luna's complexion was fair and remarkably smooth, possibly due to good skincare or perhaps a trait inherent to her heritage. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes seemed to flutter slightly. Recognizing this, Lin Ye gently nudged Luna's shoulder with his other hand and softly called out, Luna, wake up, the giant eagle is back. Finally, Luna slowly opened her eyes, bleary with sleep as she gazed at Lin Ye. Suddenly aware of her inappropriate posture, her face turned a deep shade of red, and she hastily released her hold on Lin Ye, sitting upright. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, she stammered, her eyes darting nervously. Unable to meet his gaze, Lin Ye thought to himself, how surprising that she could feel shy. Nonetheless, he smiled nonchalantly and replied, It's all right. Let us hurry outside and see. With that, he stood and made his way toward the cave entrance. Luna promptly adjusted her attire and followed suit. At this moment, the sky outside had fully brightened, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves. Lin Ye and Luna emerged from the cave, spotting the majestic eagles not far away. 2 large eagles circled above them, one clutching a sizable rat in its talons. Presumably, they had not returned to their nest all night in search of food. As long as we remain here, the eagles are unlikely to descend, perhaps out of fear, Lin Ye remarked, gazing at the birds. Will we still be able to stay in front tonight? Huang Ziyu inquired. That should pose no problem. Once they finish their meal, they will venture out for more prey. If all else fails, we can seek another shelter, Lin Ye replied, observing the 2 juvenile eagles chirping overhead. They seemed to be quite hungry, responding to the calls of the larger eagles from below. We must also search for food soon and perhaps check the beach for any rescue teams, Lin Ye said, patting his empty stomach. The beach is quite far from here. We indeed need to see if any rescue teams are in the vicinity, Huang Ziyu concurred. Before departing, Lin Ye filtered 2 bottles of water to carry with him. Chapter 12. A ship in the sea. Huang Ziyu likely rose early, as a fire pit below had been rekindled by her, though it was currently of no use. Let us head to the seaside and refrain from disturbing their familial bliss, Lin Ye said, extinguishing the fire while covering the pit with ash and debris. Luna picked up a bottle of water and exclaimed, I suddenly find this water so refreshing. Consider yourself fortunate. This water was covertly collected from the pond where Hua Gu and his group were. I saw a pack of wolves drinking there last night. It's a miracle we have any, Lin Ye replied. Then we should search for another source of fresh water. It's too perilous to retrieve water from there, Huang Ziyu remarked, concerned about Lin Ye's encounter with the wolves. Indeed, I will not take risks unless absolutely necessary. These few bottles should suffice for 2 days if we ration them, Lin Ye stated as he walked. Upon exiting the woods and arriving at the beach, they indeed discovered an SOS signal crafted from branches and stones. This must have been arranged by that person named Ague. Let us circumvent this area. It's likely that Hua Ji's group set up this signal, and that individual may be lurking nearby. We should avoid them, Lin Ye said, making his way towards the beach where they had first arrived. Lin Ye, could you speak with those people? Perhaps we should unite and devise a plan together. There is strength in numbers, Huang Ziyu suggested. Hearing her words, Lin Ye paused, a hint of amusement in his voice as he replied. You saw how they treated those 2 women the other day. I do not deny the existence of good individuals, but considering your appearances, you would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. The odds of return are slim. Collaborating with them would be tantamount to courting danger. Huang Ziyu opened her mouth, seemingly about to protest, but Lin Ye interrupted. Furthermore, we agreed that you would heed my counsel. If you wish to retract that agreement now, you are free to leave. Ziyu Jia, I believe Lin Ye is correct. Those individuals are clearly not trustworthy. It is best for the 3 of us to remain a team and avoid provoking them, Luna interjected, noting Lin Ye's serious tone and quickly attempting to mediate. Huang Ziyu pouted silently and walked ahead. Ah, this girl possesses quite the arrogance. Lin Ye shook his head and followed. She has yet to transition into her role. In due time, she will come to understand the treacherous nature of humanity. These ladies who typically dwell high above, living in the urban expanse. Lin Ye, look over there. It seems there's a ship. Luna's voice pierced through the air as Lin Ye strolled along the path. He glanced over, and without careful inspection, one would not recognize it as a vessel. The entire hull was capsized, revealing only a small section of its dark underside above the water's surface at night. One would surely mistake it for a rock. Let's go take a look, Lin Ye said, hastening his pace. Hey, wait for us, Luna exclaimed, closely trailing behind. Arriving at the shoreline, the ship was over 20 meters from the shore, its size indiscernible, the exposed hull too minimal for an accurate assessment. You all wait on the shore. I will dive down to take a look. There must be supplies on board that we need, Lin Ye declared as he began to remove his shirt. With a powerful dive, he plunged into the sea. Lin Ye, be careful, Huang Ziyu's voice echoed in his ears. There was no time for a reply. The waves were formidable, and a moment's inattention would result in seawater flooding his mouth. After approximately 15 minutes of swimming, Lin Ye finally reached the ship, gripping the hull and gasping for breath. The relentless waves made swimming exceedingly arduous. This frail physique needs some training, Lin Ye thought as he rested for a moment before diving back into the water. The sea was relatively clear, allowing him to observe the entire hull, which appeared quite dilapidated, resting about 5 meters above the seabed. After assessing the underwater conditions, Lin Ye hastily swam back to the surface for air. Unable to fully discern the ship's shape, it seemed to be a fishing vessel, though the reasons for its presence here remained a mystery. Clearly, it had been here for quite some time, as evidenced by its severe corrosion, Lin Ye remarked while tapping the hull. Taking a deep breath, he dove down again. Numerous small fish swam around the hull, showing no fear of his presence. What is that? It appears to be an iron cage. Lin Ye noticed a dark object on the seabed, resembling a cage used by fishing boats to trap king crabs, and hurriedly swam over. This cage is rather sizable. Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement as he grasped it and lifted it from the sandy bottom, but upon inspecting the opposite end, he saw it was bound to the ship with an iron chain. With a vigorous tug, he astonishingly snapped the chain attached to the ship. However, this action stirred up the seabed, obscuring his view, prompting him to swim upwards. The cage weighed approximately 30 to 40 pounds. Swimming with it in the water was relatively effortless, but it would be a challenge to haul it ashore. The water had become murky. I shall wait until it clears before diving down again, Lin Ye contemplated as he surfaced. He secured the iron cage to the ship. As long as the waves were not too tumultuous, it would not be dislodged by the water. He glanced at the two girls in the distance, who were gazing this way. They were not far off, and the sound of the waves was quite loud. Lin Ye merely waved to them, signaling that he was unharmed. After a few minutes, the water began to clear, and Lin Ye submerged once more, searching the area surrounding the ship. My diving limit is just over a minute. I must first ascertain what lies below before descending again, Lin Ye muttered to himself. After several dives, Lin Ye's eyes grew slightly irritated and his strength waned. Yet he failed to discover anything of value. Submerging his head beneath the waves, he scrutinized the vessel's hull. This ship possessed only a single captain's cabin. Entry to the hold was impossible, and the kitchen's location remained a mystery. Drawing a deep breath, he plunged once more into the depths. This time, fortune favored him as he unearthed a piece of iron and pried a segment of rebar from the ship's deck railing. The ship's railings, having endured prolonged exposure to seawater, yielded steel bars with relative ease, much to Lin Ye's delight. With these few items, he could at least fashion some rudimentary tools. Unable to endure further, Lin Ye swam toward the surface, binding the iron plate and rebar together with an iron chain and affixing them to an iron cage before making his way ashore. Approaching shore, Huang Ziyu emerged from the water to assist, and together they carried the iron cage toward land. Lin Ye, are you all right? Huang Ziyu inquired, observing the redness in Lin Ye's eyes. Indeed, his eyes were bloodshot, resembling those afflicted with conjunctivitis, veins vividly visible across the sclera. Just kept my eyes open underwater for too long. Without professional diving gear, it's tough, Lin Ye replied, waving off her concern. Brother Lin Ye, what use is this cage? We can't eat it, Luna remarked upon seeing them carrying the iron cage. It's quite useful. On this island, any scrap of iron is a precious resource, Lin Ye said with a mysterious smile. After multiple forays into the sea, Lin Ye's stomach grumbled audibly, a reminder of the scant sustenance consumed over the past 2 days. Looks like we'll be scavenging crabs again today, Lin Ye murmured, rubbing his belly. Let us search the beach. You should rest a bit, Huang Ziyu said, pulling Luna toward a nearby shore to forage. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Lin Ye did not idle. Grasping the iron plate and 2 stones from the ground, he began hammering. He intended to fashion a makeshift pot from the iron plate, sufficient for boiling food. Fortunately, the metal was stainless steel, otherwise it would have required extensive polishing. Before long, the pot's rudimentary shape emerged. As Lin Ye immersed himself in this task, a woman's voice sounded behind him. Hello, are you survivors from the cruise ship as well? Where did you find that iron cage? Turning around, Lin Ye saw a man and a woman standing behind him. The woman was tall and of mixed heritage, approximately 30 years old. Her skin tanned from 2 days of island sun. Though her clothing was tattered, a necklace around her neck signified affluence. She was strikingly beautiful, her large peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. The other man was a foreigner, tall and robust, holding a sharpened wooden stick in one hand. Positioned behind the woman, his expression was wary as he observed Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not lower the stone in his right hand. With his left, he grasped the rebar and pointed toward a distant ship. Yes, we are survivors from the cruise ship. There's a vessel over there. The woman looked in the direction Lin Ye indicated. Indeed, a ship was visible, mostly submerged with only the hull exposed. This confirmed that Lin Ye had not deceived them. Huang Ziyu and Luna hastened over upon witnessing the situation. Observing the movements of Lin Ye's hands, the mixed-race woman spoke. Please do not misunderstand us. We bear no ill intent. We merely heard the sound of tapping from here and thought there might be a rescue team, so we came to investigate. Lin Ye realized he had been careless, having assumed the crashing waves would drown out his tapping. Fortunately, he was some distance from Hua Ge and the others. Yet his noise had still attracted other survivors. My name is Wang Qin. My father is Chinese, and my mother is German. This is Hay, my friend. Wang Qin introduced herself. I am Lin Ye, he replied succinctly, maintaining his vigilance. From Hay's eyes, Lin Ye discerned a hint of hostility as he scrutinized Huang Ziyu and Luna. With a cold gaze, Lin Ye addressed Hade through Wang Qin. Is that so? Your friend does not appear particularly amicable. Wang Qin glanced at Hade, who was gripping a wooden stick and directing a hostile demeanor at Lin Ye. Hastily, she explained, "Oh, please do not misunderstand. We passed through the forest. The stick is merely for protection against unforeseen dangers." Hade put the stick down at once, she urged. Had the complete, planting the stick in the sand before approaching Huang Ziyu and the others. Extending his hand, he said, "Greetings, beautiful ladies. To encounter you on this desolate island brings me great joy." Lin Ye frowned. Hade clearly disregarded him, ignoring his presence entirely. "Hello, I'm Luna. Pleased to meet you," Luna said warmly, extending her hand in a friendly gesture. Perhaps her nature was open and carefree, oblivious to the treacheries of human intent. Huang Ziyu declined to respond or extend her hand, feeling discomfort from Hade's penetrating gaze. Instead, she silently moved behind Lin Ye. Seeing Huang Ziyu rebuff him, Hade curled the corner of his mouth and, noticing the crab in her hand, smiled as he said, "Fair lady, we have provisions at our camp. If you do not mind, you are welcome to return with me." "Really? You have food? May we truly accompany you?" Luna eagerly asked upon hearing this. Hade was about to reply when Huang Ziyu interjected firmly, "Sorry, I only take orders from our leader," nodding toward Lin Ye. Huang Ziyu's deference to Lin Ye in front of strangers was unmistakable. Luna, realizing her earlier indiscretion, silently moved to stand beside Huang Ziyu, demonstrating through action that Lin Ye was indeed their leader. Observing the two women side by side with Lin Ye, Hade reluctantly acknowledged him. Wang Qin added, "Hade is right. We do have some food, though supplies are scarce. Our camp lies not far, nestled by the forest, housing roughly 15 people. If you do not object, you might join us and form a group. After all, strength lies in numbers, and together we can devise a way forward." Lin Ye remained wary of Wang Qin, sensing she was no ordinary woman. Moreover, their limited provisions troubled him. While a larger number brought strength, it also meant greater consumption, and disparities in resource distribution could breed serious discord. Luna and Huang Ziyu simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lin Ye, with Huang Ziyu displaying a calm demeanor, while Luna exhibited a hint of anticipation. "There's no need. The three of us have grown accustomed to being together and do not wish to mingle with a larger crowd," Lin Ye remarked, not expressing gratitude for her good intentions. "Kid, inviting you to return to the camp with us is a sign of respect. Don't be so ungrateful as to let two lovely ladies go hungry alongside you," Hade interjected, pointing at Luna and Huang Ziyu. "This is my freedom. I do not require your concern," Lin Ye retorted dismissively. The air crackled with tension as Lin Ye tightened his grip on the steel bar in his hand. Witnessing the escalating confrontation, Wang Qin hurriedly intervened, saying, "Mr. Lin, I apologize. My friend speaks rather bluntly. However, I believe he has a point. You should allow them to make their own choice whether to return to the camp with us or continue accompanying you." Listening to Wang Qin's words, Lin Ye turned to the two ladies and stated, "If you wish to return to the camp with them, I will not obstruct you. It is each person's freedom." "No, I do not wish to return to the camp with them," Huang Ziyu declared resolutely, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. "I want to stay with Sister Ziyu," Luna added. Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback by their responses, realizing that both still desired to remain with him. Hade, surprised by this reply, thought to himself how this young man had managed to attract the company of two beautiful women. "Beautiful ladies, I urge you to consider this carefully. After all, your chances of survival will be significantly greater with us," Hade advised. Observing that the three remained unmoved, Hade was about to speak again when Wang Qin quickly interrupted, gesturing for him to leave. "Since that is the case, we shall not impose further. Hade, we should take our leave." "Safe travels," Lin Ye stated sharply. After taking a few steps, Wang Qin turned back to say, "Feel free to visit our camp when you have the time. It is about 2 to 3 miles east, towards the woods." "All right, I will definitely come by when I have the chance," Lin Ye responded. Observing Hade's muscular physique, Lin Ye was reluctant to offend him, knowing that a confrontation might end poorly for him. Wang Qin ceased speaking and continued forward without looking back, while Hade cast a menacing glare at Lin Ye before following Wang Qin, who Lin Ye chose to ignore. Now, with Wang Qin and her group to the east and Hua Ji's cohort to the west, Lin Ye found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. though he was grateful for the seclusion offered by the cave. Chapter 14. Setting the trap. Once they departed, Lin Ye's pot was ready, and, as he surveyed his creation, he acknowledged its imperfections, but deemed it usable. "Let us return to the cave," Lin Ye suggested, glancing at the crabs the two had caught, "which should suffice for a meal." He placed all the crabs into the pot, covered it with some leaves, and secured it with vines, filling it to the brim. Along the way, he collected a few empty bottles from the sea to fill with seawater. Huang Ziyu and Luna followed behind, carrying the iron cage. "You two should head back first. I will explore deeper into the forest," Lin Ye declared, handing the pot to Huang Ziyu while taking the cage from their hands. Lin Ye giggled. "I'm a bit scared. Can we go with you?" Luna whispered softly. The cave was not far from here, and the path during the day was relatively safe. If you encountered any danger, just shout loudly. "If I hadn't gone far, I would rush over immediately," Lin Ye said as he glanced in the direction of the cave. Luna pouted, clearly displeased. "Well, Lin Ye, you be careful yourself. We can manage to return on our own," Huang Ziyu said, casually brushing back his hair. Dealing with mature women was less troublesome. No need for endless explanations, especially when the woman was beautiful. "Don't worry, if danger arises, I will withdraw promptly," Lin Ye assured them. He then slung the iron cage on his back and held the steel rod in his right hand, heading in another direction. The jungle was dense, but the steel rod proved incredibly useful, smashing through the undergrowth and forging a path. If only he had a knife, it would be much less exhausting. After traveling roughly 800 meters, Lin Ye collapsed beneath a large tree, gasping for breath. The noise he had made likely frightened away any small animals or venomous snakes. As soon as he stopped moving, silence enveloped the surroundings. Occasionally, the distant chirping of cicadas could be heard, birds skimmed overhead, and rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves. Without this gentle illumination, the jungle would not be so thick with brambles and wild grass. "These trees are enormous," Lin Ye mused. "It would take 3 people to encircle one. If we had these in our village, they'd be worth a fortune." Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from afar. It was so subtle that without pausing to listen carefully, it would have been missed. "Whatever it is, I'll go check it out." Shouldering the iron cage, Lin Ye moved steadily toward the source of the sound, periodically stopping to listen and gauge the direction. The sound grew clearer. It was the murmur of flowing water. Excited, Lin Ye quickened his pace, pushing through the grass to reveal a small gorge. Below lay a narrow stream, its upper reaches stretching deep into the canyon where a towering peak obscured the view. The downstream path was unknown, seemingly cutting across the entire island. Lin Ye cautiously descended into the gorge, startling a small animal drinking by the stream, which darted into the forest. It was a masked palm civet, a rare sight indeed. Lin Ye recalled seeing them in his childhood. Many villagers once set traps to catch wild animals, some of which nearly faced extinction. Only after the government imposed strict protections did the poaching begin to abate. He cupped a handful of water and brought it to his lips. "Wow, this water is sweet, much better than that farmer stuff. If I started a mineral water company, I'd be a true transporter of nature." After drinking several more sips, he washed his face in the stream. "There are so many fish here. I need to figure out a way to catch some." Lin Ye eyed the stones along the bank and suddenly conceived a plan. The stream was only 2 or 3 meters wide, crystal clear, and at its deepest, only reached chest height, likely because it was not yet the rainy season. The water marks on either side of the gorge confirmed how high the water rose during the rains. Lin Ye stacked stones in the middle of the stream, positioning an iron cage at the very center, with the entrance facing upstream. Thus, a rudimentary fish trap was ingeniously constructed. He used stones to drive the fish downstream, and after several attempts, Lin Ye approached the iron cage to inspect his catch. Discovering he had indeed captured over 10 fish, the largest weighing around 5 pounds. At last, he could savor some meat. If he brought this back, the 2 sisters would surely be overjoyed, and perhaps he would be granted a night of companionship. Lin Ye chuckled to himself. He picked up a sharp stone from the riverbank and proceeded to gut the fish right there, threading them together with a twig. Unfortunately, he had not brought a container. Otherwise, he could have also taken some fresh water back. He decided to leave the iron cage in place, considering it a treasure that would, barring unforeseen circumstances, provide a continuous supply of fish. Satisfied with his fishing trap, Lin Ye broke off a larger branch from the nearby woods, dug into the ground with the stones, and secured it with the iron chain attached to the cage, giving it a firm tug. That would suffice for today. He would return tomorrow to check on it. Clapping his hands, he picked up the fish and headed back. Ziyu Jia, can we boil some crabs to eat? I'm really hungry, Luna remarked, peeking at the crabs in the pot. The fire nearby had been rekindled, with the pot resting beside it, held down by a stone. Let us wait for Lin Ye. He may return shortly, Huang Ziyu replied, adding more firewood to the flames. Ziyu Ye, why don't we persuade Lin Ye to join us at Wang Qin's camp when he comes back? There are more people there. So we want TB is frightened if we encounter a pack of wolves, Luna suggested, sitting beside Huang Ziyu. Huang Ziyu was slightly taken aback by Luna's words. It wasn't that she was unwilling to join the larger group. Her instincts warned her against going to that camp, just as she pondered how to respond. They heard Lin Ye's voice calling from a distance, "Ladies, I'm back. See what treasures I brought you." Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, both Huang Ziyu and Luna sprang to their feet and rushed to greet him. "These are fish, so many fish. Lin Ye, you are amazing. We can finally eat meat," Luna exclaimed, excitedly shaking Lin Ye's arm. "This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and I promise you shall enjoy abundant feasts on this island," Lin Ye replied with a grin. Luna's praise genuinely pleased him. It was no wonder emperors of old cherished flattery. These appear to be freshwater fish. Did you find a freshwater source? And what about your iron cage? Huang Ziyu inquired, pointing at the fish. Lin Ye glanced at her, expecting her to commend him as others had. Yet this woman possessed a different logic, capable of discerning details that often eluded others. Luna, eager at the prospect of finally tasting fish, recognized them as freshwater varieties. Quite perceptive. Indeed, I discovered a small stream over there teeming with fish. I used the iron cage to set a trap, and barring any surprises, we may feast on fish daily, Lin Ye declared with pride. Chapter 15. Being a little pet isn't so bad. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu's eyes regained a glimmer of vitality, her forlorn expression fading, perhaps due to worries about food. "That's wonderful. By the way, we haven't cooked the crabs yet. We've been waiting for your return," Huang Ziyu said, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Leave this to me. Today I shall treat you to a unique flavor," Lin Ye declared as he rolled up his sleeves and approached the pot of crabs. "Brother Lin Ye, what exquisite dishes can be created with fish and crabs? Do you need my assistance?" Luna inquired, trailing closely behind him. It was no wonder she was so eager. The prospect of delicious food likely stirred her appetite. "Why don't you go fetch the gift bag from the suitcase? We can use it to store these crabs," Lin Ye instructed Luna. "All right, I will do that right away." As Luna busied herself with the crabs, Lin Ye gathered a few large stones to place beside the fire, perfectly sized to support the pot for cooking. He then poured some seawater collected from the beach into the pot and set it to boil. "Are you attempting to make sea salt?" Huang Ziyu asked, observing Lin Ye's actions. "Smart. Though it may not be entirely clean, it can still be used for seasoning. What do you think? Am I not quite impressive?" Lin Ye replied, "You're already being narcissistic before I even complimented you. I've noticed you can be rather unreliable at times. Yet you possess quite a bit of knowledge," Huang Ziyu retorted playfully. "Ah, you actually smiled. Haha, that's right. It's important to smile more often. Even in our current predicament, we must maintain an optimistic outlook," Lin Ye chuckled. These past few days had indeed been quite oppressive for her. Chased by wolves, pursued by sharks, enduring days without a proper meal, and having to sleep in a cold cave. "You are right. We must face our situation with optimism," Huang Ziyu murmured, gazing into the flames, lost in thought. The seawater in the pot quickly evaporated under the fierce flames, leaving a layer of white crystals at the bottom. Lin Ye swiftly collected them, filling an empty water bottle. Next, he poured in half of fresh water and placed some wooden sticks across the top of the pot, steaming the crabs above it. It took several rounds of steaming to finish them. Finally, he poured the remaining fresh water into the pot, added 3 fish, and included the leftover mushrooms from yesterday, seasoning it with salt. "Brother Lin Ye, what kind of dish is this?" "Fish soup with mushrooms?" Luna asked. "Dear princess, what a question. I don't even know what this dish is. As long as there is food, it's good enough. We must not waste it," Lin Ye replied, rolling his eyes. "Oh, if Brother Lin Ye says it's delicious, then it must be," Luna said, swallowing hard in anticipation. It seems we have no bowls or utensils," Huang Ziyu said, shrugging her shoulders at Lin Ye. It was only when Huang Ziyu mentioned this that Lin Ye realized they had but one pot among the 3 of them. Lin Ye ventured into the woods to find a few clean branches, crafting 3 pairs of rudimentary chopsticks. He distributed a pair to each of them, saying, "For today, Let us make do with this pot. Tomorrow, I shall devise a better solution. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Not out of disdain, but simply because this method of eating was likely a first in her life. Luna, holding the chopsticks with a hint of bewilderment, remarked, "How does one use these? I've always eaten with a knife and fork before." Lin Ye then slapped his forehead, saying, "I suppose you'll have to learn to use chopstick from now on, or else resort to using your hands." He had forgotten that she was a foreigner, and given the circumstances, there was no provision for knives and forks, only makeshift chopsticks fashioned from small wooden sticks. Luna's face showed some distress as she awkwardly held the chopsticks, unsure of how to proceed. "All right, it's ready. Let us eat," Lin Ye said as he brought the pot down. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and ate it alongside the crab. Meanwhile, Huang Ziyu assumed the role of the considerate elder sister, patiently instructing young Luna on the proper use of chopsticks. Lin Ye ate heartily, unconcerned with appearances, whereas Huang Ziyu ate with a certain grace. Luna, however, was comical, fumbling with the chopsticks and occasionally dropping food onto the ground. After an hour-long feast, the meal concluded. Yet Luna still seemed eager for more. The salted food was indeed delicious. "By the way, Luna, when you went up to fetch the bag earlier, were those two little sand crabs still up there?" Lin Ye asked. "Yes, they were so pitiful, curled up together. When I approached, they even opened their mouths at me." Luna replied. Lin Ye noticed 7 or 8 fish hanging on the tree and selected the smallest one, slicing it into small pieces with a razor blade. "I'll go feed them now." They've regained their appetite. "Raising them as little pets might not be a bad idea," he said, climbing up. Their parents had been gone all day without returning, likely unable to find food, perhaps even for 2 days. Holding the fish meat near the little creatures, they initially seemed wary, but soon eagerly approached as Lin Ye offered the food. Lin Ye had experience raising birds in his childhood. Soon, the little creatures devoured all the fish meat from his hand. Observing them, their feathers were still incomplete, and it would be over a month before they could fly. As Lin Ye descended, he saw Huang Ziyu tidying up the remnants in the pot, truly a diligent woman. "Huang Ziyu, could you take me to the creek later?" she asked, setting down the pot. "What for?" Lin Ye inquired. "I haven't bathed for several days. I want to wash up by the river," she said, blushing. "Brother Lin Ye, I want to come too. I haven't bathed for days either, and I smell terrible. You would want me sleeping beside you smelling like this, would you?" Luna hastily added upon hearing Huang Ziyu's plan. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye said, "Very well, wait for me." He took down the fish hanging on the tree, evenly coating them with sea salt, then climbed the vine ladder to hang the fish in a sunny spot high above. The heat of the day would preserve the fish longer. Otherwise, they would spoil before they could be eaten tomorrow. Hanging them on the rock face also prevented other animals from stealing the food. After completing these tasks, Lin Ye, still somewhat uneasy, buried the fish bones that Huang Ziyu had accidentally dropped on the ground with soil. "Let us go. I'll take you there," Lin Ye said, clapping his hands. Huang Ziyu gazed at Lin Ye as he completed his tasks, seemingly coming to a realization. "Wait for me a moment," Luna said before climbing into the cave. When she returned, she held several garments and a pair of trousers, handing one set to Huang Ziyu and saying, "This is for you, Ziyujia." "Thank you," Huang Ziyu replied as she accepted the clothes. Chapter 16. The treasure cage. At that moment, the girl grew enthusiastic, leading the two of them with all the empty bottles to the riverbank. "Lin Ye, let us wash over there. You need not follow. And you are not allowed to peek," Huang Ziyu stated. "Anyway, I've already been seen by Lin Ye, so I am not particularly concerned about this time. If Lin Ye wishes to look, I have no objections." Luna winked as she spoke. "You mischievous girl. Then go take your romantic bath with your Lin Ye." Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes in response. Lin Ye had initially thought he could enjoy some playful splashing with the girls, but it appeared that Huang Ziyu was not very keen on that. In civilized society, a group of men and women dressed in swimsuits bathing and swimming would not be unusual. However, perhaps he felt it somewhat inappropriate to be the only man on this island. You all go ahead. I'll take a look at the iron cage," Lin Ye said as he made his way toward the cage. Upon reaching the iron cage, he noticed 2 small fish had returned inside. Turning back, he saw Huang Ziyu and the others had moved behind a large rock, indicating that he would not be able to indulge his eyes. Even if Lin Ye stealthily followed and hid nearby to observe, they would likely notice him. Setting that aside, he decided to wash himself as well, venturing into the sea to retrieve items. The sun had left a layer of white salt upon his skin. Lin Ye glanced at himself and found a slightly deeper area to crouch down. After washing, he realized he had not brought a change of trousers with him. Noting the stillness in the direction of Huang Ziyu and the others, he presumed that women generally took longer to bathe. Lin Ye removed his clothes and trousers, twisting them vigorously before hanging the long pants and shirt on a branch, while putting on his damp underwear. At least if someone saw him, he had some coverage. After an indeterminate wait, with no sign of them finishing, Lin Ye grew somewhat anxious and called out, "Hey, how long are you going to take?" "Lin Ye, just a little longer. We'll be done shortly," Luna replied. "I thought you were taken by a monster due to the prolonged silence. As long as you're all right." "It's fine. We're not in a hurry," Lin Ye remarked as he reclined on the stone. "I'm already done. It's mainly Ziyujia who asks slower." Luna's voice was muffled by something. Hearing the odd tone, Lin Ye wondered if they had encountered trouble and was about to rise to check. "Lin Ye, it's nothing. Don't listen to this silly girl. We will be finished soon." Huang Ziyu's voice came from behind the rock. "Oh, then once you finish, take your time coming out." "I just bathed, and my clothes aren't dry yet," Lin Ye replied before lying back on the large stone. At that moment, behind the rock, Huang Ziyu was covering Luna's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I will let go of your mouth, but you must not speak recklessly again," Huang Ziyu admonished. Glaring at Luna, Luna blinked and nodded in agreement, prompting Huang Ziyu to release her. "Ziyujia, I almost suffocated." Luna gasped for air. "Who told you to speak so recklessly?" "How embarrassing it would be for Lin Ye to hear that," Huang Ziyu remarked, rolling her eyes. "Sister Ziyu, I thought I should inform Lin Ye so he could think of a solution." "I didn't expect you to react so strongly," Luna replied, appearing somewhat innocent. "I certainly do not wish for him to know such an awkward matter. Besides, even if he were aware, what could he possibly do?" "There is no means on this island," Huang Ziyu said, her cheeks flushed. After a moment of contemplation, Luna seemed to agree, realizing that there truly were no viable solutions. "Sister Ziyu, your figure is absolutely stunning, and you are quite beautiful. I'm sure you have many admirers," Luna remarked with a playful smile, focusing on a particular aspect of Huang Ziyu. You are not lacking either. In this style, Lin Ye would surely be quite taken with you," Huang Ziyu pointed out, gesturing at Luna. "If brother Lin Ye were to express his affection for me, I would undoubtedly offer myself wholeheartedly. Perhaps we should invite brother Lin Ye over for a delightful view," Luna suggested mischievously. "I think you are simply a love-struck kitten. You two should consider sharing a romantic bath," Huang Ziyu teased as she stood up and made her way to the shore. Observing the bleeding had ceased beneath her, she tore off a clean piece of cloth to place underneath. "This should suffice for tonight," Huang Ziyu mused to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had nearly dried his clothes and donned them, checking the iron cage, which now contained 2 more small fish. "Ah, this is a treasure trove. I need not worry about sustenance, as there is more than enough to feast upon," Lin Ye chuckled, extracting all the fish. After cleaning them, he prepared to meet the 2 beautiful ladies approaching, carrying a change of clothes. Although the box contained men's attire, it exuded a certain elegance on them, despite their hair appearing somewhat unkempt, tied back with strips of cloth. "Have you finished washing? Fill up the water bottles, and we shall return," Lin Ye instructed, pointing to the empty bottles on the ground. Huang Ziyu noticed the additional fish in Lin Ye's hands and glanced at the iron cage in the stream. Casting a thoughtful look at him, "This iron cage is indeed a remarkable invention. Of course, even without the cage, I would still find a way to catch them," Lin Ye replied with a grin. "Keep boasting," Huang Ziyu retorted, ignoring him as she began filling her water bottle by the stream. Before long, she had filled several bottles, handing some to Luna. "Let us go, ladies," Lin Ye said, securing the fish with a steel rod across his back, whistling cheerfully as he walked ahead. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from his side. "Help! Help! Run! It's coming after us, run!" The commotion drew Lin Ye's attention. "Something is amiss. Stay still while I investigate," he instructed, setting his belongings down and climbing the nearest small tree to observe the source of the noise. About 50 meters away, he spotted a man and 2 women rushing towards them, heedless of the thorns that scratched their arms and faces. Behind them, a large black wild boar was in pursuit, its tusks nearly grazing the man's backside. "This is bad. We need to run towards the stream," Lin Ye exclaimed, jumping down from the tree, alarmed as he addressed the 2. "What is it, Lin Ye?" Huang Ziyu inquired, noticing the pallor on his face. "A wild boar is relentlessly pursuing 3 individuals, drawing nearer to our direction," Lin Ye, grasping the hands of both companions, urged them onward as they fled. The path back has been blocked by the creatures, leaving them no choice but to head towards a small creek. However, the woman leading the charge behind them has already caught sight of Lin Ye and his companions. "Help! Please save us!" she cried out. Despite the desperate cries echoing behind him, Lin Ye remained undeterred. Had he not perched in a tree and spotted the monstrous wild boar with its formidable tusks, he might have paused. After all, curiosity often compels one to assist. But prudence must prevail. Chapter 17. The struggle. Upon hearing the calls for help, Huang Ziyu did glance back, a word almost escaping her lips. But she swallowed it back down. Soon, they reached the bank of the creek. "Quick, climb onto that large rock where you bathed earlier," Lin Ye instructed the two. Save me." Before she could finish her plea, a man's anguished scream pierced the air. The wild boar had sunk its jaws into the man's leg, gnawing mercilessly. The two women, now behind Lin Ye, were in a state of utter panic, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Upon hearing the man's cries, one of the women collapsed in fear. Seeing the two women in disarray, bloodied and terrified, Lin Ye's heart softened. "You both should join her on the rock. I will hold the rear." Observing one woman succumb to her fright, Huang Ziyu rushed over to assist her in climbing onto the stone. Once all four women had ascended the rock, Lin Ye turned back to see the boar vigorously rooting into the man's body. Gripping the steel rod tightly, he contemplated a rescue attempt, but he surmised it would be futile. He too climbed onto the rock. The man's cries had devolved into incoherent utterances, and from a distance, he appeared to be little more than a broken figure until his voice faded entirely. "Lin Ye, it seems to be watching us," Luna remarked, tugging at Lin Ye's arm as she gazed at the wild boar. Lin Ye examined the rock beneath him. Its surface was somewhat slick, with an incline of about 2 meters. It required effort to ascend, but the boar's hooves would not allow it to follow. The two women, witnessing the boar's slow approach, screamed in terror. "Do not worry, it cannot climb up," Lin Ye reassured them, though fear crept into his own heart as he clutched the steel rod for solace. The wild boar stood at the base of the rock, its proximity instilling a sense of dread. Its ivory tusks gleamed, its bristly fur glistened with fresh blood. Lin Ye fixated on its penetrating gaze as the boar emitted a low growl. Huang Ziyu and Luna tugged at Lin Ye's clothing, trembling in fear. The other two women clung to each other, weeping profusely. "Be quiet. The more frightened we are, the more the boar will attack us," Lin Ye commanded sharply. At his words, the two women's sobs transformed into choked breaths. "Lin Ye, should we jump in the river? Wouldn't that be safer?" Huang Ziyu suggested softly, glancing back at the spot where they had bathed, the water's depth likely reaching their chests. "Now is not the time for rash actions. I remain uncertain whether the wild boar might launch an assault upon us in the water. If it charges recklessly, you must leap into the water." Lin Ye gestured with his hand. "Understood." Huang Ziyu was aware that she could offer little assistance, and merely hoped not to become a burden to Lin Ye. Alas! Lin Ye observed as one of the wild boar's forelegs scraped the ground, its snout heaving with exertion, a clear indication of an impending attack. The wild boar began to retreat slowly. With a sudden, strange cry, it lunged ferociously at Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye prepared to urge the women behind him to jump into the water, the wild boar's forefoot slipped on a smooth stone, causing it to tumble awkwardly. With a heavy thud, the wild boar fell. Witnessing this, Lin Ye's fear dissipated. "Come at me. Do come," he taunted the wild boar. Simultaneously, Lin Ye devised a strategy for confronting the creature. The distance the boar charged from was about 50 centimeters away, just the right range for him to jab it with the steel rebar in hand. "Oof." Lin Ye mimicked the wild boar's grunt, continuing his provocation. "You beast. Come at me. Bite me if you dare." "Lin Ye, are you out of your mind? You're provoking it," Huang Ziyu exclaimed, gripping Lin Ye's arm. "I'm doing it on purpose. I wish to incite its fury." "I have a plan," Lin Ye declared with pride. "Brother Lin Ye, let's not anger it further. It is truly ferocious," Luna said, her voice trembling with fear. Luna glanced at the corpse of a man lying in the distance, then at the wild boar beneath the rock, swallowing hard. "Indeed, we are safe for now. Let's not provoke it." The two women behind her nodded in agreement. "It is not I who provoked it. Just observe its demeanor. It shows no intention of allowing us to leave. If night falls and we attract other carnivorous creatures, we will be in deep trouble," Lin Ye remarked, gazing at the distant body. Lin Ye caught several fish and rinsed them with water. As long as there were no large carnivores nearby, they were relatively safe. Carnivores possess acute senses, and with such a strong scent of blood, they would be in peril come nightfall. Thus, Lin Ye was keen to avoid prolonging any encounter with the wild boar. The wild boar, unable to restrain itself after hearing Lin Ye's taunts, retreated a few steps before charging once more. This time, the force of its attack was tremendous, nearly impaling Lin Ye with its tusks. In a swift at the same time, the wild boar was pierced by Lin Ye, and blood began to ooze from the creature's head, indicating it had indeed sustained some injury. The wild boar shook its head and charged again. Unbelievable. It was coming once more. Lin Ye assumed a proper stance, and as the boar rushed towards him again, he unleashed all his strength, driving the steel rod deep into the creature's throat. Half of the rod was embedded within, and Lin Ye's hand was grazed by the boar's tusks. The boar's throat gushed blood as it fell to the ground, struggling intermittently while letting out desperate cries. "Lin Ye, your hand!" Huang Ziyu exclaimed, noticing the blood flowing from Lin Ye's hand. She quickly tore a strip of fabric from her garment. "Wait a moment, let me bandage it for you." Lin Ye examined his arm, where a 20-centimeter scratch marred his skin. Fortunately, it was not very deep, and as he relaxed, a wave of pain washed over him. "I hope I won't catch some infectious disease. After all, a dog bite can lead to rabies, and this was a boar." Lin Ye shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Survival was the utmost priority. Luckily, the wild boar finally succumbed, and Lin Ye sat heavily on a stone, exhaling deeply. Chapter 18. Jin Maishan. Jin Shishan. Only then did Lin Ye turn to scrutinize the two women, who were still in shock from their ordeal. "How did you end up here? How were you being chased by a wild boar?" he inquired. Upon hearing Lin Ye's questions, the two women began to recount their tale, each adding to the narrative. From their account, he learned that they too were survivors from the cruise ship. Originally, there had been 8 of them, but 3 had succumbed to serious injuries. Ultimately, 5 ventured into the jungle in search of food and water, inadvertently encountering the wild boar. 2 men had become separated during their escape. Consequently, the 3 remaining, 1 man and 2 women, were relentlessly pursued by the boar until they stumbled upon Lin Ye. "Thank you, Appa. If it weren't for you, my sister and I might have met the same fate," one of the women expressed gratefully. Listening to her, Lin Ye realized she was from H country, and that they were indeed sisters. "No need for thanks. Aiding you is also a benefit to myself," Lin Ye replied. Observing that the wild boar had ceased its struggles, Lin Ye jumped down to inspect the creature, confirming its lack of breath. "We cannot linger here. We must leave promptly," Lin Ye stated, directing his gaze toward the corpse of the man. "I fear we might attract other beasts at any moment. You two come down and assist me." Lin Ye called to Huang Ziyu and her sister. Gazing at the large boar lying on the ground, Lin Ye was determined not to waste the substantial amount of boar meat available. The creature weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, and carrying it all back was impractical. Lin Ye selected a flat stone, sharpening one edge, and with their assistance, he laboriously began to butcher arrow. Listening to the conversation of the 2 women behind him, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting their presence. Whether to take them along or not was a dilemma, as the cave could hardly accommodate them. After contemplating for a while, Lin Ye spoke. "Accompanying us might put you at risk as well, and our camp lacks sufficient space for everyone. We consume very little food, usually, and as long as we can hold out until rescue arrives, we are willing to contribute." Upon hearing Lin Ye's reluctance to take them along, the women grew anxious. "Lin Ye, why not bring them with us?" Huang Ziyu suggested, glancing at them with a hint of compassion. Lin Ye, Notijin Huang Ziyu's pididink guze, felt a surge of sympathy. "Lin Ye Gidge, I can eat less and share my food with them," Luna chimed in. Lin Ye found himself in a quandary. Already burdened with 2 companions, the prospect of adding 2 more was overwhelming, especially with the incessant pleas of the women calling him Appa. Ultimately, Lin Ye's heart softened. "Very well, I agree to take you with us. Go wash up by the river, and I will prepare some pork for you to carry." The 2 women, overwhelmed with joy, burst into tears, and one of them planted a kiss on Lin Ye's cheek before rushing to the creek. "Lin Ye Gige, why is your face so red? Have you never been kissed by a girl before?" Luna teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lin Ye rolled his eyes, retorting, "If you don't want dinner, come over and help." "Oh, okay." When they returned after washing up, Lin Ye had prepared some pork for them to carry. Around 20 pounds each, just within their capacity. Strangely enough, After their wash, Lin Ye found himself mesmerized. The sisters bore a striking resemblance, with oval faces, large eyes, and sensuous, delicate lips, stirring a desire in men to kiss them. Their tattered clothing could not conceal their inherent beauty. Observing their shapely figures, Lin Ye speculated on their fitness regime, though he knew that 80 of each country's populace undergoes cosmetic surgery, leaving him uncertain of their natural beauty. You lecher. Huang Ziyu's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Ye rubbed his nose, akin to someone caught in a guilty act. Let's hurry back. I fear danger may lurk ahead, he said, shouldering the pork and making his way back. He had lost track of the fish and had no desire to search for it, opting to forge a new path while avoiding the corpses along the way. Relieved that water remained available. Along the journey, he learned that the sisters were named Jin Maishan and Jin Shishan, members of a girl group. Lin Ye vaguely recalled their group from the cruise, but had limited interaction, as he was merely a lowly servant, confined to a small circle. The younger sister, Jin Shishan, was quite extroverted, chattering away in her halting Mandarin, while her elder sister was more reserved. As Lin Ye laughed and conversed with the sisters, Luna stealthily approached him, playfully pinching his side and whispering in his ear, Lin Ye Gidge, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Don't forget your old love for the new. No, you are all the same, Lin Ye said, displaying a foolish innocence. This woman is utterly perplexing. What does she mean by new love and old love? Whoever I love is my own business. Next time, I shall certainly give her a piece of my mind, Lin Ye silently vowed. Having more women around is hardly a blessing, he thought, shaking his head. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Ye assigned tasks to each of them, ensuring everyone had a role to play. Huang Ziyu and Luna were tasked with starting the fire, while the Jin sisters, Jin Maishan and Jin Shishan, prepared to slice the wild boar meat. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted wild boar, Lin Ye declared, hands on his hips. Hooray! Exclaimed Luna and Jin Maishan in excitement. Huang Ziyu merely glanced at Lin Ye, remaining silent while continuing her work. When Lin Ye looked up at the fish hanging on the rock wall, he was taken aback to find them missing. What the hell? How could they be gone so quickly? He exclaimed, hastily climbing up to investigate. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the four women paused their activities and turned to look at him. Upon reaching the top, Lin Ye discovered that all the fish were near the golden eagle's nest. Oh no, this fish was coated in sea salt. If the birds eat it, they could perish. Lin Ye hurriedly checked on the two little sandpipers. The two small birds stared at Lin Ye with bright eyes, chirping and stretching their beaks toward him, expecting food. Given the situation, it seemed they were not in grave danger. It appeared that the eagle had returned searching for food and had taken a couple of fish. However, since the salt concentration was not high, a small amount would likely not harm them. Chapter 19. Constructing the wooden cabin in his youth. Lin Ye had cared for a mynah bird, teaching it to speak. However, a prank by a friend from the same village, who fed it a pinch of table salt, resulted in the unfortunate demise of the bird that very night. After bringing down the fish, Lin Ye sliced some wild boar meat to feed the two sandpipers, who showed no resistance to his offerings. That evening, as they savored the delicious boar meat and sweet fish soup, Lin Ye remarked, "Ah, what a flavorful life we lead." Just as he was relishing the meal, Huang Ziyu interrupted him, saying, "You should consider how we will rest tonight." Caught off guard, Lin Ye replied, "I've thought it through. I will sleep in the cave while the four of you keep watch below," he brazenly stated, intending to tease them and gauge their reactions. Upon hearing this, Luna, somewhat displeased, suggested, "Lin Ye Gidge, why don't I sleep in the cave too? I can keep you company. After all, it can accommodate two." This girl remained as unabashed as ever, disregarding the thoughts of the others. Huang Ziyu, in a teasing tone, remarked, "Sure, you two can sleep up there. There's a box of little umbrellas that would come in handy." "What little umbrellas?" Jin Shishan asked, puzzled. Jin Maishan tugged at her hand, signaling her to be quiet, and whispered an explanation in her ear. Upon hearing her sister's words, Jin Shishan quickly covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. "I have no objections. It's up to Lin Ye Gidge," Luna giggled. Surprised by Luna's words, Huang Ziyu pondered whether women should not be more reserved, or perhaps Western women were simply more open-minded. Lin Ye spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, I was just joking earlier. After all, I am a man. I cannot let you all stand watch downstairs through the night." Before Lin Ye could finish, Huang Ziyu interrupted him. "I actually think what you said makes sense. If you rest well, you'll have more energy during the day, increasing our chances against any danger." Besides, the four of us taking turns at night can watch out for each other. Hearing Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye felt touched, whether for himself or for her. Her reasoning was quite astute. Enough, I am the team leader, so you all should follow my arrangement. Although the space above is limited, the four of you can still squeeze in together, Lin Ye declared. And what about you, Appa? Jean Shishan asked, removing her hands from her face. I'll just sleep down here leaning against the rock wall. If danger arises, I'll climb up immediately. Don't worry, I am a man, Lin Ye said, rising and patting his backside. Hearing this, Huang Ziyu opened her mouth to say something but retreated after meeting Lin Ye's forbidding gaze. After the night passed, Huang Ziyu was the first to rise. Upon descending, she saw the fire still burning but noticed Lin Ye's absence and felt slightly concerned. The sound of trees crashing echoed from the forest. Huang Ziyu cautiously followed the noise. Lin Ye, are you there? Is it you? She called into the woods. Oh, it's me. Don't be afraid, Lin Ye replied. Upon hearing his voice, Huang Ziyu lowered her guard and approached him. She saw Lin Ye clutching a stone axe. Surrounded by over a dozen small trees, each as thick as an arm, felled nearby. Why did you chop down so many trees? Huang Ziyu asked, puzzled. Aren't you clever? Why would you need to ask that? Lin Ye chuckled. Never mind, I thought you might need help, but it seems you don't. Huang Ziyu said, deliberately stamping her foot before turning to leave. Hey, wait. I do need help, Lin Ye quickly called out. Then why didn't you tell me why you chopped all those trees? Huang Ziyu retorted. I was hoping you, being smarter than the others, could guess. Lin Ye laughed awkwardly. I'll tell you this. Never make a woman guess what she doesn't want to. Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, rubbing his forehead. How would I know? I have never truly understood women. While Huang Ziyu sulked, Lin Ye added, Go gather them all, and help me carry these trees to the cave. Huang Ziyu squatted, idly playing with a stray blade of grass she had found, and said coolly, I want to go. If you want it done, you'll have to do it yourself. Lin Ye was puzzled, having done nothing to offend her. But even he knew she was upset. Changing his tone, he said, Ziyu, the beautiful and kind-hearted lady. Anyone who marries you will surely have good fortune. Let those who want good fortune have it. My heart is not kind. I am quite malicious, just so you know, Huang Ziyu pouted. Indeed, my intention in felling these trees is to construct a modest wooden cabin at the campsite, while you all find refuge in the cave. I must devise a means for myself, for what if I were to be bitten by a venomous snake at night? And what if a wolf were to carry me away? Lin Ye appealed to emotions, and upon hearing his words, Huang Ziyu recognized the gravity of the situation. Women sometimes harbor conflicting sentiments. Although they may understand the necessity of composure, they yearn for their men to indulge them with reassurances and explanations. You too are a wolf. After all, you belong to the same ilk, Huang Ziyu retorted with biting words, yet she rose to return. Wait here, I shall summon them. No longer engaging in banter with Lin Ye, she soon returned with several young women, who, after several trips, managed to transport all the timber back. Lin Ye cut down additional trees, observing that the stone axe in his hand had become dulled. This tool is no longer usable. The labor is becoming excessively arduous, he remarked, shaking his hand. After felling dozens of trees, his hands throbbed from the impact, and he hoisted the remaining timber to carry it back. At noon, the great eagle returned with a small wild rabbit, directly feeding the little golden eagle in the nest. The little golden eagle had been fed by Lin Ye earlier in the morning and was not particularly hungry. Noticing that the young eagle did not open its beak, and with wild boar meat nearby that Lin Ye had set aside, the great eagle began to eat. Presumably, it was foraging for its offspring while enduring hunger itself. Lin Ye did not closely observe them. He merely instructed Luna to keep a vigilant watch on the great eagle's movements, for it was a raptor, and should it descend to attack, they needed to be prepared. A talon strike from it would not simply result in a bruise. At noon, Lin Ye prepared another pot of wild boar meat, and the young women feasted until satisfied. He then led them in constructing their small wooden cabin. After a day of hard work, the cabin finally took shape, built along the stone wall at the cave's lower edge, providing just enough space for 3 adults. 3 sides were enclosed with timber, though the top remained bare, lacking suitable materials for coverage. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the task had been accomplished. Chapter 20. So many fish, I can only venture into the forest shortly to search for better materials. Lin Ye, shall we head to the seaside? Perhaps there's a rescue team, Huang Ziyu suggested, handing over a bottle of water. Very well, let us go take a look. You two remain here to guard the campsite. Rest assured, I shall return with news if I find anything, Lin Ye replied to the Jin sisters. Jin Shishan, fearful of being abandoned, looked at him with a pained expression and implored, Lin Ye Appa, let us go together. We promise not to cause any trouble along the way. Do not worry. If there's a rescue team, I will inform you, I promise. Moreover, the campsite requires supervision, and with all that boar meat hanging, we cannot risk it being taken by wild beasts, or we would have to search for food again. Lin Ye pointed towards the meat suspended from the tree. Upon hearing this, Jin Shishan ceased her protests, albeit with some apprehension, and instructed the two to move their belongings into the cave and to refrain from descending. Accompanied by Huang Ziyu and Luna, Lin Ye returned to the seaside, only to find the situation somewhat amiss. The seawater appeared to have receded significantly compared to the previous days, with fish occasionally leaping onto the shore. Wow, Lin Ye Gidge, there's so many fish, Luna exclaimed, running excitedly towards them. Observing the situation, Lin Ye appeared contemplative, for extraordinary occurrences often harbor hidden dangers. Today, the sea has receded by at least 2 or 3 meters. And why are these fish leaping onto the shore? Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow and inquired. Ah, Sister Ziyu, isn't it better that the fish are jumping onto the shore? We could never catch them in the water, Luna remarked, holding a sizable grouper in her hands. Lin Ye pondered it deeply, watching the continuous stream of fish leaping from the sea, while the sky above remained clear and serene, seemingly devoid of any impending trouble. Something is amiss. The retreating sea and the multitude of fish and shrimp appearing in the shallows must signal a great calamity. It could either be a typhoon or a tsunami. Lin Ye stated gravely, Brother Lin Ye, the sky is clear and cloudless. How could there be a tsunami or a typhoon? Luna gazed at the azure sky. Could it be that your judgment is mistaken? Huang Ziyu gently questioned. Do you recall the signs preceding an earthquake? Lin Ye asked. At his inquiry, Huang Ziyu's pupils gradually widened as she articulated. Are you suggesting that these fish and shrimp are omens of a great disaster? Indeed, regardless of whether my assessment is correct. We must return to the campsite immediately, at the very least to seek shelter, Lin Ye asserted with a firm nod. Luna, stop collecting, we must hurry. Lin Ye urged the still gathering Luna. But it's such a pity. I was looking forward to a seafood feast, Luna pouted. Nevertheless, she chose a larger fish to keep, prompting Lin Ye to say to Huang Ziyu, let us each take one and hasten our pace. Very well. Huang Ziyu immediately picked up the nearest fish to her. Let us go. We cannot linger here, Lin Ye instructed the two. As the trio ventured into the woods, Lin Ye glanced back at the sea, which had suddenly transformed into a white expanse, revealing a long, radiant wall of water. Run. It truly is a tsunami, Lin Ye exclaimed, discarding the fish in his grasp and urging the others. The two turned to witness the alarming sight at the shoreline and raced towards the campsite, still clutching their seafood treasures with reluctance. Throw it away. Your lives are paramount, Lin Ye shouted at them. A thunderous roar emanated from the shore, and upon hearing this sound, Lin Ye understood that the tsunami was drawing near. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped their hands and sprinted towards the campsite. A sharp cry echoed as Huang Ziyu stumbled over a tree root and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ye quickly turned back, intending to lift her and continue running. But as she attempted to rise, she collapsed once more, indicating a serious injury to her foot. I can't, it hurts too much. I simply cannot stand. Huang Ziyu grimaced in pain. Luna, you must run ahead. Do not look back. Climb into the cave as soon as you return, Lin Ye shouted urgently to Luna. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, accompanied by torrential rain, yet they were still a distance from the campsite. What about you two? Luna asked anxiously. You go ahead. I will carry her, and we will catch up, Lin Ye replied, bending down to signal Huang Ziyu to climb onto his back. Luna wished to come forward and assist, but was sternly admonished by Lin Ye. You must leave at once, and do not concern yourself with us. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Luna cast a deep glance at Lin Ye before turning and sprinting back towards the camp, hoping fervently that the two of them could keep pace, but soon vanished from sight. Huang Ziyu, abandoning any pretense, allowed Lin Ye to carry her as he ran towards the camp, stumbling frequently due to the treacherous terrain of the forest. With the added challenge of bearing another's weight, he had fallen countless times, and at that moment, the torrential rain began to pour down. Lin Ye, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this mess, Perhaps you should put me down, or neither of us will manage to escape, Huang Ziyu said, a hint of guilt in her voice. What nonsense are you uttering? Could I possibly set you down? Fear not. We shall be fine, Lin Ye reassured her, giving her a playful pat on her rear. At such a time, you still seek to take advantage of me, Huang Ziyu retorted, pinching Lin Ye's ear with force. Ah, pardon, I did not mean to. My hands are merely behind you, and I mistook it for your back. But it feels rather substantial. Haha, Lin Ye replied with a mischievous grin. Angered, Huang Ziyu struck Lin Ye's back with force, while the torrential rain obscured his vision, necessitating frequent wipes with his hand. The path ahead became exceedingly arduous, observing Lin Ye as he persistently fell and rose. Huang Ziyu felt a surge of emotion. At least in such dire circumstances, there was a man who fought valiantly for her. Suddenly, the sound of falling trees echoed from behind, and she realized the tsunami was drawing near. With a forceful shove, she pushed Lin Ye down and declared, You must go. I no longer require your assistance. Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and climb on. Do not waste any more time. Lin Ye shouted sharply. You leave. I do not need you. What gives you the right to save me? Huang Ziyu cried out, her voice tinged with tears. I say, you ungrateful woman. Must I discipline you before you listen? Lin Ye said, disregarding her struggles as he hoisted her onto his shoulder and delivered a firm slap to her rear. Wah! She cried, bursting into tears. You lecherous fiend. I do not want your help. Let me down, Wah. Lin Ye ignored her pleas as the water rose to his knees. The torrential rain still falling relentlessly, rendering each step increasingly difficult. Before long, the seawater would surely engulf them. He wondered whether Luna had already returned to the cave. Chapter 21. A greater wave of tsunami at that moment. Lin Ye could think of nothing else, grappling with Huang Ziyu in the water, where retreat seemed impossible. I'm sorry, Lin Ye. It is all my fault, Huang Ziyu said, ceasing her cries as she lay against Lin Ye's back. Do not say such things. After all, I am your captain. Can I simply stand by and watch? Lin Ye replied with exasperation. Standing still, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. It appeared only a risky endeavor remained. Lin Ye glanced at a nearby large tree and said, I must carry you towards that tree. Climb up using my back. The higher you ascend, the better, he instructed Huang Ziyu. I cannot reach, Lin Ye. I'm not tall enough, she responded. Lin Ye glanced at Huang Ziyu's hand, which was still 50 centimeters away from grasping the branch above. He exerted himself to reach it, but remained just out of reach. Reluctantly, he set her down and said, Let's embrace this tree. We will utilize the buoyancy of the water to ascend slowly. Yes, it seems we have no other choice, Huang Ziyu replied, clutching the sturdy tree tightly. As the water rose higher, accompanied by a tumultuous storm, numerous smaller trees were uprooted. Fortunately, this tree was relatively robust, shielding them from falling branches. Otherwise, they would be at constant risk of being struck. The water had now risen to their chests, and with each wave crashing against them, Huang Ziyu occasionally sputtered seawater. Lin Ye, I'm feeling quite exhausted. Huang Ziyu gritted her teeth and confessed. Quickly climb onto my back and hold on tightly, Lin Ye urged, pulling her closer. Before long, Lin Ye's feet were suspended high above the ground, and he reached for the branch above, instructing Huang Ziyu, You go up first. Enduring the pain in her legs, Huang Ziyu gritted her teeth and ascended step by step, while Lin Ye occasionally supported her from below. Once she had climbed up, Lin Ye swiftly followed, noting that they were now at a height that should provide safety. The tsunami had passed over the island, and due to the trees acting as a barrier, the impact here was significantly diminished. Why does it feel like just a small wave lapping against us? Lin Ye furrowed his brow. That's a good thing. As long as we are safe, Huang Ziyu responded. Lin Ye sensed something was amiss. Yet they were indeed safe for the moment. Ah, the seawater is receding, he observed. The water that had been at the level of the branches was visibly retreating, coming and going with remarkable speed. It's really receding, Huang Ziyu exclaimed with joy. Hold on to the trunk tightly, and don't move. I'll go check, Lin Ye said as he began to climb higher, knowing he needed a better vantage point to assess the situation. Be careful. The trunk is wet and slippery, Huang Ziyu warned from below. Lin Ye paid her no heed, climbing rapidly until he was approximately 30 meters above the ground, while Huang Ziyu remained around 15 meters below. At this height, his line of sight was unobstructed, yet the torrential rain and fierce winds obscured his view, casting the sky in a gloomy haze. Suddenly, a crack of thunder accompanied a flash of lightning. I hope I don't get struck by lightning. Being in a tree during a storm is a perilous situation, Lin Ye thought, nearly losing his grip in fright. Just as he prepared to descend, another, even more brilliant flash of lightning illuminated a vast portion of the sea surface. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal wall of water steadily advancing toward the island, towering at an estimated 50 meters. Hurry and climb up, quickly. There's an even larger wave approaching. Lin Ye shouted urgently to Huang Ziyu. Hearing his words, Huang Ziyu felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to ascend. But the more frantic she became, the harder it was to climb, and she nearly slipped several times. Lin Ye glanced at Huang Ziyu, who was unable to climb and was filled with anxiety. With her injured foot and being a girl who had never climbed a tree before, she found herself at a loss. Some branches were quite far apart, and her ability to ascend to a height of 15 meters was purely a stroke of luck. Although the tree was large, its foliage was rather dense. Lin Ye slowly began to descend and soon reached her side. Hold on to my neck, and I shall take you up, he instructed. Obediently, Huang Ziyu wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck. Still a bit uneasy, Lin Ye removed his shirt and tied her to himself from behind, much like a mother carrying her child. Casting aside all notions of propriety, he exerted himself to climb higher, nearly missing several branches. Huang Ziyu clung tightly to Lin Ye's neck until they finally reached the highest point. She wished to climb even higher, but was unable to grasp the upper branches and had to concede defeat. I say, dear sister, you may loosen your grip now. I'm nearly out of breath, Lin Ye remarked, gently patting her hand. The tension had been overwhelming, and upon hearing Lin Ye's words, she relaxed her hold, though still clinging to his shoulder. Lin Ye gazed at the approaching tsunami in the distance, gripping the tree trunk tightly, hoping that it would hold firm and not break. Huang Ziyu trembled as she lay on Lin Ye's back, watching the impending wave. Do not fear. Worrying now serves no purpose. We must leave our fate to chance. Lin Ye sighed. I wonder what the situation is like at the cave, he added, attempting to divert Huang Ziyu's attention. Though the cave was situated at a higher elevation, the tsunami was towering. Even though it is approximately 50 meters high at sea level, the terrain on the island rises the further one goes inward. By the time it reaches us, it will likely be level with our position, Huang Ziyu observed. The newly constructed wooden cabins in the campsite might not withstand the onslaught, but the cave should be relatively safe. It's coming. Hold on tight and hold your breath, Lin Ye warned as he underestimated the wave's height, which was still about 2 meters above their current position. The tsunami crashed through, snapping many trees in half, uprooting smaller ones entirely. The seawater surged above Lin Ye's head, the entire tree swaying violently, and the two were nearly swept away by the force of the wave. Lin Ye clung to the trunk, using the buoyancy of the water to climb rapidly, uncertain of how much seawater had submerged him. Just as he was about to suffocate, he finally broke the surface. Gasping for air, cough, cough, cough. Huang Ziyu, too, was struggling, coughing violently, clearly having swallowed a significant amount of seawater. Are you all right? Lin Ye asked urgently. Me fine. Gulf, gulf, Huang Ziyu replied. Watching the waves rapidly engulf the forest behind them, the trees had transformed into a vast ocean, with a majestic stone mountain rising in the direction of the campsite. I hope they are safe as well, Lin Ye sighed. Chapter 22. A night back to liberation. This was the first time Lin Ye and the others had witnessed such a colossal tsunami. They had only seen it in movie clips before. Upon returning, they would certainly have tales to boast about. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the two individuals perched upon the tree began to feel the strain of their exertion, while the ocean's embrace gradually receded. Let us descend slowly, Lin Ye suggested, guiding Huang Ziyu down the tree. With each retreat of the waves, they cautiously lowered themselves, mitigating the risks of a fall. We are fortunate that such thunder did not strike us, Lin Ye remarked with a smile. Perhaps the heavens deem you not a scoundrel, for you have refrained from making rash oaths. Had you been a scoundrel, I surely would have shared the brunt of the lightning, Huang Ziyu teased. I would also aspire to be a scoundrel, yet alas, opportunity eluded me. Before meeting you, I had not even held a girl's hand, Lin Ye replied innocently. Huh, who would believe that? Huang Ziyu retorted skeptically. Lin Ye fell silent, untying the shirt that bound them together, allowing Huang Ziyu to descend. Though she was not heavy, the act of climbing up and down the tree was indeed taxing. As he released his grasp, a twinge of reluctance lingered in Lin Ye's heart. With the tide receding further, the greenery below began to emerge, and at last, they both descended from the tree. The forest has been thoroughly soaked by the sea. The path may prove challenging, Lin Ye observed, glancing back at Huang Ziyu. How are your legs? Are you able to walk on your own? We must hasten back to the camp to check on the others. Huang Ziyu shook her injured right leg and took a few tentative steps. It still hurts a bit, but I can manage. Lin Ye knelt down and removed her shoes, noticing the redness and swelling around her ankle. It appears to be a sprain. Sit down for a moment. Allow me to massage it. Complying, Huang Ziyu settled on the ground, both of them drenched, their clothes clinging closely to their forms, revealing Huang Ziyu's impressive figure to Lin Ye. You're not using this opportunity to take advantage of me under the pretense of helping, are you? Huang Ziyu tightened her clothing defensively. On my honor, I'm not so base. I am merely concerned that your injury might worsen. There are no doctors here. Lin Ye replied earnestly, patting his chest in solemnity. Huang Ziyu chuckled at his words. I was only joking. You have saved me on numerous occasions. I trust your character. However, allowing you a small advantage might not be out of the question. Pardon? What did you say? I did not quite catch that, Lin Ye inquired, gazing intently at her, hoping she would repeat herself. Oh, it's nothing. If you didn't hear it, let it be, Huang Ziyu said, turning her head away. Lin Ye chose not to press further, focusing on gently massaging Huang Ziyu's foot for about 10 minutes. Now, take a few steps and see how it feels, he suggested as he helped her into her shoes. Wow, it doesn't hurt as much anymore, Lin Ye. Who would have thought you possessed such skills? Huang Ziyu exclaimed excitedly after a few tentative steps. Indeed, a talent passed down through generations, a unique skill, Lin Ye boasted. Though he had merely emulated what he had seen on television, and her injury was not severe. Yet, receiving compliments, particularly from a beautiful woman, prompted Lin Ye to indulge in a bit of self-praise. Let us return, Lin Ye declared, wringing out his shirt with determination. All right, Huang Ziyu replied. Huang Ziyu observed Lin Ye wringing his shirt and obediently nodded. She yearned to remove her own damp clothes and wring them out, for the discomfort was unbearable. Yet, given their solitary companionship, such an act felt somewhat improper. After a harrowing journey, they finally returned to the camp, although it was merely 2 li away. The forest path had been obliterated by the floodwaters. Lin Ye was compelled to forge a new trail towards the camp, only to discover that the wooden cabin beneath the cliff had long vanished. Brother Lin Ye, Sister Ziyu, you have returned at last. How wonderful! Luna exclaimed tearfully, rushing toward Huang Ziyu in her disheveled state. Lin Ye Appa, you're finally back. We were all so worried, chimed in the 2 sisters, Jin Shishan and Jin Maishan, hastening to greet them. Lin Ye chuckled softly. Indeed, fortune has favored us. Surviving such calamity surely bodes well for the future. He then inquired, by the way, how did you manage to survive the tsunami? Luna replied, when the tsunami was approaching, I ran back to warn everyone. We all took refuge inside the cave. Before she could finish, her sister Jin Shishan interrupted. Yes, Brother Lin Ye, you cannot imagine how perilous it was. When the first wave struck, it hadn't yet reached the camp, so we thought we were safe. But then a large eagle swooped down and snatched the young golden eagle. It kept circling above us, and when we heard the sound of trees crashing, we realized an even greater wave was coming. We climbed the vines at the cave entrance to escape, but the cave was eventually submerged. Listening to Jin Shishan's rapid account, Lin Ye felt relieved that they were unharmed. So, how much supplies do we still have? He asked. Jin Shishan answered. When the water receded, we climbed down to check. Only a single steel rod remained in the cave. Everything else had been washed away by the sea. Lin Ye shook his head in disbelief. It truly feels like we have returned to square one overnight. He rested briefly upon a rock, then immediately instructed the women to clear the area around the camp and tidy the cave. The greatest predicament now was the absence of firewood. The forest held nothing dry, and even primitive fire-making methods would require waiting for the sun to dry the wood. Observing the women's drenched clothes, he silently hoped none would fall ill. He pondered. Brother Hua and Wang Qin must have suffered terribly as well. A hint of self-mockery crossed his mind. He was barely able to ensure his own safety. I intend to inspect the brook. You all should focus on clearing the water from the cave. At least we'll have a place to rest tonight. Lin Ye told the women. Brother Lin Ye, I'll accompany you, Luna volunteered eagerly. Good. You can help me retrieve the steel rod, Lin Ye replied. Huang Ziyu expressed concern. Isn't it too soon to go to the brook? The seawater has only just receded. It's all right. I just want to take a look and wash off the mud from my body. Would you like to come? Lin Ye asked. I'll stay behind. While you're gone, I can take off my clothes, wring them out, and hang them to dry, Huang Ziyu said. The tsunami has receded. The torrential rain has long ceased, and now the sun has emerged from behind clouds. Without the scorching heat, the presence of the sun should hasten the drying of our clothes. Chapter 23. Luna's affection. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye chose not to utter another word. In his absence, the women felt emboldened, daring to shed their intimate garments to bask in the sun. Why don't you join us and hang your clothes out to dry as well? Lin Ye suggested to Luna, who had just climbed down with a steel bar from the cave. No, I must accompany you this time, Luna replied resolutely. It was unclear why she was so adamant. After spending a few days together, Lin Ye had gleaned some insights into her character. She appeared carefree, yet possessed a stubborn streak. Very well, let us be on our way, Lin Ye said with a hint of resignation. Lin Ye, Luna, please exercise caution. Animals often sense impending danger and retreat deep into the forest. With the sea's withdrawal, some wild beasts may emerge in search of food, Huang Ziyu warned solemnly. Yes, I will return at the first sign of danger. I know how to escape, Lin Ye assured, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Ye Appa, you must return safely. We will be waiting for you at the camp, Jin Shishan added, rushing over. Her sister, though not very articulate, wore an expression of genuine concern, her sincerity evident as she gazed at the young girl. Rest assured, I will return after a thorough wash, Lin Ye jested. Hearing his words, Jin Shishan felt a blush creep on her cheeks, giving a slight nod. This young girl was indeed pure and endearing. Lin Ye waved goodbye to the group and set off with Luna toward the creek. Lin Ye Gidge, isn't it amusing to tease the little sister? Why don't you tease me instead? Luna suddenly inquired along the way. There's no teasing involved. It was merely a jest to lighten the mood, Lin Ye replied, somewhat exasperated. Yet just a moment ago, you mentioned me waiting for your return after a nice wash, Luna retorted with a roll of her eyes. Observing her playful demeanor, Lin Ye felt as though she resembled a pouting little wife. I say, dear Luna, could it be that you are feeling jealous? Have you developed feelings for me? Lin Ye laughed heartily. Indeed, I have come like you, Lin Ye Gidge. I truly adore you, Luna declared, her large eyes fixed upon him. Lin Ye was taken aback by Luna's earnestness. Could it be that this girl truly harbored such affection for him? He mused silently that she appeared quite well endowed. Perhaps she could bear children if they were to marry. However, he quickly dismissed the thought as unrealistic. What if the rescue team arrived and she returned to her affluent life, forgetting him entirely? Without a car, a house, or even a stable job, the disparity between their worlds was insurmountable. This maritime disaster had claimed all of his possessions, leaving him with the daunting prospect of starting anew. Let's not jest. Even if you have feelings for me, I cannot afford to support you. I am but a poor fellow, Lin Ye said, turning to continue down the path. I truly like you, Lin Ye Gidge. I have money. I can take care of you, Luna persisted, catching up with him. All right, I believe you. But let us first resolve the issues at hand. I still do not know what we will eat tomorrow, Lin Ye said dismissively. Luna, wishing to interject, swallowed her words and pulled an item from her pocket, extending it towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye Gidge, this is for you. Lin Ye gazed at the half bottle of water Luna had offered, surprised. Didn't the seawater wash everything away? How did you manage to hide away half a bottle? While Lin Ye jested about Luna hoarding supplies, he felt a surge of happiness. After all, she genuinely cared for him. This is hardly hoarding. I salvaged it with great effort, specifically for you, Luna retorted, pouting slightly. All right, I understand you mean well, Lin Ye replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Luna's lips, which had been pressed into a thin line, curled upwards in delight. As they conversed, they strolled to the edge of the stream, where the water level remained high and the current was swift. Lin Ye's intention was merely to check if the iron cage was still there, but given the circumstances, it seemed likely it had been swept away, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Brother Hua, why don't we just eliminate her? Murmured Pu Guochang softly in Hua's ear. You fool. If the other one was washed away, what would I have left to alleviate my boredom? You? Hua retorted, slapping him on the head. It turned out that when the tsunami struck, Hua and his group had managed to escape by clinging to a large tree, but unfortunately, another woman had not been able to climb up in time. For several days, they had gone hungry, unable to find food in the forest. The unscrupulous Pu Guochang devised a sinister plan to kill and consume the woman. Such thoughts were chilling. The notion of cannibalism revealed their utter lack of moral boundaries. Now that the seawater has receded, you better hurry and find food, or I shall have you executed, Hua threatened menacingly. Brother Hua, it is not that I do not wish to search, but there is simply no food. Each time I venture out, I am pursued by wild beasts, Pu Guochang pleaded, kneeling on the ground with a quivering voice. You are worthless. Gue goes to the seaside to check on the rescue team and returns with crabs and fish. You have not brought back a single morsel. If you fail to return with food this time, you need not come back at all, Hua scolded, kicking Pu Guochang in the shoulder. Gue, see to it that he leaves. If he does not return with food, execute him, Hua ordered. Yes, Brother Hua. Agi replied dutifully. It must be said that Gue was quite loyal, willing to serve his master even in such dire circumstances. Brother Hua, please. There truly is no food. I cannot find any. Pu Guochang cried. If you cannot find anything, you are merely wasting resources. Thus, you shall be killed, Hua declared. Turning to Gue. Upon hearing this, Gue unsheathed a knife and approached Pu Guochang menacingly. Terrified, Pu Guochang dashed into the woods, exclaiming, I'm going, Brother Hua. I will find food right away. What a worthless fool. We have eaten every crab and fish for days. They are all gone, Hua lamented, clutching his stomach. Brother Hua, just hold on a little longer. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon, Gue comforted from the side. Hua glanced at the frail woman beside him and said, Gue, I have nothing to offer you here. As for this woman, make do with her for now. You've endured much these past few days. Fortunately, you discovered us in time. Otherwise, we might have all perished in the tsunami. Hearing Hua Ji's words, Gue was momentarily stunned. In his eyes, the women Hua Gu had been involved with were not to be touched by those beneath him, even if Hua Gu had ceased his pursuits. Chapter 24, discovered meanwhile. Park Guochang cautiously searched for food along the edge of the forest. Damn it, staying with Hua Gu was impossible. Returning empty-handed would be a death sentence too. It was better to find a place to hide on his own, he muttered as he walked. His path coincidentally led him toward Lin Ye and the others' campsite. Someone ahead, Park Guochang noticed 3 women sitting beneath a rocky cliff, scantily clad and seated cross-legged. Not wanting to alert them, he crouched in the grass, observing Huang Ziyu and her companions. If I can lure these women to Hua Gu's place, maybe he won't send me out to forage anymore. After all, Hua Gu's camp has fresh water. It's a good spot, Park Guochang thought excitedly. Your clothes should be dry by now. Put them on. It would be awkward if Lin Ye returns and finds you like this, Huang Ziyu advised her 2 sisters. Sister Ziyu, Lin Ye Appa has been gone so long. Could something have happened? Jin Shishan, now dressed, asked worriedly. Don't worry. He is quite cunning, Huang Ziyu replied, reflecting on Lin Ye's survival skills she had witnessed over the past days. I believe Mr. Lin Ye is a good man. He will surely help us survive. The taciturn Jin Meishan said. Crack. Who is there? Is that Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu called toward the rustling woods. Park Guochang had accidentally snapped a twig while hiding. Alerting Huang Ziyu, when she questioned aloud, he ceased hiding and slowly emerged. The 2 sisters eyed the short, unsavory man cautiously as he stepped from the trees. Not Lin Ye. They quickly moved closer to Huang Ziyu in wariness. Who are you? What are you doing here? Jin Shishan demanded. Huang Ziyu recognized the man. She had seen him near Hua Gu's place a few days ago while passing the beach, and thought anxiously, oh no, we've been discovered. Though Huang Ziyu had not voiced her suspicions that day, she had listened carefully to Lin Ye's words. At Jin Shishan's question, Park Guochang smiled broadly. So you're also from our great H nation. Wonderful. My name is Park Guochang, also a compatriot. He introduced himself, and the sisters showed some relief at meeting a fellow countryman. Just as Jin Shishan was about to approach, Huang Ziyu pulled her back sharply and asked coldly, Oh, what do you want? Embarrassed by her frosty tone, Park Guochang's grin did not waver. Brazenly, he said, I bear no ill intent. I just happened to be passing by and stumbled upon you. I suppose you are survivors from the shipwreck as well? It's incredible you lived through the tsunami. Of course, if you have nothing to do, please take your leave. We have nothing to offer you, Huang Ziyu said coldly. The 2 sisters felt somewhat bewildered. Why did Huang Ziyu exhibit such an attitude? After all, They were fellow townsfolk and presumably would not wish them harm. Sister Ziyu, should we not try to extract some useful information from him? It does not seem appropriate to simply send him away, Jin Shishan whispered. Huang Ziyu then recalled that although she was aware that Park Go-chang was not a good person, the two sisters were oblivious to that fact. Yet, with Park Go-chang right in front of them, it was difficult to explain. By the way, ladies, I am not alone. There are several others with me over there. We have fresh water and food. Why not accompany me back? Rest assured, we are not bad people, and besides, we are fellow townsfolk, Park Go-chang said. He intended to lure the women back with the promise of food and water, planning to leave them at Hui's place where they would be at his mercy. All right. Then take us there, Jin Shishan replied eagerly. Hearing Jin Shishan's enthusiastic agreement, Park Go-chang believed he had successfully ensnared them and felt a surge of delight, contemplating which of the beautiful women he would enjoy first. No, we have 2 team members who are currently absent. We must wait for their return before making a decision, Huang Ziyu said, tugging at Jin Shishan's sleeve. That's right, Brother Lin Ye and the others have not returned yet. We should wait for them to come back together, Jin Shishan added, prompted by Huang Ziyu. Upon hearing that there were still 2 people, including a man, Park Go-chang sensed trouble and quickly devised another scheme. 2 more people, you say? They do not know when they will return. How about this lovely young lady accompanies me first to familiarize herself with the route? I can come back to fetch you later, Park Go-chang proposed, pointing at Jin Shishan. It was this little girl who had expressed a desire to go with him, as he deemed her easier to deceive. However, his calculations were flawed. My sister will wait with me. Jin Meishan firmly pulled Jin Shishan back. Unbeknownst to her, she felt an unsettling discomfort in the presence of this man. Well, how about this beautiful lady? We just hunted a wild deer, and we have a natural shelter where we can easily evade a tsunami or wild beasts, Park Go-chang persisted, addressing Huang Ziyu. Do you not understand human language? I said we are waiting for people. Do you need us to forcibly send you away? Huang Ziyu replied impatiently. All right, do not be angry. I shall take my leave now, Park Go-chang said, waving his hand as he slowly retreated into the woods. Humph, should it come to this, do not blame me. Those who refuse to drink the wine of courtesy shall face the punishment wine. If I capture you, you shall see what I do with you. Even if I do not find food, I can inform Hui of this matter, and he will not blame me. Park Go-chang muttered as he made his way towards Hui's camp. Sister Ziyu, why did you act that way just now? He seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Jin Shishan inquired. When he was here, I dare not speak. I will tell you that when we first arrived, Huang Ziyu revealed to the 2 sisters everything they had witnessed. Dare they truly proceed with such actions, unafraid of our potential rescue and subsequent report to the authorities? Jin Shishan found herself somewhat incredulous upon hearing Huang Ziyu's words. Lin Ye and Luna had witnessed similar events and suggested that if one were to doubt, they might inquire upon the return of their companions. If we were to follow them, our fate would likely mirror that of the 2 women. Reduced to mere instruments of their whims, Huang Ziyu remarked. Lin Ye surveyed the area where the iron cage had been, but after a thorough search, he could not ascertain its whereabouts, likely swept away by the deluge. Let us return, Lin Ye said to Luna. Must we leave so soon after our arrival? Luna responded, a hint of disappointment in her tone. She had hoped for more time alone with Lin Ye, and the prospect of departing so swiftly left her somewhat disheartened. Chapter 25. The Wild Hare. Observing the contemplative expression on Luna's face, Lin Ye inquired, What troubles you? Oh, nothing. Let's head back, Luna quickly replied. Lin Ye, Bimusit, noted her earlier reluctance to leave, only to witness her sudden change in demeanor. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Do not move, Luna, and refrain from turning around, Lin Ye urged, glancing anxiously behind her. What is it, Brother Lin Ye? Luna asked, her body tensing with trepidation. There is a rabbit grazing behind you. Remain still while I see if I can catch it, Lin Ye replied, excitement evident in his voice. Before them, a plump rabbit grazed, alert yet unaware of their presence, and Lin Ye mused that capturing it would ensure their evening meal. Upon hearing it was merely a rabbit, Luna relaxed but remained motionless, having initially feared a lurking wolf or venomous snake. Gripping the steel rod tightly, Lin Ye contemplated casting it towards the rabbit, confident in his aim, having practiced with slingshots and stones in his youth. Luna, slowly crouch down and do not obstruct my view, he whispered. Luna nodded silently in agreement. As she gradually lowered herself, Lin Ye carefully observed the rabbit, waiting for the opportune moment. When the rabbit turned its head, exposing its back entirely, Lin Ye seized the moment. With precision, he hurled the steel rod, aiming for the vulnerable creature. However, it merely grazed the rabbit's large ear, piercing through and anchoring it to the ground, while the rabbit struggled desperately. Its cries echoed in the air as it writhed, on the verge of escape. "Do not flee," Lin Ye exclaimed, propelling himself forward and managing to seize the rabbit's hind legs just before it could break free. Its ear, having dislodged from the rod during its frantic struggle, left Lin Ye relieved. Otherwise, their dinner would be in jeopardy. "Brother Lin Ye, this rabbit is so adorable. Are we truly going to eat it?" Luna exclaimed as she rushed over, her hands gently caressing the rabbit's fur, unable to contain her affection. "If we do not eat it, what shall we have? We cannot merely endure hunger," Lin Ye shrugged in response. Lin Ye grasped the ears of the wild rabbit. Wary of letting Luna hold it, he feared that she might, in a moment of unexpected mercy, release it. Observing the rabbit's hollow belly, it was likely that it had hidden away to evade the tsunami, only daring to emerge from the mountains once the waters receded, fortuitously crossing paths with Lin Ye. As the dusk approached, he instructed Luna to wait for him. Upon his return to Luna, he had already eviscerated and skinned the rabbit. Luna gazed at Lin Ye and then at the skinned rabbit in his hands. "Do not stare so. The roasted rabbit meat is delectable, even surpassing the French delicacies you have tasted," Lin Ye teased, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose. At the mention of delicious food, Luna's stomach protested audibly. "Then I must indulge tonight," she replied, shyly patting her belly. Lin Ye made his way back to the riverbank, filling the solitary empty bottle with water before leading Luna towards their campsite. Along the way, he pondered a pressing question, whether he could successfully create fire by friction. He had seen some reliable techniques in Bear Grylls videos. He instructed Luna to gather plenty of dry, flammable wood, but having never attempted it himself, he was uncertain of success. Otherwise, they would face a hungry night, for raw meat was inedible. "Girls, we have returned," Lin Ye called out before arriving. Upon hearing his voice, Huang Ziyu and the other women emerged to greet him. "Lin Ye, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss," Huang Ziyu beckoned. Noticing the urgency in her eyes, Lin Ye felt a sense of foreboding and followed her aside. "What is the matter that you are so flustered?" he inquired. Huang Ziyu recounted how Park Guochang had found his way here today. "Based on what you said, he must have left nearly an hour ago. This is indeed troubling news," Lin Ye remarked, massaging his temples. He surmised that Park Guochang would undoubtedly bring Hua Gu and others along, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Ye to ensure their safety. With Park Guochang having departed nearly an hour ago, the journey from Lin Ye to Hua Gu would take around 2 hours, totaling 4 hours for a round trip. They still had time to contemplate their next steps. "It seems we cannot remain here," Lin Ye stated, glancing at the women. However, darkness was fast approaching, and the jungle posed its own dangers. After such a fortunate find, the little golden eagle had not returned since being taken by a larger bird. "Where can we possibly go with nightfall upon us?" Huang Ziyu questioned anxiously. "Let's not dwell on that for now. We still have time. Even if they come now, it will take them at least 3 hours. First, we must satiate our hunger," Lin Ye replied, feeling devoid of good options, deciding to take one step at a time. Furthermore, Huagu's area was frequented by wild beasts at night. Surely, they would not choose to navigate the jungle after dark? Huang Ziyu's expression grew grim, realizing Lin Ye had no solid plan either. Lin Ye ignored her worries, focusing on his endeavor to create fire by friction, while the women sat nearby, chattering about trivial gossip. "Haha, I have finally succeeded." Lin Ye excitedly gazed at the Martian landscape beneath his feet, gently blowing on it while covering it with leaves. As small flames gradually flickered to life, observing the blisters forming on his hands, he shook them out, convinced that the method of fire by friction was indeed feasible, though somewhat labor-intensive. "Lin Ye, if you can do this, then you shall be a walking source of fire in the future," Luna remarked with a smile. Several women praised Lin Ye, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment. However, he merely smiled at Huang Ziyu, who seemed preoccupied with worries regarding Park Guochang. As Lin Ye skewered a wild rabbit and placed it beside the fire, he teased Huang Ziyu. "Weren't you fearless just a few days ago? Have you already changed your mind?" Huang Ziyu did not retort, her expression somewhat sour. Lin Ye continued to mock her inwardly. Now that night had fallen, Even retreating into the woods would not guarantee safety, as the fear of the unknown loomed ominously. Dealing with visible threats may be slightly easier than confronting beasts, but one should not underestimate the situation. They likely won't come tonight, and we have nowhere else to go. Even if they do, I will do my utmost to protect you all, he assured. Huang Ziyu met Lin Ye's resolute gaze, finding his serious demeanor rather charming. I will fight alongside you. Do not underestimate me, for I am a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, Huang Ziyu declared with pride. We will also stand our ground. If they dare to approach, we shall drive them away, echoed Luna and the other women in agreement. In just a few days, this group had woven itself into a united front, and Lin Ye felt a sense of solace. The uncertainty of the days ahead would demand a heightened sense of vigilance, which was essential for survival on this deserted island. Chapter 26. Kidnapped, is what you say true? Are there really 3 beautiful women? Brother Hua listened intently to Park Wuchang's report. Indeed, I would not dare deceive you. If there were no good news, I would not return, Park Wuchang flattered. Upon hearing that Park Wuchang had discovered 3 beauties in the woods, Brother Hua felt a surge of excitement. If they could be captured, it would provide a refreshing diversion from the weary women squatting beneath the trees, who now wore expressions of disdain. Very well, if this is indeed the case, I shall commend you for it, and you may choose one of the beauties. Brother Hua laughed heartily while patting Park Wuchang on the shoulder. These 2 crabs are your reward for your hard work. You shall take us there at dawn. Thank you. Brother Hua, I haven't eaten all day, Park Wuchang said, eagerly devouring the crabs handed to him. However, Brother Hua, I heard they have 2 companions, one of whom is a man, which may complicate matters. What is there to fear? 3 strong men, like us, cannot be outmatched by them. A Gue is my ace enforcer. Brother Hua pointed to a Gue, who sat nearby. Indeed, with Brother Hua leading, there is no challenge we cannot overcome, Park Wuchang flattered. After finishing 2 crabs that yielded little meat, Park Wuchang could only covet the raw fish in Brother Hua's possession, not daring to ask for more. The food supply was scarce, with a Gue occasionally bringing back some from the sea to sustain them. A Gue played with a dagger in his hand, a weapon that he never parted with, and its means of evading security checks remained a mystery. The raw fish made me feel nauseated. I might as well give it to you. Xianghua spat out a mouthful of blood and tossed the fish to Pu Guochang. A Gue glanced at Xianghua, his brows slightly furrowed, before picking up a piece of raw fish and taking a large bite, chewing with determination. For the past few days, they had been consuming food in its raw state, akin to primitive beings. Pu Guochang gratefully accepted half of the raw fish from Hua Ge and began to gnaw at it with enthusiasm. On the other side, the aroma of roasted wild rabbit wafted through the air. Its only drawback was that the salt had been washed away by the seawater, rendering it rather lackluster in flavor. Yet it was devoured to the bone by the group. Lin Ye, allow me to take the night watch tonight. You should conserve your energy for tomorrow's circumstances, Huang Ziyu said, wiping her mouth with her hand. No need. Let us adhere to our usual arrangement. I will remain by the fire. I can still rest. And at dawn, we shall depart from this place, Lin Ye replied. No, this time you must heed my advice, Huang Ziyu insisted firmly. I shall join Miss Ziyu for the night watch. It is better to have 2 people for support, and we can take turns to rest, Jean Meishan, usually reticent, suggested. Then, sister, I shall also keep you company during the night watch, Jean Shishan added. No need, just the 2 of us will suffice. If everyone participates, we will all be too fatigued for tomorrow. Jean Meishan waved her hand dismissively. Luna also offered to take the night watch, but was turned down by Huang Ziyu, who insisted that it was more appropriate for the older sisters to take on the responsibility. Ultimately, Lin Ye could no longer refuse and instructed them to awaken him as dawn approached and to shout loudly if anything seemed amiss. He handed Huang Ziyu the steel bar, the only weapon at their disposal, and found 2 wooden sticks for Jean Meishan, advising her to tap them to alert him in case of trouble. After ensuring they were prepared, Lin Ye led the 2 young ladies into the cave, where the clothes had long since disappeared, replaced by some dry straw that Huang Ziyu had laid down at some point. Brother Lin Ye, I want to sleep next to you, Luna declared, claiming the middle spot. Why should you get to sleep next to him? I want to be beside Lin Ye Appa too, Jean Shishan protested. I have already slept next to Brother Lin Ye. Luna ritortiv. Hearing this, Jean Shishan misunderstood, thinking it referred to a more intimate experience, while in reality, they had merely shared a sleeping space. The 2 girls continued to bicker endlessly. All right, stop. I will sleep in the middle, And you two can take a side, just don't disturb my rest. Or, I want to have the energy to protect you tomorrow in case of danger, Lin Ye said helplessly. Thus, Lin Ye found himself with one girl on each side. Their arms draped over his shoulders as they drifted off to sleep, leaving him quite uncomfortable and unable to move. His body was enveloped in a mix of sweat and odor, yet the two beauties showed no signs of distaste, though faint scents of their distinct fragrances wafted towards him. Ziyu, you should sleep first. I will keep watch, and I'll wake you shortly, Jin Meishan said. All right, but do remember to call me. Don't try to be brave, Huang Ziyu replied. I want tea. I'll keep track of the time and wake you when it's close. Now I'm going to sleep, Jin Meishan assured her. Huang Ziyu no longer protested and gradually fell asleep beside the fire. Jin Meishan had intended to keep watch alone, reasoning that Huang Ziyu, possessing a black belt in Taekwondo, ought to conserve her strength. Thus, she had no intention of rousing her prematurely. As dawn approached and the sky softened into a pale, ashen hue, Jin Meishan slipped quietly toward the nearby woods to relieve herself. Just as she began to crouch, a rough hand clamped tightly over her mouth from behind. She struggled, voice stifled, breath ragged, unable to cry out. Stay silent, or I'll kill you where you stand. A burly, menacing man, his face contorted with cruelty, waved a gleaming dagger before her eyes. It was Hua Ge and his men, fearing that Lin Ye and his group might vanish at first light. They had advanced ahead to lie in ambush, only to stumble upon Jin Meishan at the very moment she sought privacy. I'll ask you 2 questions. Answer only with a nod or a shake of your head. Hua Ge pressed the dagger's cold tip against her chest, forcing her into submission. Trembling, she nodded frantically. How many of you are there? And how many are men? At his query, Jin Meishan nodded, then shook her head. Damn it, what the hell does that mean? I asked how many, yet you nod and shake. Do you want to die? Hua Ge hissed under his breath. Jin Meishan tried to speak, but Gue's grip remained iron-tight, until Hua Ge, suddenly realizing his blunder, slapped his own forehead. I'll have him loosen his hold, but if you utter even a whisper, I'll rape you first, then slaughter you. Tears spilled unchecked down her cheeks, and in that instant of sheer terror, her bladder betrayed her. Warmth flooded her trousers, the sharp, acrid scent rising unmistakably. Gue, pressed close against her back, felt the sudden heat, caught the odor, and peered downward. Shit, Hua Ge, this bitch just pissed herself. Chapter 27. Hostage exchange. How does it sound? Jin Meishan stood paralyzed, humiliated, terrified, her face a grotesque mask of anguish and shame. Never mind that for now. Answer my questions. There are 7 of us. 3 men. Please, let me go. My boyfriend will never forgive you. Lies. Park Gukchong interjected. This afternoon, we saw 3 women, and they claim 2 others hadn't returned yet. At most, there are only 5. Only then did Jin Meishan turn, and saw, standing behind Hua Ge, a man and a woman. Park Gukchong, whom she met earlier that day, and another woman, bound at the wrists and held firmly in his grasp. Her deception had been exposed, yet she clung to hope. Big brother, I swear, I'm telling the truth now. We only met once, in broad daylight. Why would I reveal everything then? You're threatening me with a blade now, so of course, I'm speaking honestly. Hua Ge studied her, shivering, stammering, eyes wide with desperate sincerity. Yet skepticism still lingered in his gaze. Truth or lie, it makes no difference. None of you will escape. He took Jin Meishan from Gue's grasp, hand still sealing her mouth. Gue, there's another woman sleeping by the fire. Go, subdue her quietly. Gue's gaze drifted toward Huang Ziyu, slumbering peacefully not far away. Yes, Hua Ge, consider it done. To avoid alarming others, Gue advanced with painstaking slowness, each step deliberate, each breath held, drawing ever closer to Huang Ziyu. Jin Meishan, frantic with dread, strained to cry out, but her mouth was clamped shut, muffled beneath an unyielding hand. Hua Ge slammed the hilt of his dagger hard against her lower back. A sharp, searing pain contorted her features. Do you wish to die? Struggle again, and I'll slit your throat. With that, he pressed the cold blade to her throat and forced her roughly to the ground. The icy edge kissed her skin. Breath fled her lungs as his weight bore down, his hand sealing her mouth. She felt herself slipping towards suffocation. Gue was now mere meters behind Huang Ziyu, just 2 or 3 paces away, poised to seize her from behind. Help! Run now! Suddenly, the woman clutched in Park Guo-chang's grip erupted into shrieks. Though her wrists were bound, her voice remained unshackled and unheeded. Hua Gu and his men had dismissed her as cowed, subdued beneath his tyranny. Yet at this pivotal moment, she shattered their assumption, screaming not in fear, but as a warning. Damn it, shut her mouth. Idiot! Hua Gu roared at Park Guo-chang. Park Guo-chang had lunged the instant she cried out, yet his diminutive, craven frame proved no match. Not only did he fail to silence her, but she sank her teeth deep into his hand. At the sound, Huang Ziyu jolted awake, and Lin Ye, emerging from the cave's shadowed mouth, lifted his head just in time. Ziyu, behind you, he shouted, eyes locking onto Guo's swift, predatory advance. She turned, just as a man lunged toward her, swift and silent as a shadow. Still groggy from sleep, her mind lagged, her reflexes dulled, her thoughts unformed. Guo was nearly upon her, when Lin Ye launched himself into the air. Gripping a thick vine, he vaulted from the cliff face, 8 meters high, and plummeted, landing full force atop Guo with a thunderous impact. Huang Ziyu stood frozen, hand pressed to her lips, eyes wide with disbelief. Never in his life had Lin Ye done anything so reckless. In school, the boldest he dared was leaping from a 2-meter wall. Guo had heard Lin Ye's warning, and glimpsed him above, but dismissed the threat. No one, he assumed, would dare drop from such a height, even knowing an adversary loomed overhead. He'd chosen to seize Huang Ziyu first, while she remained disoriented, defenseless. The vines softened the fall, but not enough. The sheer force of the impact stunned Guo instantly, knocking him unconscious where he lay. Lin Ye. Huang Ziyu rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside him, cradling his head in trembling hands. Are you hurt? Speak to me. Don't frighten me like this. She pleaded, shaking him gently. I'll pain. Stop shaking me. I'll be fine unless you keep this up. Lin Ye grew on it. Still sprawled atop Guo, his head swimming, his stomach churning, her frantic motion threatening to bring bile to his lips. You terrified me, leaping from that height, she whispered, voice raw with relief. From within the cave, the young woman, small, delicate, and wide-eyed, descended carefully, hastening to his side, her concern palpable in every hurried step. My left wrist is dislocated. Don't touch it, Lin Ye murmured, lifting a hand to gently halt their approach. Already, his left wrist swelled with ominous purple bruising. His chest ached as though crushed beneath a boulder, each breath shallow, labored. Both of you, find a vine to tie up this person on the ground. Ziyu, come with me to the woods to assess the situation. Lin Ye gently touched Guo, noticing he still had some breath, though it was shallow and labored, clearly affected by Lin Ye's previous strike. Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, the two immediately sprang into action. Maishan is missing, Huang Ziyu remarked as she scanned the surroundings. She must be in their hands. Let's go, Lin Ye replied, gripping a steel bar as he advanced forward. From a distance, Hua Gu observed Guo being struck down by a man from above, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Positioned behind the cover of leaves, he couldn't see the cave above, especially in the dark of night. This series of events transpired in a flash. Lin Ye, standing at the edge of the woods, called out to Hua Gu, "Come out. Your people are in our possession. Release our friend." As a figure of authority in society, Hua Gu could not afford to appear weak, especially with a man beside him, even if he was inconsequential. I never anticipated that such a flawless plan would be thwarted by a woman, he said, as he and Park Guo-chang slowly emerged, each holding a woman captive. Lin Ye, save me, Jean Maishan cried out, breaking free from the hand that covered her mouth. What? You wish to rescue her? Pressing a dagger to Jean Maishan's throat. Sister, you ugly monster, let my sister go. Jean Shishan shouted angrily at Xiong Hua upon witnessing the threat against her sister. How about we make a trade? A hostage exchange? Lin Ye proposed, locking eyes with Hua Gu. Internally, Lin Ye felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Hua Gu might strike unexpectedly. His injured hand rendered him unable to defend himself, compelling him to keep his left hand concealed behind his back. How can I be sure my brother is unharmed? What if he is dead? I need to arrange a proper burial for him. Hua Gu replied coldly. Lin Ye suinted, the pain in his left hand causing his expression to darken, but the dim light obscured Hua Ji's view of his discomfort. In front of someone like Hua Gu, one must not show weakness. Otherwise, one could easily be manipulated. Chapter 28. Will you release them? Huang Ziyu, standing behind, noticed Lin Ye's trembling left hand hidden from view and stepped forward to address Hua Ge. Why not let the person behind you come over to confirm whether he is still alive? Lin Ye cast a worried glance, but Huang Ziyu gently patted his back, reassuring him. All right, as long as I can confirm my brother is alive, we will exchange hostages, Hua Ge replied readily, secretly signaling to Park Guochang with a meaningful glance. Be cautious. My hand is injured and I may not be able to handle them, Lin Ye whispered to Huang Ziyu. Don't worry, I'm here, she assured him. Lin Ye, still uneasy, instructed Luna and Jin Shishan to stand behind them, allowing Park Guochang a clear path. Upon understanding Hua Ji's signal, Park Guochang bound the nearby woman to a post and swiftly approached to Gue, with Lin Ye closely following, wary of any potential tricks he might play. Gue is still breathing and alive, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. Park Guochang confirmed Gue's breath and called out to Hua Ge. So, can we exchange hostages now? Lin Ye inquired, gazing at Hua Ge. Yes, have Park Guochang carry him over, and I shall release her, Hua Ge replied. That won't do. What if he carries her over and you refuse to release her? Lin Ye was unwilling to let the person go only to be deceived. Ha. You're quite an interesting fellow. What do you propose we do? Hua Ge inquired with a smile. Lin Ye did not respond, but instructed Park Guochang to carry the bounded Gue while pressing a steel bar against the Gue's neck. Observing Lin Ye's actions, Hua Ge secretly commended the young man as cleverness. While he could disregard Park Guochang's life, he could not forsake a loyal companion like a Gue. I will count to 3, and we shall move towards each other to exchange the hostages, Lin Ye stated. Agreed. Slowly, Hua Ge approached Lin Ye, who remained vigilant, closely monitoring Hua Ji's every move as they neared one another. What a pity, so many beauties here. Why not share one with me, brother? Hua Ge remarked, while casually reaching towards Jin Meishan's chest. No. Jin Meishan struggled to break free, but with a dagger pressed against her neck, her efforts were futile, and she sustained a cut. You beast, remove your hands. Jin Shishan, witnessing her sister's humiliation, picked up a wooden stick from the ground and charged at Hua Ge. Don't go over there. At that moment, Huang Ziyu was too late to stop her, and as she was about to confront Hua Ge, he signaled Park Guochang. Be careful. Lin Ye noticed the ominous glint in Hua Ji's eyes and shouted at Jin Shishan. At that instant, Hua Ge forcefully shoved Jin Meishan towards Lin Ye, while Park Guochang hastily ran forward with a Gue on his back. Lin Ye could not evade in time and was collided with by the approaching Meishan. Jin Shishan also sensed something was amiss, yet as she rushed forward, she slipped and fell to the ground. Hua Ge lunged at Jin Shishan, realizing his hostage had escaped, and if Jin Shishan were captured, it would spell trouble. Just as Hua Ji's hand was about to grasp the fallen Jin Shishan, a loud thud resounded. With Hua Ji's anguished cry, the dagger slipped from his grasp. It was Huang Ziyu, who had struck Hua Ji's hand with a thick wooden stick. Ye, preoccupied with signaling Park Guochang and on the verge of capturing another beauty, had not noticed Huang Ziyu's stealthy approach. Quick, pick up that knife. In a flash, Lin Ye shouted to Huang Ziyu. Hearing Lin Ye's call, Huang Ziyu hurriedly retrieved the dagger from the ground, helping Jin Shishan to her feet and shielding her behind her. The dagger aimed at Hua Ge. She presented a fierce stance, indicating that should he dare approach, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Ye, still clutching his injured hand and wailing in pain, was evidently struck hard. Damn it, you foul girls, you seek death. Hua Ge flung his numb hand aside, grabbed a wooden stick, and charged at Huang Ziyu. At that moment, Lin Ye also rose, wielding the steel bar as he rushed towards Hua Ge, protecting the women behind him and locking eyes with Hua Ge, challenging him. What? Do you wish to fight to the death? Observing Lin Ye approaching with a weapon in hand, he felt a surge of uncertainty. While he might have believed he could fend off a few women, the addition of Lin Ye shifted the balance. Furthermore, Gue remained unconscious on Pu Guochang's back. Very well, you shall wait. I will not spare you, he thought. Realizing he was outmatched, Hua Ge spat a venomous remark and attempted to retreat. Help me, please save me. I do not wish to go with them, cried the woman bound nearby. Even without her pleas, Lin Ye had intended to rescue her. Her cries alerted him to their peril, enabling their escape. A bortlas trinket. And you wish to possess it? Hua Ge mocked, casting a menacing gaze at Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye was about to respond, Huang Ziyu emerged, brandishing a dagger at Hua Ge, commanding, Release her, and I shall let you depart. Taken aback by Huang Ziyu's audacity, Hua Ge pondered how it was that he had been threatened by a woman. Is that so? He scoffed. You may attempt it, Huang Ziyu replied coldly. Lin Ye felt a twinge of concern, wondering if she had overstepped. Such heroic rescues ought to be his domain. Simultaneously, he questioned whether she could truly be a master of Taekwondo. You could trade places with her. Your beauty surpasses hers. Ha ha ha. Infuriated by his crude remarks, Huang Ziyu could no longer contain herself. She charged at Hua Ge and lunged with her dagger. Her intent was not to kill, but to intimidate him into retreat. Surprised by her daring, Hua Ge thought, this audacious woman dares to strike first? Come on, you filthy wench, he exclaimed, swinging a wooden stick to parry the dagger. Despite his bravado, he felt a jolt of alarm. Huang Ziyu swiftly altered her stance, executing a horizontal slash. Hua Ge blocked the dagger with his stick, but then swung his fist towards her face. Be careful, Lin Ye shouted, his heart racing as he rushed toward them. Just as Hua Ji's fist was about to collide with Huang Ziyu's face, she deftly evaded, performing a spinning kick that landed squarely on Hua Ji's chest. The hefty man, weighing around 170 to 180 pounds, stumbled back several paces, nearly losing his balance. The power of her kick was evident, leaving Hua Ge momentarily speechless as he clutched the impacted area. Are you all right? Lin Ye inquired as he reached her side. I'm fine, Huang Ziyu replied, shaking her head before turning back to Hua Ge. Will you release her? Chapter 29. The invitation from Wang Qin. Hua Ge, holding his chest, glared at the two, contemplating for a moment before begrudgingly conceding. Very well, I yield. We shall leave. Casting a sinister glance at Lin Ye and the others, he retreated with Pu Guchang, glancing back one last time. Once a formidable figure who had clawed his way to power through sheer tenacity. The years of indulgence had drained him of vitality. Surrounded by his minions and bodyguards, he was far from the formidable leader he once was. Impressive, indeed a skilled fighter. Lin Ye praised Huang Ziyu as they watched Hua Ji's retreat. Of course, do you think I would deceive you? So you'd best not underestimate me. Huang Ziyu replied with a triumphant smile. In truth, Huang Ziyu's skills could only ensure her own safety against someone like Hua Ge, a man whose body had been ravaged by indulgence. If Hua Ge fought with desperation, victory for her would be uncertain. Lin Ye approached the woman bound nearby and assisted her in freeing herself. Thank you. Had it not been for you, we might not have escaped so easily. Lin Ye expressed gratefully. The woman's gaze appeared vacant and devoid of spirit. Only after Hua Ge and his companions departed did her body gradually relax. When Lin Ye had seen her pass by previously, she had been quite beautiful. However, now her eyes were sunken, her cheekbones protruding, and her clothing was so tattered that it merely served to cover her modesty, indicating she had endured inhumane treatment at the hands of Hua Ge. No, saving you is also a means of saving myself. They are not human, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Lin Ye gently patted her back, recognizing that allowing her to vent her emotions was the best course of action. Actually, we encountered you a few days ago, but I regrettably could not offer assistance. Lin Ye admitted with some embarrassment. No, it is not your fault. The bodyguard named Gu is exceptionally skilled. You may not be his match, the woman choked out. From her, Lin Ye learned that her name was Ying Zi, a citizen of Rigua. She did not recognize the other woman, who had perished in the tsunami. The rest of her story seemed to elude her, as she hesitated to elaborate, prompting Lin Ye to refrain from pressing further. He briefly introduced everyone to one another and then glanced at the cave behind them, stating, We must leave this place immediately. It is not fear of theft that troubles me, but rather the notion of the thief's return. It was a pity to abandon such a splendid location. Yet they had no choice. Should Hua Ge and his gang return, they would be in peril. Let's first head to the beach, he suggested. The others nodded in agreement and followed him toward the shore. There was little to tidy up at the camp. All their possessions had been swept away by the tsunami. Lin Ye intended to walk along the opposite side of the beach, aiming to avoid Hua Ge and his group, while searching for any fishing boats that may have been washed ashore in hopes of retrieving useful supplies. Upon arriving at the beach, they noticed the trees at the jungle's edge leaning, with debris still clinging to them and a layer of sludge coating the sand. However, it was likely that nature would soon restore the area to its former state. Wow, the air seems so much fresher, Luna remarked with a stretch. Having traveled such a long distance, Ling Zi was visibly fatigued, her frail physique betraying her, yet she continued to feign strength. You two assist her for a while. We shall rest at the sight of the sunken ship ahead, Lin Ye instructed the Jean sisters. After walking for a distance, Lin Ye spotted a fishing boat standing at the water's edge. Wonderful. I will go take a look. You all can catch up at your own pace. Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly as he dashed toward the vessel. However, as he approached, he noticed several figures, one of whom he recognized to be Wang Qin. What a coincidence. You are here too? Lin Ye said with a chuckle. Wang Qin stepped forward, flanked by 2 men and a woman, all regarding Lin Ye warily. The 2 men wielded sharpened wooden sticks, while the woman held a rudimentary bow and carried a few wooden arrows on her back. Mr. Lin? What a coincidence indeed. I never expected you to still be alive, Wang Qin remarked, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing Wang Qin's response, several individuals gradually lowered their weapons and positioned themselves beside her. Thank the heavens, we narrowly escaped death, yet here you are, still alive, Lin Ye replied. The tale is lengthy. The tsunami struck unexpectedly. Since you have arrived, we shall not impose upon you. The supplies aboard this vessel shall belong to whoever discovers them first, Wang Qin declared, casting a meaningful glance at the 2 men behind her. Understanding her cue, the men began to ascend towards the cabin, while Wang Qin and another woman commenced their search around the ship's structure. Lin Ye, is there any danger? Huang Ziyu and a few others approached to inquire. It should be fine. If they would act aggressively, we would not stand a chance. Let us focus on locating useful supplies and disregard them for now. Lin Ye responded. The entire ship was marred with rust and decay, with certain sections appearing ready to collapse at any moment. Cautiously, Lin Ye navigated the slanted gangway towards the cargo hold. The most crucial supplies were iron implements. Any other useful items had long since vanished. Lin Ye discovered several rusted steel plates, adequately sized for sharpening a few machetes. Ultimately, he unearthed a piece of iron sheet that could be fashioned into a pot. While the items found by the women were meager and of little value. Mr. Lin, I imagine it must be quite arduous for you to manage so many women alone, Wang Qin remarked as she approached him, glancing at the women with a knowing expression. Hardship is inevitable. After all, we are all striving for survival. Holding on until the rescue team arrives, Lin Ye replied, adjusting the steel plates. I do worry for your delicate frame. Huh? Should I extend another invitation for you to join us? How would you respond? Wang Qin chuckled. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although he sensed no malice from Wang Qin, her capabilities were evident as the men appeared to heed her commands. The last time with Haid, he had not accompanied them this time, leaving Lin Ye uncertain of his fate. Miss Wang, I am quite curious as to how they follow your lead, Lin Ye inquired, gesturing towards the 2 men in the distance. It is quite simple. Resource allocation, Wang Qin replied. Resource allocation? Lin Ye questioned, genuinely puzzled. He was somewhat intrigued, considering the scarcity of resources on this deserted island, where one meal was scarcely assured. If you were to join our team, you would naturally become aware of the resource distribution, Wang Qin continued, removing the watch from her left wrist and offering it to Lin Ye. Furthermore, she added, we lost 5 individuals during the last tsunami, and now we are in dire need of personnel. Regardless of whether you accept our invitation, I wish to give you this watch. Gazing at the watch before him, Lin Ye realized that, if traded externally, it would fetch several million. Its worth on the deserted island remained significant, serving to tell time and calculate tides. This woman possesses a grand vision, Lin Ye thought, yet he could not fathom her intentions. Perhaps she genuinely wished to invite him to join, but the more she extended her hand, the more apprehensive Lin Ye became. Chapter 30. Equivalent exchange. This woman indeed possesses a knack for winning hearts. Lin Ye accepted the watch and examined it thoughtfully. The item is undoubtedly valuable. Yet I still prefer not to join your ranks, he stated. Wang Qin was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Lin Ye's refusal. Lin Ye simply did not wish to entrust his fate to others, for human nature is fraught with treachery. I have accepted the watch as a token of gratitude, and in return, I shall impart a piece of information. There are 3 survivors in the direction from which I came, and they are of dubious character. Exercise caution around them, Lin Ye directed towards Wang Qin. 3 individuals? Wang Qin furrowed her brow, then continued, in that case, I shall no longer insist. Should you wish to join me, you are always welcome. The 2 men accompanying Wang Qin rummaged through the boat, each clutching various items, which Lin Ye observed to be mere scraps of discarded steel. At that moment, however, The two men cast their avaricious gazes upon the woman behind Lin Ye. Disregarding Lin Ye entity. We shall take our leave. Thank you for the watch, Lin Ye addressed Wang Qin. Given the greedy stares from the two men, it was prudent for Lin Ye to escort the women away first. You may leave, but they must remain. One of the men stepped forward to block Huang Ziyu and the others. The other man also positioned himself to obstruct their path, revealing their nefarious intent. Lin Ye prepared himself for a confrontation. His dislocated left hand had been forcibly reset during the journey, and while he felt confident against a single adversary, two posed a challenge, especially with a woman wielding a bow standing silently behind Wang Qin. So, do you intend to detain us? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the steel plate and addressed Wang Qin. Wang Qin, irritated, had originally intended to let Lin Ye go, but the man's lustful intentions contradicted her wishes. Huang Ziyu shielded the other women behind her, adopting a defensive stance. Let them go. Wang Qin commanded the man who had first spoken. Wang Jia, are you truly allowing them to leave? The man queried, his reluctance evident. I said let them go. Did you not hear me? Wang Qin raised her voice once more. Realizing Wang Qin's rising anger, the two men relented, casting one last lingering glance at Huang Ziyu before stepping aside. Let us proceed, Lin Ye signaled to Huang Ziyu, and they hurried along the sandy shore. Your audacity grows. You dare defy Wang Jia's orders, remarked the woman who had remained at Wang Qin's back after Lin Ye and the others departed. Inuk, King Ye, do not blame Yun Liang and his brother. Wang Qin waved her hand dismissively. These two men were named Peng Yunliang and his reticent brother Peng Yunjie. Wang Ye, we only wish to bring some fresh blood into the camp. That leading woman is truly stunning, Peng Yunliang flattered. Enough. Our camp is not devoid of women. I desire those who join voluntarily. Furthermore, if you can procure sufficient food, you may choose any woman from the camp, Wang Qin stated. But heed this, you must not force them. Having said this, Wang Qin departed with Qing. Brother, should we not pursue and capture those women? Once Wang Qin had left, Peng Yunjie suggested from the rear. Let be. Since Qing will not act, we would likely gain nothing, Peng Yunliang replied. The mention of Qing's prowess filled Peng Yunjie with a twinge of apprehension. Qing once held the title of champion in free fighting, and it is rumored that she served in the military, possessing exceptional archery skills. Like Haid, she is a personal bodyguard of Wang Qin. Had it not been for Wang Qin's leniency earlier, the two of them would likely have faced dire consequences. Unfortunately, Haid is presumed lost in the recent tsunami, with a high probability of having perished. On the very first day of their gathering, a few discontented individuals sought to confront Wang Qin over her allocations, only to be swiftly interrupted by Qing, who dealt with them decisively by casting them into the sea to appease the sharks. Let us procure some fish from the ocean. As long as we have sustenance, and with women available, there is no need to take unnecessary risks, suggested Peng Yunliang. Within Wang Qin's camp, there are 10 individuals, including the two brothers and 2 additional men. The 4 men need only secure sufficient food to provide a portion to Wang Qin. The 4 women will agree to engage with a man in exchange for equivalent food. Should a man attempt to force relations without food, Wang Qin will intervene. Initially, the women were reluctant to accept such transactions, yet after enduring 2 days of hunger and cold, they acquiesced. Wang Qin maintained a delicate balance, and with Qing's intimidation, this constituted her approach to resource allocation. At the very least, the women could survive, planning to forget these memories and start anew once they leave the island. Who would know if they chose not to disclose their experiences? On Lin Ye's side, he traveled eastward, returning to the spot where he initially awakened. You all find a tree to rest under while I gather some coconuts, Lin Ye instructed. Brother Lin Ye, I will accompany you, Luna eagerly replied. Very well. Having harvested the first few coconut trees, Lin Ye proceeded a little further before discovering more. Wait for me below while I climb up, he said, swiftly shedding his shoes and scaling the tree. Luna stood beneath, mesmerized, covering her mouth as she praised Lin Ye for his agility. Upon returning with a bounty of coconuts, they shared the fruits and rested on the ground for a moment. The journey had covered no less than 7 or 8 miles, and while Lin Ye remained relatively unscathed, the women were exhausted, sprawled on the ground with little desire to move. We should continue. This place is not safe at night, Lin Ye urged. Indeed, we encountered a pack of wolves here on our first night. It is best to avoid this area, Huang Ziyu concurred. As soon as the mention of wolves arose, The women hastily rose, affirming their resolve to persevere. After 2 more hours of walking, observing the women supporting one another as they followed Lin Ye, he realized they could not proceed any further. They had not yet faced danger, yet his companions were already faltering. "Let us rest here for the night," Lin Ye declared, surveying the expanse of the sandy beach. This island was vast, and after such a long trek, the path ahead remained dauntingly endless. Lin Ye noted that their route was not a straight line, resembling a W, with moments of entering and exiting. "Hooray! We can finally rest," Jin Shishan exclaimed with delight. Throughout the journey, Yingzi had spoken little, seemingly conserving her energy. Upon hearing Lin Ye's announcement to rest, she sat on the beach, relieved. Lin Ye glanced at his watch. It was 2 p.m., though uncertain which nation's time it reflected, rendering the reading somewhat futile. He resolved to rely on the sun to gauge the approaching dusk. He knew the cruise ship had met its accident somewhere in the Caribbean Sea. From the cave to the derelict ship to gather materials, about 6 hours had elapsed, and the sun's shadows were lengthening, signaling that nightfall was imminent. Lin Ye squinted at the sun, then took a seat to rest. Chapter 31. Bamboo Shoot and Coconut Soup. Ladies, have you all rested well? I will now assign your tasks. After a brief pause, Lin Ye rose and spoke. Night would fall in a few hours, and he needed to procure the essentials before darkness enveloped them. Hearing his command, several women gathered around. Yu, letting Z into the woods to collect dry firewood. The more the better. It must be enough to sustain a fire through the night. Do not venture too deep and stay safe. Lin Ye instructed Huang Ziyu. Understood. Huang Ziyu promptly responded and, taking Yingzi, entered the forest. Luna, fetch some stones. Not too large, just enough to be handy, Lin Ye directed. Luna nodded and headed toward a rocky outcrop. You two, search along the shoreline for anything edible. He added. The sisters Jin Shishan and her sibling immediately proceeded to the coast. Everyone was dispatched on their tasks while Lin Ye returned to the forest edge to gather a bundle of leaves, which he laid carefully on the ground as padding. After several trips, the leafy bedding was sufficient for several to lie upon, and Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Luna returned, cradling several stones. Brother Lin, here are the stones. What are they for? Luna Nguayith. To pound the pot, of course. Then go to the shore and see if you can find any bottles to fill with seawater, Lin Ye explained. Oh, got it. Luna obediently ran toward the sea. By now, the sole remaining bottle of fresh water had long been consumed, and only 5 or 6 coconuts remained by their side. Surviving the night meant securing fresh water by morning was imperative. Lin Ye grasped a stone and began hammering a piece of iron salvage from the wreckage. The rhythmic pounding echoed deep into the island's interior. He was unafraid of attracting wild beasts. In fact, louder noises tended to repel them. If any humans were nearby, the sound might draw them in. Under Lin Ye's deft hands, a rudimentary large pot finally took shape. The sisters Jin Shishan had gathered many small crabs and numerous tiny oysters, while Luna's search yielded only 3 empty bottles after considerable effort. Lin Ye, come help. Huang Ziyu's voice came from the forest edge. She held a large bundle of dry wood, and Yingzi appeared to be clutching bamboo shoots. Lin Ye hurried over, and upon seeing the bamboo shoots, asked, So many bamboo shoots, where did you find them? We only ventured 300 or 400 meters in. There's a small bamboo grove with many young shoots sprouting from the ground. We didn't go deeper because there's a cave inside, Huang Ziyu panted, setting down the firewood. A cave? Lin Ye exclaimed. From a distance, the cave looks pitch black, and the entrance is overgrown with bamboo. We were too afraid to approach. Yingzi added, It is indeed remarkable that 2 women dared to venture so deep into the wilderness. Lin Ye had originally planned to explore the forest tomorrow. It seems he must now investigate the cave. No worries, as long as you're back safely. Bamboo shoots are a delicacy. If we had some meat to stir-fry with them, the aroma would be divine, Lin Ye said as he accepted the bamboo shoot from Yingzi. At the mere mention of food, the stomachs of the group betrayed them with audible growls, having subsisted only on a few pieces of coconut throughout the day. Selecting 2 pieces of easily combustible wood, Lin Ye commenced his fire-making endeavor using the friction method. After his hands were blistered and sore, a flame finally flickered to life. He instructed the women to prepare the bamboo shoots while he began boiling seawater to extract salt, a process in which he had become quite adept following his previous attempt. Once the salt was ready, he added 3 coconuts to the pot along with the bamboo shoots. The crabs were skewered on branches and roasted over the fire, culminating in a humble yet satisfying meal of bamboo shoot and coconut soup. Lying on a bed of leaves spread across the sandy shore, Lin Ye felt utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Let's make do with this tonight. The sky is our blanket, the earth is our bed, he smiled. I think it's quite nice, Ingzi said, becoming the first to lie down. I want to sleep next to brother Lin Ye. Don't you dare compete with me for the spot, Luna declared as she hurried over to lie beside Lin Ye. This girl has clearly latched onto Lin Ye, lying close and continuing her inquisitive questioning. Brother Lin Ye, what did you do before? Do you have any dreams? She asked. I used to work at a small company, earning 4 or 5,000 yuan, enduring the harshest scoldings. Lin Ye shook his head before continuing. As for dreams, right now, I just want to survive this place, then earn money and return home to marry. Do you have a girlfriend? Luna's eyes widened as she pressed on with her soul searching. Recalling his past relationship, a futile 3-year pursuit, Lin Ye awkwardly replied, I dated someone. But we broke up. Luna was about to probe further, but was interrupted by Lin Ye. Don't ask me. You all should share too. Let's get to know each other. I'm just curious about you, Luna pouted. Don't you know curiosity killed a cat? Lin Ye sikit. I just graduated from college, and my father promised to take me on a world tour. The final stop was supposed to be the African savannah. Luna began to speak, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. She had previously mentioned that her father was missing following a recent maritime disaster. The recollection brought a somber mood, and Lin Ye gently patted her back in comfort. Luna sobbed quietly beside Lin Ye, while Ingzi embraced her softly, the atmosphere becoming heavy with melancholy. Lin Ye, you all should get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight, Huang Ziyu offered. I'll stay with you, Jean Meishan said. No need. You should all sleep. I'll wake you in the middle of the night. Someone has to keep the fire going, Huang Ziyu replied to Meishan. Lin Ye made no objection, planning to take over the watch in the latter half of the night. Meishan also did not refuse. Exhausted from the day's hardships, everyone soon drifted off to sleep. When Lin Ye awoke again, he found Huang Ziyu sitting silently by the fire, gazing up at the luminous, star-studded sky. Lin Ye rose and approached, saying, You should take a rest for a while. I will keep watch during the second half of the night. You've awakened so soon. You ought to sleep a bit more. I am not yet tired, Huang Ziyu replied, turning her head. Lin Ye glanced at the time. Only 3 hours had passed since he had fallen asleep. However, he felt remarkably invigorated, with the gentle sea breeze refreshing his spirit. I am feeling quite energetic as well. Perhaps you could keep me company for a while, Lin Ye suggested, stretching lazily. He continued, I have always fantasized about having a seaside villa, facing the ocean with spring blooms. How wonderful that would be. Huang Ziyu chuckled in response. Well, part of your dream has come true, although there is no house, only the lurking dangers. Ha ha, if we can't return, I shall construct a villa right here, Lin Ye laughed. If we make it back alive, I could give you a villa, Huang Ziyu said earnestly, gazing at Lin Ye. Taken aback by her words, Lin Ye pondered that a seaside villa, regardless of its location, would not come cheap. This woman casually offers villas. That sounds splendid. I shall consider myself a kept man. Ha ha. Lin Ye joked, treating it lightly. In comparison to the life you saved, a seaside villa is of little significance. Huang Ziyu replied calmly. Are you perhaps a wealthy heir? You have never mentioned your background. What brings you aboard this ship? Lin Ye inweited. Over the past few days, he had gleaned some familial information about several women, yet Huang Ziyu had remained enigmatic. Do you wish to know? Huang Ziyu retorted. I was quite curious, especially since you so freely give away villas. However, upon your inquiry, I find myself suddenly uninterested, Lin Ye shrugged. Well, I no longer wish to share it. Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. The night sky sparkled with bright stars, occasionally graced by shooting stars. Yet, in all these days, no aircraft had crossed this expanse. Such a vast island seemed absent from any map. I shall retire for the night. If you feel tired, wake me, Huang Ziyu yawned. For the past 2 nights, she had secretly been grappling with personal issues. One more day, and her discomfort should pass. Go ahead, dawn is approaching, Lin Ye replied. The temperature by the seaside remained notably chilly at night, and the women huddled together for warmth. After a night had passed, Luna was the first to awaken. When did you wake up? She asked, noticing Lin Ye sitting by the fire. Oh, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Were you cold? Lin Ye turned to her. Not too bad. It was bearable. My body seems to be acclimatizing to this environment, Luna smiled. A hint of dawn appeared over the sea, as if the sun were rising from beneath the waves, and soon everyone was awake. Lin Ye retrieved the steel piece he had placed by the fire the previous night. One side was glowing red-hot, and he intended to flatten it with stones to forge a knife. What are you planning to do? Huang Ziyu asked, rubbing her eyes. Have you also become curious? It used to be Luna who asked first. Lin Ye teased Huang Ziyu before adding, I'm going to forge a knife. Huang Ziyu gazed at Lin Ye's actions, her expression a mixture of bewilderment. Utilizing a stone to forge a blade? Such a method appeared rather clumsy. Yet it remained the most viable option at present. Several women mimicked Lin Ye's approach, placing the remaining 2 steel plates into the flames. The sound of clanging echoed as they toiled tirelessly, repeating the process countless times. Lin Ye, after assessing the thickness, was finally satisfied and began to hone the edge on a coarse stone. Lacking a whetstone, this task proved to be quite arduous. The blisters from yesterday's fire-making efforts had fully burst, causing Lin Ye to wince in pain. Luna, my dear, come here and assist me for a moment. Lin Ye beckoned to Luna. While the other 4 women were engrossed in forging the steel plates, Luna stood there foolishly, prompting Lin Ye to request her assistance. I don't know how to do this either, Luna said, pointing at the somewhat misshapen blade. Don't know? It's quite simple. Allow me to teach you, Lin Ye replied. Reluctantly, Luna crouched down and picked up the steel plate from the ground. Yes, just like that, apply some force. Add a bit of water to the stone. Lin Ye transformed into a master craftsman, directing the others in sharpening the blades. Among the forged pieces, Lin Ye's blade turned out relatively well, while the other 2 were lamentably subpar, either crooked or overly thick. Perhaps we can refine them further next time, he mused. I am exhausted, Luna complained as she handed the blade back to Lin Ye. Upon receiving the steel knife, Lin Ye ran his fingers along the edge, finding it satisfactory. These 3 steel plates were specifically selected by Lin Ye from the derelict ship, each measuring 1 meter in length for centimeters in width, and less than 2 millimeters in thickness. He had sharpened a 20-centimeter blade at the front, transforming it into a formidable cleaver. Not bad at all, Lin Ye remarked, testing the blade against a small tree at the edge of the forest. With just 2 strikes, he felled the sapling. That's not solely your achievement. You owe me a reward, Luna playfully asserted. Yes, it's all your credit, but at the moment, I have nothing to offer you, Lin Ye replied, turning his pockets inside out for her to see. That doesn't matter. Just remember it, Luna declared before scampering off to the seaside to freshen up. You all should wash up as well. Shortly, we will venture into that bamboo grove cave. Lin Ye instructed the 4 women still working on the steel plates. He took a moment to assess their progress, concluding that they could suffice as firewood. Lin Ye prepared some charcoal in a pot, intending to bring a source of fire, as the process of friction fire-making was exceedingly time-consuming. After all, the ash from the grass could still be useful. Crafting a simple net bag from vines to support the pot's base, he ensured it wouldn't burn his hands. Before long, everyone followed Huang Ziyu to the periphery of the bamboo grove. There, Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu pointed toward a dark cave ahead. Lin Ye followed her gesture, observing a modest cave entrance, partially concealed by the surrounding small bamboo. Please kindle a fire here and wait for me. I shall investigate the situation, Lin Ye instructed as he handed the pot to Huang Ziyu, tightening his grip on the steel knife before cautiously approaching the cave entrance. A hint of trepidation lingered in Lin Ye's heart. What if a fierce beast emerged from within? He might not have the chance to escape. As Lin Ye approached, he discovered that the entrance was situated beneath a modest rocky hill, with the cave extending deep downwards. He picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it inside. The sound echoed, suggesting considerable depth. After repeating this action numerous times, he concluded that there were no ferocious beasts lurking within, though the profound darkness made it challenging to ascertain the situation. Lin Ye wielded a steel knife to cut away the small bamboo obstructing the entrance, allowing a bit more light to filter in, though it merely illuminated the edges of the cave's mouth. How is it, Lin Ye? Is there any danger? Huang Ziyu inquired, observing Lin Ye's return. It is quite spacious inside. I tested it with stones, and as of now, there appears to be no danger. We must venture in with torches to investigate further, Lin Ye replied. I will accompany you, Huang Ziyu declared, grasping a recently ignited stick. All right, let us gather some dry twigs to build a fire inside the cave. This stick is not a proper torch and has not been oiled, so it will not burn for long, Lin Ye suggested. The others, noticing the stick Huang Ziyu had just removed from the fire pit was on the verge of extinguishing, agreed with Lin Ye's reasoning. They scavenged some fallen dry twigs from the ground and ignited a fire at the cave's entrance. Chapter 33. Human skeletons. The interior of the cave was vast, with a pathway extending downward into the depths, shrouded in mystery, only about 20 meters visible. I will descend to take a look, Lin Ye said, cautiously making his way inside with the torch. Upon closer inspection, he noticed layers of stone steps, seemingly chiseled by human hands, with the passage becoming narrower deeper within. Can you see inside? Huang Ziyu asked as she followed. It seems to be getting smaller with no end in sight. The further I go, the cooler it becomes. Lin Ye observed as he gazed at the stone steps beneath him. A premonition stirred within Lin Ye. There had undoubtedly been human presence here, as each step was perfectly spaced, unlike naturally formed pathways. I have a feeling that someone once inhabited this place, Lin Ye remarked, pointing at the steps below. Huang Ziyu pondered for a moment and speculated. Could there be wild people residing here? Lin Ye felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly calmed himself. The cave bore signs of long neglect, devoid of any traces left by humans or animals. If there were any, the ground would surely be smoother. Don't frighten yourself. Let us retreat for now, Lin Ye reassured, patting her shoulder. As the torch flickered ominously, he led her slowly back toward the entrance. Upon reaching the cave mouth, they were met with inquiries from Luna and the others, to which Lin Ye merely reported that no discoveries had been made. Earlier, he had spotted a pine tree by the roadside, and he decided to utilize its resin to craft a torch, which would burn longer for a deeper exploration. Are you going back in? Huang Ziyu asked, keeping pace with Lin Ye. Certainly. How can we feel secure camping here without a thorough inspection? Lin Ye replied as he gathered ample pine resin and tore his sleeve to fashion a torch. Please make one for me as well. I will accompany you shortly. Huang Ziyu requested, gazing at the torch in Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye glanced at her, then tore the other sleeve to create an additional torch. Thus, his long shirt transformed into a vest, presenting a somewhat comical appearance. You will surely be ahead of the fashion curve dressed like that. Huang Ziyu chuckled, covering her mouth. It is fortunate that I am in a relatively better state. However, you should take a look at Yingzi, who is entirely battered and bruised. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, realizing that it was inappropriate to expose someone else's wounds, and hastily closed his mouth. Among the group, only Huang Ziyu and Luna appeared to be somewhat intact in their attire. The last time they rummaged through the abandoned suitcase, both of them had chosen a set of clothing, while the others bore varying degrees of tattered garments. The dense thickets within the forest inflicted numerous rips, and it was common for arms and cheeks to bear scratches. Yet, given their current circumstances, the women could hardly afford to be finicky. Minor injuries could be easily tended to, as Lin Ye had lost count of the scars adorning his own body. Let us proceed further and explore, Lin Ye suggested as he handed a torch to Huang Ziyu. Are you all truly going back in? I wish to accompany you. Luna expressed her curiosity, glancing at Lin Ye, who seemed intent on venturing deeper into the cave. Do you think this is a leisurely expedition? It is dark and foreboding inside. It could frighten you to death. Lin Ye playfully pinched Luna's nose in jest. Ever since he had grown familiar with her, he found it entertaining to tease her repeatedly. I'm not afraid. I have never had the chance for a real cave adventure before. Just thinking about it sends a thrill through me, Luna declared with increasing excitement. I want to go too. Include me in your adventure. Jean Shishan chimed in eagerly from the side. Lin Ye, somehat ekasperatet, repliet. Do you truly believe this is a tourist attraction? You should temper your enthusiasm. The two girls, feeling somewhat wronged by Lin Ye's scolding, pouted. The passageway inside is rather narrow. You should wait at the entrance while Ziyu and I go in. It is safer that way. Lin Ye earnestly advised. Jean Meishan tugged at her sister, urging her not to cause any trouble, and thus managed to dissuade the two curious souls. Lighting the torch, she led Huang Ziyu back into the cave. Watch your step. The stone walls are close by. If you were to stumble, it could be quite troublesome. Lin Ye cautioned Huang Ziyu as they proceeded. Oh, then why aren't you holding my hand? Huang Ziyu gently complained. Hey, do you think I wouldn't want to? It's merely a matter of feeling bashful, Lin Ye replied, his heart secretly elated. Huang Ziyu's fingers were long, and, after these few days of hardship, had become somewhat rough. As he held her hand, he noted its icy chill. During their last hasty escape, he hadn't taken the time to truly appreciate it. He wondered if the coolness was due to the cave's temperature or if her hands had always felt this way. After traversing approximately 50 meters, the descending steps ceased, and the terrain leveled out. The torch illuminated a few stones Lin Ye had previously tossed. What once was a narrow passage for a single person now expanded into a more spacious area. As they entered, the two held up their torches, startled by some inexplicable objects flitting overhead. "Do not be afraid. It is merely bats," Lin Ye reassured Huang Ziyu, tightening his grip on her hand to comfort her. The ground was marked by a few droppings from the bats, and the torchlight disturbed their resting place. Outside, the summer heat was oppressive, while inside felt as if they had stepped into a cool, air-conditioned room. Continuing onward, they encountered a slightly slippery floor, with occasional droplets of water falling onto their heads. "Ah, Lin Ye, look ahead. You must see what is before us." A piercing scream echoed as Huang Ziyu dropped her torch, shrinking behind Lin Ye while frantically pointing ahead. Following her trembling finger, Lin Ye's feeble torchlight revealed a human skeleton lying before them. "Do not be afraid. It is merely a collection of bones," Lin Ye murmured reassuringly, though his own heart quivered with unease. It was his first encounter with a human skeleton, and his legs trembled. Yet before the woman, he strove to maintain composure and not lose his nerve. "Let us proceed, Lin Ye. We must advance," Huang Ziyu stammered, though hesitation gnawed at him. Lin Ye pondered the mystery of why such remains lay within the cavern. Could there be unknown perils lurking within? Driven by curiosity, he resolved to investigate. After all, living men should not fear the dead. "It's just a skeleton. Look at you, frightened out of your wits. And yet you are a martial arts master," he teased, bolstering his own courage. Huang Ziyu seized his waist and pinched sharply. Even a martial arts master is still a girl and can feel fear. Lin Ye gasped from the sudden pain. "Why pinch me? Go pinch that skeleton if you dare. I'm not the one scaring you," he protested, gesturing innocently toward the bones. "You looked down on me earlier, but after your little outburst, I'm less afraid myself." With that, Huang Ziyu retrieved the torch she had dropped. Fortunately, the resin-soaked torch still burned brightly. Under the illumination of two torches, Lin Ye cautiously approached the skeleton. It bore no clothing or metallic adornments, and appeared to have lain there for a long time. Judging by its size, it was the remains of an adult male. Lin Ye scrutinized the bones closely, and though the dark, oppressive cave unsettled him, the skeleton itself no longer inspired terror. "How'd he come to die here?" "Lin Ye wandered alone." "That is a question I cannot answer. Perhaps, like us, he was stranded on this forsaken island and met his end here," Huang Ziyu replied as Lin Ye circled the remains, surveying the surroundings. They had likely reached the innermost recesses of the cavern. "Let us leave," Lin Ye suggested, but then paused. "Wait till you hear that." "Hear what?" Huang Ziyu asked. "It sounds like dripping water." Lin Ye pricked up his ears, listening intently. From the farthest corner. "I think," she whispered. "Let's go see." Lin Ye led the way deeper into the cave. Approaching, they discerned a small pool of water no more than 7 or 8 steps from the skeleton. The torchlight was dim, and from a distance earlier, the pool had been obscured. Above it hung numerous naturally formed stalactites, from which water continuously dripped, creating a gentle patter on the surface. Though modest in size, the pool extended downward along the stone wall, likely connecting to an underground river. "It's fresh water. How fortunate." Lin Ye smiled, cupping some in his hands to taste. This cave descends roughly 50 meters via a stone stairway, then turns left for another 100 meters. Overall, it's quite a place, but that skeleton remains unsettling. Huang Ziyu washed her face with the cool water, her unease momentarily eased. The underground water is refreshingly cool, and occasionally fish swim by, though it is rather unfortunate that they are difficult to catch. "This is easily resolved. We shall extract it and give a proper burial," Lin Ye remarked. "I won't assist you. That is your task," Huang Ziyu retorted with a look of disdain. Lin Ye had not intended for her to help. He only needed her to hold the torch for illumination. If he did not remove the skeletal remains, he would have to greet it every time he came to fetch water, and he imagined the girls would be too frightened to descend. "No worries. I shall manage it myself. Just help me with the light," Lin Ye continued, savoring 2 more sips of water that was as sweet as the well water from his hometown. "Let us proceed. The torch is nearly extinguished." When Lin Ye emerged, cradling a mass of bones, he startled the women at the entrance. "Lin Ye, brother, why are you carrying a pile of bones?" "Luna Ingwair, stepping aside. It appears to be human bones," Ingzi exclaimed, pointing at a skull in shock. Aside from Huang Ziyu, the other women gaped in astonishment. Do not be afraid. I intend to bury it, for I cannot bear to see it lying there. Lin Ye reassured them, continuing on without pausing, and simply interring the remains at the edge of the bamboo grove. Returning to the cave, he addressed the women. There is a pond inside. You may bathe there and take some water back in bottles. He gathered a quantity of pine resin, cut several sections of bamboo, and fashioned a rudimentary oil lamp that would burn for a long time, with Huang Ziyu acting as their guide. Mei Shan, please stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Just as Huang Ziyu was about to descend, Jean Mei Shan was called back by Lin Ye. The women exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Lin Ye had asked Jean Mei Shan to remain, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Why do you all stare at me? I have serious matters to discuss with her. Do you not trust my character? Lin Ye responded, Somehat ekasperatit. Jean Mei Shan stepped forward and said, You all go ahead. Lin Ye surely has something important to say to me. Huang Ziyu cast a glance at Lin Ye before leading the others toward the pond. Lin Ye, what is it that you need from me? Jean Mei Shan murmured. Lin Ye's gaze fixated on Jean Mei Shan's waist, and he circled around her, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement. Noticing his eyes on her waist, Jean Mei Shan's cheeks flushed, and she thought, could it be that Lin Ye desires me? Lin Ye, as if having confirmed something, exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. Ha ha! As Lin Ye's gaze shifted away from her waist, his expression became peculiar, prompting him to clarify, Mei Shan, do not misunderstand. I recall that on the day we hunted the wild boar by the creek, you were wearing casual pants. My earlier observation has confirmed my suspicion. Jean Mei Shan looked bewildered. Why was Lin Ye so pleased about her wearing casual pants? Observing her slightly flushed and awkward demeanor, Lin Ye continued, The thing is, I noticed that your casual pants have an elastic band. Could you remove it for me? Huh, but then my pants would fall off. Jean Mei Shan replied, feeling embarrassed. Lin Ye had not considered that aspect, but the elastic combined with bamboo could be fashioned into a composite bow for hunting, making their endeavors far more effective. There is no need for haste. We can devise a method to secure it with a rope to prevent it from falling. Lin Ye scratched his head and said. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed from below, and Lin Ye thought to himself that something was amiss. You wait here. I will go down and investigate. Grasping a knife, Lin Ye hastily seized a burning stick from the fire and stumbled towards the cave, faintly hearing the cacophony within. There were screams and splashes of water, prompting Lin Ye to quicken his pace, stumbling twice along the way. Ah, Lin Ye, don't come over yet. Before Lin Ye's eyes appeared four pale bodies illuminated by the flickering flames, a sight that could induce a nosebleed. All four women were submerged, each desperately splashing water towards an object on the shore. What is happening here? Lin Ye was somewhat bewildered, being halted by Huang Zi. Yet it seemed the pool was not particularly deep, as the upper halves of the women were clearly visible. Lin Ye Gidge, there is something over there. Luna continued to splash water onto the shore, her two little white rabbits bobbing about. Noticing Lin Ye's arrival, the women crouched down to hide in the water. Lin Ye reluctantly averted his gaze and peered closely at the shore. Awawa fish. This is an awawa fish. Whether it was due to fright or the splashing water, the creature remained huddled in a corner, motionless. Lin Ye quickly approached and seized it in his hand. Lin Ye, you should come up. We are not dressed. Huang Ziyu urged, looking at Lin Ye as he resolved their predicament. Indeed, Lin Ye Appa, you've seen us in our entirety. Jean Shishan added with a look of mild reproach. I was merely concerned for your safety. I stumbled twice on my way down. Moreover, it's so dark that one can hardly see. Remember to bring up some water. It has been contaminated by you all. Lin Ye defended himself before ascending with the fish in hand. Chapter 35. Why are you pinching me again? This awawa fish weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, with a large, flat head and a smooth exterior. Several times Lin Ye almost lost his grip on it. He had seen smaller specimens back in his hometown's cave, many of which were used for brewing liquor, but this was the largest he had ever encountered, and he wondered how long it had been living in this cave. On the way back, it kept making a loud commotion, entirely dark in hue, which explained why the women had been so startled. After much struggle, he finally brought it up. Upon seeing Lin Ye emerge with the creature, Jean Meishan hurriedly approached and inquired, What is that? What happened down there? Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. It was likely rare for anyone to have seen a real awawa fish. Jean Meishan's question was not unexpected. This is an awawa fish, They were frightened by this fellow down below. Lin Ye tossed it onto the ground and stepped firmly on its head to prevent its escape. Is this a type of fish? Jean Meishan observed the awa fish squirming beneath Lin Ye's foot, its limbs flailing, and it made a continuous noise, prompting her to hesitate in approaching. Lin Ye offered no further explanation. He was preoccupied with the dilemma of how to procure their next meal, but now he need not ponder that, as he had acquired a source of natural delicacy. Would you like to go down and wash as well? Lin Ye turned back to ask. Jean Meishan glanced at the dark cave and shook her head. I am a bit frightened alone. She was uncertain how far she needed to venture inside. Yet, without a guide, the pitch-black darkness deterred her from proceeding alone. Several women were bathing below, and Lin Ye found it inappropriate to bring her along at that moment, thus suggesting she join them next time. When the women returned, Huang Ziyu cast an unusual glance at Lin Ye, which he pretended not to notice. You enjoyed watching just now, didn't you? Luna whispered mischievously into Lin Ye's ear. This spirited girl was adept at bringing up subjects unexpectedly, causing Lin Ye's cheeks to flush as he hastily changed the topic. That's the creature that frightened you earlier, Lin Ye said, pointing to the giant salamander at his feet. Everyone leaned in for a closer look. The salamander's mouth gaped wide, lined with a row of fine teeth. So this is the giant salamander? It's hideous. Don't be fooled by its ugliness. This creature is a nationally protected species, second class. It's practically impossible to eat, Lin Ye said proudly. Several mineral water bottles were filled with water and brought along. Lin Ye borrowed a dagger from Huang Ziyu, which he had previously seized from Hua Ge, intending to catch fish at the cave entrance. After some effort, everyone indulged in a sumptuous meal of fish. Remarkably, they devoured every morsel, and Lin Ye even drank the broth to the last drop. I suddenly realize your appetites have grown considerably, Lin Ye remarked, observing the group lingering by the pot, clearly unsatisfied. What do you mean? In 2 days, this is the only proper meal we've had, Jean Shishan said plaintively, though her sister promptly tugged at her sleeve, considering that since yesterday morning they had only eaten some coconut jelly and crab. Lin Ye frowned at the women's somewhat emaciated appearance. Now you understand how difficult it is to sustain so many women, Luna teased from the side. Jean Meishan and Ingzi seemed unconcerned. For them, following Lin Ye and having a decent meal was already a blessing, embodying the plight of those dependent on others. You don't appreciate the value of daily necessities until you manage a household. We can't afford to support you all. If you can't manage, just run away. Lin Ye teased Luna by pinching her nose. The remark elicited laughter from the group, aware that Lin Ye was jesting. Yet their smiles soon faded, as they all recognized that food scarcity was their gravest concern. I don't care. You ogled us all just now, so you must take responsibility, Luna said playfully. Luna, don't say that. You were the one he ogled the most. You were the star of the show, Huang Ziyu said, blushing, recalling the earlier moment in the pool when the three of them hid as Lin Ye approached. Luna had been splashing the giant salamander eagerly, her charm fully displayed before Lin Ye's eyes. On the very first day, Brother Lin Ye saw everything and even slept beside me, Luna declared boldly. Are Europeans really this uninhibited? Lin Ye kufud nervously. Purely accidental. Well then, I'll go take a look outside. Lin Ye proceeded toward the exit, feeling he had no face left to stay any longer. Emerging from the cave, he gazed upon the bamboo forest, where numerous bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground. The terrain behind the cave resembled a karst landscape, dotted with small limestone peaks. Lin Ye, are you troubled by the lack of food? Huang Ziyu approached from behind and inquired. Indeed, as the number of people increases, so too does the consumption of resources. With a hint of frustration, Lin Ye remarked as he settled onto a nearby boulder. Huang Ziyu joined him, saying, Do not burden yourself with too much pressure. I considered it, and since we are close to the coast, I shall accompany them to the seaside in hopes of fortune. We shall live off the land and the sea. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, inadvertently brushing against Lin Ye's face. He instinctively reached to sweep it aside, only to be sharply pinched at his waist by Huang Ziyu. Why are you pinching me? Lin Ye exclaimed, Beijing did it. Oh, it was nothing. I merely wished to pinch you. Look at you, a grown man. And I give you a gentle pinch, yet you make such a fuss. How will you protect us like that? Huang Ziyu stood up, elegantly tucking her hair behind her ear as she sauntered away. Is that how you leave? A gentle pinch? It felt rather severe to me, Lin Ye muttered, rubbing the now slightly bruised area as he suspected it was revenge for having seen her in a vulnerable state at the pond. You hold grudges well. One day I shall have my way with you and ensure you undergo a physical examination. He grumbled softly towards the direction she had departed. Lying on the boulder, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. In his haze, he could hear someone calling his name. Lin Ye, Lin Ye. He opened his eyes to find Jean Meishan squatting beside him, gently nudging him with her small hands. What brings you here? Lin Ye rubbed his eyes. This is for you. And if you feel tired, you should rest in the cave rather than outside. There is a risk of wild animals attacking, Jean Meishan said, handing him a rubber band. Looking at the rubber band in his hand, Lin Ye's excitement surged. How did you manage to get this? When her pants fall down? At his words, Jean Meishan blushed, assuring him she had her own methods and urged him to use it without worry before walking away. Lin Ye gazed at her retreating figure, which illustrated the essence of a ripe peach. Even the loose-fitting casual pants could not conceal her radiance. Jean Meishan, though quiet and beautiful, seemed easily pleased. He wondered how such girls were perceived in H country. Surely, back home, she would attract suitors in droves. Testing the feel of the rubber band in his hand, Lin Ye smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 36. A litter of wild rabbits with a rubber band in hand. Lin Ye set about crafting a triangular composite bow. He procured a sizable piece of bamboo, splitting it open to carve out 4 slender sections. These sections were smoothed to perfection and secured with the rubber band. He then unraveled some thread from his clothing, folding it 4 times to create a thicker strand, binding both ends to complete a rudimentary composite bow. The women were not left idle. He instructed them to gather more bamboo, regardless of size. They also crafted a batch of bamboo arrows. After testing them, Lin Ye found their power satisfactory, but the arrows were not straight enough, resulting in poor accuracy. Thus, he resorted to roasting the arrows over fire, meticulously polishing each one to achieve uniformity and improve their precision. Lin Ye, what are we doing with all this bamboo? Huang Ziyu inquired as she dragged a bundle back, wiping the sweat from her brow. Of course it serves a purpose. Come, I shall take you hunting. Lin Ye replied as he rose to his feet. Huang Ziyu cast a scrutinizing glance at the bow and arrow in Lin Ye's hands and inquired, will this truly suffice? Only one way to find out, Lin Ye replied as he handed the bow and arrow to her. Huang Ziyu grasped the bow, tested the tension by drawing it twice, then notched a bamboo arrow and released it. With a sharp whistle, the arrow soared through the air and embedded itself firmly in a nearby tree trunk. Lin Ye hurried over, exerted effort to extract the bamboo arrow, and exclaimed with excitement, impressive! Both the force and accuracy are commendable. Observing the arrow deeply lodged in the wood, he remarked, however, the pointed tip of the bamboo arrow has flattened and requires further refinement. If we were to affix an iron nail to the front, it might even be potent enough to fell a wolf. Huang Ziyu, admiring her handiwork, was also pleasantly surprised by the bow's power. The more this elastic band is used, the weaker its force becomes over time. It's merely a temporary solution. Lin Ye explained as he took back the bow and arrow and sat down to sharpen the bamboo arrow once more. I'm exhausted. I need a rest for a while, Jean Shishan declared, dragging a piece of bamboo and collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily as if utterly spent. Lin Ye, eyeing the bamboo on the ground, judged it sufficient and addressed the group. Use these small bamboo stalks to enclose this cave opening, forming a courtyard with a single gate. The others looked bewildered. While they were adept at cutting bamboo, constructing a courtyard was unfamiliar territory. Sensing their hesitation, Lin Ye took them under his wing and demonstrated the process. It's quite simple. Insert 2 bamboo stalks in the ground every 2 meters, forming a semicircle. Then weave bamboo pieces across in succession until fully enclosed. Follow this method, and I shall inspect your work upon my return. If it's subpar, there will be consequences. Lin Ye warned with a playful tone. Ziyu, let us depart. Grasping his bow and steel knife, he led Huang Ziyu toward the mountainous rear. Lin Ye Gige, please return soon. Luna's reluctant voice echoed from behind. The path beyond the cave was less densely forested, strewn with large rocks, making travel relatively easy. Occasionally, small animals darted through the underbrush, vanishing before one could turn to look. Upon reaching a meadow, Lin Ye mustered his strength and successfully shot a rabbit, attempting to flee into the cave. Carrying the rabbit, he bent down to peer inside and called out to Huang Ziyu, Ziyu, come quickly. The small rabbits curled into a ball under Lin Ye's careful excavation. Upon retrieving them, they were found to be extremely tiny, likely only a month old. With a total of 5 in the nest. Let us release them. They're too young, Huang Ziyu said compassionately. Releasing them doesn't guarantee their survival, Lin Ye countered, pointing to the mother rabbit lying on the ground. Huang Ziyu looked at the mother rabbit, its body riddled with wounds. Initially, it had struggled, but now lay motionless, undoubtedly deceased. That makes you responsible for 6 lives, she remarked gravely. Not at all. We can take them back and raise them ourselves, Lin Ye said with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Huang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must keep them alive, otherwise their mother will never rest in peace. Lin Ye, contemplating the prospect of enjoying meat in a month, mused about the rarity of such a splendid resource. He removed his clothing, wrapping the 5 little gray rabbits snugly within, and handed them to Huang Ziyu, saying, I entrust them to you. Please ensure they do not escape. Huang Ziyu accepted the bundle, carefully inspecting each one, reassuring him, do not worry. Let's return, she added. Lin Ye, bare-chested and bearing his spoils, made his way back. Along the path, Huang Ziyu crouched down to feed the little rabbits some vine leaves. The 5 gray rabbits nestled obediently in her arms, leaving Lin Ye to sit nearby, waiting patiently. Women have an innate affection for these furry creatures. Let us go, Huang Ziyu announced as she prepared to rise. Lin Ye responded in agreement, ready to depart when, suddenly, he noticed something behind her. Do not move. There is a snake behind you, he exclaimed in alarm, startled by his shout. Huang Ziyu froze in place, gripped by fear at the mention of a snake lurking behind her. The serpent was a brilliant golden hue, its tongue flicking in the air as it slithered closer, easily measuring 2 meters in length. Lin Ye could not identify the species, nor could he ascertain whether it was venomous. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Even the rabbits sensed the encroaching danger, huddling together in terror, likely the target of the snake's predatory intent. As Huang Ziyu heard the ominous sound of the snake drawing nearer, her hair stood on end, and she muttered, Lin Ye, think of something quickly. All right, do not panic, Lin Ye replied, cautiously advancing towards her, steel knife poised for a swift strike at the creature's head. At that moment, Huang Ziyu, crouched in fear, leaned forward, paralyzed by fright. I cannot hold on any longer, Lin Ye, my legs are giving way. Observing her trembling form, Lin Ye picked up branches and stones from the ground, hurling them near the golden serpent in an attempt to divert its attention. He threw several times, but missed, wary of hitting Huang Ziyu or provoking the serpent, which could potentially harm her. The golden snake, fixated on the rabbits on the ground, seemed ravenous, as if it had not eaten in days. Just then, Lin Ye reached Huang Ziyu's side, signaling for her to rise slowly and move forward. As soon as she was out of danger, he stood ready with his knife. I can hardly get up. Huang Ziyu's legs trembled more violently. Support me, she pleaded. Lin Ye extended his left hand, gently helping her to her feet. However, just as they began to rise, an unforeseen calamity struck. At that moment, overwhelmed by anxiety, Huang Ziyu's legs buckled as she collapsed to her knees. She cried out as her knees hit the rocky ground, the sudden pain drawing the snake's attention. Not good, Lin Ye exclaimed as the snake coiled back, launching itself toward Huang Ziyu's thigh. In response, Lin Ye swung his right hand forcefully at the snake's neck. Once again a cry echoed as Huang Ziyu sprang up from the ground, her thigh pierced by the fangs of the golden serpent. Simultaneously, Lin Ye's steel knife severed the serpent at its neck. Do not move just yet. Such actions will accelerate blood circulation, and we cannot ascertain whether this snake is venomous. Lin Ye urged, gidip hertiremlingarm. Huang Ziyu, clutching her wound, wailed, What should I do, Lin Ye? I do not wish to die. Lin Ye, feeling a pang of regret for bringing her on this hunting expedition, thought that perhaps this calamity could have been avoided. Do not fear. Everything will be all right. Lin Ye exclaimed, suddenly inspired. He unfastened his belt and tied it tightly above her wound. It hurts. Why are you tightening it so much? Huang Ziyu sobbed. If I do not bind it tightly, how can I control it? I could assist in extracting the venom, Lin Ye replied. Huang Ziyu hesitated. Although the bite was not in an overly compromising position, it was still a matter of intimacy. Do not hesitate. Which is more important, your life or your pride? Lin Ye pire said, noting her indigestion. Huang Ziyu realized that Lin Ye's offer to extract the venom was fraught with peril. If the serpent's venom was potent, he too would be at risk. Reflecting on how this man had saved her life on several occasions, her resistance began to wane. "All right, go ahead," she finally resolved. Ceasing her tears, with her eyes closed, she slowly rolled up her pants, her face flushed crimson at that moment. Her calves were smooth and delicate, devoid of any trace of hair. Though Lin Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, excitement coursed through him as well. Huang Ziyu lay on the ground, her head buried in her arms, her ears aglow, while two tiny bite marks on her leg continued to bleed. This was Lin Ye's first experience with such a task. He was uncertain of its efficacy and apprehensive about the potential consequences if venom was indeed present. However, the urgency of the situation took precedence, and he shook off his other thoughts. As he drew the first sip of venom from her wound, Huang Ziyu involuntarily flinched. "Do not move. It will soon be over," Lin Ye reassured her, mistakenly believing her reaction was due to pain. After spitting the blood onto the ground, he observed its vivid red hue. If it were venom, it should have appeared darker. Yet, Lin Ye remained cautious and drew a few more sips, cleansing her wound with water and rinsing his own mouth. All done. There should be no issues now. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziyu quickly pulled her pants down, her face still aflame, unable to meet Lin Ye's gaze. "At least say thank you. I risked my life for you," Lin Ye remarked, watching her silence. "Thank you," Huang Ziyu whispered. "Now that is better," Lin Ye replied with a hint of pride. "Gratitude aside, this matter must remain between us. Should you dare to divulge it—" "Humph," Huang Ziyu threatened, shaking her small fist. Lin Ye, perplexed, mused that it was not an affair worthy of secrecy. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Rest assured, I am a person of discretion. I shall not let a third party learn of this. Let us return," he concluded. Huang Ziyu cradled the little rabbit on the ground. Her cheeks flushed as she limped back. Watching her figure, Lin Ye's mind wandered. Would others speculate wildly about her awkward gait? Damn, he thought, feeling somewhat perverse. Shaking his head, he picked up the scattered items and followed her, not forgetting the golden snake. It was still meat after all. Trailing behind Huang Ziyu, Lin Ye's thoughts were a jumble. Suddenly, Huang Ziyu turned and asked, "Lin Ye, do you think this will leave a scar?" Well, actually, the wound is quite small. It probably one T-scar," Lin Ye replied awkwardly. "What do you mean probably? From your tone, it sounds like it might," she said plaintively. "Don't overthink it. It's just two tiny puncture marks. You almost lost your life. Why worry about scars? Besides, with today's technology, a simple repair back home will fix it," Lin Ye answered resignedly. Sometimes he truly couldn't fathom a woman's mindset. One moment worrying about survival, the next fretting over scars. "Oh," Huang Ziyu murmured softly, then walked on silently. Returning to the cave, several others were still working outside. "Brother Lin Ye, you're back. Come see how we're doing." Luna ran over, grabbing his hand and leading him toward the enclosure. The entire cave area was surrounded by a fence, akin to a house with a protective wall. Though rudimentary, it felt reassuring, not only to enclose space, but also to safeguard against wild beasts. "Not bad at all. Tonight, I'll treat you all to roasted rabbit and a hearty snake stew," Lin Ye said, holding up the rabbit approvingly. Luna's excitement surged at the sight of the rabbit, but she wrinkled her nose upon seeing the half-snake carcass. "At least there's meat," she said. "And there's a whole nest of them." Lin Ye pointed to Huang Ziyu holding the bunny. Huang Ziyu loosened her clothing, revealing a fluffy little gray rabbit. 5 people gathered around, each taking a rabbit to play with gleefully. Lin Ye, unable to resist, finished building the remaining fence himself. He split large bamboo stalks to fashion a simple bamboo gate, just wide enough for one person to pass through. He also raised the fence's height and patched up unfinished sections. From the outside, the enclosure stood nearly 2 meters tall, enclosing roughly 20 square meters. Even the cave dwellers from 2 million years ago didn't have such a fine home. Lin Ye chuckled proudly, clapping his hands. Before nightfall, he gathered some pine resin, enough to provide nightly illumination. Using bamboo, he crafted 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks, so they wouldn't have to break twigs at every meal. He also collected plenty of green vines to feed the little rabbits. At Luna's request, he fashioned a simple bamboo fork for her, a surprisingly time-consuming task, made easier by a small dagger. That night, they feasted once more on delicious stewed rabbit. Lin Ye decided to reserve the golden snake for another purpose. After dinner, Ingzi volunteered to clean up. With so few belongings, they still insisted on living with care and elegance. The cave is quite spacious, albeit a bit chilly, Huang Ziyu remarked while rubbing her shoulders. Lighting a fire inside is out of the question, as the resulting smoke would render the space unbearable. One would be suffocated by smoke before succumbing to the cold. Let's make do tonight. I shall devise a plan by tomorrow, Lin Ye stated as he selected some smokeless charcoal from the fire pit and placed it in the cave to slightly elevate the temperature. Being in a cave is far preferable to being outside, as it at least offers shelter from the wind and rain. By the flickering light of the fire, Lin Ye resolved to craft a fish trap throughout the night. Lin Ye, do you require our assistance? Huang Ziyu inquired, observing Lin Ye as he skillfully carved bamboo strips. This is a technical task, one that you may not be able to assist with, Lin Ye replied. Bamboo can be fashioned into various items. Lin Ye had learned the basics from watching his grandfather during his childhood. It need not be exquisitely crafted. Functionality is paramount. It's just that we feel a bit awkward seeing you toil alone, so we thought we'd inquire, Huang Ziyu added. During this period of their return, Lin Ye had been keenly observing her, wary of the potential venom of the snake, but unable to disclose his concerns. He leaned closer and whispered, "Is there anything unusual about your condition?" Huang Ziyu understood the implication of his question and felt her face flush as she considered her response. There is nothing unusual, just some itching and swelling at the wound. That should not pose a significant issue. Do your best to avoid sitting on the wound. Fortunately, it is not severe. Just maintain good hygiene, Lin Ye advised. Provided the snake is not highly venomous, and after Lin Ye's intervention, she should recover in a few days, as the human immune system is remarkably resilient. This thought brought to Lin Ye's mind the contemporary youth who, upon the slightest injury, rushed to the hospital, unaware that excessive bandaging can sometimes impede healing. However, under the circumstances, the availability of disinfectants like alcohol and iodine was limited, leaving Lin Ye to wonder if she was concerned about scarring. Lin Ye Gidge, what are you two whispering about? Why is Ziyu's face so flushed? Luna interjective. Approaching them, Lin Ye intended to respond, but Huang Ziyu quickly interjected, "Oh, we weren't saying anything significant, just asking Lin Ye if he needed help." Did I really turn red? She touched her face, her words stumbling, which only served to reveal her inner turmoil. You two are acting strangely. There is definitely something you are hiding from us. Luna's voice drew the attention of the others, who cast puzzled glances in their direction. Enough of your nonsense. What could possibly be amiss? Go feed the rabbits, Lin Ye chided as he pinched Luna's nose. Hee, I'm just curious. Luna giggled before retreating to the corner to tend to the rabbits. Lin Ye had constructed a small nest for the rabbits using stones, lined with ample hay, and they were likely asleep by now. He had to send Luna away, lest she pry further into matters. After much effort, Lin Ye finally wove a bamboo trap, leaving a conical opening that would allow fish and crabs to enter, but make it difficult for them to escape. I'll take a trip to the beach, Lin Ye announced as he stood up. Huang Ziyu urged him, it's quite late. Perhaps you should go tomorrow for safety. There's no need for concern. I have weapons. And the beach is nearby, Lin Ye reassured her. Lin Ye pointed to the steel knife and the bow and arrows, saying, we shall set the traps tonight. Only then will we have a catch by tomorrow morning. If we wait until daylight to set them, the sun will be too harsh, and the fish will not venture into the shallows. Then I shall accompany you, Huang Ziyu replied. No need. You should rest well. You've already traveled quite far during the day. Luna can accompany me. Lin Ye declined Huang Ziyu's offer, fully aware that his insistence on her rest stemmed from a recent snake bite. Yay! Luna exclaimed, eagerly lifting the bamboo trap for Lin Ye. This trap, crafted rather roughly by Lin Ye, would likely only catch fish weighing less than 2 pounds, as the openings were far too large. He fashioned a rudimentary torch from pine oil and placed the corpse of the golden snake in the center of the trap to serve as bait. He decided against bringing the bow and arrows, as visibility would be poor at night, but he deemed it necessary to carry the steel knife. The moonlight illuminated their path as Luna chattered incessantly, and even without the torch, they could navigate slowly through the less dense woods. Upon reaching the shoreline, Lin Ye positioned the bamboo trap beneath a rock, securing it with several stones to prevent it from being washed away by the sea. He sliced open the snake's carcass and placed it back into the trap, enhancing its appeal to the fish. After completing these tasks, Lin Ye collapsed onto the sandy beach. Exhausted. Brother Lin Ye, do you like Sister Ziyu? Luna inquired as she settled beside him. Caught off guard by the question, Lin Ye hesitated to respond. After all, a girl as beautiful as Ziyu would likely attract the admiration of any man. You are no exception either. The way you two looked at each other today was as if you were writing exchanging glances on your faces, Luna remarked, her expression reminiscent of a jealous young wife. Before Lin Ye could gather his thoughts, Luna playfully tackled him to the ground, asking, am I not beautiful? Does brother Lin Ye not like me? Their bodies were pressed closely together, and they could hear each other's heartbeats, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Stop fooling around. Get up. Of course you are beautiful. And I certainly like you, Lin Ye replied, attempting to rise. However, Luna exerted herself, pushing him down once more, her lips pressing against his. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock as his first kiss, after more than 20 years, was forcefully claimed. Brother Lin Ye, am I not pretty? Luna whispered softly in his ear. The warmth of her breath sent shivers down Lin Ye's spine, igniting a fervent heat within him. He swallowed hard, and ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. Suddenly, a distant roar broke the silence, leaving Lin Ye momentarily stunned and uncertain. He quickly dashed toward the sea, their eyes locking in an unmistakably awkward moment. Luna sat still, gazing at Lin Ye's retreating figure with a knowing smile. The icy waters of the sea jolted Lin Ye back to his senses, though he remained unsure of how to face Luna upon his return. Noticing Lin Ye had not yet reemerged, Luna approached the shore to wash her hands. Aren't you coming up? The sea is quite cold, she called, watching Lin Ye with a contemplative expression as she rested her chin on her hands. Oh, here I come, he responded as he emerged from the water, the sea breeze sending a chill through him. A soft chuckle escaped Luna as she teasingly inquired, Brother Lin Ye, haven't you had a girlfriend before? Yes, but it was nothing more than holding hands, Lin Ye admitted, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. This mischievous young lady was somewhat cunning, probably catching him off guard just now. Compared to Huang Ziyu, Lin Ye found Luna easier to get along with. Yet, if something were to happen between him and Luna, would that mean no chance with Huang Ziyu? Let's not discuss this anymore. Let's go back, he said, hastily picking up the clothes from the ground and dressing himself, his mind still replaying the earlier scene. He sneaked a glance at Luna beside him and noticed she was watching him as well. Why are you looking at me? He asked. Well, if you didn't look at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Luna replied with a sly smile. Lin Ye pinched his nose and said, it's about what just happened. Their relationship had grown somewhat ambiguous. Western women were often straightforward and bold in love and hate. If they liked someone, they would express it fearlessly. Luna appeared quite natural and unaffected by the previous incident, as if nothing had occurred. In contrast, Lin Ye felt slightly perplexed, uncertain how to navigate their relationship. Brother Lin Ye, don't burden yourself with guilt. I like you of my own free will, and I know you have feelings for Sister Ziyu. Rest assured, I won't reveal what happened today without your consent. It's our secret, Luna said, perceptive of Lin Ye's thoughts, her eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. She understood that on this island, she could not possess Lin Ye alone. No, that is not what I meant, Lin Ye began, but before he could finish, Luna gently placed her hand over his mouth. It's all right. You don't need to explain. If you ever need me, I'll be here. Lin Ye gave up trying to clarify, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. If they remained stranded on this deserted island without rescue, perhaps he could marry them all. Suddenly, a low, buzzing sound emerged. Hush! What is that noise? Lin Ye signaled Luna to be silent. The sound came from the sea, growing louder as it approached. They hid behind a jagged rock, peering into the pitch-black expanse. Is it a speedboat? Lin Ye observed a bright light rapidly moving across the water, accompanied by a roaring engine. The sound intensified as it neared their island. Could it be the rescue team? That's wonderful. We're saved, Luna exclaimed excitedly as the boat drew closer. Wait, rescue teams don't usually come at night. Let us observe the situation first, Lin Ye said, pulling Luna's hand and crouching beside some bushes. Hearing this, Luna felt a twinge of unease. It had been over 10 days since the accident, and Lin Ye had long since lost hope for a rescue team. Though he and T shared this to maintain their morale. The speedboat halted abruptly about 20 meters from shore, refusing to dock. A loud conversation arose from above. The boat was illuminated, and Lin Ye vaguely discerned approximately 6 individuals aboard, some clutching dark objects too small to identify clearly. Luna, can you make out what they're arguing about? Lin Ye inquired. Luna replied that it sounded like English, though the distance of 34 meters rendered it indistinct. Brother Lin Ye, I think I caught fragments about taking the wrong route to Zimu Island, and something about gold, Luna murmured. That aligns with what I heard. Lin Ye responded. Before he could finish, a fierce quarrel erupted on the boat, followed by a series of loud noises. Bang! Bang! Two men were hurled into the sea from the speedboat, accompanied by a string of curses. Lin Ye, fearing Luna might cry out, quickly covered her mouth. It dawned on him that the dark objects were firearms. The speedboat then roared to life again, not heading towards the shore, but racing swiftly eastward along the beach until it vanished from Lin Ye's sight, at which point he released Luna's hand. It seems we have encountered pirates, Lin Ye observed gravely to Luna. Luna gently patted her chest, calming her breath. Pirates? Lin Ye was uncertain. But judging from the snippets Luna overheard and the fact that their cruise ship had encountered trouble in the Caribbean Sea, it was a reasonable deduction. Do not be afraid. We are safe for now. In the future, if we see such yachts near the shore, we should hide and observe first. Luna felt a shiver of fear. Had she recklessly shouted out just now, it would surely have attracted the pirates' attention, a fate worse than death. Actually, I believe this is also our opportunity to prove that civilized people have set foot in these waters. If we could commandeer their speedboat. Lin Ye's words grew increasingly fanciful. Attempting to seize their vessel unarmed was a fool's errand. They would be shot before getting close. Returning to the cave, Huang Ziyu and several others sat around the fire chatting. Why were you gone so long? Huang Ziyu asked. Normally, Lin Ye would have replied casually. But today he felt a pang of guilt. Ziyu, we encountered pirates. Luna interjected on Lin Ye's behalf. Pirates? Huang Ziyu frowned with concern. Luna recounted the events by the sea to the women present, naturally omitting Lin Ye's tussle on the beach. Then we must be more cautious near the sea. I've heard pirates are desperados who frequently plunder passing ships and kill without mercy. Ingzi shared her insight. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. The pool is run dry. The night passed without incident, though Lin Ye went to bed heavy-hearted. He felt numerous tiny insects crawling over him and awoke the next day with red, swollen marks. Several women had already risen, watching Lin Ye scratch his body incessantly. Lin Ye, did you feel the insects last night? Stop scratching. It only worsens the itch, they cautioned. Huang Ziyu, speaking thus, extended her arm, revealing a sizable swelling upon it, with the marks of nails deeply imprinted and lingering. Lin Ye glanced at the others, each exhibiting varying degrees of redness and swelling. It appeared that mosquitoes and insects were ubiquitous, and perhaps particularly abundant within this cave. Moreover, Lin Ye noted that the pond within the cave had vanished. Huang Ziyu continued, inquiring about the situation. What has happened? It's completely gone. Lin Ye expressed his bewilderment. I'm unaware as well. I intended to wash up with them this morning, only to discover that the pond had dried up, leaving merely an opening leading deeper into the cave. You should go and investigate, she replied. The group had initially planned to freshen up and fetch some water, only to find the pond had disappeared. Hastily, Lin Ye ignited an oil lamp and descended to inspect. Upon arriving at the pond's previous location, he confirmed the water was indeed absent, revealing a bottomless passage before him. The pond had not entirely dried up. Several small puddles still retained ample water, sufficient for several days' consumption. Unable to ascertain the cause of the disappearance, he returned empty-handed. Although the reason remained elusive, the presence of several small puddles would sustain them for a number of days. With no other options, the group reluctantly asked Lin Ye to guide them to the seaside, where they could also check if there were any catches in the bamboo traps. Upon reaching the shore, they found that the location where the bamboo traps had been set the previous night was now partially exposed. Lin Ye recalled that when he set them, they had been fully submerged, at least 30 centimeters from the water's surface, indicating a likely low tide. However, the haul was commendable, with 7 or 8 fish of various sizes and a good number of crabs, resulting in a bountiful catch. If we can catch fish like this, won't we be able to enjoy fish every day? Jean Shishan remarked in wonder at the bamboo trap. Lin Ye mused to himself that this girl had not seen much of the world. If the snake's carcass were to decay, it would attract a multitude of fish. If you were to eat fish daily, you would likely grow weary of it. Not as fish, but consuming any single type of food for an extended period tends to induce nausea. Let us return, Lin Ye decided, readjusting the bamboo trap, which still contained the snake, indicating that no additional bait was required. It could likely be utilized for several more days. I might need quite a bit more bamboo. So you all should help me cut some later, Lin Ye suggested to the group. Luna est pressée her confusion. Lin Ye gige. Why we need to chop so much bamboo? It isn't edible. I plan to craft some furniture. Currently, our most pressing need is for beds. While sleeping on the ground is manageable for a short time, I worry that prolonged exposure may lead to rheumatism among you. Lin Ye had contemplated utilizing bamboo to construct a set of furniture, with beds being the most urgent requirement, although he possessed only a knife. Making such items would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet time was a resource they had in abundance. Upon hearing of Lin Ye's intention to make beds from bamboo, the group was filled with delight. Maishan went to prepare a meal, while Huang Ziyu and the others set out to cut bamboo. Lin Ye took the opportunity to refine the other 2 steel knives, thus equipping them with 3 steel knives in total. Time for dinner. With Maishan's resounding call, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around the pot. Luna intended to wash her hands, but Huang Ziyu reminded her freshwater resources are still relatively scarce. We should conserve it wherever possible. The meal prepared by Mei Shan was only half cooked, leaving the other half for dinner. The appetites of the few were indeed substantial, perhaps due to their laborious tasks, resulting in yet another day of empty plates. Naturally, Ingzi took the initiative to clear the dishes. Although several individuals intended to assist, they were graciously declined by Ingzi. One cannot help but acknowledge that women in the land of the rising sun are truly suited for the role of homemakers. After a brief respite, Lin Ye set about preparing for work, his thoughts simple, yet the execution challenging due to the lack of appropriate tools. Initially, he contemplated carving bamboo into strips for assembly, but was left with no choice but to create a bamboo raft instead. He also gathered numerous vines from the forest to bind everything together. Lin Ye, is this the bed you made? It's not even as comfortable as sleeping on the ground. Luna expressed her disappointment, having expected a remarkable creation from Lin Ye. He offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the limitations of his tools, but reasoning that placing some dry grass atop would certainly be better than sleeping directly on the earth. Lin Ye, the pond below has water again, announced Huang Ziyu, walking up with Mei Shan, evidently pleased after attempting to fetch some fresh water in a bottle. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. There was water again? How extraordinary! He pondered. I understand. It must be related to the tides. Earlier that morning, while retrieving the bamboo cage, Lin Ye had noticed the apparent retreat of the seawater, which had receded significantly. It was now the time of high tide. A connection to the pond's water had not yet crossed his mind. The island's underground river likely corresponded with the ocean's tides. And now that the pond had water again, the seawater must have risen as well. Then we can use the water with peace of mind. Ha ha, Luna exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing that there was water once again, Ingzi boldly poured more into the pot to wash the dishes. In theory, that's the case, Lin Ye commented, merely voicing his speculation. Whether this was indeed the principle at play required empirical testing, but he lacked the leisure to indulge in such experiments after a hearty meal. After several hours of toil, a few bamboo, raft-style beds were completed. Luna lay upon one to test it, exclaiming, "This is too hard. My back hurts from the bumps. How can I possibly sleep on this?" Lin Ye shrugged in resignation, suggesting, "Just lay some dry grass on it." A mere roll of her eyes served as the best response to Lin Ye's remark. In his mind, Lin Ye contemplated that since there were coconut trees on the island, there must also be palm trees. Should he find palm trees, he could weave palm fronds into mats, providing warmth and comfort for sleep. "I think I'll go out for a bit. Who would like to accompany me?" Lin Ye secretly wished for Luna to join him, hoping for a chance for their relationship to deepen, shedding the guise of innocence. However, he refrained from voicing this desire directly, fearing it might appear too purposeful. "I'll go with you." Lin Ye was taken aback when Huang Ziyu stepped forward, their relationship having taken on a subtle shift after he had helped her with snake venom previously. "All right then." He slung his bow and handed a steel knife to Huang Ziyu, leaving the 2 knives he had sharpened that morning for the women in the camp for protection. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy that I'm accompanying you?" "Your agreement seems reluctant." Huang Ziyu began to probe Lin Ye as they ventured short distance. Chapter 41. My willingness. Lin Ye had always known that this woman had a penchant for details, yet he was somewhat surprised that she had followed him. "No, I was just thinking about your injuries," he began, but Huang Ziyu immediately interrupted, her cheeks flushed as she said, "Do not mention that matter again. My wounds have already healed." Observing her adorably blushing visage, Lin Ye felt an urge to tease her. "Oh, So you're all better now? I was contemplating assisting you in extracting the poison had you not recovered. With a sharp slap, Huang Ziyu struck Lin Ye on the back, the force of which made him grimace in pain. Are you attempting to commit fratricide? Huang Ziyu chuckled triumphantly. You have rather fanciful thoughts, wishing to take advantage of me. I seriously suspect you knew that snake was non-venomous and deliberately sought to benefit from me. Lin Ye felt somewhat wronged. Initially, he had no knowledge of the snake's toxicity. It was only later that he recalled having seen such serpents in his childhood. Known in his hometown as the Duang Shi, this snake emitted a foul odor and possessed a golden hue, capable of growing up to 5 meters. It was entirely harmless. You're quite mistaken. I genuinely did not know whether that snake was venomous at the time. Moreover, if that snake had bitten my backside, would you have been willing to risk your life to assist me? Huang Ziyu fell silent, genuinely contemplating Lin Ye's words. If the roles were reversed, would she be willing? In truth, she would, for Lin Ye had saved her on numerous occasions, and he was a crucial member of their team. Without him, could they truly survive? It was not merely a matter of repaying Lin Ye's life-saving grace. For her own sake, she needed him to live. I would be willing. Lin Ye had anticipated that her silence indicated her answer, yet he was taken aback by her response. Gazing into her sincere eyes, he believed her words to be genuine. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. My agility is such that even a python could not catch me. Seeing Lin Ye's teasing expression, Huang Ziyu felt exasperated and chose to ignore him, continuing forward. Not long after, Lin Ye noticed her squatting beside a patch of grass, observing intently. Why'd you stop? Huang Ziyu plucked a handful of lavender, inhaling its fragrance with a smile. This is lavender. Lin Ye scratched his head, bemused. Is it just lavender? Why are you so delighted? He speculated that women inherently cherished flowers and plants. Upon encountering something they adored, they could easily become entranced. What do you understand? This lavender can be used to repel mosquitoes. Upon her revelation, Lin Ye suddenly recalled that his grandfather had cultivated many such plants in his youth, though he could not recognize them or recall their names due to the passage of time. How do you know it can repel mosquitoes? Huang Ziyu did not elaborate, perhaps thinking Lin Ye somewhat foolish. You need not concern yourself with that. Quickly gather these herbs. Obediently, Lin Ye hastily began cutting, and soon he had amassed a considerable quantity, while Huang Ziyu uprooted many of them. Observing the puzzled expression on the simple-minded Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu explained, I wish to plant this at the cave entrance. It will repel mosquitoes and provide lasting utility. Lin Ye gave her a thumbs up. I commend you for this idea. Bound together with vines, they emerged from the woods, placing the lavender by the seaside and continuing their journey eastward along the coast. My suspicion proved correct. Indeed, there are palm trees on this island. Gazing at the rows of palm trees standing majestically by the shore, Lin Ye felt an immense joy within his heart. I only know that palm fruits can be used for oil extraction, yet there are none on these trees. What is the purpose of this tree? Approaching the tree, Huang Ziyu pointed at the palm tree and inquired. Lin Ye, with a proud smile, replied, each of us possesses our own strengths. You understand that lavender can repel mosquitoes, while I am aware that the palm fronds can be woven into mats. The palm trees are not particularly tall, and climbing them to gather the fronds is not arduous. Collecting all the fronds amounts to only around 100 jin, which, if woven thinly, would suffice for a few people. After 2 hours of toil, the duo laboriously returned to their campsite. Huang Ziyu shared some of the burden, for they had yet another bundle of lavender to carry. Otherwise, Lin Ye would have struggled to bear it alone. 5 days later, beneath a large tree, flames roasted several fish while one person busily turned them over, and 2 others sat on the ground. Brother Hua, my wounds have healed. The next time I see him, I shall surely take my revenge. It was none other than Brother Hua's trio, with a Gue expressing his indignation towards Brother Hua, eager to seek vengeance on Lin Ye. After several days, Gue not only healed his injuries, but also successfully kindled a fire through friction, no longer needing to consume raw food. Su Huan observed the fiery determination in Gue's eyes and expressed his desire for revenge as well, revealing that he had sent Park Gukchong to sneak a look at the cave yesterday, only to find that the person had long since fled. Naturally, Brother Hua was also eager for vengeance, especially now that Gue had regained his strength, instilling confidence in him. Upon hearing that Lin Ye and the others had vanished without a trace, Gue struck the ground with his fist, cursing, if only I could find them. Brother Hua, Rest assured, if I do find them, I shall make them pay dearly. Su Huan patted Ague on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. At that moment, Park Gukchang scampered over with 2 roasted fish, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, Brother Gay, the fish is ready. Please enjoy." With a sycophantic smile, Park Gukchang had been the one scavenging for food by the seaside these past few days. He discovered a waterhole where, after every low tide, he could catch several fish. This revelation earned him newfound respect from Su Huan, who remarked, "Gukchang, you have truly worked hard these days." It must be noted that Su Huan is adept at speaking in a manner suitable to his audience. His attitude towards Park Gukchang has transformed from reprimands to endearing terms, clearly indicating the vital role Park Gukchang played in providing food. "Brother Hua, it is only right. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Noticing Park Gukchang's suddenly serious expression, Su Huan inquired, "What is it?" After a brief pause, Park Gukchang continued, "Yesterday, I ventured further east along the coast and discovered a dilapidated ship stranded on the beach. Upon hearing about the ship, Brother Hua, filled with excitement, grasped Park Gukchang's hand and asked, 'Where is the ship?' Brother Hua, please refrain from getting too exhilarated. Allow me to finish my explanation." Realizing he had been somewhat unrestrained, Brother Hua, having been trapped on the island for too long, released Park Gukchang and gestured for him to continue. Park Gukchang went on, "The ship is of a type that has corroded beyond usability. Primarily, I observed several individuals near the wrecked ship, 2 men and 2 women, the latter of whom possessed remarkable beauty." Upon hearing the mention of women, Xiong Hua felt a surge of excitement within. The last woman by his side had been rescued by Lin Ye. He pondered about how to alleviate stress on the island, feeling a yearning for rest, wishing for someone to provide him with a pillow. Chapter 42. Let us build a toilet. Ague maintained a rational demeanor, while Pu Guochang assessed the 4 individuals, suspecting there might be more. "Brother Hua, it seems this island harbors numerous survivors, most of whom are scattered." Xiong Hua discerned the implication in his words, contemplating seizing an opportunity to engage with those individuals the following day. Ague nodded, understanding that Brother Hua would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Regardless of whether they could return, if he could amass a group of people on this island for his use, he could still lead a life akin to that of a boss. "Brother Hua, these individuals may not be present every day." Pugushang, wary of encountering disappointment the next day, issued a precautionary statement to avoid any blame. His concerns were justified. Wang Xin and her group initially dispatched individuals to the beach daily to keep watch. However, as time passed without sight of rescue teams, their visits dwindled from once a day to merely every 5 or 6 days. The last encounter with Lin Ye and his group occurred shortly after tsunami, as they ventured to inspect the wrecked ship. Now, the ship lacked the supplies they sought, and they were inadvertently spotted by Pu Guochang from a distance. Xiong Hua, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "It matters not. As long as we spot them, we shall follow at a distance to ascertain their movements before devising a plan." He was determined not to falter again, recalling his previous misfortune at the hands of Lin Ye. During these past 5 days, Lin Ye had not been idle. He had excavated 2 large pits nearby as traps, filling them with sharpened bamboo spikes. Fortune smiled upon him as he captured a hefty wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. While dragging the boar back, he was pursued by 2 wolves. Fortunately, it was daytime, and Lin Ye was compelled to sever a portion of the boar's meat to appease the wolves. The surplus meat was promptly salted and cured into jerky, which now adorned the cave, while the bamboo cages by the seaside yielded considerable bounty. Utilizing the boar's entrails as bait, his every retrieval was met with success. There was simply too much to consume. "Lin Ye Gidge, hurry over here, I want to shave your beard." Lin Ye was reclining on a bamboo chair he had crafted, while Luna, wielding the dagger she had snatched from Brother Hua, gestured animatedly. "Come here, I'm too lazy to move." He stroked his beard, realizing it had grown quite long. Unbeknownst to him, nearly half a month had passed on this deserted island. His hair had lengthened, his beard had thickened, and his clothes had grown increasingly tattered. Luna wiggled her hips as she approached. "Lin Ye Gidge, I've noticed you seem to have become rather lazy." Grabbing his beard, she began to shave it, not knowing if the blade was dull or if she was merely being deliberate, but it was painfully tugging at his skin. "Be gentle. You are making me bleed." Luna shot him a glare. "Let me tell you, I'm in a bad mood today, so you better comply." Lin Ye thought to himself, this little ancestor, I have not done anything to provoke her. Why is her mood so foul? At last, the shaving was complete, and, as he stroked his chin, he mused that it looked decent, albeit a bit rough around the edges. In the past few days, it would be wise to indulge her. Women have their moments each month. At this point, Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye understood. Very well. He would yield to her for now and deal with her later when she dared to throw a tantrum. Huang Ziyu seated herself beside Lin Ye, unbothered by the lack of sunscreen or skincare products. Even with a sun-kissed complexion, she remained undeniably beautiful. Previously, she exuded an ethereal aura, but now Lin Ye found her presence quite comforting. Jin Shishan conversed easily with Luna, while Yingzi displayed courtesy to everyone. After many days of interaction, she had emerged from the shadow of Hua Ge. Let us not be so childish. I believe we now require a proper restroom that can shield us from the elements. Don't you think, Captain? Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye reflected and agreed. Each time, they ventured out for a significant need. They had to dig a pit and then cover it, which was rather inconvenient. You're addressing me as captain for the first time. It appears your desire for this restroom is quite fervent. Huang Ziyu certainly wanted it, primarily to deter Lin Ye, the notorious lecher, from peeking, and besides, digging in the woods could lead to unfortunate mishaps, like stepping into one of their own mess. It's mainly about everyone's convenience, Huang Ziyu mused. Realizing this was indeed the first time she had called him captain. She recalled their first day as a trio, with Lin Ye leading. And as they grew accustomed to each other, the title seemed to lose its significance, ultimately becoming irrelevant. Lin Ye rose and stretched, declaring, "All right, ladies, I shall construct a restroom for you." The others applauded in approval, with Maishin being the most delighted. Lin Ye noted her shyness was unparalleled. Every time he teased her, she would blush, prompting Huang Ziyu to deliver her signature swift reprimands, leaving Lin Ye with persistent imprints on his back, precisely where she aimed, which she referred to as the sealing the wolf's mark. The available materials were predominantly bamboo, readily accessible. The restroom did not require extensive space, so Lin Ye selected a site approximately 10 meters from the cave, just a few steps beyond the enclosure. He cut several thick bamboo stalks, instructing the women to cut them into segments of about 2 meters and then split them. Lin Ye commenced digging the pit, no longer burdened by concerns over food. He had ample time to focus on this task. After a significant portion of the day, the rudimentary structure of the restroom began to take shape. Measuring roughly 2 square meters with a depth exceeding 1 meter, all surrounded by bamboo. The bamboo pieces were secured in place like a woven basket, with 4 sturdy columns deeply embedded in the soil, ensuring stability against the wind. The overall design resembled a traditional rural latrine. He then crafted many smooth bamboo strips to serve as toilet paper. In truth, they had been utilizing these for several days. At first, the women were reluctant, but eventually, they exhausted the more suitable leaves in the vicinity and had no choice but to resort to bamboo strips. Recalling Huang Ziyu's expression during her first experience with the bamboo strips made Lin Ye chuckle. She could hardly walk properly afterward. Nevertheless, they maintained a sense of cleanliness, always fetching water from the nearby pond to wash up after using the restroom. It seemed satisfactory, but why hasn't the roof been completed yet? Huang Ziyu inquired. In truth, Lin Ye had never contemplated sealing the top. Without cement or other waterproofing materials, a sudden downpour would fill the entire pit, with water seeping through the soil above. Why seal the top? Such ventilation was necessary. The space was so confined that if one used the toilet, the odor would permeate entirely. Surely a place to allow airflow had to be reserved. Huang Ziyu, somewhat simple-minded, nodded but then pondered aloud, but what about when it rains? Surely we cannot use it while drenched. Lin Ye smiled and said, "That is an excellent question. Come closer, and I will tell you." He beckoned Huang Ziyu nearer with a wave of his hand. Expecting a clever solution, she leaned in, only to hear 2 words whispered into her ear: "Cold dish." Before she could recover from her surprise, Lin Ye swiftly dashed away. "Come back here," she called. There was no alternative. Given the circumstances, they had to make do. If it rained heavily, they could simply relocate the entire structure. When Huang Ziyu caught up to Lin Ye, she nonetheless could not escape his 18 dragon subduing palms. Only when Lin Ye pleaded for mercy did she relent. You must find a way to secure the top properly. Women were truly troublesome. Lin Ye had labored all day and felt utterly exhausted. What benefit will I gain from fixing it? He grumbled. If you fix it, You can use it yourself without getting soaked, Huang Ziyu replied, puzzled by his reluctance. Lin Ye shuru karelisti. I'm a man. What do I have to fear? It doesn't really matter. Observing his mischievous expression, it was no wonder he had remained single for so many years. Finally, she bit her lip and said, if you fix it, I'll give you a kiss. Hearing this, Lin Ye was inwardly thrilled but maintained a composed exterior. If you put it that way, I'll endure the hardship and secure the top. Huang Ziyu had initially intended to negotiate a greater concession, but this unexpected promise of a kiss had swiftly won him over. Had Lin Ye known her thoughts, he would surely have been filled with regret. He set about constructing a rudimentary roof, fastening everything with vines. Bamboo stalks were halved and arranged in a tile-like fashion atop the frame, providing adequate shelter from wind and light rain. Regarding the problem of water accumulation during heavy rain, Lin Ye devised a drainage solution. The toilet was situated on higher ground. About 30 centimeters from the pit's floor, he dug a sloping channel and fashioned a drainage pipe from bamboo. Carving through the bamboo was laborious. He split the stalk lengthwise, hollowed out the interior, placed one half beneath, then rejoined it with the other half, sealing it with compacted earth. Thus, in the event of rain, water would flow out through the bamboo pipe. Well, it's done, Lin Ye announced proudly as he approached Huang Ziyu. She nodded in approval. Not bad. Does that kiss you promised still stand? Lin Ye vispirit in hereav. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at the others behind her. Maybe tonight, she said shyly. Indeed, their efforts were not in vain. After a long day, Lin Ye, weary yet satisfied, went to the pool for a bath. For supper, they enjoyed cured meat stir-fried with bamboo shoots. That formidable wild boar yielded a considerable amount of pork under Lin Ye's careful preparation, filling 20 bamboo segments. Though devoid of any additional seasoning, the dish was nonetheless savored with great relish. After the meal, darkness had already enveloped the area outside the cave. Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye and said, Lin Ye, it's too dark outside. I want to use the newly constructed toilet. Could you accompany me for safety? Lin Ye immediately understood. This was to fulfill the promise of the kiss from earlier that day. Luna appeared somewhat surprised and remarked, Ziyu Jia, don't you usually ask me to accompany you? Indeed, summoning Lin Ye to accompany her at such a late hour might arouse suspicion, especially in Luna's eyes. Previously, Ziyu had requested company in an open area visible from all sides, but now the new toilet was enclosed and unseen by others, making Lin Ye's presence feel more reassuring. Huang Ziyu's explanation was somewhat tenuous, yet still plausible. Oh, I'd like to go too. I'll accompany you both. Luna interjected. Lin Ye was utterly bewildered, as this abruptly interrupted his moment of happiness. He exchanged glances with Huang Ziyu, but found it difficult to refuse Luna. After all, he could not very well prevent someone from using the restroom. All right then, he consented. Huang Ziyu cast Lin Ye a glance filled with innocence from her eyes. He could discern that she too wished to honor her promise, but found herself constrained. Lin Ye silently vowed to hold Luna accountable for this interference, intending to reclaim the favor with interest when the opportunity arose. Standing not far from the toilet, waiting with boredom, Lin Ye wished he had a cigarette. It had been over half a month since he had quit smoking, and he noticed his stamina had improved significantly. Suddenly, a loud thud, akin to a stone striking the roof of the toilet, reverberated. Lin Ye, don't play pranks, Huang Ziyu said, startled, as she and Luna inside feared Lin Ye was responsible. Not me, Lin Ye retorted, scanning the pitch-black surroundings. If not you, then who? You're the only one out here, Huang Ziyu insisted. Before she finished speaking, another thud struck near Lin Ye's feet, narrowly missing him. Don't speak. It really wasn't me. That nearly hit me, Lin Ye insisted. The two inside sensed something amiss, quickly finishing and emerging to inquire anxiously, what is going on? Lin Ye picked up the object that had been thrown and handed it to Huang Ziyu. Look, she examined it under the moonlight, a coconut shell, stripped of its husk and hollowed out. As the three bent over the shell, pondering its origin, a sudden blow struck Lin Ye squarely on the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Lin Ye, what is wrong? Are you all right? Don't scare me. Wake up, Lin Ye. The cries roused the women in the cave, who hurriedly carried Lin Ye inside. Flustered, they placed him on a bamboo bed, secured the door, and vigilantly monitored the surroundings. Lin Ye drifted into a dream, envisioning himself lying upon a soft pillow as a gentle hand tenderly caressed his forehead. After a night's rest, He slowly opened his eyes to find a pair of large eyes gazing intently at him, surrounded by dark circles. "Why are you staring at me so?" he murmured. As I attempted to rise, a sharp pain in the back of my head forced me back down, landing on Huang Ziyu's thigh. Lin Ye had spent the night before resting his head on her lap, and despite his dark circles, she had taken care of him throughout the night. "You're awake. We were truly terrified last night, but thankfully, you're fine," the others exclaimed as they gathered around upon seeing Lin Ye regain consciousness. "You held me in your embrace all night?" Lin Ye inquired, rubbing the back of his head, where he found traces of dried blood and considerable swelling. "By the way, did anything else happen after that?" Huang Ziyu gently laid Lin Ye down and stood up, explaining there were no further attacks. "We rushed into the cave and secured the door, too frightened to venture out. Lin Ye, don't worry about anything else for now. Just focus on recovering. If necessary, we can stay in tonight," Luna said, her voice tinged with distress and her eyes slightly puffy, indicating she too had not slept. "I checked, and the injury doesn't seem severe. It's likely just a mild concussion. You all stayed up all night, didn't you? You should take the opportunity to rest now," Lin Ye reassured her, playfully pinching her nose. Chapter 44. The monkey seeing that Lin Ye was all right. The others felt relieved and went off to rest, though Huang Ziyu cast a worried glance in his direction. Lin Ye stepped out of the cave to survey the surroundings. Apart from the occasional chirp of birds, everything appeared unchanged. Standing at the spot where he had been attacked, he analyzed the direction from which the assailant had thrown something, but found no traces. It was peculiar. It didn't seem like the work of a human, as there were no signs on the ground whatsoever. Observing the area above the restroom where something had struck, he noticed an imprint, though it was unclear what had caused it. However, it was evident that a stone had struck the back of Lin Ye's head last night. "Just wait until I catch you," he muttered, tightening his grip on the bow and arrow, his only ranged weapon capable of inflicting harm. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Ye began crafting bamboo arrows. Should the adversary return, he would ensure they were met with resistance, even in the darkness. By midday, everyone had awakened. "How is your injury? Why are you making so many bamboo arrows?" "You should rest," Huang Ziyu remarked, observing the pile of over 100 arrows Lin Ye had assembled. "Did I wake you all? The injury is manageable. Perhaps you could prepare a meal while I continue my work," Lin Ye replied. Huang Ziyu approached to examine the swelling at the back of his head and felt somewhat reassured after seeing it was merely slight. "All right, I'll go cook." It must be said, the feeling of being cared for was quite pleasant. No wonder many girls are drawn to attentive boys. Luna and the others also came forward to inquire about Lin Ye, and it was apparent that his sudden collapse had thrown the women into disarray, underscoring his significance within the group. As night fell, Jean Shushan pouted, saying, "Appa, every day it's either stir-fried bacon with bamboo shoots or boiled fish. I'm practically turning into bacon myself." Her sister quickly tugged at her arm. Lin Ye shot her a glance and replied, "Do you believe that the members of the other two teams can't even get meat? And yet you dare to be picky? Why don't you venture out to find food yourself?" His tone was notably stern this time, as he had been too lenient with her before, leading to her spoiled attitude. "You apologize, Lin Ye. My sister is unable to speak, so I offer our apologies on her behalf," Jean Meishan hastily remarked. Jean Shushan felt somewhat aggrieved. She merely voiced a complaint without any ill intentions. However, Lin Ye was not inclined to indulge them. He wanted them to comprehend that merely surviving was a considerable achievement. "Never mind. I admit my tone was harsh earlier. But you must understand that this island is rife with dangers, and food is exceedingly scarce. Just last night, I was attacked by some unknown creature." Luna took Jean Shushan by the hand and approached Lin Ye, quickly echoing her apology. Gazing into their pitiful, large eyes, Lin Ye's heart softened. They truly had not endured much hardship. Just look at what Yingzi has faced under Xionghua's care. She has never uttered a complaint since arriving here with Lin Ye. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. "Damn it! Has it become an addiction?" With that, Lin Ye cursed and grabbed his bow and arrows, stepping outside to crouch behind the wall, peering through the gaps to observe. Huang Ziyu, witnessing Lin Ye's impulsive rush, hurriedly followed, urging him to return, as visibility was poor at night. The others attempted to join, but Lin Ye rebuffed them, insisting that more people would only create chaos. "You should go back. I must ascertain what creature attacked us, or I shall not sleep peacefully tonight." Seeing the resolute tone in Lin Ye's voice, Huang Ziyu declared, "Then I shall accompany you." The moon was particularly full that night, and Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on the dark depths of the forest. His bow drawn, an arrow nocked, ready to release at a moment's notice. You really should return. It is too perilous. Lin Ye continued to stare into the woods, unaware of the branches above. At that moment, Huang Ziyu pointed toward a nearby tree branch and shouted, Lin Ye, look there on the tree. In the moonlight, a hairy creature darted back and forth among the branches. Is that a monkey? No, there appears to be more than one. With a swift motion, Lin Ye loosed an arrow into the shadow. When that missed, he knocked another. The monkeys, unyielding, retaliated by throwing objects towards Lin Ye and the others. A fence stood before them, and the monkey's strength was insufficient to inflict serious harm, merely thudding against the barrier with a series of dull thumps. Lin Ye lost count of how many arrows he had shot, until a shriek echoed through the trees. It seems I have struck true. With the cries fading into the distance, it appeared that the injured monkey had retreated, though it was not a fatal blow, allowing it to escape. Upon returning to the cave, he recounted the events to the group. Why would the monkeys attack us? Lin Ye pondered, uncertain. Logically, monkeys do not initiate attacks without cause, especially at night. It was likely that the monkey, having felt pain, would not return. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow and remarked, Lin Ye, as far as I know, monkeys do not attack without provocation. Either we have encroached upon their territory, or we have instilled a sense of threat in them. Listening to Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye contemplated deeply, but he still could not grasp where the issue lay. He decided to cease his speculation. After all, it was a rare opportunity to find a tranquil place, and it seemed unreasonable for a few monkeys to uproot them from their newfound sanctuary. Disregarding it, the fact that the monkeys did not appear during the day suggests that they are likely fearful. As long as we remain vigilant at night, it is certainly preferable to dealing with wolves. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the others said nothing further, hardly considering the monkeys a matter of concern. In comparison to wolves, they indeed pose little danger. However, there is a saying, when the tiger is absent, the monkeys reign supreme, indicating that the monkeys still hold a significant position in the forest. Yet, Lin Ye chose not to disclose this to them, wishing to avoid unnecessary worry. As Lin Ye lay in bed, she observed Mei Shan feeding the rabbits with vines. The 5 little gray rabbits in the corner had grown somewhat larger, and to prevent their escape, Lin Ye had woven a large cage several days prior. Having lived alongside humans for an extended period, the rabbits were unafraid. Whenever the door was opened, they would follow the women closely to the point where one might inadvertently step on them. They were indeed quite plump. Perhaps in a few days, they would be ready for the pot. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziyu was not pleased, declaring that no one was to eat them without her permission. The other women cast disapproving glances, for this was inciting collective ire. Under the women's care, the little gray rabbits had grown quite chubby. Huang Ziyu, having returned with several rabbits and fresh memories of being bitten by a snake, likely had the most authority in this matter. I was merely jesting, please do not take it to heart. Lin Ye quickly turned her gaze away, mindful not to provoke their anger. It seemed they were being raised as pets. With no entertainment on the island, they served as a form of emotional solace. In the following days, the monkeys indeed did not dare to approach, much to Lin Ye's contentment. Although she felt a tinge of curiosity, she chose not to dwell on it, continuing with her daily routine, and her head injury had nearly healed. After the recent tsunami, there had been no rain for many days, and the scorching sun had begun to peel her skin. Brother, are we truly going to collaborate with those individuals? Sure. Peng Yunyang gestured towards Wang Qin's partition, urging his brother to lower his voice and avoid drawing attention. A few days earlier, Pu Guochang had secretly established contact with these two brothers and had also gathered some information indicating a willingness to cooperate against Wang Qin. Wang Qin's camp was situated along the mountainside, requiring little construction. It was essentially a naturally formed shelter, albeit a rather expansive one. Several rooms were separated in the middle by grass, with 2 on the left, 2 on the right, segregated by gender, while the center was designated for discussions and cooking. This woman is increasingly dismissive of us, and are you truly content to remain subordinate to her? Peng Yunjie felt a pang of guilt, but that's Situ Qing. We are no match for her, and the other 2 are formidable as well. Ever since Peng Yunliang had made contact with Pu Guochang, thoughts of collaboration had occupied his mind. Do not worry, I will handle those 2, and with Pu Guochang and his companions. I find it hard to believe a few men cannot contend with several women. Let's go find food, Once we are satiated, we can return. They will be begging for mercy when they are starved. Humph. With that, the two brothers made their way towards the sea. As she gazed at the receding silhouette, Situ Ching remarked, Sister Wang, the food they've been bringing over these past few days has dwindled significantly. Wang Qin cast a glance and replied with a smile. It matters not. As long as the women remain here, they will ceaselessly seek sustenance. Upon hearing Wang Qin's words, Situ Ching furrowed her brow. Harboring a discontent for such practices that involved bartering one's body, yet she remained silent in the face of their consent. I am not particularly worried about Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. Those two harbor no hidden agendas. However, I sense that Peng Yunliang and his brother have been acting rather oddly these past couple of days. It must be said that a woman's intuition is remarkably precise. And Wang Qin took heed of this. Qing, for the next few days, keep a close watch on their movements. Should you notice anything amiss? She gestured across her throat, indicating that disobedient men, rather than being of any assistance, could pose a danger, and Wang Qin would not hesitate to eliminate them. Soon, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao returned, approaching with a heap of items in their hands, their ragged attire and sun-darkened skin stark against the landscape. Sister Wang, look. We found a bountiful harvest of figs today. Qin Hao spoke, large leaves wrapped around numerous fruits, weighing an estimated 7 to 8 jin. Wang Qin's eyes brightened upon seeing Qin Hao's return. Ah, little Qin, you are back. Well done. Your efforts have yielded splendid results. Fruits are indeed a rarity. Women from another room rushed out upon hearing the news. Among them, an older woman exclaimed, Oh, the handsome young man has returned. Come here, dear, and for just 3 figs tonight, I'll be yours. With a wink, she elicited a wave of disgust from Qin Hao. Give me. I only need 2. I too desire 2, Qin Hao, for I am younger and more beautiful than they. The women vied for the attention of Qin Hao, their banter escalating as they playfully shoved one another, some already laying hands on Ao de Biao, eager to envelop him in their embrace. Initially, these women had looked down upon Ao de Biao, a man of African descent who rarely spoke and bore an indescribable odor. Now, however, necessity compelled them to reconsider their preferences. In no time, the figs in Ao de Biao's possession were swiftly claimed, and he excitedly led 3 women to a nearby partition. The rest had grown numb to the spectacle, their eyes fixed on the figs in Qin Hao's hands, hoping he would choose them. All right, you 3 may return for now. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Qin. Little Qin, come with me. Upon hearing Wang Qin's directive, the women reluctantly withdrew. Qin Hao, eager to know what Wang Qin wished to discuss, promptly set down the fruits and followed suit. Sister Wang, what is it? Wang Qin and Situ Qing ventured several meters away from the camp, cautious of eavesdroppers. Xiao Qin, I sincerely apologize for the events that have unfolded during this outing. Rest assured, if we manage to return, I shall promote you to a supervisory position, complete with a raise. It turned out that Qin Hao was a subordinate of Wang Qin, accompanying her on this excursion that had taken an unforeseen turn. Sister Wang, please do not say such things. No one desires for such incidents to occur, and how could I possibly blame you? She is quite adept at winning people's hearts. Despite barely scraping by, she still manages to secure promotions and raises for others. With He gone, you and Qing are the 2 I trust most here. Do you think Adbo is reliable? Faced with Wang Qin's inquiry, Qin Hao pondered for a moment. Adbo, despite being black, has earned our gratitude for saving our lives. He usually keeps to himself, but lately, he has been accompanying me in searching for food without any suspicious behavior. I believe he poses no threat. Qin Hao was unsure of the true intent behind her question, but chose to share his genuine thoughts. Indeed, he had rescued the near-death Adbo on the beach and thus held a certain level of trust in him, a sentiment Wang Qin also somewhat agreed with. And what about the brothers Yunliang and Yunjia? Qin Hao reflected carefully before responding. Sister Wang, now that you mention it, I do suspect there might be some issues with those 2. What kind of issues? Situ Qing interjected promptly. Meeting her penetrating gaze, Qin Hao swallowed nervously. A few days ago, they approached me unexpectedly and asked if I wanted to establish my own faction and become a leader. I thought it was a joke, so I didn't take it seriously. Wang Qin rubbed her temples, contemplating Qin Hao's words. She could not fathom why those 2 brothers would dare to rebel. There must be a problem, but its nature remained unclear. Very well, I understand. Xiao Qin, you should return for now. If they contact you again, record what they say and report back to me. Understood, Sister Wang. I will leave your share of the food in the compartment. As Qin Hao departed, Wang Qin's thoughts drifted to Lin Ye. She wondered how that group, 1 man and 5 women, were faring now. She felt Lin Ye was well suited to survive in such harsh conditions. Humph, he seems reckless about his own safety. Situ Qing had also met Lin Ye recently. The women following him appeared utterly obedient, as if under his complete control. Yet, that was an unjust assumption. Although he was accompanied by several beautiful women, he had not been intimate with any of them, and the incident with Luna was merely a fleeting misunderstanding. Wang Qin recalled the last time she met Lin Ye, when she gave him a watch. She struggled to remember what he said then. Qing, do you recall anything Lin Ye said when he left that day? Situ Qing stared at Wang Qin, striving to recall. Sister Wang, I remember now. He mentioned that there were 3 survivors in the direction he was heading. With that reminder, Wang Qin finally recalled. Lin Ye's mention of 3 survivors was not a friendly remark, but rather a warning. This situation is quite precarious. What is there to fear when I am here? Situ Qing said disdainfully, perhaps overestimating her own abilities. Wang Qin shook her head. Open threats are easy to evade, but hidden dangers are far more insidious. Let us move before they return. We should change our campsite. What? Change the campsite? Yes. Why? Isn't this place quite good? Indeed, none of the women wished to leave. Upon her return, Wang Qin convened the group and conveyed her innermost thoughts without revealing the rebellion of the 2 Peng brothers. Qin Hao found himself somewhat perplexed by Wang Qin's apprehensions. Sister Wang, might this decision be somewhat precipitous? A woman of your caliber would never willingly place herself in jeopardy. Even a hint of danger would deter you. If Hada were still here, you would not be so fearful. Is the scarcity of food nearby the main concern? Ao de Biao inquired with a puzzled expression. It is indeed challenging to find sustenance in the vicinity. We must venture farther afield. Perhaps relocating will yield greater provisions. Ao de Biao then asked, 2 brothers have yet to return. Should we await their arrival before making a decision? Although he was unknowingly betraying those very brothers, Wang Qin dared not disclose this. Lacking irrefutable evidence, any claim would be met with skepticism. Observing the situation, Situ Qing promptly drew Wang Qin aside and whispered, Sister Wang, it is not that the others are unwilling to depart, but rather that no better refuge presents itself. The forest is fraught with peril. After contemplation, Wang Qin softly suggested, we might seek out Lin Ye and proceed eastward along the beach. We shall depart this very evening. For the first time, Situ Qing harbored doubts about Wang Qin's plan, but refrained from voicing them, conceding that she might be correct. As dusk approached, the 2 Peng brothers returned, clutching a handful of small fish. They grinned mischievously as they offered one to Situ Qing, who responded with a frosty demeanor. Ugh, foul woman, Peng Yunliang muttered inwardly, swallowing his unease. Brother, do not be vexed. Everything is arranged. We shall act tonight. His words lifted his brother's spirits. Let them frolic for a few more hours. He mused. Brother, I wonder if this will work, Peng Yunjie said, holding a coconut fruit to his nose. His brother snatched it away immediately. Do not sniff it. You might fall victim yourself. It contains dachira. With that, he carried 2 open coconuts toward the neighboring hut. Xiao Qin, you 2 are still awake, haha. Qin Hao, bathed in faint light, recognized the visitor as Peng Yunyang. Brother Yunyang, you are not yet asleep either. Just gathered some coconuts by the seaside. Try them, he offered, handing over the fruits. Thank you, Qin Hao replied, initially intending to caution Ao de Biao, but the latter drank eagerly. Peng Yunyang observed Qin Hao's hesitation and teased. Brother, wouldn't tea harm you? See, Ao de Biao is fine. I'm just a bit full for drinking water. Qin Hao smiled. After conversing for about half an hour and noting no ill effects on Ao de Biao, Qin Hao lowered his guard and consumed the coconut water. Only then did Peng Yunliang depart assuredly, inwardly amused. Tonight, you shall have a good rest, humph. Peng Yunjie was equally industrious, delivering 2 coconuts to Wang Qin and Situ Qing, who accepted them but dismissed him promptly. Yet both women remained cautious, refraining from consuming the fish or coconuts, placing them aside to avoid suspicion, for doubt breeds vigilance. In the dead of night, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao had long since succumbed to a deep slumber, likely to remain unconscious for 2 days. Qing, let us depart and not disturb them, Wang Qin remarked as she rose to her feet. Situ Qing responded affirmatively, shouldering her bow and taking a modest supply of food and water before turning to follow Wang Qin. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Peng Yunliang. I knew you would leave. I've been keeping watch over you too. It seems today you shall not escape. Peng Yunjie approached from the front, blocking their path. Accompanied by 3 others, Xiong Hua and his associates, Qin Hao and Ao Debiao. Avaking. King Ao Angjiao, Jibiao. No need to shout. Even if the heavens were to fall, they would remain in slumber for now. Peng Yunliang laughed heartily. The commotion outside roused the slumbering women, who emerged from their quarters. Ah, Sister Wang, what is happening? One of them inquired. This girl is quite striking. From now on, I, Xiong Hua, shall protect you all, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire at the sight of so many women after a prolonged drought of companionship. Do you think you can challenge us? He sneered, drawing his bow with precision. An arrow flew towards Xiong Hua, but it missed its target as a Gui interposed a steel plate, having anticipated Xiong Hua's prowess. I knew you were skilled. I could not afford to be unprepared. As the first arrow failed to find its mark, Si-Tu Qing knocked another arrow, this time aiming at Peng Yunjie. Yunjie, be cautious. Peng Yunliang's warning had some effect, yet the arrow struck Peng Yunjie's leg, causing him to collapse in pain. Sister Wang, we must flee, Si-Tu Qing urged, drawing her bow once more as Peng Yunliang sought shelter. Xiong Hua, filled with trepidation, had not expected such remarkable archery from the woman. A Gui, I leave it to you. Let fate decide. Understood. Huago, you take cover, a Gui replied. As he attempted to pursue, another arrow whizzed by, forcing him to raise the steel plate in defense. By the time Si-Tu Qing loosed her second arrow, Wang Qin had already sprinted towards the seaside. The darkness enveloped her, and she stumbled countless times, yet she pressed on, albeit slowly. Had it not been for her desire to protect Wang Qin, Si-Tu Qing would have swiftly extricated herself from danger. Peng Yunliang, armed with a wooden stick, trailed a Gui at a distance, while Si-Tu Qing occasionally released an arrow. A Gui, burdened by the heavy steel plate, likely salvaged from a derelict ship, could not run swiftly, silently counting Si-Tu Qing's arrows in his mind. Let us see how many arrows you have left. You cannot escape. Wang Qin was already injured, her eyes ablaze with fury as she cursed the 2 brothers for their treachery. Sister Wang, do not worry. I shall protect you with my life. Si-Tu Qing assured her, glancing back at the 2 pursuers and feeling a weight lift from her heart. Yet, as a Gui had noted, her arrows were dwindling. Damn it, you vile wench, if I catch you, you shall pay dearly for injuring my brother, Peng Yunliang shouted, occasionally picking up stones from the ground to hurl forward, his mouth spewing curses. Sister Wang, hold on just a little longer, Si-Tu Qing urged, dodging the incoming stones while guiding Wang Qin towards the shore. Si-Tu Qing contemplated slipping through the forest to find a place to hide, yet the relentless pursuit left no opportunity. The footsteps of their pursuers were plainly audible, rendering concealment nearly impossible. Upon reaching the beach, she instructed Wang Qin to proceed ahead while she remained behind to cover their retreat. I cannot continue. I am utterly exhausted. Wang Qin panted, visibly gasping for breath. Upon arrival at the shoreline, she collapsed onto the sand, immovable despite Si-Tu Qing's efforts to help her rise. Not running anymore, are we? Si-Tu Qing taunted softly. The pursuer, a Gui, had underestimated the endurance of these 2 women. Had the chase persisted, even he would have succumbed to exhaustion. For the steel plate, he bore weight no less than 70 jin. Yet, he could not afford to abandon it, aware that Si-Tu Qing's arrows could strike him at any moment. Si-Tu Qing shielded Wang Qin, bow drawn, and aimed at a Gui, declaring, even if we cease running, what can you do? At that moment, Peng Yunliang burst from the forest. You sure can run. Let's see how far you get. He jeered, but before he could finish, an arrow pierced through his ear. His agonized scream reverberated across the beach. Si-Tu Qing had initially fired to intimidate a Gui, who had taken refuge behind the steel plate, leaving her seemingly powerless. Seizing the unfortunate Peng Yunliang's appearance within her sight, she fired again, this time striking his ear in the dim night. Clutching his injured ear, Peng cried out from behind a Gui, Ghost brother, you must avenge me. Rest assured, I suspect she has no arrows left, a Gui replied. Si-Tu Qing confirmed by patting her quiver. Indeed, that had been her last arrow. Even without arrows, I will deal with you. A Gui discarded the steel plate, cracking his knuckles audibly. Si-Tu Qing braced herself, Sister Wang, how are you? Can you still walk? I can manage. Let's go together. Wang Qin struggled to stand. You go ahead. I will catch up shortly. As a Gue approached wielding a wooden club, Situ Qin gripped her bow with both hands. Poised for battle. At least she had a weapon. Bare hands would be a disadvantage. With only about 5 meters between them, a Gue charged swiftly, raising his club to strike. Bang! Attempting to block with her bow, it shattered under the blow, and the impact struck her shoulder hard. Though much of the force was absorbed, the pain was undeniable. Is it all you've got? A Gue sneered, pressing his attack. The club swung again. But Situ Qing evaded by sidestepping and delivered a swift kick to his face. The speed forced the Gue to retract his arm defensively, dropping the club and grasping her raised leg. Seizing the moment, Situ Qing stood and struck his chest forcefully with her other leg. Bang! A Gue was flung backward, tumbling before rising with a hand on his chest, grimacing. A stronger blow might have broken ribs. Unexpectedly, a woman's skills are so formidable. Perhaps we should join forces. After all, we harbor no deep enmity, a Gue proposed. Upon hearing A Gue's words, Peng Yunliang grew displeased. Gue, we cannot ally with them. If Situ Qing truly agrees to join forces with him, the first to perish will be us brothers. Not only would we be branded traitors, but we would also incur the wrath of everyone. Bah, you scoundrels! To ally with you is tantamount to bargaining with a tiger for its skin, spat Situ Qing disdainfully. If that is the case, do not blame me, A Gue declared, charging once more at Situ Qing. Peng Yunliang, go capture Wang Qin. I'll keep her occupied, he instructed. The two quickly became entangled in combat. Upon hearing A Gue, Peng Yunliang spotted Wang Qin not far off, seized a wooden stick from the ground, and pursued her. If they could control this woman, there would be no fear of her compliance faltering. Wang Jia, flee quickly. Situ Qing called out urgently as she struggled free. But in that moment of distraction, A Gue swept his leg, striking her shoulder and sending her flying. Gritting her teeth, she rose swiftly and gave chase to Peng Yunliang. A Gue was momentarily stunned by her rapid response. Seizing the opportunity to escape his grasp, he was unable to warn Peng Yunliang before Situ Qing caught up. Peng Yunliang glanced back to see the relentless killer approaching and frantically wielded his wooden stick. To Situ Qing, his movements seemed mere child's play. With a deft maneuver, she disarmed him, snapping the stick and simultaneously wrenching his arm, dislocating it. Damn it! Peng Yunliang was baffled why he always ended up injured. Rolling on the ground in pain, any hope of pursuing Wang Qin now seemed futile. At that moment, A Gue arrived, locking his hands tightly around Situ Qing's neck from behind. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. How about this? Surrender to me, and I'll spare you, he hissed. Never. Not unless I die, she retorted fiercely, her face flushed as she struck him with her elbows. Though the blows pained him greatly, A Gue showed no sign of loosening his grip. In that case, you shall perish, he declared. To A Gue, this woman was worthy of admiration. Yet her stubbornness meant she could not be tamed, so she must be destroyed. Just as Situ Qing's consciousness faltered and death loomed near, her hand reached into her hair. Extracting a slender hairpin, with fierce determination, she stabbed it into A Gue's abdomen. A Gue cried out in pain, finally releasing her grasp. Chapter 48. Save Qing For me, clutching the broken hairpin tightly, Situ Qing gasped for breath. The wooden pin embedded in her hair was now fractured in two. A Gue pressed his injured stomach, the wound shallow yet excruciating, his whole body racked with pain. To strike while you are down is to claim your life, she thought grimly. Seizing the moment, Situ Qing lunged at A Gue, aiming a knee strike at his face. However, Peng Yunliang, lying on the ground, seized her left leg. Gai Yi, Hood, I've got her, finish her off quickly, he urged. Unable to break free, Situ Qing abandoned her attack on A Gue, instead desperately kicking Peng Yunliang. A Gue reacted swiftly, swinging a fist accompanied by a fierce whoosh towards Situ Qing. Humph, she responded coldly. A muffled groan escaped Situ Qing as she absorbed a heavy blow, her body crumpling under the force. At that instant, Peng Yunliang released his grip on her left leg. Then Gue struck again, a brutal kick slamming in her chest. She collapsed onto the sun-bleached sand, blood erupting from her lips. Thud! Another punishing strike followed, this time with a club, then another and another. She could only curl inward, arms shielding her skull, helpless against the onslaught. By now, her internal injuries were severe. She knew, with chilling clarity, that to continue the fight was to court death beneath the indifferent stars. Seizing a fleeting moment when Gui's attention wavered, she snatched a fistful of sand and flung it straight into his face. As he recoiled, grains stinging his eyes, vision obliterated, she surged upright and sprinted after Wang Qin. Damn it! Blinded and disoriented, Gui barked orders at Peng Yunliang. Quick, water! Bring water! But Peng lay motionless on the sand, knocked unconscious by Situ Jing's earlier kick. Where is everyone? If you're alive, get over here and help me. His curses hung unanswered in the salt-laced air. By the time he wiped his eyes clean with his sleeve, both women had vanished into the mist-laced dunes. He glared down at Peng's inert form, lips curling in contempt, utterly useless. Clutching the wound blooming across his abdomen, he stared into the direction of their flight, silent, calculating, adrift in thought. How long she ran, Situ Jing could not say, only that, at last, she caught up with Wang Qin. Qing, how are you? Are you unharmed? Wang Qin's voice trembled with relief. Then abruptly, Situ Jing staggered, blood erupting once more in a crimson arc before she collapsed, unconscious. King Ye, wake up. Don't frighten me. The eastern sky had begun to blush with the pale silver of dawn. The night, relentless and endless, had slipped away without mercy. Wang Qin pressed her fingers gently to Situ Jing's throat, then held her breath as she checked for breath, faint but steady. She was alive. Without hesitation, Wang Qin dragged her deep into the coastal thicket, concealing them within a hollow beneath gnarled roots. She scattered dry sand over their footprints, erasing all trace, uncertain whether Gui pursued them even now. Water, water, a whisper, barely audible. Qing, you're awake. Do you thirst? Wang Qin leaned close, ear poised, listening intently, but silence returned, soft and hollow. Stay here, I'll fetch water. She gathered armfuls of sun-dried grass, weaving a fragile, insulating layer over Situ Jing's shivering form. A fleeting, treacherous thought flickered through her mind. Leave her. Survive alone. But the island offered no sanctuary, no map, no medicine, no certainty. She did not yet know they had strayed into Lin Ye's domain. In the cave, Lin Ye rose at first light. The lavender he'd gathered days earlier still perfumed the air, its gentle scent repelling mosquitoes with quiet efficacy. Even the mischievous monkeys had ceased their raids, for nights on end. He slept undisturbed. Brother Lin Ye, what as for breakfast today? Luna stretched languidly, her once pale skin now kissed golden by the island's unrelenting sun. While checking the bamboo traps along the shore, I found oysters clinging to the rock's hidden side. Today, we feast on oysters. Oysters? Luna grinned. I've heard they're very fortifying for men. Jean Shishan arched a brow. And what of women? Are we not equally deserving of vitality? Why this narrow distinction? Luna only laughed, teasing, bold, her flirtations growing ever more unrestrained in Lin Ye's presence. All allure, no surrender. Lin Ye, this young man, was indeed feeling quite frustrated. He could not resort to force, as it would tarnish his heroic image. Ever since that incident, Luna had ceased to provide any substantial opportunities, instead teasing him, provoking him to the point of exasperation, only to ignore him thereafter. Come on, let's take 2 people with us, he said. Although it was merely a few hundred meters away, collecting oysters was a time-consuming task, with so much free labor available. It would be unfair to let Lin Ye undertake it alone. Huang Ziyu, along with Luna and the eager Jean Shishan, accompanied Lin Ye to the seaside. As for Jean Meishan and Ingzi, these 2 lovely maidens remained in the cave to guard their home. Among the group, they possessed the fairest skin, and Lin Ye pondered on the day he might take them out for a stroll. Too little sun could lead to illness. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains. So I shall traverse the human realm, he sang. Lin Ye, your singing is truly dreadful, Luna remarked sarcastically from the side. TCH, what does a foreign girl know about Chinese songs? Huang Ziyu chuckled, adding, to be fair, with your singing, you would make a fitting mountain bandit, especially with your current appearance. Lin Ye ran his fingers through his hair, which had grown long enough to obscure his eyes, his skin dark, and his clothes discolored, a sight that would surely make him resemble a vagabond in the city. Lin Ye, is that really you? A familiar voice called out from a distance as they conversed. Who is speaking? It's me. At that moment, a disheveled figure emerged from the thicket. Their hair wild, with multiple blood-streaked wounds from thorns, their clothing in tatters. "Is that you, Wang Qin?" Lin Ye approached for a closer look, and indeed, it was Wang Qin. Compared to the last time he saw her, she was nearly unrecognizable. "What happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Wang Qin found it difficult to articulate her plight, but she urgently needed Lin Ye's assistance. "Lin Ye, I will explain later, but please help me save Qing. She has sustained severe injuries." Lin Ye was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Where is she? Take me there." Setting aside the fact that Wang Qin had once gifted him a watch, Lin Ye felt compelled to return the favor, especially since she had not made things difficult for him back then. "I was frightened and hid when I heard your voices. Only upon hearing your voice did I dare to speak. Follow me. She is not far." The group trailed behind Wang Qin, walking roughly 200 meters until they reached C2 Qing. Wang Qin pushed aside the underbrush that concealed her, revealing an exceedingly pale face, with a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth. "This injury seems quite severe," Lin Ye observed, feeling her pulse and noting her feverish forehead. At that moment, Wang Qin realized the gravity of C2 Qing's injuries. It was still dark when she had initially found her, and now seeing her ashen face, Wang Qin felt a pang of regret for having considered abandoning her. C2 Qing. In Chapter 49, the lecherous Lin Ye took a water bottle, quickly helping her to sit up. He called to the others to assist her in drinking, prying her mouth open so the water flowed down, and she instinctively swallowed. "Cough! Cough! Qing, how are you? Do you need more to drink?" Wang Qin gently tsaraset C2 Qing's cheek, softly inquiring. C2 Qing struggled to pry open her eyes, just a sliver. "Wang Jie, you must flee at once. They'll be upon us any moment." Wang Qin felt a pang of guilt. Even in her weakened state, C2 Qing's only concern was for her safety. "Rest easy," she murmured, her voice steady and reassuring. "I am here. You are safe." Only then did C2 Qing fully take in her surroundings, and notice Lin Ye and his companions standing nearby. She turned her gaze toward Wang Qin, her expression clouded with quiet bewilderment. With a sigh, Wang Qin recounted once more how they had encountered Lin Ye, though C2 Qing remained guarded, her wary eyes lingering on him with unyielding reserve. Even if Lin Ye harbored ill intent toward them now, she was too frail to resist. "This is no place for conversation," Huang Ziyu interjected. "Let's take them to the cave first." Truth be told, Lin Ye harbored no desire to bring them to his camp. Not only would it expose his sanctuary, but it would also mean feeding 2 additional mouths. Yet as he frowned deeply, Wang Qin hastened to soothe his misgivings. "Lin Ye, please rest assured, we shall depart the moment Jing recovers. We won't burden you." "Yes, brother Lin Ye," chimed the 2 sisters beside them, their voices soft and earnest, brimming with compassion. "She is gravely wounded. Surely you'll grant her this mercy?" Lin Ye glanced at the pair, so tender-hearted, so guilelessly kind. A faint, wry smile touched his lips. "Very well, then. Let's go." He crouched low, offering his back. "No, I can walk." A woman of fierce pride, indeed, yet she had barely risen before collapsing again, her legs betraying her. "Still think you've got spirit? Look at you." He stepped forward once more, kneeling beside her. "Up. We haven't tea time to dawdle." "I said no." He paused, then let out a low, incredulous chuckle. "Well now, you truly mistake benevolence for malice, like biting Lu Dongbin, blind to the kindness in his heart." Wang Qin quickly interceded, her voice apologetic. "Forgive her, Lin Ye. Jing is stubborn by nature. Please don't take offense." The women drew near, gently supporting C2 Qing as they began the slow, arduous trek toward the cave. Yet at this pace, they'd likely succumb to dehydration long before reaching shelter, especially with the dense thicket impeding their progress, making it nearly impossible for 3 to walk abreast. "Set her down." The women halted, startled. "What is it, Lin Ye?" Wang Qin's heart tightened. Had he changed his mind? "This pace is futile," he replied, his tone matter of fact. "I haven't even broken my fast." Before they could react, he hoisted C2 Qing effortlessly onto his shoulder and strode ahead. If she refused to be carried, then carried she would be, by force, if need be. "Put me down now." Her cheeks flushed crimson, a startling bloom of color against her pallid complexion, while her feeble fists tapped weakly against his back. Smack! A sharp, unceremonious slap landed squarely on her backside. "Struggle again, and I'll do it again." Had glances been daggers, Lin, you would have fallen dead 100 times over. Stunned and indignant, she stared. How dare he strike there, so brazenly? Wang Qin stood frozen behind them, hand pressed to her mouth in mute astonishment. In all her years, no man had ever dared lay a hand upon Sidu Jing, not without consequence. Had she been whole, she might well have drawn blood. Whether it was his words, or the sheer weight of her injuries, that subdued her, Sidu Jing simply closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Huang Ziyu stepped forward and gave Lin Ye's waist a sharp, discreet pinch. Lecher. Before he could protest, Luna mirrored the gesture, exact in place, exact in force, and added, with a disdainful sniff, "Humph, Lecher. It truly feels somewhat unjust." Turning to Jin Shishan, who was gently reaching out towards Lin Ye, he immediately evaded her advances, remarking, "Oh, no more, you big Lecher." With that, he followed the footsteps of the two ladies, not glancing back. Wang Qin, observing this scene, found it amusing yet endearing. Never expecting a few women to be consumed by jealousy, chuckling as she shook her head. Along the way, Wang Qin elaborated on the circumstances to Lin Ye, who believed that such events were inevitable. The desires within a person's heart can be infinitely magnified, especially in this lawless wilderness. Upon returning to the cave, he laid Sidu Qing on a bamboo bed, entrusting her care to Meishan and Yingzi. Having studied some nursing knowledge, Yingzi was indeed the best choice for this task. Wang Qin was astonished by the sight within the cave. Strings of preserved fish and meat adorned an entire bamboo pole. She had come from a place where meals were scarce, often going hungry. Goodness, this truly is a paradise on earth. There are fences outside, a toilet, and fresh water inside. Lin Ye, you have utterly shocked me. My previous situation was akin to a living hell, and I even had the audacity to invite you to join. Wang Qin laughed self-deprecatingly. Complimented by such a formidable woman, Lin Ye felt a surge of joy within. Yet he maintained a facade of modesty to avoid embarrassment. It's merely luck. Not long ago, it was the same for me, often going without food. Do not be so humble. Without the means, how could you possibly support so many beauties? She quipped while casting a knowing glance at him. Lin Ye refrained from explaining or confronting her. It was clear that Wang Qin's diligent attempts to please him were merely to secure her stay. He had long seen through her little schemes, and whether she could remain depended on his mood, he chuckled inwardly. Lin Jun called Yingzi as she approached. What is it? How's her injury? After a glance at Wang Qin beside her, Yingzi replied, I examined her. She has sustained numerous muscle and bone injuries and requires rest. There may also be some internal damage, but we will only know where it hurts once she regains consciousness. This is somewhat troublesome, Lin Ye pondered, realizing that without medicine, they were reliant solely on her natural healing abilities, fearing that even if she recovered, she might be left with hidden ailments. Regardless, at least she is alive. Yingzi paused before continuing. To recover swiftly, she needs to replenish her nutrition. Lin Ye, do you have any solutions? Wang Qin inquired. There are indeed solutions, but it depends on luck, Lin Ye mused. He considered that to provide nourishment on this island, they could catch some wild chickens or ducks to make soup for her, supplemented with fresh meat. However, while these creatures were plentiful on the island, they would fly away before anyone could get close enough to catch them. Not wishing to disturb Lin Ye, who was deep in thought, Wang Qin moved to care for Sidu Qing, offering her some water before she fell back into a slumber. Suddenly, Lin Ye's eyes brightened. Since we cannot catch them, let's lure them into a trap. His laughter drew the attention of the others, who were taken aback and began to perceive Lin Ye as somewhat foolish. Aware of their gazes, he awkwardly chuckled. Continue with what you were doing, don't mind me. Chapter 50. 2 wild chickens recalling the days back in my hometown. I would prop up a basket with a tree branch, tying one end of the branch with a rope and placing rice or grains beneath the basket. When the birds came to feast, a swift tug on the rope would ensnare them. This very method flashed through Lin Ye's mind, prompting him to swiftly weave a bamboo basket. Who knew you possessed such skills? Wang Qin remarked, approaching Lin Ye while cradling a small rabbit. Indeed, women have an innate fascination for these furry creatures, finding it irresistible to embrace them. Influenced by childhood experiences, they naturally acquire some knowledge. Lin Ye, come eat. Huang Ziyu called out. Initially, Lin Ye had intended to harvest oysters from the reef that morning, but after rescuing Sidu Qing, he hadn't had breakfast. Upon hearing the call for a meal, his stomach audibly protested. All right, coming right away. Lin Ye busily prepared 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. still serving the perennial dish of cured meat stewed with bamboo shoots. If they continued to feast in this manner, the nearby bamboo shoots would soon be depleted. Wang Qin carried a bowl over to feed Situ Qing. The two savored their meal heartily, and after eating, Situ Qing regained some of her strength. You know, Wang Qin praised, this cured meat stew with bamboo shoots tastes even better than delicacies from the mountains and seas. Among those seated, only Lin Ye had grown up enjoying cured meat. The others likely had never even caught a whiff of it before. That's because you're hungry. If it were outside, you probably wouldn't even glance at it, Lin Ye retorted. Wang Qin chuckled awkwardly, having intended to flatter everyone but inadvertently dampen the mood with Lin Ye's comment. Situ Qing, meanwhile, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye as she chewed her last morsel of meat. The intensity of her stare made Lin Ye feel as though she harbored a grudge, wondering if she truly held onto resentment. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I saved your life, and you're still consuming my food without uttering a word of thanks, Lin Ye remarked. After finishing her last bite, Situ Qing finally squeezed out 2 words, thank you, before reclining again. Lin Ye, weary of her aloof demeanor, decided it was pointless to engage further. Lin Ye, what are you making that bamboo basket for? Huang Ziyu inquired as she approached. Lin Ye pointed to Situ Qing, who lay on the bamboo bed, and replied, to catch wild chickens, to nourish her. Situ Qing, lying with her back turned, perked up at the mention of catching wild chickens to bolster her health, her eyes briefly opening before closing again. Ah, you're quite attentive, Lin Ye remarked with a shrug. What else can I do? I can't just stand by and do nothing. Come on, you and Luna should join me. It's quite dull alone, he urged. I won't go. You can ask Luna to accompany you, Huang Ziyu indicated towards Wang Qin, expressing her desire to keep an eye on her. Lin Ye paused, having not considered this angle, but appreciating Huang Ziyu's thoughtful approach. One must remain cautious, particularly after only one day of acquaintance. Though Situ Qing seemed harmless now, who could tell? Huang Ziyu had some capabilities, and it was indeed more prudent for her to stay behind to watch over the place. Unaware of their unspoken exchange, Wang Qin had no ulterior motives, even if prompted. She would not leave. Xiao Nana, are you not coming? Initially, Luna was somewhat reluctant, as the thought of assisting another woman in capturing wild chickens for nourishment did not appeal to her. However, after much persuasion from Lin Ye, she eventually acquiesced, and in the end, the spirited little sister Shishan stubbornly insisted on joining as well. Lin Ye was exasperated. He had hoped for an opportunity to study the intricacies of writing the character Kun with Luna, but now that chance seemed lost. Upon reaching a grassy meadow on the back mountain, Lin Ye addressed the two of them, stating that he had a task for them. What task? They queried. Lin Ye kicked at the grass and replied, Look at these grasshoppers. Help me catch them. The more you catch, the better. Ugh, these little creatures are so disgusting, Shishan remarked with evident disdain. If you manage to catch a wild chicken today, each of you will earn a drumstick. After much coaxing from Lin Ye, they finally struck a deal for 2 chicken legs. Lin Ye found a vine in the woods, spanning about 20 meters, fearing that a shorter length would deter the wild chickens. The two soon caught many grasshoppers, which Lin Ye promptly severed at the thighs and wings, leaving only a few small legs to allow them to move and attract the wild chickens. How cruel! Appa, Lin Ye simply chuckled as he swiftly set up the trap, now awaiting a catch. The 3 of them concealed themselves behind a bush, crouched in an utterly awkward position, intently observing the bamboo basket. Fortunately, the shaded spot provided some comfort as they waited in silence. This is so boring. I somewhat regret coming out, Shishan lamented, resting her chin on her hands and staring vacantly ahead. Lin Ye inwardly mused that had she not accompanied him, he might have completed his assignment on the character Kun by now. Lin Ye Gidge, do you think those people will come after us? Luna inquired with her large, expressive eyes. Lin Ye understood who she was referring to. After their narrow escape last time, and having seen Situ Qing's injuries, Luna was understandably troubled. It is difficult to say. The area we are currently in is rather limited. If they are determined, they could still find us. What should we do, Appa? Shishan asked. Lin Ye planned to venture deeper into the island the following day to seek better shelter, away from Xiong Hua and his group, and perhaps find another means of escape. Maybe there would be a ship passing by in another direction of the island. Do not worry. They will not find us easily. Even if they come, there is still me. Hush! Lin Ye suddenly silenced Luna as a large bird flew near the bamboo basket, which he could not identify, but assumed it was a wild chicken. Its plumage was stunning, with a particularly long tail adorned with iridescent colors, and it appeared to weigh about 2 pounds. The bird circled the edge of the basket, cautiously extending its head inside, pecking at the grasshoppers within. Unable to resist the temptation, it soon wandered into the trap. Pull the rope, Lin Ye, Luna urged. Wait. Just as Luna pressed Lin Ye to act, another bird swooped in. Ah, 2-for-1 deal. The second bird joined the first in the bamboo basket, seizing the opportunity as Lin Ye quickly pulled the string. As the two desperate mandarin ducks floundered beneath the bamboo basket, they struggled fiercely. Yet no amount of thrashing could alter their fate of being stewed for dinner that very night. Haha, gotcha, Lin Ye exclaimed, swiftly rushing over to press down on the bamboo basket. With a slow release of a narrow gap, he reached inside, only to be pecked several times. Wincing in pain, Lin Ye gritted his teeth, but after considerable effort, he managed to capture the two wild chickens, binding their wings and legs with vines, ensuring that even if released, they would not escape. Chapter 51. The first wife, observing the two wild chickens securely tied, the two young admirers danced with excitement. Perhaps anticipating a delicious chicken leg for dinner, their efforts of catching numerous grasshoppers not entirely in vain. Let us head back, Lin Ye suggested as he tidied up. Each of them carried a chicken in hand. That evening, they savored a delightful feast of wild game. After Lin Ye let out a contented burp, he moved a bamboo bed and laid down by the cave entrance to stargaze. The task of cleaning the bowls and chopsticks, which had previously been solely entrusted to Ning Zi, was now also shared by Mei Shan. I'll do it, Wang Qin exclaimed as she snatched the task from Ning Zi. It's not right to indulge in free food and drink. I might not be much help, but I can manage this. Ning Zi remained silent, her gaze drifting toward Lin Ye, who nodded in encouragement. With that, she was more willing to assist, and the three of them made their way to the waterhole. The others followed suit, as it had become customary for the women to wash up by the waterhole after dinner. Lin Ye had grown accustomed to this routine and had never dared to intrude on their privacy. What are you thinking about? Huang Ziyu inquired as she settled onto a bamboo stool beside Lin Ye. Aren't you going down to wash with them? Huang Ziyu shook her head. I'll wash this afternoon, so I won't join them for the commotion. Oh. Huang Ziyu playfully flicked Lin Ye on the forehead. What else with that absent-minded expression? Lin Ye rubbed his head and replied, How about you accompany me to explore behind the island tomorrow? A bit further in? Are you worried about Xiong Hua and his crew coming over? Indeed. It's wise to stay away from this area and leave ourselves an escape route. All right. I'll go with you tomorrow, Huang Ziyu agreed, then added, If I go, does that mean Wang Qin doesn't need to keep an eye on us? Lin Ye pondered for a moment. No, she shouldn't pose a threat to us, at least not for now. I'll have a word with Mei Shan, reminding her to stay vigilant. If there is no danger, living self-sufficiently on this island could be quite pleasant. Gazing at the sea and the starry sky sounds wonderful. Huang Ziyu mused. Lin Ye gazed at her hair, gently tousled by the breeze, his eyes filled with longing. Do you think we will ever return? Lin Ye asked softly. I don't know. Perhaps we can, though I wonder if I should be asking you this. You're a grown man, after all. Huang Ziyu responded uncertainly. The disappearance of the Malaysia Airlines flight had lingered for so long, and no one had been found. Perhaps those in the outside world had concluded that all aboard had perished. Do you know? During this time, I have felt happier than ever, Huang Ziyu remarked. Looking at Lin Ye felt somewhat speechless. On this island, there were no entertainment options. During the day, the sun blazed, and at night, the mosquitoes bit. What was there to be happy about? Did you not find joy in your past? He asked. Indeed, I was consumed with anxiety every day as my parents sought to marry me off to someone I did not love, merely to unite our families. Even if he was quite exceptional, Huang Ziyu replied with a hint of sadness, then continued, To avoid marrying him, I established a company, working diligently to earn money, solely to prove my capabilities to my parents. Alas, what a pity. Lin Ye was intrigued and eager to delve deeper. This was the first time she had opened up to him about her past. Huang Ziyu took a breath and said, Unfortunately, just before the company was set to go public, it faced tremendous pressure from various parties, rendering 3 years of hard work futile. Lin Ye realized she was quite wealthy, but he had not anticipated that she was also a formidable woman, indicating her family's background was not to be underestimated. So, how did you end up on this boat? He inquired. Huang Ziyu paused and replied, After the company was suppressed, my father intervened, which signified my failure. I was compelled to acquiesce to their plans. ultimately requesting them to allow me to travel, after which I would return to marry. Lin Ye said, I never imagined that those of you in wealth would have such burdens. What the wealthy? Would you marry someone you do not love? Huang Ziyu retorted. To Lin Ye, love was indeed vital. However, what woman would be drawn to a man devoid of wealth? His ex-girlfriend was a case in point. I am uncertain, but perhaps as one reaches a certain age, affection may lose its significance, and compatibility for daily life becomes paramount. Lin Ye articulated the current state of affairs in Huaxia. Men in their 20s often faced financial hardship, while women were in the prime of their youth. Mere affection seemed inconsequential. Huang Ziyu found herself disagreeing with Lin Ye's perspective. To her, living a lifetime with someone she did not love, even in comfort, would not bring her happiness, yet she had never experienced the struggles of the financially disadvantaged. I would rather remain unmarried, she declared, gazing up at the starry sky, wishing to dismiss Lin Ye. Lin Ye chuckled. If you cannot go back, why not marry me? After all, we are acquaintances. Sounds good. I'd rather benefit you than that scoundrel, Huang Ziyu responded, turning her head to reply. Lin Ye was taken aback. According to the storyline, she should have berated him. Huang Ziyu felt conflicted. Did she have feelings for Lin Ye? Perhaps a little. She certainly did not dislike him. Compared to the men who had pursued her in the past, Lin Ye was not overly slick or driven by ulterior motives. While he spoke playfully, he harbored no ill intentions. This is what you said, remember? If you cannot return, I shall take you as my primary wife, Lin Ye joked. Huang Ziyu initially brushed off his words, but a minute later, she pondered primary wife? What do you mean? Are you planning to have a second and third wife as well? Lin Ye winced as pain shot through his waist. Huang Ziyu had struck again, and he had lost count of how many times she had squeezed him there. No, you're the primary wife, and there will be a secondary wife. Typically the man's car, Lin Ye hastily clarified. The words of a man are often deceitful. Lin Ye thought to himself. Such deceptive words were indeed forced by women like you. Speaking the truth would surely incite anger. It seemed one must resort to falsehoods to be believed. He contemplated the absurdity of being trapped here, almost wishing to indulge in the whims of an ancient emperor. He pondered whether his body could withstand such trials and resolved to incorporate exercise starting tomorrow. Not wishing to engage in further banter, he announced his intention to rest. If you truly intend to take me as your primary wife, Luna would surely be heartbroken. Huang Ziyu clapped her hands and rose to return to the cave. Very well. My esteemed wife, take care. As he admired her departing silhouette, Lin Ye could not resist seizing the moment for a jest. Huang Ziyu glanced back, shot him an exasperated look, and continued on her way. After a brief period of solitude, feeling a tinge of boredom compounded by the increasing number of mosquitoes, Lin Ye lifted the bamboo bed and retreated to the cave. The night passed in silence. Chapter 52. Another encounter with monkeys at dawn the following day. Lin Ye led Huang Ziyu toward the back mountains. The two young girls expressed a desire to accompany them, but Lin Ye firmly declined, deeming the rugged terrain a hindrance, as their presence would only serve as a liability. Moreover, in the event of danger, having too many people would complicate escape. It was safer for them to remain in the cave. Huang Ziyu possessed some skills, which would be beneficial at times. What are you doing? Lin Ye inwarded, observing Huang Ziyu pick up 3 stones and arrange them in a triangular formation. Are you marking a trail? Indeed, otherwise. How'll we find our way back if we got lost? Huang Ziyu replied. As she spoke, she drew a clear diagonal line on a nearby tree with her dagger. Lin Ye had not considered marking a trail. He had relied solely on memory, mentally noting the uniquely shaped trees. Yet, as they ventured farther, it was inevitable to misremember her. He was pleasantly surprised by her meticulousness. Bringing her along had proven to be a wise decision. After walking 3 or 4 miles, the terrain grew increasingly elevated. Lin Ye, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, Huang Ziyu whispered, tugging at his arm. Lin Ye turned to glance behind them. Surely not. Could you be overly anxious? Huang Ziyu shook her head, her conviction unwavering. I'm certain of it. Every time I turn around, I glimpse a shadow lurking behind us. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lin Ye felt compelled to take her concern seriously. A chilling yet audacious thought crossed his mind. Could it be a wild man? He refrained from voicing this fear to Huang Ziyu, wary of inciting panic. You go ahead, and I shall guard the rear. Gripping his steel knife tightly in his left hand and holding his bow in the right, he prepared for any potential confrontation. ever since the monkey ambush incident. Lin Ye had equipped himself with numerous bamboo arrows, carrying 4 to 5 dozen on this outing. Indeed, as Lin Ye walked behind her, the leaves rustled intermittently, not merely swayed by the wind. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, arcing at a 45-degree angle toward the branch that had just cracked. Instinctively shot by Lin Ye as a test. Ooh, oh, oh, is it another monkey? 2 fluffy monkeys were startled from their perch by Lin Ye's arrow, emitting cries of alarm. Be careful. One of the monkeys hurled an unknown object toward Huang Ziyu. Lin Ye swiftly lunged to her side, rolling to evade the projectile. Upon inspecting what the monkey had thrown, he realized with dismay that it was a persimmon. Your intuition is not mistaken. We are indeed being followed by monkeys, Lin Ye remarked as he helped her up. Lin Ye, look at that monkey. Huang Ziyu pointed at one particularly large monkey. This type of monkey is slightly larger than the average, its fur frizzed, baring its teeth as it leaped among the trees, fixating its gaze on Lin Ye and the others. Notably, it wore a collar around its neck. The material of the collar was indiscernible, tightly encircling its neck, seemingly fused to its skin, leaving one to wonder how many years it had been worn. Could this monkey possibly have an owner? Is it the same one from a few days ago? Huang Ziyu speculated. It is possible. Look at its left forearm. It appears to have sustained an injury, indicating that I shot it that night, Lin Ye replied, pointing at the monkey. The monkey continued to bound through the trees without launching an attack on Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu, prompting Lin Ye to gradually lower his bow. As soon as he set down the weapon, the monkey fell silent, ceasing its aggressive display and peculiar vocalizations. Lin Ye exchanged puzzled glances with Huang Ziyu, wondering if the monkey had become sentient. He raised his bow again to aim at it, and the monkey resumed its frantic movements, emitting strange cries. When he lowered the bow once more, it returned to its quiet state. Indeed, Huang Ziyu remarked, her expression one of disbelief. But why did it attack us that night? Lin Ye pondered aloud, contemplating the only plausible explanation. Perhaps the cave had once been its territory. Looking at the collar around its neck, he recalled the skeleton they had discovered within the cave. Could that skeleton possibly belong to the monkey's owner? It is conceivable that its owner perished in the cave for some unknown reason. The collar looks as though it has not been removed in several years. Its attack on us that night was likely a response to our encroachment on its territory. Huang Ziyu's explanation seemed to hold water. I never would have guessed. You are quite suited for the role of a detective. I will tentatively accept your theory, but what is its intention with us now? Lin Ye inwided. This monkey is unlike the others. It appears quite intelligent, likely due to its prolonged association with humans, Huang Ziyu stated as she approached the monkey. What are you doing? Don't act impulsively, Lin Ye urged, pulling her back. It's all right. Just don't wield any weapons and follow my lead, Huang Ziyu reassured him, patting his hand. Lin Ye was uncertain of her intentions, but complied. Huang Ziyu raised her hands towards the monkey, signaling that she bore no weapons, and slowly approached the base of the tree. Observing this, another monkey attempted to charge at her, but the first monkey deterred it. Little monkey, do you need our help? Huang Ziyu asked, gesturing to her neck. Although the monkey could not comprehend her words, it understood her gestures. The monkey snatched a wild persimmon from another monkey, leapt down from the tree, and placed it into Huang Ziyu's hands before hastily retreating to maintain a safe distance. Lin Ye, it truly means no harm, Huang Ziyu remarked as she examined the persimmon, cautiously extending her right hand towards the monkey, which tentatively reached out to touch her hand. Upon discovering that Huang Ziyu posed no threat, they dared to let her approach. Huang Ziyu gently caressed the creature's head, which seemed to relish the attention, gradually closing its eyes in contentment. Another hand reached for the collar, which was tightly constricted, causing the creature to emit a wheezing sound as it breathed. Lin Ye, come over here and assist me. I cannot locate the knot. All right. Lin Ye was hesitant to carry a weapon, fearing that the monkey might sense danger and suddenly lash out at Huang Ziyu. As he approached, the Zhong Mao Ho visibly recoiled, yet under Huang Ziyu's soothing presence, it settled down once more. This is quite a conundrum. We can only gradually cut it off. Lin Ye observed the collar, which appeared to be crafted from a type of hemp rope tied in a knot. Such rope would typically not endure for long, and combined with the dirt secreted by the monkey, it had fused together. It was unclear how long the monkey had been bound. The rope was stiff and nearly impossible to untie, with some parts having embedded into its flesh. The monkey seemed to comprehend that Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu were aiding it, offering no resistance, although it displayed a momentary flash of fear when the dagger was produced. Chapter 53. All to satisfy you, after a considerable effort, they managed to remove the collar from its neck. Several times, the monkey nearly broke free due to the pain, leaving patches devoid of fur around its neck, with some areas bleeding. Regardless, they could do no more. All right, let us depart. We have already delayed for too long. Lin Ye stated. Huang Ziyu released the Zhong Mao Ho, which vigorously shook its head, scratching its neck with both hands, and danced with excitement, perhaps genuinely feeling relieved. All right, let's go. Just as Lin Ye picked up his weapon and prepared to leave, Huang Ziyu called from behind. Lin Ye, it's holding on to me, and 1T let go. The Zhong Mao Ho flinched backward upon seeing Lin Ye grasp his weapon again. What's going on? I am uncertain. Just now it was pulling me and seemed to indicate for me to follow it, Huang Ziyu replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye became displeased. I helped you. And now you want to compete with me for a major wife? Why are you getting jealous of a monkey? Huang Ziyu laughed. Besides, who is your major wife? Could you show some decorum? While the two exchanged banter, the monkey continued to call out, occasionally tugging at Huang Ziyu's clothing as if urging, come with me. Come with me. Shall we follow it then? Lin Ye inquired about Huang Ziyu's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, let us go. After all, wandering aimlessly is our current state. Little monkey, you lead the way. As if comprehending Huang Ziyu's words, it immediately beckoned another monkey from a distance. And the two monkeys set off ahead. In an instant, the two monkeys darted away, locking eyes with Lin Ye. How do we follow that? He muttered in disbelief. Huang Ziyu also expressed her astonishment. Are they celestial monkeys? They proceeded in the direction of the monkeys, striving to keep up. Within moments, the monkeys were entirely out of sight, prompting Lin Ye to mimic their calls. Oh, ah! As if understanding his intent, responses echoed from not far ahead. Oh, ah! This elicited uncontrollable laughter from Huang Ziyu. Do not laugh. I find myself in a predicament, unable to catch sight of them, and must rely solely on their sounds to discern their location. Lin Ye somewhat regretted following along, for the path was treacherous. The monkey darted swiftly through the trees while the ground beneath was fraught with challenges, requiring him to take a step forward and pause thrice. Along the way, Lin Ye called out to the monkey twice more. Although it responded, the sound grew increasingly distant. He had already followed for some distance, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Alas, this will not do. I need to rest for a moment. Lin Ye sat down abruptly. Hey, be careful. Huang Ziyu, who had been trailing Lin Ye closely, saw the moment he sank into the underbrush and instinctively reached out to catch him, only to trip over a branch beneath her feet. They both tumbled down together. Goodness, this is the end. In the fall, Lin Ye cursed the monkey's ancestors for generations, lamenting the treacherous path it had led him down. What a pitiful guide, leaping about in the trees without regard for those below. With a dull thud, Lin Ye felt as though he might cough up blood, losing consciousness as the impact rattled his very insides. Huang Ziyu landed atop Lin Ye, fortunately unscathed, as the pit below was filled with water that barely reached their knees. Lin Ye, are you all right? Wake up. Huang Ziyu hurriedly lifted Lin Ye's head, her voice filled with urgency. Cough, cough. Lin Ye, assess whether you're injured. As Huang Ziyu shook him, Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. Dear wife, I feel I am at my end, he uttered, spitting out a bit of water. Observing her anxious demeanor, he concocted a mischievous plan to tease her. The cave was dim, and she touched the corner of Lin Ye's mouth, mistaking the moisture for blood. Do not jest. Do not frighten me, Lin Ye. You must not be in any danger. Huang Ziyu's voice trembled with tears. I fear I am done for. You must fend for yourselves henceforth. Lin Ye feigned weakness. The fall had indeed taken its toll, and he wished to linger a little longer in this tender moment. Do not speak. You are surely fine. Huang Ziyu finally broke down, weeping aloud as her tears fell upon Lin Ye's face. It is all my fault. Had I not insisted on following, this would not have happened. Ziyu, before I depart this world, could you grant me a kiss? Do not say such foolishness. I will kiss you. You shall not perish, she declared, leaning in to kiss Lin Ye, her lips soft against his. Lin Ye felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Her lips differed from Luna's, which were plump and fuller, while Huang Ziyu's were delicately thin, their breaths mingling. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Ye's hands began to move. Huang Ziyu, feeling his touch, let out soft sounds and grasped his hands firmly, preventing him from further mischief. Lin Ye, he thought to himself, realizing the precariousness of his charade. Ziyu, I am on the brink of death. Will you not indulge me? Lin Ye continued to feign. If you are unharmed, I will grant you whatever you desire. Huang Ziyu sobbed, slowly closing her eyes, surrendering to Lin Ye's whims. He chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this girl might have developed feelings for him. Lin Ye was not satisfied with the situation. Noticing that she had ceased to resist, his hand gradually wandered to other areas. Initially, Huang Ziyu had genuinely resigned to her fate, but she soon sensed something amiss. As they were closely entwined, Lin Ye's movements caused her breathing to quicken. Get lost, Lin Ye. You deceived me. Huang Ziyu exclaimed angrily as she forcefully shoved Lin Ye's hand away. Ziyu, I swear I didn't lie to you. I truly feel I'm on the brink of death. Lin Ye pleaded. In a sudden motion, Huang Ziyu cast him aside, submerging his head completely underwater. Cough! Are you attempting to murder your beloved husband? Lin Ye supplemented, struggling for air after choking on the water, which had an unpleasant taste, likely stagnant for an extended period in the cave. Humph, you've taken full advantage of me. What's a few mouthfuls of water to you? Huang Ziyu fumed, feeling both embarrassed and furious at having been completely exploited by him. After all, when I fell, I served as a cushion. Isn't it fair to take a little advantage? Lin Ye retorted, though he genuinely felt the impact of the fall, as if he were about to perish. Thankfully, he had received a breath of fresh air from her, which had revived him. Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes, thinking that all men were inherently lecherous. If men aren't lustful, are they virtuous instead? Lin Ye responded as he slowly rose to his feet. I cannot compete with you in wit. We should focus on finding a way out. Chapter 54. Remove your clothes having just fallen. Lin Ye was preoccupied with seizing the moment. As he finally stood up to assess their surroundings, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The cave's entrance elevated at least 4 meters above. Uncertain of the cave's size, he glanced up to see only a small opening above, surrounded by dense vegetation. Fortunately, their fall had created a small gap through which a ray of light penetrated. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized it was not completely devoid of visibility. The walls were smooth stone. Huang Ziyu reached out, patting the surface around them. This poses quite a challenge, Lin Ye remarked, furrowing his brow as he sat upon a protruding rock to rest, his body aching as he gently massaged his lower back. If it weren't for the water below, he might have truly been incapacitated. Lin Ye, are you all right? Huang Ziyu waded over. What does it hurt? I can help you massage it. Please massage my back. I landed directly on it when I fell, Lin Ye replied, turning away. The pressure from her hands caused a tingling sensation, providing him with considerable relief. Lin Ye, I felt many vines growing along the upper part of the stone wall, Huang Ziyu mentioned while continuing her ministrations. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was instantly invigorated. Where? Show me, he urged. Huang Ziyu took his hand and guided him step by step forward. After adjusting to the darkness, they discovered that the cave was not overly large, approximately 40 square meters. A pool of water was located where they had fallen, surrounded by mud and stones. Observing the protruding rocks, Lin Ye silently marveled at his fortune in not having struck them during his fall. Here, Huang Ziyu pointed to the vines that hung down ahead. Lin Ye tugged at one, finding it surprisingly thin. I wonder if it has enough strength, he sighed inwardly. There were 2 or 3 other vines of similar size nearby, but they all seemed inadequate. You step back for a moment. Let me give it a try. Lin Ye cleared away the surrounding stones to prevent injury should he fall. Be careful, someone cautioned, stepping aside with a hint of concern as they watched him. Grasping the vine with both hands, Lin Ye ascended a few steps, feeling stable enough to continue upward. Yet, as expected, disaster struck abruptly. With a sudden snap, the vine succumbed to Lin Ye's weight and broke. Fortunately, he had not climbed very high and fell onto the soft earth below. Huang Ziyu quickly rushed forward to help him up. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. Mifine. I knew that thing couldn't bear my weight, Lin Ye replied, dusting himself off. You still wanted to try? Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Lin Ye wiped the dirt from his clothes, though his entire body was drenched, making the effort futile. How will you know unless you try? At least there was a glimmer of hope, he said. We should think of another plan, Huang Ziyu advised. The cave was cool, and with their clothes soaked through, Huang Ziyu's voice trembled slightly as the cold sapped their body heat. If only the vine had been thicker, she lamented. Lin Ye had briefly considered tying their clothes together to fashion a rope, but dismissed the idea immediately. Even if the combined length was sufficient, would it hold if thrown? You should rest over there for a while and conserve your strength, Lin Ye suggested. As time passed, the night deepened outside and inside the cave. Both hunger and cold gnawed at them. They had brought some food for the journey, but it was likely lost during the fall. Of you, Lin Ye, could you come a bit closer? I'm feeling cold. Huang Ziyu sneezed softly. Lin Ye wrapped his arms around her. Why don't you take off your clothes? It might help, he proposed. Wet clothes clinging to the skin were uncomfortable and accelerated heat loss. Huang Ziyu nodded and removed her jacket, though she refused to take off the shirt beneath. Lin Ye was less reserved. He embraced her bare-chested. Huang Ziyu shivered slightly, sensing the warmth of his body and the masculine aura surrounding him, gradually drifting into a hazy sleep. Why haven't they returned yet? It's already dark. Luna paced anxiously around the camp near the cave. Everyone inside was increasingly worried. Lin Ye had never failed to return before nightfall. Could something have gone wrong? Luna, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy, Jin Shishan said. Of course, you don't worry about Brother Lin Ye. I don't see you anxious, Luna retorted angrily. Who says we're not worried? Luna, calm down. We're all concerned for Lin Ye, but panic won't help, Jin Shishan tried to reason. But Wang Qin interrupted before Luna could respond. Sitting on a bamboo bed, Situ Qing wore a solemn expression. After a day of rest, her injuries were showing signs of improvement. Continuing, Wang Qin remarked, the sky has darkened, and we cannot recklessly venture out in search of them. Furthermore, should they be unharmed, our disorder could lead to unnecessary complications. Among the women present, aside from Lin Ye and Ziyu, Wang Qin displayed the most leadership qualities. In truth, Lin Ye lacked true leadership abilities. He merely possessed a superior understanding of how to survive in such an environment compared to these women. With Wang Qin's soothing words, Luna ceased her anxious pacing and lay down on her bamboo bed, softly praying. You better not be in trouble. I still have scores to settle with you. Si tu king mused en wardeli. Sakura and Mei Shan exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. Lin Ye had quietly advised them before leaving that if he and Ziyu did not return within 3 days, they should seek another place to survive. Mei Shan whispered to her sister, while Sakura performed a unique prayer ritual from Rigua by the fire, hoping for Lin Ye's safe return. In the dead of night, Lin Ye was awakened by Huang Ziyu's cough. How are you? Did you wake up cold? Lin Ye touched her forehead, relieved to find she did not have a fever. Yes, I felt a bit chilly when I fell asleep, but I'm all right now. I can endure. Huang Ziyu replied with trembling lips. I told you to keep your clothes on. You didn't believe me. It's so dark. How could I possibly see? Lin Ye said. Huang Ziyu, already feeling bashful in Lin Ye's embrace, thought, you may not see, but you can certainly feel. I'm right here in your arms. Then you mustn't peek. She retorted, quickly undoing the buttons at her back and pressing herself closer to Lin Ye. Oh, you're so fast at undressing, Lin Ye remarked, having barely registered her movements. Although he could not see clearly, he certainly felt the softness against him. Chapter 55. You shall be named King Kong. The two lay bare-chested, their bodies closely entwined, the cave devoid of wind. As their body temperatures rose, they quietly passed the night together. You're awake? Lin Ye asked, gazing at Huang Ziyu as she slowly opened her eyes. The sun had risen outside. Although the cave remained dim, Lin Ye could discern her features. You rogue. Waking up and staring at me, without calling my name? Huang Ziyu exclaimed, frustrated. She extricated herself from Lin Ye's embrace and hastily donned her clothing, though still damp. It mattered little now that daylight had arrived. Well, I've seen everything I needed to see. You're not bad at all, Lin Ye chuckled. So what have you seen? We might die here anyway. Consider a treat for you. Huang Ziyu intended to chastise Lin Ye, but her expression dimmed as the reality of their situation sank in. Gurgle, gurgle. What's that sound? Oh, it's just my stomach growling, Lin Ye replied, patting his belly. Having skipped 2 meals and traversed such a long distance yesterday, he was utterly famished. Lin Ye glanced toward the cave entrance, an idea forming. I have a plan. We can call the monkeys. Call the monkeys? Huang Ziyu questioned, intrigued. Yesterday, trailing closely behind them, I mimicked their calls persistently, and each time, it answered me in return. Perhaps, with enough persistence, I could summon it here. Lin Ye spoke with palpable excitement. Admittedly, it was an unorthodox method. Yet, in our predicament, One might as well treat a dying horse as if it were still alive. Wahoo! Wahoo! Gaga! Gaga! Hoo-hoo! Gahoo! Gahoo! Lin Ye bellowed toward the cave's mouth, cycling through variations. Voice raw and unmoored from any true understanding of their language. If this monkey had truly cultivated spiritual awareness, if it had, against all odds, achieved sentience, perhaps it would come. I'm spent. Why don't you try calling? Me? How on earth would I know how to call? Huang Ziyu replied, her expression clouded with hesitation. You once aided it. If it hears your voice, specifically, it may well recognize you and descend. I simply cannot go on. Exhausted, Lin Ye collapsed onto a broad, sun-warmed boulder, abandoning all pretense of composure. Ziyu found his logic faintly persuasive, and, truth be told, he had been calling for hours. She owed him a respite. So, with quiet resolve, she imitated his cadence. Wahoo! Wahoo! Gaga! Wah! Gaga! How you'll kill me! Lin Ye burst into unrestrained laughter, nearly rolling on the ground. He could scarcely believe the spectacle. A woman, graceful, radiant, uttering such absurd, guttural cries. Laugh again, and I'll stop immediately. Ziyu flüsterte. She had replicated his intonation precisely, yet something felt fundamentally askew, as though her voice, however earnest, carried no resonance in their shared lexicon. No, I'm done laughing. Please continue. Truly. Lin Ye clutched his abdomen, suppressing mirth, only to feel his hollow stomach growl louder in protest. Wah! Gaga! Wah! Lin Ye, this simply isn't working. We've called for ages, and still, not a whisper, not a rustle. Ziyu sighed deeply, throat parched, voice fraying at the edges. Lin Ye, too, fell silent. No echo answered from above. No chitter, no scuttle, no telltale shadow shifting across the cave mouth. Perhaps the sound failed to carry. Perhaps the Zhong Mao Ho was nowhere near. Hoga! Hoga! If you're up there, answer me. Just once. Lin Ye shouted into the cavern's yawning throat. His own voice rebounded, hollow and lonely. Ziyu sank onto the stone, gaze fixed upon the dark aperture, her expression unreadable, her thoughts veiled in quiet resignation. Then, suddenly, wahoo! Wahoo! A call, unmistakable, echoed from the cave mouth. Ziyu, it's coming. It's actually coming. Lin Ye cried, elation surging through him. Hoga! We're down here. Hoga! Moments latte. A furry, russet-brown head emerged, curious, alert, the Zhong Mao Ho, its amber eyes gleaming in the dappled light. Lin Ye, heedless of whether it grasped human speech, shouted upward. Hoga! We're trapped down here. Can you help us? The monkey darted restlessly along the ledge, leaping, pausing, tilting its head, its intelligence inscrutable, its intentions veiled. Lin Ye gesticulated vividly, voice cracking with urgency. Yet the creature turned and vanished into the gloom. Lin Ye, it's gone. What? This wretched, faithless creature, their sole hope, summoned with such effort, had slipped away like smoke. Lin Ye sated. Just as despair settled, like dusk over stone, a thick, sinewy vine tumbled down from above. Lin Ye froze, then, heart leaping, exultation flooded his chest. Ha! I knew Hoga would never abandon us. Had the monkey understood human speech, it might well have muttered, dryly, bitterly, call me Hoga only when I rescue you. Call me wretched creature the moment I hesitate. It truly possesses an exceptionally high intelligence, Lin Ye. It genuinely comprehends your meaning, Huang Ziyu exclaimed excitedly, clasping Lin Ye's arm. The vine dropped by the monkey was rather thick, and upon testing it, Lin Ye found it to be quite sturdy. Ziyu, I shall ascend first, and will pull you up shortly. All right, if this vine can withstand Lin Ye's weight, then Ziyu naturally has nothing to worry about. Thus, Lin Ye began to climb step by step, eventually emerging into the light, inhaling the surrounding air and basking in the sunlight. Such a delightful sensation. After reaching the top, the monkey nearby chattered joyfully, seemingly celebrating Lin Ye's success. Looking in the direction of the vine, Lin Ye noticed that there were many vines growing at the cave's entrance. It had tossed down the largest one, which did not even require tying to a tree, as its roots were firmly embedded in the earth. Ziyu, hurry up. Lin Ye slowly helped Huang Ziyu ascend as well. The two lay on the ground, panting heavily, at which point the Zhong Mao Ho presented them with 2 bananas. Ah, you truly are a timely benefactor, Lin Ye praised. Huang Ziyu, however, gently stroked its head, and the Zhong Mao Ho allowed her to caress it, closing its eyes in apparent enjoyment. Both Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu were covered in dirt, exchanging glances that sparked laughter between them. Let us return. We have not been back for a day and a night, and I fear they may worry. Besides, we have no food. Lin Ye remarked after finishing the banana in his hand. This banana was far too small, merely a light snack, given Lin Ye's current state. He would need at least 30 to feel satiated. All right, let us head back, Huang Ziyu replied. From now on, you shall accompany us, for you have saved our lives, she said to the Zhong Mao Ho while stroking its head. The Zhong Mao Ho seemed elated, dancing about as if it understood it had gained new masters. Then we shall name it Jin Gang, Lin Ye decided, thinking that since it wished to follow, it surely deserved a name beyond the ordinary. Yin Gong, that is a name fit for a gorilla, quite a haphazard choice. Huang Ziyu expressed her discontent. However, Jin Gang appeared pleased with its name, leaning in whenever Lin Ye called it, inviting him to stroke its head. Huang Ziyu, with no choice but to acquiesce, ultimately accepted the name. Chapter 56. Banana Grove. Lin Ye gazed thoughtfully at the banana peel in his hand. Jin Gang, where did you find this? He inquired, tossing the banana peel to Jin Gang. Unsure if it understood, he observed as it vigorously pointed ahead with its arm. Are you indicating that it lies ahead? Lin Ye asked, gesturing towards the woods. It seemed a signal for Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu to follow. This time, it did not leap through the trees, but patiently led the way, likely concerned that they might get lost again. Lin Ye cut a branch and pulled Huang Ziyu along behind him. Jin Gang continuously guided them upwards, and after a considerable time, fatigue began to set in. Jin Gang, how much farther? I'm utterly exhausted, Lin Ye gasped, with hunger gnawing at him and having walked such a distance uphill. He turned to see Huang Ziyu's face reflecting her weariness. Are you holding up all right? Lin Ye asked. I am managing, she replied. Huang Ziyu, with one hand gently kneading her knee, responded. At that moment, Jin Gang suddenly grew a bit agitated, making strange sounds as if urging them to hasten to their destination. Let us continue following it for a while. As they crested the hillside, an astonishing sight unfolded before Lin Ye and Ziyu. They stood speechless, their mouths agape, as below them lay a small waterfall, surrounded by orderly rows of banana trees. From the summit, they could also spot numerous herbivores grazing and drinking nearby. Is this the water curtain cave? Lin Ye found it hard to fathom such a picturesque scene in the heart of the island. It's so beautiful, truly refreshing, he exclaimed, and Huang Ziyu's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Jin Gang, chattering excitedly, led the way, while it seemed a short distance from the top. They soon realized the trek was much longer than anticipated. Upon reaching the waterfall, Jingong's calls attracted other monkeys, who emerged from various hiding spots. Yet they hesitated to approach upon seeing Lin Ye and Ziyu. The herbivores had long since vanished from sight. This waterfall is quite magnificent, Lin Ye remarked, surprised since it seemed so impressive from the mountain. It stood about 6 meters high and 5 meters wide, with the water flow gentle, yet producing a thunderous roar as it cascaded down. Below lay a pool approximately 60 square meters, shallow enough to reveal the fish swimming within. Jin Gang, I'm a bit hungry. Could you fetch something for us to eat? Lin Ye said, patting his stomach as he indicated his request. Jin Gang let out a few peculiar calls before darting away, and Lin Ye assumed it had gone off to play. When it returned, it brought along 2 monkeys, who each held a banana and placed persimmons before Lin Ye. Wow, Jin Gang, you're amazing. Lin Ye joyfully patted its head, sensing the praise. Jin Gang revealed 2 rows of yellowed teeth in a foolish grin. You really ought to brush your teeth, Lin Ye teased, pushing Jin Gang away in jest. And what about you? How long has it been since you brushed? Huang Ziyu chimed in, although Lin Ye also hadn't properly brushed in quite some time. Jin Gang's grin had left an impression of an unpleasant odor. Not wanting to engage in banter, Lin Ye, feeling extremely hungry, seized the bananas and persimmon from the ground, sharing half with her as he sat down to eat. These bananas are still a bit unripe. They'll be perfect in a few days, he remarked, surveying their surroundings as he ate. Just be grateful. You're still complaining about such things. Jin Gang sat quietly beside Huang Ziyu, oblivious to the island's vastness, as it had observed endless forests and hills from the mountaintop. I'm going to wash up. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye leaped into the pool, the dirt and grime from the cave clinging uncomfortably to his skin, attracting numerous mosquitoes. Come on in. We're both filthy. Hearing Lin Ye call her, Huang Ziyu hesitated before descending into the water. although they had been candid with each other in the cave. The lack of cover at the pool made her feel somewhat bashful. Yet, since neither had removed their clothing, she thought little of it. After finishing her bath, Lin Ye was not as fastidious as she might have been. She simply sought refuge beneath a banana tree, stripped off her clothing, wrung out the water, and donned her attire once more, as this method was decidedly more expedient. In contrast, Huang Ziyu ventured far into the banana grove, feeling somewhat shy as a woman, which was entirely understandable. Lin Ye, come here. Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, she heard Huang Ziyu's call from the banana grove. What is it? Upon hearing her voice, Lin Ye immediately dashed over, with Jin Gang following closely behind. She had just finished putting on her clothes in a slight hurry and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There's a house." Following the direction of her finger, Lin Ye peered through the banana leaves and indeed saw the outline of a house approximately 50 meters away. Could someone actually live here? Lin Ye pondered, initially skeptical, as the arrangement of these banana plants did not resemble wild growth, but rather appeared to be cultivated, with each plant spaced uniformly. Glancing at Jin Gang, Lin Ye noticed him racing ahead towards the house. She intended to follow, but Huang Ziyu grasped her arm firmly. Perhaps we should not go there. It's fine. Jin Gang wouldn't harm us. Moreover, animals typically avoid areas that pose danger, Lin Ye reassured her. The two slowly approached the house, and as they drew nearer, the structure became clearer. It was a thatched cottage, its roof partially caved in, surrounded by open space, and supported only by 4 pillars. Inside lay a half-burned stone, suggesting that someone once inhabited this place. However, the dilapidated state indicated it had been unoccupied for quite some time, with numerous animal droppings scattered about. At this moment, Jin Gang sat solemnly in front of the thatched house, gazing at the drafty structure. Could this have been the home of its previous owner? And who was the skeleton we found in the cave? Huang Ziyu questioned, looking at Jin Gang with curiosity. It's hard to say. We have moved through several locations. And as for its owner, perhaps they were bitten by a venomous creature or died of old age. Coincidentally within the cave, Lin Ye speculated. This was merely conjecture, as the specifics remained unknown. Nevertheless, he found this place quite suitable and began to formulate plans. Let us spend the night here and return tomorrow morning. We will bring them over in a couple of days. Xianghua and the others may arrive at any moment. At this point, Lin Ye felt a pang of concern for the women trapped in the cave. Thankfully, they had been rescued by Jin Gang. Otherwise, remaining there could have led to dire consequences. It was already afternoon, and there was no way to return before nightfall, so they would have to rest here for the night. Chapter 57. The current state of Brother Hua the Sun, as usual, began its slow descent, casting the golden hues of dusk upon the waterfall. The unspoiled environment, untouched by human hands, was breathtaking. If Li Bai were here, he would surely compose a poem. After tidying up the thatched cottage, Lin Ye showcased his skill in fire-making through friction, a talent that had become increasingly refined. Impressive, while others are mere walking CDs. You are a living lighter. Huang Ziyu laughed heartily. I think it's essential for you to learn this skill as well. In case I am not around, or we become separated, at least you would know how to make fire, Lin Ye replied with a serious expression. Huang Ziyu sensed that Lin Ye was not jesting, and his words rang true. Among the team, only Lin Ye possessed the ability to ignite a fire. If the day truly arrived, she would give a try. All right, I'll teach you. You must be swift with your movements. Do not pause. An hour later, she exclaimed, I can't do this anymore. It's far too exhausting. My hands are covered in blisters. With a thud, Huang Ziyu cast aside the wooden stick, gasping for breath. Her hands trembling slightly, palms already adorned with several blisters. Is this all you can manage? Your willpower is lacking, Lin Ye remarked. How could I possibly compare to you? You are an anomaly. Hearing her words, Lin Ye chuckled. My hand speed has been honed over 2 decades. Huang Ziyu looked at him in confusion. What kind of hand speed requires 20 years of practice? Lin Ye merely smiled, offering no explanation, but out of consideration for her blister hands. He refrained from insisting she continue practicing. It has been 2 days since Lin Ye Gij and Ziyu Jia have yet to return. Luna picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the distance, her lips murmuring incessantly. Jean Meishan pondered Lin Ye's earlier words, that if he did not return within 3 days, they should relocate, yet she wondered where they could possibly go. Sidu Qing, having recuperated for 2 days, was now able to walk simply, no longer confined to her bed, especially since there was ample food and drink within the cave. However, consuming cured meat daily was indeed quite unpleasant. Thankfully, the smoke from the fire helped preserve it, or else the meat would have spoiled. Even so, their provisions were dwindling day by day. Tomorrow, let us send a few people to the seaside to check on the bamboo cages, Jean Meishan suggested to the group. Are there still bamboo cages by the seaside? Wang Qin inquired. It was not that they were unwilling to venture out. Rather, they were concerned about being spotted by Xiong Hua's people in Lin Ye's absence. Yes, Lin Ye placed them there. He used to go out every morning and catch plenty of fish, Jean Meishan replied. Sakura hesitated, glancing at Meishan, contemplating whether to share the words Lin Ye had spoken to them before his departure. She observed Meishan nodding in encouragement. When Lin Jun left, he told us that if he did not return within 3 days, we should relocate to another place, Sakura said through clenched teeth. The group fell silent, and Sakura continued. Thus, I am bringing this up today to seek everyone's opinions and to plan ahead. If you wish to leave, you may do so. I will not go, Luna declared, crossing her arms defiantly. Jean Meishan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but then hesitated. 3 days, Lin, you must be worried about Xiong Hua and his men pursuing us. I truly believe we need not worry for the time being, Sidu Qing interjected. Why is that? The others asked. Look at my injuries. Their men have also sustained severe wounds. They will need time to recuperate, and it will take them time to find us, Situ Qing explained. Hearing her analysis, Wang Qin felt a surge of trust, for Situ Qing's skills were indeed remarkable, even though they had not witnessed how she escaped. Listen to me, everyone. What Qing'er just said makes sense. Furthermore, she has faced them before. Let's remain here for a few more days. If absolutely necessary, we can then move, Wang Qin addressed the group. Luna originally had no intention of departing, and upon hearing Wang Qin's words, she was the first to express her agreement, leaving little room for dissent among the others. In truth, Lin Ye's concerns were unwarranted. At this moment, Brother Hua was relishing an imperial treatment, with little inclination to deal with them. The two brothers, Peng Yunliang and Peng Yunjie, were in dire straits. One had lost an ear, while the other had suffered the loss of a leg, their wounds festering and emitting a foul odor due to the absence of medical care. As for Gui's abdominal injury, it was faring better after 2 days of rest. It had begun to scab and heal. Within a partition, a young and beautiful woman was attending to Xiong Hua, massaging his shoulders. This woman, once deemed beautiful, had transformed significantly after days of survival on the deserted island. Aside from the woman attending to Brother Hua, the remaining women were shared among the men without reservation. Initially, the women resisted, but after enduring a few beatings, they reluctantly accepted their fate. Thus, the women found themselves reflecting on how splendid life must have been for Wang Qin. Now, they had become mere instruments for the men's release and were occasionally compelled to labor. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao had also succumbed to the oppressive dominance of Xiong Hua. After all, they had merely exchanged one leader for another, and this new leader demanded no semblance of order. Brother, I feel somewhat overlooked, Peng Yunjie murmured to his sibling. Peng Yunliang sighed. We are now akin to half the men we once were, who would still regard us. He harbored regrets. For both brothers were incapacitated. His younger sibling could no longer venture out in search of sustenance, with the risk of his leg succumbing to necrosis and posing a threat to his life. Fear not, brother. I shall seek out that wretched woman and avenge us. Peng Yunliang reassured him, patting his shoulder. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao scoffed coldly each time they passed by the brothers' partition, choosing to ignore them. Although they too were now aligned with Xiong Hua, they spared no kindness for such treacherous individuals who had betrayed their comrades. Qin Hao, in particular, was displeased by the duplicitous nature that had emerged from their ranks, and Ao de Biao shared similar sentiments, realizing that the coconuts offered by Peng Yunliang were intended to deceive them. In response, Peng Yunliang could only muster an awkward grin, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. For he had no choice but to endure their disdain, especially since Qin Hao and Ao de Biao were currently favored by Brother Hua. Each time they ventured out, they were able to procure food, rendering them more useful in Brother Hua's eyes than the 2 brothers. Once the indescribable sounds emanating from Brother Hua's partition ceased, a Gui entered, asking Brother Hua, "Is it done?" Xiong Hua replied while zipping up, "Ah, I suppose I'm a bit older now. My stamina is not what it once was." A Gui chuckled inwardly. knowing that even in his youth, Xionghua's vigor had not been remarkable. However, he kept this thought to himself. Is your injury healing? Xionghua inquired. Ague lifted his shirt, revealing that it was on the mend and would likely be fully healed in a couple of days. Xionghua nodded. Are the others behaving themselves? Ague replied. All is well, except for those two brothers. One of them is close to becoming incapacitated. He was referring to Peng Yunliang and his brother, while Pu Guochang kept a watchful eye on Qin Hao and his companions, accompanying them on their food-gathering expeditions without fear of their hoarding. Chapter 58. You are truly our leader upon hearing Ague's words. Xionghua chuckled. It's better if they are incapacitated. If those two brothers remained unscathed, I would still feel uneasy. Xionghua hailed from the underworld. Although his own character was far from commendable, he harbored a lingering suspicion towards Peng Yunliang and his brother. If they could betray Wang Qin, they might very well betray their own. By the way, Brother Hua, we have some leads on the two women who fled. Ague remarked. Oh, honestly, I'm not keen on provoking them further. Look, we have women and brothers searching for food. Why stir up trouble? Xionghua responded. At these words, Ague frowned slightly. Sensing his displeasure, Xionghua added, of course, if we can capture them, that would be even better, especially since you were injured. Ague had long harbored resentment towards Xionghua, who seemed to indulge himself while neglecting the welfare of his subordinates. He pondered the futility of continuing to obey him. The chances of rescue seemed increasingly slim, yet if he escaped, with his own abilities, he could survive on this island far better without such a burden, one that only brought trouble. Understood, Brother Hua. I shall attend to my tasks. Ague said, departing toward the adjacent room, from which soon arose muffled sounds. Xionghua's eyes narrowed to slits, uncertain how much longer Ague's loyalty would endure. Clearly, strength reigned supreme here. Wealth was but worthless dust. Brother Gue, you're out, came a familiar voice. Well, if at ISNT Yunyang, here for some amusement? Ague teased at the doorway, adjusting his trousers. No. I just wanted to ask if you told Brother Hua about the women's whereabouts. When shall we exact our revenge? Peng Yunliang pulled him aside. The previous day, while searching for food, Peng Yunliang had followed the direction Wang Qin had fled, tracking footprints along the beach until they vanished. Investigating the nearby woods, he found signs of recent activity and promptly informed Ague. I merely mentioned it, but Brother Hua seems reluctant to provoke conflict, Ague explained. Hearing this, Peng Yunliang's heart sank. Without Ague's assistance, he stood no chance against Sita Qing. His eyes darted wildly as a plan formed. Brother Gue, we VE suffered at that woman's hands. What if she recovers in return for vengeance? We operate openly. She lurks in the shadows. Her archery is formidable. We risk death before even reaching her. Ague pondered Peng Yunliang's words thoughtfully. Indeed, the young man was right. They should strike while she was vulnerable, lest her return spell disaster. Seeing Ague deep in thought, Peng Yunliang continued, Brother Gue, to be honest, you are truly our leader in our hearts. Brother Hua is second at best. Your strength is evident to us all. How dare you speak so of Brother Hua? Ague rebuked sharply. Yes, I was wrong. I deserve punishment. I was merely speaking the truth. Peng Yunliang replied sheepishly. Peng Yunliang spoke while keenly observing Ague's expression. One must admit, this young man was remarkably adept at sowing discord. Although Ague scolded him sternly, inwardly he was exceedingly pleased. Indeed, true strength reigned supreme. And with Peng Yunliang's praise, he seemed almost intoxicated with delight. As the saying goes, flattery never fails. Around those influential magnates, sycophants abound. Though they serve little practical purpose, their compliments are undeniably gratifying. Very well, there is no need to seek Brother Hua's approval for this matter. I shall take full responsibility, Peng Yunliang declared. Then, let us plan for the day after tomorrow. Once my injury improves, I shall visit them. In the meantime, we must prepare diligently. With that, Ague turned and departed. The following day, Lin Ye gently roused Huang Ziyu from a deep slumber within the thatched hut. Wake up, Ziyu. It's time for us to return. For reasons unknown, the comfort here surpassed that of the mountain cave. Stretching languidly, Huang Ziyu remarked, indeed, the cave's darkness and dampness make it quite unpleasant after a while. Lin Ye replied, precisely, the cave is humid and shadowy, making prolonged stays uncomfortable. Jingang, Lin Ye called repeatedly, and soon the mighty Jin gang appeared. "We shall return to the cave first. Will you wait here or accompany us?" Without awaiting a response, Jin gang demonstrated his choice with resolute action, faithfully following wherever they went. Indeed, with Jin gang clearing the path ahead, no danger befell them on the journey back. As the old adage states, when the tiger is absent, the monkeys rule. Nevertheless, they arrived at the cave just before dusk. "Ladies, I have returned. Hurry out and greet your guest." Lin Ye's voice echoed inside the cave even before anyone appeared. Brother Lin Ye is back." The crowd eagerly rushed out to see him. Laughing, Luna dashed forward and nearly toppled Lin Ye with her enthusiastic embrace. "Lin Ye, you have returned. Sister Ziyu, why were you gone so long?" The group bombarded them with questions. "So, you tame a monkey, and it saved your lives?" Luna exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course, Jin gang. Lin Ye called twice outside. When Jin gang emerged before them, everyone believed Lin Ye's tale. Nothing untoward happened these days, right? Lin Ye glanced toward Jin Meishan and Ingzi. At that moment, Wang Qin interjected, "Lin Ye, we were all worried during your absence. We stayed inside the cave without venturing out, and nothing else occurred." "That's a relief." Lin Ye nodded, casting a profound look at Situ Qing behind her. Undeniably, this woman bore an extraordinary pride. Sensing his gaze, Situ Qing shot him a fierce glare. "Damn, this woman," Lin Ye muttered silently. "By the way, we must relocate tomorrow. We leave at dawn." Luna sighed wistfully, suddenly moving. "I feel rather reluctant." "Yes, I too am somewhat unwilling." Jean Meishan leaned on her sister's shoulder, her face tinged with melancholy. "Don't say you are reluctant. I also feel a pang of sorrow. But once you arrive there, you will undoubtedly fall in love with the place. Moreover, we are not secure here," Lin Ye consoled. Lin Ye was correct. That place is 10 times better than this one. The sisters can bathe freely and enjoy an unending supply of bananas, Huang Zi remarked. "It is indeed a pity about these belongings." Lin Ye observed the bamboo bed, the bamboo leaning post, and numerous small trinkets within the cave. Perhaps only a small portion can be taken away tomorrow. Chapter 59. Preparing a surprise at the break of dawn, Lin Ye roused everyone, hastily gathering their belongings. Currently, their entire inventory consisted of 3 steel knives, a dagger, a tin pot, several pairs of chopsticks, and bamboo bowls, with about 30 pounds of cured meat remaining. Naturally, the 5 little gray rabbits must be brought along. They had grown considerably and would require 2 people to lift the bamboo cage. "Ziyu, you take them ahead. I will stay behind to prepare a surprise," Lin Ye said with a mischievous grin. "A surprise? What do you intend to do?" Huang Ziyu inquired, puzzled. Lin Ye merely smiled in silence, and seeing his refusal to elaborate, Huang Ziyu chose not to press further and led the others toward the waterfall. After half an hour of preparations, Lin Ye finally nodded in satisfaction. "If you all don't show up, my efforts would have been in vain. If you do come, then do enjoy it well, huh?" Soon, Lin Ye caught up with the main group. "Lin Ye, what exactly have you prepared? You smell rather foul." Huang Ziyu asked. She was genuinely curious, and the other women shared her intrigue. Lin Ye casually mentioned a few details. Is it that terrible?" A wave of commotion ensued, but they continued on their path. Coincidentally, just as Lin Ye and the others departed, a Gui and his companions discovered the cave. "Brother Gui, look, there are indeed people gathered there," Peng Yunliang exclaimed excitedly. Early that morning, a Gui had brought Qin Hao, Ao de Biao, and Peng Yunliang, following the tracks along the shore until they reached the vicinity of the cave. "Everyone, be cautious. The situation inside is unclear," a Gui warned. He was uncertain if Wang Qin and her companion had escaped to this location, yet it was evident that someone had been here initially. It could not have been constructed by Wang Qin and her companion. It was also possible that other survivors were present, considering the number of people on the ship and the prior encounter with Lin Ye's group. The thought of Lin Ye filled a Gui with discontent. It was a grave humiliation to have been knocked out without a fight. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ye had already relocated from the cave, having departed before them. "Let us approach slowly. If there are people, do not engage unless instructed. Follow my lead," the Gui directed. "Understood, Brother Gui." Qin Hao and Ao de Biao had no objections to a Gui's words. They were not inclined to conflict with others. They pondered how to explain things if they encountered Wang Qin. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, choosing to proceed cautiously and hoping Wang Qin was not present. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Peng Yunliang called out. The four stood at the edge of the enclosure, peering into the darkened cave, hesitant to venture closer. It seems there is no one. Why does it smell so bad? Peng Yunliang said to the others. You should go in and take a look. Ah, Guige. I must admit I feel a bit frightened. Frightened of what? We are all right behind you, aren't we? Guige reprimanded him sharply with a kick to his rear. Oh, very well. If danger arises, you must come to my rescue. Peng Yunliang said as he pinched his nose and cautiously advanced step by step toward the cave entrance. Qin Hao cursed inwardly, thinking how amusing it was that this scoundrel, eager to seek revenge on Sidi Qing, was simultaneously so frightened of death. Hello, is there anyone inside? Peng Yunliang stepped into the cave, surveying most of its interior before calling out, Guige, it seems there really is no one inside. There are several bamboo beds and a passage leading downward, though the smell is quite pungent. Hearing the calls, Guige and the others also entered the cave, pinching their noses. They saw several bamboo beds arranged in a circle with a fire pit in the center. Gazing at the dark passage, Guige hesitated, uncertain whether to venture down. Guige, it looks like there is a bunch of bananas over there. Guige glanced toward the spot Qin Hao pointed to and saw several bunches of bananas hanging on the dark stone wall. These were the very ones Lin Ye had brought back from the banana grove yesterday. However, Lin Ye had hung them quite high, requiring a jump to reach. Indeed, these are not ordinary bananas, but plantains, Peng Yunliang explained proudly. Then, leaping up, he grabbed a bunch of plantains and pulled downward. Unbeknownst to him, this was a surprise Lin Ye had prepared for them. With a sudden crash, two mats woven from zhongmao fell from above, precisely covering Guige and Peng Yunliang. Qin Hao and Adbo, standing farther away, avoided having their heads covered but still brushed against the mats. Damn, this is excrement. Peng Yunliang, you've done a fine job. This was Lin Ye's meticulously crafted trap, sacrificing two precious zhongmao mats that had been carefully hung inside the cave. Their dark color blended almost seamlessly with the cave's shadows, rendering them nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. The mats had been thoroughly coated with feces from the outdoor latrine. A rope woven from zhongmao fibers connected the plantains to the mats, so when pulled, both mats tumbled down. Who the hell would go to such lengths to set such a vile trap just to grab some plantains? All four cursed the perpetrator's entire lineage before abandoning any further thoughts of searching for Wang Qin and her companion. They swiftly proceeded to the seaside to bathe. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Lin Ye kept sneezing uncontrollably. Who is this thinking about me so much? Lin Ye wrinkled his nose. Heh, probably because you have a guilty conscience. Huang Ziyu scoffed. Have you never heard of the saying, one sneeze means someone is thinking of you? Two sneezes mean someone is cursing you? A Chiu chimed in. You must have at least one person thinking about you. Before Lin Ye could respond, he sneezed again, unwittingly contradicting himself. Lin Ye Gidge, as you just said, two sneezes mean someone is cursing you. You must have done something wrong, Luna teased with a sly smile. Exactly, Huang Ziyu and Shishan echoed in agreement. Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed. All right, Luna, daring to expose me like that. Haha, Luna, my little beauty. Aren't you usually the one who adores me the most? Come, let us get closer. Ah, no, you reek all over. I certainly do not wish to draw near to you. With that, she scurried behind Huang Ziyu. When the lovely Lin Ye turned to glance at Jin Shishan, she had already concealed herself behind her sister, casting a look of disdain at Lin Ye. Alas, the hearts of men have grown callous. Jin Gang. Come, let us play. Jin Gang maintained a distance of several meters from Lin Ye, covering his nose in reluctance to approach. The onlookers erupted in hearty laughter, even Sidi Qing, who had consistently treated Lin Ye with indifference, allowed a smile to grace her lips. Very well, I shall entertain myself. To be fair, having Jin Gang lead the way could avert numerous dangers, such as snakes springing forth from the grass or other small creatures. Of course, their previous tumble into the cave had been an unfortunate accident. Chapter 60. I will take you to catch snakes after a long and arduous journey. As the sun began to set, the group finally arrived at their destination, which presented itself in the most picturesque moment. Wow, how beautiful! In that instant, the women seemed to forget their predicaments, surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters, a truly healing sight. What do you think? I did not deceive you, Lin Ye remarked. Haha, indeed, this is certainly better than that cave. Luna stuck out her tongue. Everyone had indeed made it, but dusk was fast approaching. If only Lin Ye had one more day to improve the thatch cottage, it would be perfect. All right, I now assign you a task. Let's see who can light the fire first. For tonight, we shall make do with some cured meat. I will go wash up first, Lin Ye declared as he strolled toward the waterfall. Upon Lin Ye's return from his bath, a great fire had already ignited beside the thatched cottage, where a pot of fragrant cured meat was simmering. Yet, Huang Ziyu was still diligently rubbing two pieces of wood together, her expression resolute. Oh, you all are quite speedy. I had intended to test you further. Who kindled this fire? Lin Ye inwitted. Wang Qin replied with a smile. It was Qing'er who started it. In our group, Qing'er was responsible for fire by friction, and her outdoor survival skills are quite impressive. Lin Ye cast a surprised glance at Sita Qing, who sat by the fire, astonished to discover that she not only possessed formidable strength, but also a degree of wilderness survival skills. Truly a treasure. Wang Qin's constant praise was merely an attempt to showcase that the two of them were not devoid of merit, thereby casting the other women in a less favorable light. Impressive. How is your injury? Is it healing? Lin Ye approached the fire and asked. At the sound of Lin Ye complimenting another, Huang Ziyu could no longer continue her efforts with the stick, tossing it into the flames, sending sparks flying perilously close to Lin Ye's eyebrows. Hey, do watch it. I'm still here. Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Huang Ziyu shrugged. Oh, you are here? My apologies, I did not notice before. Lin Ye's mind was filled with exasperation. How could this be? In the brief moment he had taken a bathe, he had been caught in an explosive situation. Lin Ye giggled. We have all been earnestly attempting to learn how to make fire, but it seems we have all failed, Luna lamented, spreading her hands. Jin Shishan mirrored this gesture before Lin Ye, revealing that both of their palms bore small blisters, and it was likely that the others were in a similar predicament. Perhaps out of stubbornness towards Sita Qing. Indeed, it is not solely your fault. The art of friction fire requires not only physical strength and endurance, but also the careful selection of materials. If you truly wish to learn, I can impart my knowledge to you, remarked Si Tuqing in a calm tone. Noticing the silence that enveloped the group, Lin Ye cleared his throat and added, She is correct. The choice of materials is indeed crucial. Everyone should take the opportunity to learn. Lin Ye then continued, Each of us possesses unique strengths. Since we have chosen to band together, we should strive to learn from one another's virtues, particularly here. He was right. We ought to support one another. I am truly grateful for your care in these past few days, and we shall also contribute our strength in the future, echoed Wang Qin. After their meal, they casually spread some banana leaves within the thatched cottage, creating a makeshift sleeping arrangement for the 8 of them. The space was indeed rather cramped. Lying flat, they found it somewhat tight, especially with Luna, the charming young lady, sleeping next to Lin Ye. As always, she was rather restless in her sleep, playfully tangling with Lin Ye in the middle of the night. It was unclear whether she was asleep or merely teasing him, but it left Lin Ye feeling rather uncomfortable, nearly igniting a spark of unwanted desire. Upon waking the next morning, Lin Ye found himself alone in the cottage. Stepping outside, he stretched lazily. A sudden sound caught his attention, and he turned to see Si Tuqing, poised with his bow, diligently practicing her aim. Her long, dark ponytail swayed as she donned a fitted athletic outfit, albeit slightly worn, which did nothing to obscure her striking figure. He couldn't help but admire her alluring curves, complimented by her stunning beauty when she unexpectedly glanced back at him. Up so early? Lin Ye greeted her awkwardly, attempting a smile he deemed amusing. Si Tuqing merely replied with a nonchalant She adjusted her hair tie and inquired, Did you use this material for your bowstring? Lin Ye, unsure of her intent, replied affirmatively, explaining that he had no other materials available. And those cured meats, did you capture a wild boar? She asked. Yes, I set a trap and caught one. Lin Ye replied proudly, expecting a compliment. Instead, he was met with a dismissive remark. I truly wonder how you have managed to survive. Many animal tendons would serve as excellent bowstrings. What a waste. Si Tuqing shook her head. At that moment, Lin Ye had not considered this aspect. Her reminder enlightened him. He was aware that Si Tuqing possessed a bow, likely with a string made from different materials, but regrettably damaged. Well, I didn't think much of it at the time. He attempted to justify himself. Let us go. Si Tuqing interrupted. Go. Where? Lin Ye questioned, puzzled. Enough with the trivialities. Just follow me. She replied impatiently. Goodness. She is indeed beautiful. Yet her temper seems to be inherited from someone. Lin Ye thought helplessly as he reluctantly followed her. As they walked, he mentioned it briefly to Huang Ziyu, who merely huffed in response. remaining silent. Following Si Tuqing for quite a distance, Lin Ye observed her searching for something, wielding a forked wooden stick, and he dared not pry further. "Found it," she exclaimed. She paused before a cluster of white flower buds, still unopened, poised to bloom. "Have you found something?" Lin Ye inwided. "These flowers are called yelexiang. If we search around here, we're bound to find snakes. Our purpose for coming is to catch them," Si Tuqing explained. "Why catch snakes? What if one bites you and you die?" Lin Ye was somewhat exasperated, thinking it was just asking for trouble. "Snake tendons are among the finest materials for crafting bowstrings, and surely snakes are easier to catch than wild boars," Si Tuqing replied. It was rare for her to explain things to Lin Ye, and hearing this, he felt it was a pity they hadn't kept the golden snake they had caught earlier. The two of them searched within a 10-meter radius around the yelexiang plants. After some time, they indeed found a snake, a king cobra. The moment the snake appeared, Si Tuqing swiftly impaled it with a forked stick, stepped on it, grabbed it with her hand, and with seamless precision caught its head, all under Lin Ye's astonished gaze. That simple? Lin Ye doubted whether she was truly a woman. This was a king cobra. A single bite could cause a village-wide catastrophe. Yet she caught it so nonchalantly. Chapter 61. There is something behind you. After returning with Si Tuqing, she borrowed a dagger from Huang Ziyu and went alone to the riverbank to kill the snake, effectively treating Lin Ye as a mere tool. Lin Ye had originally wanted to follow her, but Huang Ziyu stopped him. "Lin Ye, our food consumption is quite high these days. Now we only have about 20 pounds of cured meat left." Lin Ye had indeed considered this issue. "We've just moved here. Everything is still unsettled. I'll figure out a way to handle the food supply. Don't worry." "So you two went into the thicket and came back with a snake?" Huang Ziyu pointed towards Si Tuqing by the river. "That's one way to put it." "But yes, she did go catch a snake," Lin Ye replied. "Oh, I thought she was going to repay your life debt by offering herself to you," Huang Ziyu teased. Lin Ye was somewhat dismayed. "I saved your life too. Why don't you offer yourself to me?" Huang Ziyu stepped closer, her face nearly touching his. Lin Ye was puzzled by her gesture. If there had been a wall behind him, he might have been pinned against it, leaving him quite flustered. She spoke softly. "Let us see how you perform. By the way, you should shave your beard." With that, she turned and left. Strangely, despite having spent so much time on the island, Huang Ziyu always carried a captivating fragrance. Lin Ye stood there, touching his beard, realizing it was indeed time to shave. But for now, the most pressing matter was to renovate the thatched cottage. After a simple meal, Lin Ye assigned tasks to everyone. "You need to gather plenty of thatch. Our house needs repairs. Otherwise, we want to be able to stay here when it rains. The more, the better." Lin Ye divided the women into two groups. Yingzi was assigned to Wang Qin and Si Tuqing, while the others followed Huang Ziyu. Lin Ye himself took a machete and ventured into the forest to find suitable timber for the house as pillars and beams, as the original ones had become severely decayed and needed replacement. The team itself possessed 3 steel knives, 1 per group, which was just adequate. There was an abundance of thatched grass by the riverside, eliminating the need to venture far in search of it. Lin Ye had already exhausted himself carrying back over a dozen tree branches as thick as a bowl circumference. This was only possible because of his prolonged training on the island. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't have managed the burden. Upon returning with the last branch, he found everyone else seated beneath the banana trees, resting beside towering piles of thatched grass. This work truly demands physical strength. "Em utterly fatigued," Lin Ye muttered as he sat down. "Brother Lin Ye, have some water," Luna offered, handing him a bamboo cup filled with water. The water had been boiled that morning. Given the circumstances, it was best to avoid drinking directly from the river. The bottled mineral water they had brought was insufficient. Seizing the respite, Lin Ye fashioned a simple ladder, as climbing onto the roof was otherwise a formidable task. Once atop, he began dismantling the decayed beams and supports, preserving the sound ones for reuse. He aimed to avoid extensive reconstruction since the workload was overwhelming. His only requirement was that the shelter be windproof and rainproof. After half a day's toil, the thatched hut was finally restored, though its durability in strong winds remained uncertain. Lin Ye placed numerous stones atop the roof to secure it. If it collapsed in a storm, it could simply be rebuilt. "Luna, my lovely, come help massage my shoulders," Lin Ye called out as he lay on the ground. Luna, resting against the banana tree, replied, "Brother Lin Ye, I am exhausted too. Let me take over," Yingzi said, rising and kneeling gently behind Lin Ye to massage his shoulders. "Yingzi, Your technique is commendable, Lin Ye praised. At that moment, King Kong returned from afar, accompanied by 2 female monkeys. Hey, I wondered where you vanished to. Sneaking off on a date with the female monkeys, huh? Lin Ye said. The 2 female monkeys kept their distance, while King Kong swiftly approached the thatched hut. Staring at the renovated structure, he stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. I forgot to mention, this place was also shown to us by King Kong. To be precise, it's his home, Lin Ye explained, and the group finally understood. Beneath the waterfall lay a cluster of reeds. As the saying goes, one lives off the mountain and the water nearby. These reeds serve as a perfect substitute for bamboo to craft a fishing shuttle. Lin Ye had no intention of letting the fish in the river slip away. After resting, he resumed his work while also keeping an eye on the women, who busied themselves coming and going, some cleaning around the house, others weeding, and some gathering firewood. However, Situ Qing was nowhere to be seen, which troubled Lin Ye. After collecting the thatched grass, she had vanished without a word. Even Wang Qin was unaware of her whereabouts. A simple greeting would have been courteous. Ah, done, Lin Ye exclaimed after considerable effort, weaving a large shuttle from reeds. Nearby lay the corpse of a king cobra, whose tendons Situ Qing had extracted. She had discarded the body, though the tendons she claimed to use for bowstrings were missing. Nevertheless, the corpse could be put to good use. Placing in the shuttle to decompose naturally would attract many fish, making it an excellent bait. Ziyu, come help me. Lin Ye called out from inside the house. Oh, I'm coming. Lin Ye pointed to the fishing net and said, I'll go into the river first. You pass me this net, and I will lower it to catch fish. All right. Lin Ye found a relatively narrow spot to enter the river, allowing for better concentration. The water level reached up to his thighs. It's good now. Please hand me the net, Lin Ye instructed. Sure, be careful, Huang Ziyu said as she slowly passed it over. After receiving the net, Lin Ye also scooped up 2 large stones from the river to weigh it down, preventing it from being swept away by the current. This net has such a large opening. Won't the fish just escape? Huang Ziyu asked. You wouldn't understand. There's a reason for my approach, Lin Ye replied. In these untrammeled areas, the fish in the river are not ordinary in size, necessitating the large openings in the net. Fish weighing less than 5 pounds would likely swim right through without being trapped. As Lin Ye had no intention of catching small fish. I don't understand. You know everything. Fine then, Huang Ziyu said, her eyes widening as she stared behind Lin Ye. Noticing the fear in her gaze sent a chill down his spine. What's wrong? Lin Ye whispered. Lin Ye, there's something behind you, Huang Ziyu stammered. Slowly turning around to look, Lin Ye was nearly paralyzed with fear. 2 eyes, the size of ping-pong balls, were fixed intently on him, and a large head began to emerge from the water. It's a crocodile. At that moment, Lin Ye's legs felt weak, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. Hurry up and get out, Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu shouted anxiously from the shore. Lin Ye was only 3 meters from the bank, while the crocodile was about 7 or 8 meters away, not yet attacking him. How could there be a crocodile here? This was unexpected. If he had known, he wouldn't have ventured so far to set the net. He needed to escape quickly. He then saw Huang Ziyu pick up a stone from the shore, preparing to throw it at the crocodile. Don't, Ziyu, don't act rashly, Lin Ye immediately cautioned her. That small stone would pose no threat to the crocodile and would only serve to provoke it. Then hurry up and come back. Why are you still standing in the water? You're driving me crazy, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, stamping her foot. For the first time in his life, Lin Ye truly understood what it meant to feel weak in the knees. He had never been this frightened, even when facing a wolf on land. A bite from a wolf might still leave him a chance, but a bite from a crocodile in the water, followed by a death roll, would mean certain doom. Give me a moment. My legs are trembling, Lin Ye said, lifting his legs with effort. I'll look for a longer stick nearby to pull you up, Huang Ziyu said as she ran toward the woods. Wait, don't go, Lin Ye called out, but he couldn't stop her. Now he could only rely on himself, making a concerted effort to move his feet and gradually inch toward the bank. He moved very slowly, careful to avoid disturbing the water too much. As Lin Ye edged closer to the shore, he had only moved about a meter when the crocodile lunged. It surged toward him with incredible speed, its powerful tail splashing water high into the air. Help! Lin Ye shouted as he sprinted towards the shore, but alas, the water was too deep, making it impossible to outrun the crocodile. Just as the crocodile was about to catch up to Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu extended a wooden stick from the bank. Hurry! Pull me up, Lin Ye exclaimed, grasping the stick tightly, mere centimeters away from safety. Huang Ziyu exerted all her strength, desperately pulling Lin Ye up. The crocodile snapped its massive jaws just where Lin Ye had been moments before, and he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. That crocodile must weigh around 700 or 800 pounds. If it bites me, I would be doomed, Lin Ye panted, glancing back. Huang Ziyu, equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, had likely been running with the stick all this way. Be careful, it's coming again, she shouted. Huh? As Lin Ye turned back towards the riverbank, the crocodile lunged onto the shore, jaws wide open, aiming to bite him. He had thought that reaching the bank meant safety. Yet the relentless creature refused to relent. We're finished, Lin Ye exclaimed, pressing his hands against the ground and hastily retreating, realizing there was no time to stand up. The crocodile was nearing his leg. Lin Ye spread his legs wide and executed a split. The crocodile's jaws snapped shut, missing him entirely. If it had advanced just 10 more centimeters, it would have bitten him. Good grief, this is a matter of life and death, Lin Ye thought, quickly pushing off the crocodile's snout and retreating, rolling away to gain some distance before standing up. Run, he urged, pulling Huang Ziyu towards the woods as the crocodile pursued relentlessly. With no proper weapon in hand, they had no choice but to flee. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached them. Come this way. It was her. Quick, let us head in her direction. Lin Ye exclaimed, changing course towards Situ. Indeed, it was Situ who was now shooting arrows at the crocodile. Though the bamboo arrows could not inflict significant harm, they could slow the beast down. Subsequently, Situ tossed a steel knife to Lin Ye and declared, when it gets closer, I will blind it. And you use the knife to strike. My goodness, she's determined to take it down, Lin Ye thought, initially just wanting to escape, but feeling compelled not to show fear in front of her. All right, I'll strike it when the time comes, Lin Ye gritted his teeth. The crocodile drew nearer as Situ pulled back her bowstring, meticulously aiming for its eyes. This bow was newly crafted, made with snake tendons. You're courting death. Now is the moment. With a swift motion, Situ released the bowstring, sending the bamboo arrow flying towards the crocodile's eye. Got it, Huang Ziyu shouted. Lin Ye, hurry, Situ urged as she readied another arrow. All right, watch me, Lin Ye declared, sprinting towards the crocodile, with one eye blinded. The creature thrashed wildly in pain, and Lin Ye gripped the steel knife tightly, striking forcefully towards its head. The blade struck the hard skull with a crisp sound, sending a jolt through Lin Ye's hands, rendering them numb. Had he not gripped tightly, the knife might have been flung from his grasp. This is impossible. It is too tough, Lin Ye exclaimed. Swiftly, he lifted the knife once more to strike at the crocodile, just as it swung its powerful tail. Lin Ye, be cautious. Quickly evade. Despite hearing the warnings from his companions, Lin Ye found it nearly impossible to dodge the nearly 2-meter-long tail. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling by the crocodile's swipe, hitting the ground heavily and letting out a muffled groan. Fortunately, he had raised his arms to shield himself, or else several ribs would surely have been broken. Are you all right, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu rushed over to help him up, concern etched on her face. Lin Ye rubbed his arm vigorously. Thankfully, it was merely numb. This incident ignited a fierce determination within him, while he could do nothing in the water. On land, he would not allow such arrogance to go unchallenged. As Lin Ye closed in for another strike, the crocodile caught sight of him with its remaining eye and lunged forward. Get back! Lin Ye forcefully pushed Huang Ziyu aside, gripping the steel knife tightly. The crocodile's body leaned slightly as it charged, likely due to its blindness in one eye. At that moment, Situ released another arrow at the crocodile. Yet it missed its mark and did not strike the other eye. However, it did succeed in slowing the beast's advance. This is a prime opportunity. In the brief moment the crocodile blinked, Lin Ye leaped onto its back. Are you mad? Get down! Situ shouted in alarm. But Lin Ye's stubbornness took over. He disregarded the warning and began wildly hacking at the creature with his large knife, shouting with exuberance as he did so. He struck the crocodile's head, causing its skin to split and bleed. Every time Lin Ye aimed for its eye, however, he found it difficult to land a blow while riding atop the thrashing beast. The pain only intensified the crocodile's frantic movements. This is bad. It's about to roll over. Lin Ye sensed his body tipping to one side and realized the danger, quickly executing a roll off the crocodile's back, landing in a rather undignified manner, face first into the dirt. At that moment, the crocodile completed its flip. Had Lin Ye remained on its back, he would have faced far worse than mere fractures. The massive creature flattened the surrounding grass, revealing its stark white belly. Damn it, what a tough life. My head is nearly split open, and yet it still refuses to die. Lin Ye spat out the dirt from his mouth, cursing. As the crocodile exposed its belly, Sita Ching's arrow followed suit. With a thud, the thick bamboo arrow struck the crocodile's abdomen, producing a sound akin to hitting a heavy cloth, though it penetrated with considerable force. However, as the crocodile completed its roll, it crushed the bamboo arrow beneath its weight. Blood flowed profusely from its head, staining the surrounding area crimson as its head swayed, seemingly searching for a target. This is bad, Ziyu run? Lin Ye shouted in alarm. For the crocodile's head was now directed towards Huang Ziyu, its nostrils emitting heavy breaths. Hearing Lin Ye's warning, Huang Ziyu took off at once. Do not run in a straight line. You cannot outrun it. Lin Ye shouted as he brandished his knife, pursuing the crocodile. Huang Ziyu took advantage of the terrain, weaving through the trees in an S-shaped path. However, some trees were too slender, and the crocodile, in a fierce charge, snapped them in half. Fortunately, the crocodile had lost an eye, impairing its vision, causing it to veer off course several times while chasing. Situ Ching shot an arrow that struck the crocodile's back, but it had little effect. At that moment, Lin Ye finally caught up. He shouted, swinging his steel blade towards the crocodile's tail. This time, Lin Ye successfully severed the tail, blood splattering across his face. In agony, the crocodile halted, whipping its head around to bite at Lin Ye. Be careful, Situ Ching yelled from behind. At that moment, Lin Ye's eyes were smeared with the creature's blood, blurring his vision. He heard the warning, but had no time to evade. Wiping his eyes with his hand, he realized the crocodile's massive jaws were about to snap shut on him. In a split second, Lin Ye bent down, seizing the severed tail from the ground and thrusting it into the crocodile's mouth. Feast upon your own flesh, he declared, as soon as it made contact. The crocodile bit down on its own tail, prompting Lin Ye to release it and dart aside to retrieve his knife. Huang Ziyu crouched behind a larger tree, shaken. Once the crocodile clamped onto its prey, it would not easily let go, and its bite force was formidable. Lin Ye lay on the ground, blood seeping from his shoulder. While attempting to thrust the severed tail into the crocodile's mouth, he had inadvertently been cut by the sharp scales. Lin Ye grimaced, rising to observe the crocodile thrashing wildly, unaware that it was biting its own tail. Lin Ye, throw me the knife, Situ Ching shouted. Lin Ye examined the blade in his hand, noticing the edge had curled slightly. No, I will handle this, he replied firmly. You focus on shooting its eyes. Situ Ching urged, don't be stubborn. You are injured. Lin Ye ignored her, fixating on the crocodile, searching for an opening. The creature, preoccupied with its meal, posed no immediate threat. The current situation had the crocodile in the center, with Lin Ye and Situ Ching to the left, and Huang Ziyu hiding behind the crocodile. Lacking a weapon, Huang Ziyu called out to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, while it's distracted, let us make a run for it. His adrenaline-fueled state dissipated as Lin Ye pondered the suggestion. Indeed, why not leave now? He slapped his forehead. All right, let us go. You two flee first, and give me the knife, Situ Ching insisted. What are you doing? Why provoke it? Lin Ye questioned it. It is weak now. We must seize the moment. Besides, we need food, Situ Ching countered. Lin Ye considered her words. Given the rate at which the crocodile was bleeding, it likely would not survive long, possibly engaging in its final struggle. Very well, but I will lead. You provide cover, Lin Ye said through clenched teeth. Situ Ching nodded in agreement. Huang Ziyu opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent, hiding behind a large tree, striving to avoid becoming a burden to the two. Lin Ye gradually approached the crocodile, positioning himself beside the side of the blind eye. At this moment, the crocodile's head ceased its thrashing, voraciously devouring its severed tail. As the crocodile's head remained still, Situ Ching seized the opportunity to dash into its line of sight, releasing an arrow that struck the other eye. I hit it, Lin Ye, Situ Ching shouted. Now the crocodile's head appeared as if adorned with two antennas, its mouth having swallowed the severed tail entirely. Beast, this time I will surely subdue you, Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly, striking the crocodile's body with his blade. Perhaps driven by a final frenzy, the crocodile thrashed desperately on the ground. nearly colliding with Lin Ye since it could no longer see. Damn, that was close. Each time Lin Ye evaded its charge, he slashed the creature again, gradually draining its strength and vitality. No matter how fierce, no creature can endure such massive blood loss. After an indeterminate number of cuts, the crocodile finally collapsed, motionless. Phew! That was exhausting. Situ Qing and Huang Ziyu hurried over, kicking the lifeless body to confirm its demise. Lin Ye handed the heavily nicked steel blade to Situ Qing, gazing at the alarming blood blisters on his palm as his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Lin Ye, your hand is injured? Huang Ziyu asked with concern. It's nothing serious. At last, we've taken down this beast, Lin Ye replied, collapsing onto the ground and waving his hand dismissively. Ziyu, go call the others. We need to handle the scene immediately, Situ Qing instructed. Got it, Huang Ziyu responded, sprinting away. Lin Ye understood Situ Inc. se apprehension. The overwhelming stench of blood could attract other large predators on this island, posing great danger. Situ Qing raised her knife and began slicing into the crocodile's belly. A torrent of innards and undigested matter poured out, filling the air with a fetid stench, covering her nose and furrowing her brow. Situ Qing continued her grim task with the detachment of an unfeeling creature. Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder about this woman's past. Chapter 64. Dense footprints unfazed. Situ Qing single-handedly dissected the crocodile. At that moment, Huang Ziyu returned with the others and, upon witnessing the scene, was overcome with nausea. My goodness, you're incredible. Such a massive crocodile, Jin Shishan exclaimed, retching beside them. The foul odor was indeed unbearable. Brother Lin Ye, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Luna hurried over, alarmed at Lin Ye's disheveled state. Everyone, help out so we can get out of here quickly, Lin Ye urged. The women observed Situ Qing's tireless work. Huang Ziyu bit her lip and approached. Seeing this, the others reluctantly followed. Cut down 2 trees about the thickness of a bowl so we can bind the crocodile and drag it back together, Situ Qing directed the group. Relieved not to be tasked with the dissection, the others gladly complied with her orders. Soon, several individuals arrived bearing 2 sturdy wooden beams. Lin Ye, having rested sufficiently, rose to procure a length of vine. Together, the group bound the crocodile upon the timber. Although Situ Qing had excised many of its superfluous organs, the carcass still bore the heft equivalent to that of a wild boar, securing their sustenance for the ensuing fortnight. Let us proceed swiftly, lest the scent attract other predators, Lin Ye declared, leading the way with the burden of the crocodile's remains toward the thatched hut. Despite the mere few hundred meters separating them, the arduous jungle terrain prolonged their journey beyond an hour. This encounter with the crocodile was both a blessing and a curse. In this wild, all creatures regarded each other as potential prey. We must cleanse it by the river before further processing, Lin Ye advised. And you should wash yourself too, Lin Ye. You're covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it's from the crocodile or yourself. Wang Qin and Huang Ziyu voiced their concern in unison. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgment. After more than an hour, the thatched dwelling was suffused with the rich aroma of cooking meat. Within the pot, a stew simmered, while over the fire, portions roasted, 2 distinct culinary preparations. It's ready. Come and partake, Ingzi invited the assembly. Naturally, Ingzi and Meishan were responsible for the meal, their culinary skills beyond reproach. We must construct a fence tomorrow to enclose our abode, Lin Ye mused between bites. I share your apprehension about attracting other beasts, Situ Qing concurred, her experience in wilderness survival evident. Lin Ye's concerns were well-founded. Now ensconced within the island's interior, the enticing scent of cooked meat could easily lure formidable predators. They had already encountered wolves along the shore on the first day, so securing the perimeter would provide a vital barrier, affording peace of mind during the night. Although King Kong could serve as an early warning, Lin Ye preferred to anticipate dangers proactively. Yes, a fence would deter most wild creatures, another agreed, and the group collectively assented. Our supply of sea salt is dwindling, Meishan remarked, holding up a bottle nearly 3/4 empty. I'll accompany Ziyu to the beach tomorrow to collect more seawater. Meanwhile, you all can build the fence, Lin Ye proposed. The round trip to the shore would likely consume 2 days due to the challenging terrain, despite the relatively short direct distance. Brother Lin Ye, may I accompany you? Luna coquettishly offered, batting her eyes. Initially, Lin Ye had contemplated bringing Luna along, considering their somewhat ambiguous relationship. Yet Huang Ziyu seemed a more suitable companion. Ahem, I intend to bring King Kong. Ziyu is familiar with him, so it will be safer with their companionship. Lin Ye fabricated a plausible excuse. Oh, I see. Luna responded with mild disappointment, adding, then I suppose I must become better acquainted with King Kong. Huang Ziyu accepted Lin Ye's explanation without reservation and readily agreed. After another night spent on the communal floor, Huang Ziyu roused Lin Ye early. The sun is already high. It's time to rise. We must set out early and return swiftly, she urged. Reluctantly, Lin Ye rose from his slumber. Yingzi had already prepared sustenance for the two of them, having roasted several pounds of crocodile meat the previous night, along with 2 bottles of water. You too must exercise caution on your journey. If you encounter danger, return promptly. Wang Qin advised. Take this for self-defense, Situ Qing declared, handing over a bow along with a few bamboo arrows. Yes, indeed. Be careful yourselves. Lin Ye replied to the group. Jin Gang, let us go, Lin Ye called out towards the distant banana grove. Soon, Jin Gang came bounding over. Having mysteriously spent the night somewhere unknown, a true spirit monkey. The trio then beckoned Jin Gang to follow them into the woods. Are we heading to the seaside along the path we came? Huang Ziyu inquired after they had walked a short distance. No, we shall follow the current. It must lead to the ocean, perhaps making the journey shorter, Lin Ye replied. He was not keen on retracing their original steps, fearing they might leave traces. The more foot traffic, the more likely a path would form, which would be noticed by observant individuals. If Xianghua and his companions were to track them here, they would have to relocate once more. How is your shoulder injury? Huang Ziyu asked with concern. This little scratch is nothing. My body is strong, Lin Ye chuckled. I wonder who was too frightened by the crocodile to move yesterday, Huang Ziyu teased. Oh, you dare mock me? Just wait until I bite you, he threatened, lunging towards her. Are you serious? She exclaimed as he playfully nipped at her arm, catching her off guard with his saliva. Of course. Well, have I ever spoken untruths? Lin Ye smirked, having exerted no real force, merely seeking a light-hearted revenge. You are quite disgusting, Huang Ziyu complained, wiping her arm against him. Her action only made her arm dirtier, the grime from Lin Ye's clothing smudging her skin further. How much worse you are. They continued their playful banter as they followed the winding river. Jin Gang occasionally dashed ahead, sometimes returning with a handful of wild fruits. Lin Ye, having never seen such fruits before, felt assured of their safety as Jin Gang consumed them. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured quite far, yet still had not reached the seaside. Unsure of Lin Ye's judgment, they decided to rest by the riverbank for a moment before continuing their journey. Lin Ye, come here. It seems there are a multitude of footprints, Huang Ziyu called out while washing her face at the river. Footprints? Lin Ye stood and approached her, noticing the muddy bank was covered with numerous imprints. Chapter 65. The village beneath the peaks observing these footprints. Lin Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. There were at least 10 individuals, all barefoot. He removed his shoes to compare with a relatively intact footprint. This size? It's a whole circle larger than my foot, he noted, indicating that the owner was either exceptionally tall or had been barefoot for an extended period. The only plausible explanation was that of wild men. Is there something amiss? Huang Ziyu asked quietly, noticing Lin Ye's astonished expression. It appears this island is far more intricate than we had anticipated. It is too early to draw conclusions, Lin Ye replied. The footprints we observed were relatively fresh, likely made within the last fortnight, particularly after the typhoon that swept through half a month ago. It is possible they were left during a rain shower, as it has not rained recently. We ought to proceed quickly. Lingering here is ill-advised, Lin Ye remarked. At that moment, Jin Gang suddenly let out a loud cry from the woods. This is bad. There is danger. Such a sound was a warning from Jin Gang, who had a vantage point from the trees. Lin Ye swiftly pulled Huang Ziyu to take cover. As they crouched in the underbrush, they could still hear Jingang's cries echoing through the forest. This is not safe. I have a bad feeling about hiding here, Lin Ye said as he surveyed their surroundings. Quickly, let's ascend the tree. Before Huang Ziyu could voice a protest, Lin Ye had already made their intentions clear. Soon, they were climbing a large tree, its dense foliage concealing them well. Jingang's cries ceased as they reached the branches. Huang Ziyu was about to inquire further when Lin Ye clamped a hand firmly over her mouth. Lin Ye then discerned the situation ahead, a group of 8 individuals. 2 of whom were clad in clothing, while the other 6 resembled primitive tribespeople. Their skin was dark, and they donned only minimal coverings, reminiscent of an African tribe, brandishing spears in their hands. Upon approaching, Lin Ye noticed that the 2 clothed individuals had their hands bound. Could it be him? Lin Ye was taken aback. One of the men was his roommate, Ma. The other was undoubtedly a survivor from the cruise ship. Both bore various injuries and expressions of terror, indicating that this group was not inclined towards kindness. After collecting water by the river, the group began to escort the 2 captives back in the direction they had come, speaking in an unintelligible language. It was then that Lin Ye gradually released his grip on Huang Ziyu's mouth. "You nearly suffocated me," Huang Ziyu gasped, taking deep breaths. "I apologize. I acted out of urgency, fearing you might cry out," Lin Ye replied with a hint of remorse. "Are those savages? And why are they binding those 2? Huang Ziyu inquired. Lin Ye was uncertain whether they were truly savages, but it was highly plausible they were the island's indigenous inhabitants. "It seems likely they are the island's original residents. One of those 2 is my roommate from the ship," Lin Ye answered. "Oh, if they have been captured, that places them in grave danger," Huang Ziyu exclaimed, surprised that Lin Ye recognized one of them. The group had not killed them, but binding them likely indicated they were in peril, albeit possibly without immediate threat to their lives. Lin Ye longed to follow and see if there was a chance to rescue Ma, who was a decent fellow, yet he hesitated to involve Huang Ziyu in such a perilous endeavor. "Do you wish to save him?" Huang Ziyu seemed to sense Lin Ye's intentions. "I do, but I fear it may be beyond my capabilities." 6 men wielding spears would make any attempt futile unless armed with a submachine gun, Lin Ye replied. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow. "Perhaps we should follow them and ascertain the situation. You have quite the audacity, do you not? Should we be discovered, I would merely be bound by them. But what about you, my delicate and charming beauty? Lin Ye vestit. I am not acting to rescue your friend. Rather, it is for our own sake. Consider the fact that we dwell amidst such a perilous group. It is imperative that we ascertain their circumstances." After contemplating Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye found a semblance of reason in them. It is essential to know their numbers and whereabouts. A plan seemed to form in Lin Ye's mind. "Very well, but you must heed my instructions." Summoning Jin Gang, they trailed behind that group, careful not to draw too close, maintaining a safe distance. Several times they nearly lost sight of them, but Jin Gang's reminders kept them on track. His calls occasionally provoked curses from the men ahead, who brandished their spears in an attempt to frighten him away. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 li, they arrived at the base of a mountain peak, where they observed wisps of blue smoke rising in the distance. Clearly, the inhabitants here were not few. As they approached, the 2 concealed themselves in a patch of grass, affording them a clear view of what lay ahead. At the foot of the mountain sat several round, thatched huts. There appeared to be more within, though Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu could not discern them from their vantage point. These huts, constructed from stone and mud, were sturdier than Lin Ye's own. Only 4 of the huts emitted smoke, suggesting cooking was underway, accompanied by the sounds of men shouting and children crying. Outside, 2 men patrolled with long spears. "What shall we do, Lin Ye? Should we venture closer?" Huang Ziyu inquired. "No, it seems there are not many of them, at most a few dozen. However, we still do not know where Ma is being held, so we shall seek another opportunity," Lin Ye replied, leading Huang Ziyu to retreat slowly. As they departed, Lin Ye cast a lingering glance back. This resembled a miniature tribe. The ground surrounding the huts bore signs of cultivation, with evidence of tilling. From this, Lin Ye could ascertain that they were not cannibals. Perhaps in the future, they could establish contact with this tribe. "What will you say? Can you understand them? How will you engage? Your friend is still in their custody." Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Lin Ye scratched the back of his head, acknowledging her point. Indeed, communication would pose a challenge. Yet, there was no rush. They would assess the situation later. For now, at least, their dwelling was distant from the waterfall, and it appeared they were safe. They would observe further. He was eager to discover what crops they had cultivated. If it were grain, whether through trade or theft, he must acquire it. "I saw nothing growing in their fields. It was all barren," Huang Ziyu remarked, puzzled. For Lin Ye, who grew up in the countryside, every crop had its season. Perhaps it was simply not the time for planting. "You do not comprehend. I shall return regardless." Lin Ye dismissed the need to explain to Huang Ziyu. While she likely knew more than he did about many things, he was certain he recognized more crops than she did. Chapter 66. It was I who instructed him to poison. Yet as it stands, the disposition of these indigenous people towards outsiders remains uncertain. The fact that Ma Air is bound by them suggests his situation is not favorable. We have been walking along the river for quite some time now. Could it be that we are heading in the wrong direction? We have yet to reach the seaside. Huang Ziyu expressed her frustration, having trekked for nearly a whole day without arrival. The river has diminished significantly, shrinking from its initial width of 4 to 5 meters to approximately 2 meters now, likely seeping underground, with the water flow reduced. Lin Ye explained that the direction is undoubtedly correct. Rivers converge into the vast ocean. I am quite fatigued, and my legs ache. Huang Ziyu lamented as she plopped down onto the ground. Lin Ye calculated that they had covered at least 20 miles on this journey, having followed the indigenous people for another 7 or 8 miles. All right, let us find a place to rest for the night, away from the riverbank, Lin Ye suggested. Why away from the riverbank? I still wish to wash off this stench of sweat, Huang Ziyu inquired, puzzled. Once night falls, other creatures will come to drink. We must maintain our distance, Lin Ye clarified. Nodding in understanding, Huang Ziyu and Lin Ye searched for a relatively flat area to set up camp, far from where Wang Qin and the others had originally encamped. In a nearby compartment, 2 men sat cross-legged on the floor, their brows furrowed as they listened intently to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Damn it, is Outa Biao treating this like a meal? Spoke Xianghua. Agi, seated directly across from him, wore a grim expression. Brother Hua, Peng Yunjie is dead. Xianghua's face betrayed no emotion, as if the death of a mere rat had occurred. Perhaps it was for the best, for otherwise it would be a waste of resources. The arrow from Situ Qing pierced his thigh. Without medical treatment, he succumbed to infection. It was only a matter of time before he became useless. You went to find those 2 women without my knowledge last time, didn't you? Xianghua narrowed his eyes. Agui was taken aback. How did he know? But he quickly regained his composure. Yes, but we did not find them. Agui, you have been with me for 8 years, haven't you? Xianghua said earnestly. Agui looked at Xianghua and replied, Yes, Brother Hua. It has been 8 years. Agui furrowed his brow, pondering why this old man was saying such things. Given his understanding of Xianghua, he sensed that the previous incident had been concealed from him, leading him to doubt his loyalty. Xianghua patted Agui on the shoulder. Do not be anxious. You have been with me for 8 years, and perhaps I have wronged you in the past. Now that we are on this island, it is fortunate to have you with us. From now on, we shall be brothers, and when we escape, I will share half of my fortune with you. Having occupied a position of power for so long, Xianghua skillfully painted a picture of camaraderie, blending sentimentality with promises of wealth. He understood that on this desolate island, he could rely solely on Agui, and indeed, his words had the desired effect. Brother Hua, you speak too gravely. Whether here or outside, you will always be my leader, and I will protect you without fail, Agui declared with righteous resolve. In the future, we shall share both fortune and adversity. Rest assured, as long as we can escape, what is mine will be yours, Xianghua asserted. With assets amounting to at least several billion, the prospect of sharing half was indeed a substantial sum, but what would transpire after their escape remained uncertain. Brother Hua, I have returned. Brother Gui is here as well. At this moment, Piao Guchang entered, looking at Gui with a smile. You're back, how did it go? Xianghua inquired. Piao Guchang cast a glance at Gui, and Xianghua signaled him to continue. Peng Yunliang has no doubts. He has already buried his brother. Upon hearing this, Agui suddenly understood. Hua Ge, you are right. It was I who instructed Guochang to poison him with cobra venom, leading to his brother's demise. He continued, his brother has become utterly useless, and the food we recovered was scant. He was nothing but a burden. Cruel, exceedingly cruel. Peng Yunjie was, in fact, poisoned by his own people, merely to avoid wasting food. A chill ran through Agui's heart as he pondered whether he might one day meet a similar fate when he no longer served a purpose. Agui, do not worry, you are my brother. I would never harm you, Xianghua said earnestly. Indeed, Gui Ge, we are allies. Hua Ge treats his own well. Piao Guochang echoed from his side. Agui glanced at Piao Guochang, puzzled by how he had come to be so obedient to Hua Ge, when previously he required Agui's intimidation. I am fine. I always heed Hua Ge, Agui stated. Hearing this, Xianghua nodded in satisfaction and then moved toward another compartment. Before long, strange sounds emanated from the compartment, devoid of any shame, a scene that had become commonplace. Ague shot a look at Piao Guchong and slowly retreated, regretting not having dealt with him sooner. As the morning sun filtered through the leaves, two slumbering figures lay on the hay, with a nearby fire almost extinguished. Perhaps due to the coolness of the night, the two were nestled closely together. Lin Ye was the first to awaken, but his right arm was resting under Huang Ziyu's head. Reluctant to disturb her slumber, he simply lay there, wide-eyed, quietly observing her. Her breathing was steady, and she occasionally moved her lips, appearing quite adorable. Before long, she seemed to sense something. Her eyes fluttered open, and they locked gazes for a few seconds. It was Huang Ziyu who broke the silence, sitting up straight and shyly exclaiming, "Why are you staring at me? You could have woken me." Lin Ye admired her graceful form. Despite the sweat from the previous day, her natural fragrance was undeniable. "You look beautiful, besides. How could I bear to interrupt your sweet dreams?" Lin Ye grinned mischievously. We agreed last night not to cross that middle line. You must have had ulterior motives." Inching closer to me on purpose, Huang Ziyu accused, covering her face. "My dear lady, take a look at yourself. Who crossed the line first?" Lin Ye pointed to his left, where half of his body lay outside the hay, his eyes wide with innocence. Huang Ziyu finally comprehended the situation, her words tumbling out in confusion. "No matter. It's still your fault." All right. It's all my fault," Lin Ye replied with a chuckle. "Let us go wash up by the river. We need to be on our way soon." Chapter 67. Encountering survivors again, Lin Ye stood up, packed his belongings, and prepared to head toward the riverbank. Yet, whether due to Huang Ziyu's momentary lapse of attention or some other cause, she stumbled after only a few steps, tripped by a creeping vine beneath her feet. Careful! Lin Ye reacted with lightning swiftness, lunging forward and catching her securely in his arms. But his haste left no time for balance or preparation. Both tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ye served as a living cushion. Huang Ziyu escaped unscathed. HSS. The impact of her slender yet substantial frame, some 40 to 45 kilograms, sent a sharp jolt of pain through Lin Ye, drawing an involuntary gasp from his lips. Yet once the sting subsided, the warmth of holding her close was, in truth, a quiet delight. "Lin Ye, are you all right?" Huang Ziyu asked, voice laced with concern. "I'm fine. Though it had been a touch heavier, I might well be nursing more than just pride," he teased, his arms lingering gently around her waist. "Let me up, please." Her cheeks flushed a deep, rosy hue. "Oh, not just yet. I've strained my back in the fall. Let me rest a moment." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp cry burst forth. You bit me again." The bite had been fierce, so fierce that cold sweat broke across Lin Ye's brow, and two deep, crimson crescents, twin imprints of her teeth, bloomed on his shoulder, already welling with blood. Disparaging my weight and taking liberties. "Next time you dare tease me, I'll gnaw your fingers clean off," she declared, her tone fierce, yet edged with playful indignation. "But I saved you just now. Surely that merits gratitude, not retribution." Ga. Whimper. Lin Ye had scarcely begun to banter when a sudden, urgent bellow echoed from the distance. Jin Gang's unmistakable roar. "No more jesting. Let us see what is troubling Jin Gang," Huang Ziyu said, rising swiftly. "Oh, right away." Jin Gang's cry carried urgency, compelling Lin Ye to hurry forward without delay. Yingong! At the call, the great ape burst from a thicket of dense foliage, dashing toward them and gesturing wildly toward the horizon, chattering in agitated bursts. Is there danger ahead? Whether Jin Gang comprehended the question or not remained unclear, but without hesitation, he seized Lin Ye's hand and tugged him onward. "Very well, let us investigate." They had not gone far when, upon a sun-dappled clearing ahead, two figures sat at rest, a man and a woman. Lin Ye swiftly pulled Huang Ziyu down into the concealment of tall grass, motioning her to observe the strangers in silence. "Uncle Phelan, these wild fruits we've gathered should sustain us for 2 meals, the girl said gently. "The light still holds," the man replied, sighing heavily. "Let us search a little longer. Food by the shore is so difficult to procure." At that, the girl's composure crumbled, and she began to weep softly. "Lin Ye, could they also be survivors from the cruise ship?" Huang Ziyu whispered. "Most likely. I'll approach them cautiously. Stay hidden here for now." Just as Lin Ye rose to step forward, Huang Ziyu seized his wrist, shaking her head firmly, her eyes wide with unspoken warning. It's all right, he murmured, voice calm and reassuring. They pose no apparent threat, and even if they did, two people hardly outweigh our advantage. Remember, we have this. He gestured to the bow slung across his back and the steel blade at his side, then handed the bow to her. Keep this ready, should anything unforeseen arise. No hesitation, draw and release. She accepted the weapon with a solemn nod, though worry still lingered in her gaze. Lin Ye gently brushed his fingers over her hair, a quiet gesture meant to steady her heart. Hello there, he called, stepping out from the grass into the open. Who is there? Who are you? Phelan spun around instantly, shielding the girl behind him, his voice taut with vigilance. I bear no ill intent. I am merely passing by and wish to inquire about your situation. Lin Ye offered a benevolent smile. Although Lin Ye refrained from initiating any hostility, Fei Land remained cautious, his gaze fixed warily upon the steel knife in Lin Ye's hand. What is it you wish to ask? I too have only recently arrived here and may not possess much knowledge, Fei Land responded with vigilance. My name is Lin Ye. You must be survivors from the cruise ship as well, correct? I am in the same plight, Lin Ye said. Upon hearing Lin Ye's self-introduction, Fei Land was somewhat taken aback. Evidently, they were not the sole castaways on this island. Indeed, it is unexpected to encounter other survivors on this deserted isle. I am Fei Land, and the young lady behind me is Lu Dan. Fei Land finally lowered his guard. You are Chinese as well? Lin Ye inquired upon hearing the girl's name. Yes. Are you Chinese too? Liu then responded cheerfully. Lin Ye nodded and beckoned behind him. Come forth. There is no danger. Startled for a moment, the two then emerged from the nearby thicket. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Huang Ziyu. Like us. She survived the shipwreck, Lin Ye explained. Huang Ziyu smiled and nodded in greeting. Where do you intend to go? Lin Ye asked. Upon hearing the question, Fei Land sighed and recounted their circumstances. Originally, their group consisted of 8 individuals who had been stationed not far from the shoreline. They survived by gathering seafood daily. Their current intention was to venture into the forest in search of more provisions. 2 had perished due to untreated injuries. 2 women had become separated, and 2 men had been captured by the island's indigenous inhabitants. Hearing of the captives, Lin Ye hurriedly asked, is one of those taken named Ma? Oh, how do you know that? Fei Land was astonished. As Lin Ye had surmised, Ma was indeed among their group. Ma is a friend of mine. We encountered each other en route, but regrettably, I could not save him, Lin Ye lamented. He then inquired further, do you know why those people took them? At this, Lu Dan spoke up. At first, the natives bore us no ill will. Sometimes they even brought us food, but then a woman arrived in their tribe, speaking a language we could not understand, and thereafter they forcibly took Ma, and the others away. That is correct. Lu Dan's account is accurate. I too was nearly captured. Perhaps because I am older, they deemed me unworthy, sparing me, Fei Land added. This situation is somewhat perplexing. Language is a barrier. But as far as I can tell, Ma, and the others are not yet in mortal peril. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. Is the seashore nearby? Huang Ziyu then inquired. Indeed, not far. About an hour's walk ahead, Lu Dan replied, then curiously asked, what brings you to the shore? We came out this time to procure seawater to boil and extract sea salt. We have a camp within the island, with quite a number of people, Lin Ye explained. Wow, there are many of you? Could you take us along? Lu Dan said happily. Lin Ye cast a glance at Fei Land and Lu Dan, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The sudden addition of 2 more voices felt unwarranted, especially given their brief acquaintance, leaving him uncertain of their true natures. Chapter 68. We will not make a fire. Fei Land seemed to sense his apprehension and remarked that their encounter was merely serendipitous, and they indeed bore no obligation. Mr. Lin, I apologize. We shall not intrude upon you any further. Lu Dan, somewhat disheartened, gazed at Lin Ye with tear-filled eyes. Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye, seemingly poised to speak, yet hesitated. Lin Ye understood her intent. She merely wished to accept both of them. In truth, Lin Ye had already embraced their presence when he mentioned the camp. Otherwise, he would not have informed them of it. It was evident that their intentions were not malevolent. They merely sought to gauge his stance, making them aware that opportunities were rare. Very well, I agree to take you both along. Upon hearing Lin Ye's acquiescence, the previously disheartened Lu Dan leapt with joy. Really? That's wonderful. We are immensely grateful. Lin Ye's affirmation also stirred excitement in Fei Land, for survival was best achieved in unity. However, you must adhere to my guidance. and the camp does not accommodate idlers. Responsibilities will be clearly delineated, Lin Ye stated. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will not be a burden and will undertake tasks within our capabilities, Fei Land assured, thumping his chest. Lin Ye nodded, glancing at Huang Ziyu, who smiled approvingly at his decision. Jin Gang, come forth. We are ready to depart. As they observed the figure of Jin Gang leaping down from the trees, Fei Land and Lu Dan gaped in astonishment, pointing at him in speechless wonder. You have a pet monkey? Liu Dan stammered. Indeed, his name is Jin Gang. He was adopted along the way. Having heard Lin Ye's explanation, the two ceased their inquiries, recognizing it as a personal matter. Though referred to as an adoption, Jin Gang had never required Lin Ye to feed him. Rather, he frequently foraged for fruits to present to Lin Ye. Fei Land then led the way, guiding Lin Ye to the seashore. The river indeed flowed into the vast ocean, flanked by towering peaks that rose several hundred meters, creating a V-shaped landscape. At the foot of one mountain by the sea, a rudimentary tent constructed from floating debris was erected, strewn with various grasses. Though it provided some shelter from the wind and rain, its simplicity suggested it could scarcely accommodate multiple occupants. Is this where you reside? Lin Ye inquired. Lu Dan pointed towards the mountain peak, saying, There's a naturally formed cave halfway up. We dwell there. I constructed this tent later on, as we believed it necessary for someone to watch over this area daily. Should a rescue team arrive or passing ships come by, they could be promptly alerted, as the cave does not provide a full view of the sea. Lin Ye could not help but admire their ingenuity. It was indeed a commendable strategy. You took refuge in the cave during the typhoon, did you not? Lin Ye continued to question, gazing up at the towering peaks. Indeed, it is fortunate that the terrain is relatively elevated. Otherwise, we would likely be in a more dire situation, Lu Dan remarked, her voice tinged with sudden melancholy. Once a collective, now only she and Fei Land remained. All right, from now on, we are together, forming a family, Huang Ziyu consoled her, having detected her discontent. Lu Dan, merely in her 20s, was younger than both Luna and Shishan, possessing a petite appearance and slender frame. The hardships of recent times, coupled with successive events, had left her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. A few days ago, I spotted a speedboat passing through that sea area. Did any of you notice it? Lin Ye inquired of Fei Land. A speedboat? I don't believe I have seen one. Perhaps it was too distant, Fei Land replied. Initially startled by the mention of a speedboat, but upon reflection, he could not recall having seen it. Lin Ye chose not to pursue the matter further, as he too was uncertain of the direction, yet he remained convinced that the speedboat had indeed headed this way that night. In reality, they found themselves on the opposite side of the island, having traversed approximately 30 kilometers from one side to the other. Let us proceed. I shall lead you to the mountain where some sun-dried fish await. We can have a bite to eat and rest, Fei Land suggested. The four of them struggled to ascend the peak, and Lin Ye felt a sense of nostalgia for the arduousness of their food-seeking endeavors, which demanded considerable stamina. The cave was situated about a third of the way up the mountain, approximately 150 meters above sea level, with a large entrance visible from the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, Fei Land and the others would never have discovered it. Inside, the cave was strewn with some grass, a few plastic bottles filled with water, and several irregularly shaped pieces of wood. The sharp stone shards on the ground suggested they had been used for carving. Hanging from the cave walls were 4 or 5 strips of dried fish. The cave was bright during the day, yet there were no signs of a fire ever having been lit. Fei Land handed a piece of dried fish to Lin Ye. Mr. Lin, this dried fish is quite flavorful. Do give it a try along with some wild fruits. Just call me Lin Ye. The formalities sound rather awkward. Lin Ye replied as he accepted the fish and wild fruits. All right, Fei Land agreed, then passed another piece to Huang Ziyu. Have you been consuming only raw fish for all these days? Huang Ziyu asked upon receiving it. Fei Land felt a touch of embarrassment at the question. Well, eating dried fish is not much different from eating cooked fish. It's just a bit tougher, and we haven't been able to start fire. Lin Ye recognized the implication, noting that while the concept of friction fire sounds simple, few could actually accomplish it. I shall handle it, Lin Ye declared as he stepped out of the cave in search of suitable materials. His sudden departure left Fei Land and Lu Dan momentarily bewildered. Where's he going? Fei Land asked Huang Ziyu, puzzled. He has gone to gather firewood. Soon we shall roast the fish, Huang Ziyu explained. Before long, Lin Ye returned. clutching a bundle of dry twigs, and selected two particularly flammable pieces of wood, immersing himself in his task. Lu Dan, the young girl, crouched beside Lin Ye, observing his deft movements with a wooden stick. She was drenched in sweat from the exertion and occasionally wiped his brow. Sparks had finally ignited. Truly, sparks had appeared. With delight, Lu Dan exclaimed as the slender stick emitted its fiery glow under Lin Ye's swift friction. As Lin Ye gently blew upon the embers, a small flame flickered to life. Gradually adding kindling, the fire soon roared fiercely. The four of them gathered around the blaze, savoring roasted fish. Without any seasoning, the flavor was nonetheless exquisite. It was truly a feast. After so long, they were finally enjoying cooked food. As Lu Dan ate, tears began to well up in her eyes. This puzzled Lin Ye and the others. Why was she crying while eating? Huang Ziyu approached from behind and softly patted her back, attempting to offer comfort, though words failed him. Perhaps she simply needed to release her emotions. This child, perhaps from joy, after being stranded on this desolate island without ever tasting cooked food, explained Freeland. From now on, with us, you will eat cooked meals every day, even pork, Huang Ziyu reassured her. Really? There is meat too? At the mention of meat, Lu Dan ceased her sobbing and brightened like a child. Lin Ye noted this behavior was reminiscent of Luna's, truly a little foodie. This child reminds me so much of my daughter. I wonder how she is now, Freeland murmured with a sigh. Lin Ye felt conflicted. Just as he had comforted the younger one, now the elder was troubled. Hastily, he changed the subject. Freeland, have you ever climbed to the mountain's summit to survey the island? Lin Ye inwarded. Freeland jolted back to reality. No, we haven't. It's too arduous. And we never thought to explore from above. I see, Lin Ye mused. He longed to ascend the peak to behold the island's full panorama, as this mountain was the tallest he had encountered here. Lin Ye, do you wish to climb it? Huang Ziyu asked. Yes, standing high allows one to see far. I want to check if any ships pass nearby. Lin Ye nodded. Understanding his intent, Huang Ziyu grew concerned. The nearly 500-meter-high peak was entirely rocky, with no established path, only occasional patches where wild grasses and trees sprouted through crevices. Climbing it would be no small feat. I'll accompany you, at least to keep watch. Huang Ziyu offered. No need. You all stay here. We may need to remain at this camp for a couple of days. You can search the shore for food. Lin Ye interrupted. He foresaw that ascending the mountain might prevent a return before nightfall and preferred to prepare accordingly. Very well, but please be cautious, Huang Ziyu urged anxiously. Since you have made up your mind, I'll want to dissuade you. But be careful, Freeland added, his concern evident. Brother Lin, can't you avoid going? That mountain is quite treacherous, one of them pleaded. Lin Ye smiled gently, gave a few instructions, then took his steel knife and stepped out, leaving the bow and arrow with Huang Ziyu. Meanwhile, King Kong had wandered off somewhere unknown. Climbing along the mountainside, I ascended over 100 meters, and the ascent grew steeper with each passing moment. Pausing at a place where I could find my footing, I retrieved a water bottle from my pocket. After taking a sip to moisten my throat, I remarked, this is far more challenging than I had anticipated. After a brief rest, I resumed my climb, grateful for the trees that sprouted from the crevices, providing me with support. Suddenly, I slipped on loose stones, nearly losing my balance. Fortunately, my steel knife lodged itself into a crack, allowing me to stabilize my position. The dislodged stones tumbled down the mountainside, rolling until they vanished from my sight. Gazing back at the distant landscape, I beheld the continuous expanse of forest, occasionally catching a glimpse of the small river I had traversed earlier, while the far-off view was obscured by a haze. Despite the clear skies, the island's visibility was limited to 7 or 8 miles. Looking up, I estimated that I was merely 100 meters from the summit. Gritting my teeth, I summoned my strength and continued climbing. The island's terrain appeared rectangular, and I pondered its length and width as I ascended. Before long, I reached the peak. What lay ahead? Another island? Before me, where the sea met the sky, stood an island that seemed to gaze back at me from across the water. From the ground, it would have been invisible due to the curvature of the earth. The distance felt considerable, yet the island behind me appeared incapable of being seen from such a range. Peering back, I noticed several high mountains in the island's center, occasionally startled birds taking flight from the foliage. The entire landscape was not fully visible. It stretched endlessly. Even during my earlier journey, the primitive settlement had remained concealed, likely shrouded by the trees. Could this island be the so-called Mu Dao mentioned by the pirates? I recalled the overheard conversation from that fateful night, where two individuals had been mercilessly slain for taking a wrong turn. The pirates were indeed brutal. The vast ocean stretched infinitely, devoid of any ships, and I felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was understandable. The ocean was immense, and maritime routes were fixed, making it normal not to see any vessels. My journey was not in vain. At the very least, I now knew of other nearby islands. Observing the islands extending before me sent a chill down my spine. They were so expansive, perhaps harboring other secrets. As dusk approached, I finally descended from the cave. Climbing up was easy, but descending proved treacherous. I nearly fell several times. My arms and legs bore numerous bruises, and my ankle was still bleeding as I limped into view. Huang Ziyu rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "What happened to your foot?" she inquired, joined by Fei Land and Lu Dan. "It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle on a rock. It hurts a bit, but I'll be fine after a rest," I reassured them, waving my hand dismissively. "You're being reckless. Sit down quickly," Huang Ziyu urged, supporting me as we made our way to the fire. "Brother Lin, why did you feel the need to climb up? You could have seen passing ships from the shore," Lu Dan said, taking a water bottle and knife from my hands. "From a higher vantage point, one could see further," I replied, and then recounted the sights I had witnessed. "Are you saying there is another island by the seaside?" The three individuals in unison inquired. "Indeed. It is only from the mountain peak that one can behold it. There may be pirates above. It could also signify opportunity," Lin Ye articulated. At present, Lin Ye yearned to traverse the distance, which appeared to be a mere stone's throw away, yet it was at least several dozen kilometers. Without a vessel, passage was impossible. Moreover, should they venture forth only to be captured, it would spell utter disaster. Upon hearing mention of pirates, Fei Land exhibited signs of unease. "Lin Ye, we should strive to evade detection by the pirates. They are notorious for their malevolence." It seemed Fei Land possessed some understanding of the situation. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the stakes. Currently, we lack the capacity to confront them. At dawn tomorrow, we shall return to the camp. However, it is likely we shall return to this place in the future, as we need to fetch seawater," he continued. "Perhaps we should rest for another day. Can your leg endure?" Huang Ziyu suggested. "Indeed, there is no rush," Lin Dan added while offering a roasted crab. Observing the pile of crabs near the fire, it was evident that the trio had gathered a considerable bounty that afternoon. "I am not so fragile. A simple night's rest suffices," Lin Ye remarked, breaking open a crab leg while speaking. Seeing Lin Ye's resolve, the others ceased their persuasion and gathered around the fire to enjoy the crabs. Soon, the cavern was filled with the crisp sounds of crab shells being crushed between their teeth. Chapter 70. The mark is discovered the following morning. Lin Ye's leg had improved somewhat, and walking posed little challenge. "Let us depart. We are heading back," Lin Ye declared. The others nodded in agreement. Fei Land had collected numerous mineral water bottles along the shore. They would simply fill them with seawater. "Shall we retrace our steps?" Huang Ziyu inquired. When we arrived, we were unfamiliar with the path. "Now, if we follow our original route, we should make it back in a day," Lin Ye mused, considering that as long as no additional risks presented themselves along the way, they should manage without difficulty. Outside the cave, they summoned Jin Gang and filled all the mineral water bottles with seawater before making their way back. "Brother Gui, at the location we visited last time, if we proceed further into the mountains, I discovered that someone has marked the area," Peng Yunliang stated early that morning, approaching a Gui. He had returned to the bamboo forest cave the previous day. Ever since their last return from the cave, his anger had simmered, compounded by the inexplicable death of his brother, which he attributed to Sidu Qing. "A mark? What sort of mark?" a Gui inquired, sitting up attentively. On the ground, stones were arranged in a triangular formation, and there were also knife marks on the trees, Peng Yunliang explained. Lin Ye could scarcely fathom that the marks he had made to avoid losing his way had been discovered by Peng Yunliang. "This matter requires consultation with Brother Hua. Our previous independent actions have already displeased him," a Gui pondered, recognizing the necessity of informing Xianghua, acknowledging that Xianghua's intellect was quite sharp, which was precisely why he held the position of leader. "What? Brother Hua is already aware of the previous incident?" Peng Yunliang exclaimed in surprise. "Logically, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao would not disclose it, considering the disgraceful state we were in," he added, There exists a possibility that Hua Ge has certainly arranged for someone to monitor them, and that individual must be Park Guchang. You should set aside your petty thoughts. Hua Ji's intellect is beyond our comparison, a Gue remarked. Upon hearing this, Peng Yunliang nodded, already drenched in sweat. It seemed that sowing discord was futile. However, at the very least, a Gue did not harbor much malice towards him, which could be considered a small blessing. The two approached Xianghua and recounted the earlier events. After listening, Xianghua rubbed his eyes thoughtfully and inquired, "What are your opinions?" "I am inclined to follow Hua Ge," a Gue replied. "And you?" Upon hearing Xianghua's question, Peng Yunliang's mind raced. He was uncertain of his own thoughts, fearing that a misstep might offend Hua Ge. "Yi, I brought this matter to your attention with the hope that you would assist me in seeking vengeance and locating those two women," Peng Yunliang said cautiously. He then added, "However, regardless of your decision, I shall certainly obey you." Xianghua nodded, clearly satisfied. You are quite honest." Peng Yunliang felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Hua Ge was not someone he could easily deceive, and, thankfully, he had spoken the truth earlier. "Go with Guchang. I will wait here for your return. Notify me immediately if you receive any news." Xianghua acquiesced, but did not allow a Gue to accompany them, thus ensuring that even if they encountered danger, he would incur no loss. Hearing this, Peng Yunliang felt a tinge of disappointment. "All right, Hua Ge, I will return to inform you at once if there is any news." With that, he set off to find Park Guchang, the two making their way toward the cave in the bamboo forest. "Yi, why did you agree to let him go find Guchang?" a Gue asked, somewhat puzzled. "If he finds them, that would be splendid. If not, we suffer no loss. Besides, even if I disagreed, would he not seek them out in secret?" Xianghua chuckled. A Gue soon grasped Xianghua's intent. It would indeed be advantageous if they could locate them, and it was better to do a favor in the process. Xianghua continued, "Moreover, my target is not those two women. I suspect those individuals are also involved." "Are you referring to Lin Ye and his group?" a Gue inquired. "There is a strong possibility, yet whether it is true or not will depend on whether that fool can find them. This vendetta must be avenged." A fierce expression crossed Xianghua's face. He had sent Park Guchang to the cavern several times recently, yet had not encountered Lin Ye and his companions. Thus, he speculated that Lin Ye and his group might have rendezvoused with Wang Qin and, after her ordeal, possibly relocated again. One must admit, following Xianghua's analysis, a Gue's mind cleared considerably. "Hua Ge is indeed formidable," he said with a chuckle. Receiving a light compliment from a Gue, Xianghua reveled in the praise, his eyes nearly squinting into slits from his laughter. Previously, when Wang Qin was present, the four women here did not need to venture out for food, relying instead on their bodies for sustenance. However, since Xianghua took charge, not only could he indulge at will, but he also demanded they perform chores, fetching water, gathering firewood, and doing laundry. The women were exhausted and lamented their plight, yet their protests were futile. They dared not flee, for the surrounding woods were fraught with dangers, including ferocious beasts, and they faced the threat of Xianghua's wrath. Staying here at least ensures survival. But being subjected to the whims of several men at any moment is a life without a foreseeable end. "Yi, should we provide the women with a bit more food?" a Gue expressed some sympathy, for they too were once esteemed ladies and affluent heirs, now reduced to a state worse than that of a dog. "What, are you feeling pity?" Xianghua glanced over and remarked. A Gue hurriedly denied any feelings of sympathy. Observing a Gue's demeanor, Xianghua continued, "You must understand one fundamental truth. Whether human or beast, they cannot be allowed to indulge too fully. Though the current conditions are harsh, if you grant them small favors from time to time, they will remember your kindness and work harder." Xianghua's inner thoughts were to ensure the women had enough food periodically while providing minimal sustenance at other times, treating them as livestock. "Well, Hua Ge, we don't quite grasp such profound philosophies. I was merely speaking casually. I will heed your words, as you wish, ha 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 ha," a Gue said before exiting the partition. As evening descended and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lu Dan complained, "Lin Ge, how much farther? My legs can barely carry me." Lu Dan had stumbled countless times along the way. The group of 4 and 1 monkey had taken a brief respite to consume some wild fruits before hastily continuing their journey. "It won't be long now. Just hang on a bit longer. We should be about a kilometer away," Lin Ye replied, turning to address Lu Dan. "Lu Dan, just a little more perseverance. We will soon be able to feast on meat. Huang Ziyu chimed in to encourage her. Fei Land, despite being in his 50s, felt fatigued, but refrained from expressing it. Observing Huang Ziyu, a young girl who showed no signs of exhaustion, he felt compelled to suppress his own weariness. Upon hearing they were only a kilometer away, he quickened his pace. Huang Ziyu, having been hardened through their recent exertions, kept up with Lin Ye's vigorous movements, her prior martial training lending her an advantage. Chapter 71. The art of conversation. After a trek lasting over 10 minutes, the group finally reached the banana grove just as night fully set in. The sight before Lu Dan and the others left them utterly astonished. Towering banana trees lined the area, and not far off stood a thatched cottage. I feel as though we have suddenly entered a hidden paradise. The cottage was encircled by wooden barriers, and within, 5 or 6 women were gathered around a large fire, engaged in lively conversation. "Ha, ladies, I'm back." Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the women rushed to open the gate and emerged. "Lin Ye Gij, you have finally returned." Luna and Shishan exclaimed joyfully. As Luna caught sight of the 2 companions behind Lin Ye, her excitement rendered her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Fei Land recognized the newcomers, and the weariness on his face vanished, replaced by sheer elation. "Luna, father? Huh?" Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. The group exchanged astonished glances, and after a few seconds of shock, they felt a wave of happiness for Luna. "Lin Ye, you ventured out and managed to bring back Luna's father. How fortunate for her." Wang Qin remarked from the side. "Fate is indeed a curious thing," Lin Ye chuckled. After a brief embrace with her father, Luna rushed to Lin Ye and, in front of everyone, passionately kissed him. This left Lin Ye blushing. Was it necessary to be so overt? "Lin Ye Gij, thank you so much. I thought I would never see my father again," Luna exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks despite her best efforts to contain them. Fei Lan Day approached Luna, gently patting her back, his eyes slightly reddened. "I never imagined that my daughter would be with you all. I'm truly delighted to see her again." "Dad, it was Lin Ye Gij who saved me, and not just once," Luna replied. "I can't express my gratitude enough." "Lin Ye, I am at a loss for words." Fei Lan Day stammered upon hearing Luna credit Lin Ye with a rescue. Lin Ye interjected. "There is no need for such formalities. It was merely a small act of kindness. Let's all live well from now on. Regardless, I must extend my thanks to you." As Lin Ye witnessed the heartfelt reunion between father and daughter, his eyes became slightly misty, pondering whether he would ever reunite with his own parents. "All right, everyone, let us not linger here any longer. Let us head inside," Huang Ziyu urged Lin Ye. Yes, let's hurry in," Wang Qin called to the group. "By the way, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Fei Lan Day, Luna's father. And this is Lu Dan, who will be joining us." Lin Ye introduced them to the others. Welcome. A warm welcome indeed." Jean Shishan applauded joyfully, spotting another girl her age. She quickly pulled Lu Dan to sit down and enthusiastically began introducing her to everyone, who greeted Lu Dan with smiles. Fei Lan Day attentively listened to the introductions, mentally noting the names of these individuals. To celebrate the reunion of Luna's father and Lu Dan, we shall feast on barbecued meat tonight, Lin Ye announced, eliciting cheers from the crowd. After the meal, a new challenge emerged. It seemed the room could not accommodate so many people, as it could hold a maximum of 8, leaving 2 individuals to sleep outside. "I will keep watch tonight and make space for you all," C2 Qing volunteered. "I'll join Qing. Wang Qin raised her hand. "You 4 have had a long day. It's best for you to rest tonight." The other women insisted on keeping watch, offering up their spots, leading to a spirited debate. "Enough of this. C2 Qing and I will take the watch. The rest of you should rest," Lin Ye interrupted. "Lin Jun, you've traveled all day. You should rest too." "I can keep watch," Ying Zi murmured. "Yes, I can also keep watch," Mei Shan added. Others attempted to voice their opinions, but Lin Ye firmly stated, "I am the leader here. You all must listen to me." Eventually, everyone was persuaded to sleep, leaving only Lin Ye and C2 Qing by the fire. "Did you discover anything noteworthy during your trip to the seaside?" C2 Qing broke the silence and inquired. Lin Ye recounted the events of the past 2 days, causing C2 Qing to frown slightly. "Indigenous inhabitants? An island? Indeed. I plan to revisit that small village soon to see if there is an opportunity to rescue my friend. Next time, take me with you. I shall assist you." As Lin Ye gazed into the steadfast eyes of C2 Qing, he perceived that in terms of martial prowess, she was undoubtedly a formidable ally. perhaps the most beneficial to him. No, you must remain, he insisted, shaking his head. Why? Si tu king inquired, perplexed. If both of us leave, who will protect them? Lin Ye pointed towards the interior of the house. In truth, my interest extends beyond merely aiding you. I am quite intrigued by that island you mentioned. Si Tu Ching replied, her eyes twinkling. Lin Ye shrugged. Without a boat, we cannot cross. Mere curiosity is of no consequence. If you cannot engage in conversation, then perhaps you should retire for the night. Si Tu Ching retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. With that, she resumed adding firewood to the flames, dismissing Lin Ye. Perhaps she genuinely wished to assist him, or perhaps she was truly fascinated by the island. Yet I suspect the former holds greater weight. Blast it, Peng Yunliang, you fool. I have followed you all day without discovering a single clue. We shall search again tomorrow. It is only natural that the markings are not easily discerned, replied the other. Pu Guchang, as they lay within the cave, nestled in the bamboo grove. The two had ventured far in search of signs, but as dusk approached, they returned to the cave for rest. The bamboo beds bore remnants of excrement from their last visit, yet after several days of drying, the odor had diminished enough to be tolerable. Residing in this odorous cave weighed heavily on Pu Guichang's heart. Why should he endure such discomfort alongside this insufferable wretch? Damn it, were it not for you, I would be nestled beside a beautiful woman instead of sharing this foul-smelling cave with you, he grumbled. That was Hua Ji's decision. I did not compel you to accompany me, retorted Peng Yunliang, indignant. You dare say that? Should we fail to locate anyone tomorrow, I shall relish seeing how you explain this to Hua Ge, Pu Guochang scoffed, turning away in disdain. Inwardly, Peng Yunliang clenched his fists, contemplating whether to eliminate Pu Guochang. This fellow was no saint, always lurking with malicious intent. Yet, how could he justify such an act to Hua Ge? Alas, he decided to endure for the time being, postponing his plan to dispose of Pu Guochang for a more opportune moment, allowing sleep to overtake him after this internal struggle. Chapter 72. Goodness, they actually have a house. Lin Ye utilized the entirety of the night to boil the seawater he had collected into sea salt. The 300 to 400 pounds of crocodile meat had been transformed into cured meat by the others over the past 2 days. Though only a modest amount of salt had been applied, they would need to address it again tomorrow to prevent spoilage. With the dawn, everyone awakened. Good morning. Brother Lin Ye, Luna yawned, approaching him. Awake already? Rising so early? Lin Ye similet. I wanted to rise early to make room for you all. Luna winked at Si Tu King. Si Tu Ching, however, chose to ignore her, heading to the riverbank to wash up. Despite the island lacking in amenities, they maintained their good hygiene routine. After casually boiling some crocodile meat in the morning, Lin Ye exchanged a few words with Huang Ziyu, ensuring the meat was well salted before retreating to the thatched hut for some rest alongside Si Tu Ching. At this moment, Fei Land addressed the crowd, expressing his desire to construct a house where everyone could find rest, but he required their assistance. Uncle Fei Land, do you know how to build a house? Inquired Jin Shishan, while Huang Ziyu and others cast skeptical glances. Before Fei Land could respond, Luna interjected, my father built our house on the farm in New Zealand himself. That was in the past, when we had an array of tools, but at present, I intend to utilize stones from the river for the construction, Fei Land elaborated. Huang Ziyu pondered for a moment and asked, so, Uncle, do you need us to help transport the stones from the river? Fei Land nodded, not only stones, but I also need straw, a small quantity of timber, clay, and so forth. The extensive list of materials left everyone speechless. How about this, Uncle Fei Land? You direct us. We aren't familiar with building houses. Previously, it was Lin Ye who handled it, and we were merely tasked with labor, Huang Ziyu proposed. Hearing Huang Ziyu's words, the women nodded in agreement. Well, since everyone trusts me, I shall assign the tasks, Fei Land declared. Luna was undoubtedly the first to support this endeavor, as it involved her father, and constructing a house would eliminate disputes over who would keep watch and who would sleep. Without further ado, Fei Land promptly instructed everyone to gather stones from the river, regardless of size. The stones were swiftly collected on the shore, and upon assessing that there were enough, Fei Land divided them into 2 groups, one to gather timber and the other to collect straw, while he himself attended to procuring clay. Once all the materials were assembled, it was already midday when Lin Ye and Si Tu Ching slowly awakened and emerged from the house to behold the scene before them. What is going on? They wondered. Observing the enclosure filled with materials, relieved that the enclosure was spacious. Uncle Fei Land intends to build a house, Huang Ziyu said, wiping the perspiration from his brow as he spoke to Lin Ye. How impressive. However, we certainly need another house. Otherwise, we will truly have nowhere to stay. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. I will assist. As Lin Ye approached, Fei Land was mixing the moistened clay with his foot. Lin Ye, you are awake. Fei Land greeted him with a smile. Yes, yes. Here's the plan. Uncle, I'll help you. It's nearly noon, so let a few of the women return to prepare lunch, Lin Ye suggested. All right, they've been working hard all morning. Lin Ye called several women to go and prepare the meal, but Luna stayed behind, stating her desire to assist her father in building the house. Observing the arrangement, Lin Ye quickly grasped Fei Land's intention to use clay as mortar, build the base with stones, construct the upper structure with wood, and finally cover the roof with straw and banana leaves. This type of house would be significantly sturdier than a thatched cottage, though it would indeed require considerable effort. To Lin Ye's surprise, Fei Land possessed such insightful ideas and demonstrated impressive practical skills. After the three of them worked diligently, they swiftly completed the stone base. Approximately 15 meters high and around 20 square meters in area, sufficient to accommodate 4 or 5 people. Have you finished? Come over for lunch. Wang Qin called from the side. All right, we are coming, they replied. 3 individuals hastily made their way to the riverbank to wash up before returning for their meal. It was once again the same crocodile meat for lunch, and they desperately needed to find some wild vegetables. Consuming meat daily would surely lead to indigestion. I shall not accompany you any longer. I am returning, one of them exclaimed, expressing frustration at the absence of any sign of life. I just spotted the marks of a knife again. Let us proceed further. If we truly cannot find anything, we shall turn back. The 2 individuals were none other than Peng Yunliang and Pu Guochang, who had been summoned early in the morning by Peng Yunliang, much to Pu Guochang's displeasure. Throughout their journey, he had muttered curses under his breath. Fine, fine, he relented, trailing behind Peng Yunliang. Brother Pu, what do you see over there? Peng Yunliang pointed ahead. What is it? Pu Guochang squinted to discern a small waterfall emerging in the distance. This was indeed the location where Lin Ye resided, and they had successfully followed the markings to arrive here. Wow, I can't believe such a beautiful place exists here, along with banana trees. Pu Guochang exclaimed in astonishment. Let us go down and take a look. Wait, it seems there is someone there. By the waterfall, Lin Ye was bathing, unaware that he was being observed from afar by the 2 men. Is that him? Do you know him? Pu Guochang inquired. I have seen him on the beach before. That fellow was accompanied by numerous stunning women, all of unparalleled beauty. If it weren't for that woman, Wang Qin, who thwarted Peng Yunliang as fantasies, this lad would have been in trouble. He is no ordinary character. Previously, our trio suffered greatly at his hands. Subsequently, Pu Guochang recounted the events that had transpired at the cave. So you have a history with him? Peng Yunliang pondered internally. The audacity of this fellow to hide here. I must return immediately to inform Hua Ge. This brat is finished. Upon hearing this, Pu Guochang pretended to head back. However, he was abruptly halted by Peng Yunliang. Wait, Brother Pu, let us ascertain their situation first. We cannot appear ignorant when Hua Ge inquires. If his group has additional members, wouldn't it be wiser to devise a better strategy? Pu Guochang considered this and found merit in the reasoning. Very well, let us approach and observe. After bathing, Lin Ye emerged from the waterfall, dressed, and made his way towards the thatched cottage where everyone was napping, as the sun was particularly scorching. Goodness, Brother Pu. They even have a house to stay in and are constructing another one. It appears there are quite a few of them. As Peng Yunliang and Pu Guochang stealthily approached the banana grove, they were taken aback by the sight of the thatched cottage nestled within. Pu Guochang felt a pang of discomfort. The living conditions here were indeed far superior to their own. Chapter 73. Dog bites dog suddenly, while the group rested inside. They were startled by the sound of Jin Gang's warning call. Lin Ye had just returned to the enclosure and immediately recognized the alert. This call signified an external intrusion, and Lin Ye had become adept at interpreting Jin Gang's signals. Who was out there? Lin Ye and his companions armed themselves and rushed towards the thatched cottage. We've been discovered. Run. Peng Yunliang urgently pulled Pu Guochang back in retreat. They had not yet spotted Lin Ye's figure when they were unexpectedly detected by the monkeys. A scenario they had not anticipated. Swiftly following was an arrow from Sidu Qin. With a resounding bang, a shot struck the banana tree before the 2 individuals. Don't run. Lin Ye shouted as he brandished his steel knife and pursued forward, closely followed by Situ Qing with her bow and arrows. How do we get discovered? Damn it. Pu Guchang cursed while sprinting back. Brother Pu, stop complaining and run faster, Peng Yunliang urged. As they observed the two figures ahead in the woods, Lin Ye insisted to Situ Qing, tell them to go back. We can handle this. At his shout, everyone followed suit to prevent further complications, believing that Lin Ye and Situ Qing alone were sufficient for the chase. All right, is that them? As Lin Ye and Situ Qing closed in, they finally recognized the silhouettes of their pursuers. Now that you're here, don't think of leaving. Situ Qing shot an arrow while running. Thanks to the jungle's cover, Pu Guchang and his companion skillfully dodged the arrows. We cannot let them spread the news. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Given Xionghua's character, discovering their camp would spell trouble for us. Thankfully, only 2 clowns came to scout. As Lin Ye relentlessly pursued them, Pu Guchang and his companion ran for their lives, no longer minding their exhaustion, scrambling to their feet after each fall. Situ Qing harbored a deep resentment towards Peng Yunliang, blaming him for their predicament. Had it not been for his betrayal, she wouldn't be fleeing like a lost soul. Arrows flew towards the pair as if they were free. The god of death is here. They have gathered together, Peng Yunliang thought, not daring to relax for a moment. Panting heavily, Pu Guchang exclaimed, I can barely keep running. Should we confront them? Confront them with what? They have weapons, and Situ Qing alone could incapacitate us both. Hurry back and inform Brother Gue to deal with her. Peng Yunliang said, his fear of Situ Qing deeply ingrained, shocked at her swift recovery from injury. You cannot escape. Lin Ye and Situ Qing pursued relentlessly, closing the distance between them. Peng Yunliang and Pu Guochang scrambled and crawled, disregarding the thorns ahead. Oh my goodness! Help! They failed to notice the path ahead, and both fell into a pit, coincidentally the same one where Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu had tumbled. Lin Ye watched as the two plummeted into the abyss, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he approached the pit's edge. Fortune favors me indeed. Peering down, he saw the two sprawled in disarray, wailing in agony. Situ Qing prepared to shoot arrows at them, but Lin Ye stopped her. Wait, don't aim for vital spots. Let them suffer. It would be too merciful to end them quickly. After contemplating, Situ Qing agreed. Such creatures deserved to endure their fate. With swift precision, she loosed 2 arrows, one striking Pu Guochang in the thigh and the other embedding itself in Peng Yunliang's abdomen. Their screams echoed from below. Though these wounds wouldn't be immediately fatal, the risk of infection loomed large, unless they had some miraculous resilience. How's the cool breeze down there? Lin Ye called out to the two trapped below. Pain, have mercy upon us. We bear no ill intent. We are merely passing through. Indeed, spare us. For all past transgressions were my fault. Consider us as insignificant as dust and release us. Hearing their desperate pleas, Situ Qing retorted sternly, Release you? For the deeds you have committed, 100 deaths would scarcely suffice. Auntie, I admit my wrongs. I am a beast. My brother has perished, and I deeply regret betraying you. In light of the times I provided food, I beseech your mercy to spare me. No matter how they begged, Situ Qing remained unmoved. Lin Ye, I was compelled. It was all Xionghua's doing. Everything was orchestrated by Xionghua. I too was forced. Seeing Peng Yunliang's futile supplications, Park Guchang turned to Lin Ye, lamenting his plight. Whether you were coerced, I cannot say, but you are no saint yourself. You have only yourself to blame. By the way, how did you find this place? Observing Lin Ye's inquiry, Park Guchang hastened to explain, it was the markings. Peng Yunliang discovered the signs you left. It was all his idea. Lin Ye suddenly realized that the subtle marks he had left earlier had been discovered by them. He had been somewhat careless. Lin Ye, shall we finish them with 2 more arrows? Situ Qing inquired. Lin Ye pondered and replied, It is unnecessary. Adding more would likely be fatal. Let them remain imprisoned. Evildoers must accept the consequences of their wickedness. Annie, it was all Park Guchang's scheme. He tempted us brothers to betray Sister Wang. We had no choice. You know that Ghost's prowess. We stood no chance against him. Silence. Had you not harbored such ambition, how could I have tempted you with mere words? And now you blame me. Upon hearing Peng Yunliang shift the blame, Park Guchang was displeased. If not for you, how could I have betrayed Sister Wang? It is your fault. Saying this, he lunged at Park Guchang. Watching the two men descend into mutual animosity, Lin Ye shook his head with a TSK, TSK, TSK. The dogs have begun to bite one another. Let us depart and leave them to their own devices. Situ Qing expressed concern. What if they come up? One with a wounded leg, the other injured in the abdomen. What are the chances? Lin Ye, having experienced it firsthand, knew well the difficulty of climbing up from below. Moreover, the two were already consumed by internal strife. Situ Qing fell silent, trusting Lin Ye's judgment. It seems Xionghua's treacherous heart remains unyielding. They've already found us out. Let's erase the signs along our path. Very well. Together, Situ Qing and Lin Ye diligently removed all traces, covering carvings on trees with mud to conceal them as best as possible. Unnoticed, they soon arrived at the bamboo grove. Observing everything, it remained unchanged. The simple fence still stood, and the toilet roof was now layered with leaves. You know, I quite miss this place. Would you like to stay a night before leaving? Situ Qing asked. I would, but I fear the cave might no longer be suitable for habitation. Lin Ye shook his head with a smile. Chapter 74. Taking the initiative upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Situ Qing was somewhat perplexed and directly walked into the cave. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Ye called out, but it was too late to stop her. Soon, Situ Qing emerged from the cave, pinching her nose with a face full of disdain. Is this the surprise you prepared? Initially, Lin Ye had no idea whether the traps he had left behind would be effective until their team followed the clues to the banana grove. Seeing Situ Qing emerge while covering her nose, Lin Ye confirmed that they had discovered the bamboo forest cave and had likely triggered the trap. Ha ha, what a bunch of clowns. Lin Ye chuckled as he entered the cave, unable to contain his laughter at the sight before him. It could actually serve as a place to stay. Just toss out those 2 palm mats and tidy up a bit. You can stay if you want, but I'd rather sleep outside, Situ Qing remarked. Although she initially intended to return, it was nearly dusk, and she had no choice but to abandon that idea. That night, outside the cave, Lin Ye set up 2 bamboo beds, as Situ Qing was adamant about not sleeping inside. Reluctantly, he had to accompany her outside for the night. Thankfully, there was a circle of fencing surrounding them, so safety was not a concern. I believe we should take the initiative, Situ Qing said to Lin Ye by the fire. Being constantly watched by others puts us at a disadvantage. The fire crackled as bamboo shoots roasted over the flames. The taste was indeed subpar, but due to the urgency of their pursuit, they had not brought any food and had to make do. How do we take the initiative? Lin Ye had pondered this before, but at that time, he was alone and feared he could not contend with Xionghu and his group. Hearing Situ Qing's suggestion piqued his interest, and he inquired if she had any insights. Situ Qing thought for a moment and replied, We only need to deal with Xionghu and Ague. They've already lost 2 members, so the other 2 should not pose much of a problem. Do you know anything about the other 2? Lin Ye asked. Not much, they're just fence-sitters. As long as we subdue Ague, the rest will be easy to handle. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. He had not interacted with the other 2, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao, and was uncertain of their character. If those 2 were completely loyal to Xionghu, they would be facing 4 opponents, which significantly reduced their chances of success. This matter requires careful consideration. We cannot be careless. Situ Qing understood Lin Ye's concerns, and she too felt uncertain, lying on the bamboo bed lost in thought. What if we conduct a night raid tonight? She suggested suddenly, startling Lin Ye. I say, sister, you gave me quite a scare. You don't realize how dangerous the nights on this island can be. We might be devoured by other fierce beasts before we even reach our destination. Who are you calling sister? Coward. You're just all talk, she retorted. Lin Ye had to admit that her taunts had indeed provoked him. Am I a coward? Fine. Let us go. Who is afraid of you? Situ Qing's lips curled into a sly smile. Indeed, men could hardly withstand provocation. Then let us go. But I must make it clear that you will follow my lead. If things go awry, we retreat. As long as we have our lives, we need not worry about future opportunities. Although Lin Ye was susceptible to Situ Qing's provocations, he still retained his rationality, knowing that if a chance presented itself, it would be advantageous, but there was no need to take reckless risks without a clear opportunity. As they spoke, the 2 individuals made their way towards the former camp of Wang Qin, with Situ Qing leading the way. Why had they been gone for an entire day without returning? Luna anxiously paced within the thatched cottage. The others also wore expressions of concern. Wang Qin furrowed her brows. She had previously held great confidence in Situ Qing's abilities. Yet since that fateful night, She had come to realize that there were indeed many who surpassed her. Furthermore, the men accompanying Xianghua greatly outnumbered the two, giving them a considerable advantage in strength. Worrying would serve no purpose at this point. Thus, she declared, I shall set out to find them at dawn tomorrow. At that moment, Huang Ziyu interjected with a suggestion. I shall accompany you. Despite my age, I still possess considerable strength. Phelan stood up, affirming his willingness to join. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement, stating, very well, let us take Jin Gang with us tomorrow to search for them. Alternatively, perhaps we should wait another day. Rushing to find them might not be wise, Wang Qin said, biting her lip in contemplation. If waiting is what you choose, I shall embark on my own search. She added resolutely, indeed, I will join you. Huang Ziyu and Luna promptly rejected her notion, for among this group, they shared the deepest bond with Lin Ye. Their cohesion relied heavily on his presence, and with him absent, the tension was palpable. I need not elaborate. I understand your intentions are for our benefit. Yet this is my decision, and it cannot be altered by anyone. Wang Qin attempted to explain, but Huang Ziyu interrupted her. It was unclear when it had begun, but Huang Ziyu felt her heart tethered to Lin Ye. His absence left an emptiness within her, and she was deeply concerned for his safety. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? This sensation was peculiar. She found no aversion to his flirtatiousness, and there lingered a trace of delight within her. Sitting beside the fire, Huang Ziyu's mind was in disarray. She hesitated to look at Luna, aware of her fondness for Lin Ye. Was she, perhaps, the unwitting third party in this emotional entanglement? Rubbing her temples, she resolved to think no more and retreated into the cottage to sleep. Jiejia, do not be upset. We are all quite worried, and perhaps our words were a bit harsh, Maishin said as she approached Wang Qin, gently patting her hand. Wang Qin smiled and shook her head, responding, It is nothing. How could I possibly be angry? With that, she bowed her head in silence, her heart still heavy with concern for Situqing. Come now, let us rest. Do not fret. Lin Ye is resilient and will be fine. Tomorrow, Ziyu and I will go. You should stay here, feeling reassured, stroking Luna's small head. Luna nodded solemnly, saying, Papa, you must bring back Lin Ye tomorrow. Phelan noticed the anxious and worried look in Luna's eyes, fearing that his daughter had already fallen for Lin Ye. Yet, he chose not to confront this realization, understanding his daughter's passionate nature and the more liberated disposition of Western women. Fear not, he said. Luna gently rested her head against Phelan, whispering, Papa, do you know? I thought I would never see you again, and now I finally have my support. Yet, I do not wish to lose another anchor. In the past, whenever he left and did not return, I was consumed by fear and dared not sleep, terrified that I would awaken to find him gone forever. Have you fallen in love with him? Phelan gently inquired, patting Luna's back. Yes, I have indeed fallen for him, yet I am acutely aware that he seems to favor Sister Ziyu. Luna responded, tears streaming down her cheeks. With Phelan by her side, she finally had someone with whom to share her innermost thoughts. Silly child, if you love him, you must fight for it. Besides, we cannot be certain if we will ever escape from here, she continued. Hearing her father's words, Luna fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, she pondered whether there would be another chance to leave. What value does moral integrity hold in a place where human life is so devalued? Even if Lin Ye were to simultaneously have two women, what of it? Could you please slow down? Do not alarm the enemy, Lin Ye urged, hastening to keep up with Situqing. We have not yet arrived. I will naturally slow my pace as we near our destination, Situqing replied. How many arrows do you have left? Lin Ye inwitted. Situqing considered, estimating that she had about 20 remaining, having used many while pursuing the two individuals. You must conserve your arrows. As long as you have them, they will not dare approach us. Who would have thought a man like you would be so cautious? Situqing derided him. Lin Ye, however, lived by one principle. Always maintain a backup plan. What do you know? This is strategy, he retorted. In the face of absolute power, what strategy is of any use? You are merely afraid of death. Who isn't afraid of death? It is, after all, preferable to live, he replied, and the two continued their playful banter, neither able to persuade the other. Hush, we are almost there. Situqing slowed her pace and gestured quietly to Lin Ye. Through the trees, they could see two figures sitting by a fire, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao, while Xianghua and Ague were nowhere to be found, likely hidden in the adjacent compartment. This camp, built against the mountains, serves as a natural refuge, Quite decent indeed, Lin Ye remarked softly. It is passable, but cannot compare to our own. Situ Ching replied, observing carefully. Why have those two been gone for 2 days without returning? Inside the compartment, Xiong Hua lay on a bed of hay, his legs stretched out. A Gue sat opposite him, lifting his head to respond. Could they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances? Should I go look for them tomorrow? Never mind. If you go, what if those two rebel again? Xiong Hua shook his head, gesturing towards the outside. Currently, he held sway over the women, untroubled by Qin Hao and Ao Biao's absence in search of food. In this scenario, as long as there are women present, he was not concerned about their return, akin to the method employed with Wang Qin. Men are driven by such desires, after all. Moreover, Xiong Hua was indeed fearful. What if a Gue ventured out and Qin Hao and Ao Biao conspired against him? Then, Hua Ge, I will step outside for a moment. You should rest. A Gue stated and began to exit. Xiong Hua merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. He has arrived. Lin Ye turned to gaze at a Gue, who had just emerged from the partition and saw him settle beside Qin Hao by the fire. Brother Gue is here. Ha! The two greeted eagerly. A Gue nodded. Wait a moment. Let us assess the situation first. The instant a Gue appeared, Situ Ching instinctively reached for her bow, only to be swiftly halted by Lin Ye. Not so fast. If you shoot that arrow, you'll alarm the other three. If you hit your target, good. If you miss, it could lead to a desperate struggle. Heeding Lin Ye's counsel, Situ Ching reluctantly lowered her bow, harboring significant animosity towards a Gue, as her injuries were attributed to him. A Gue, smiling as he sat by the fire, inquired, Why haven't you two gone out to enjoy yourself tonight? Brother Gue, you and T know, but these women are getting thinner, and we're not having much fun, Qin Hao explained. Indeed, we have plenty of food. Could you possibly speak to Hua Ge about sharing some with them? Odd Biao chimed in. I spoke with Hua Ge last time, but he has his own ideas. My suggestions don't hold much weight, a Gue replied with a hint of resignation. Qin Hao quickly changed the subject, asking, I heard that Pu Guchang and Peng Yunliang have been gone for 2 days without returning. What would they be up to? A Gue shot him a cold glance and retorted, Some things are better left unasked. Just focus on your own matters. Oh yes, Brother Gue is right. I'll just go relieve myself, Qin Hao said, hastily rising and heading toward the woods. It wasn't he that a Gue was unwilling to disclose information. Rather, he feared that if they learned about Pu Guchang and Peng Yunliang seeking someone and being absent for 2 days, it might incite Qin Hao's suspicions that they could rebel. Though not afraid, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Damn it, what is so significant that you 1T tell me? I don't even care to know, Qin Hao muttered as he stepped aside, unzipping his pants to relieve himself. Shoo, or I'll kill you, Lin Ye said, observing Qin Hao alone by the edge of the woods. Recognizing an opportunity, he stealthily crept up behind him. Just as Qin Hao was about to unzip, Lin Ye covered his mouth and dragged him into the thicket. Startled, Qin Hao nearly lost control, nodding frantically. He was already anxious and timid. The sudden scare from Lin Ye caused a warm sensation to spread in his pants. Damn, this kid is scared stiff, Lin Ye thought. Feeling the dampness against his own in response to Qin Hao's inquiry, Situ Ching pointed at him and declared, How could I possibly be here? I'm undoubtedly here for vengeance. Qin Hao was immediately struck with alarm and hastily knelt before her, pleading, Qing Jie, that night. Both Ao Biao and I were poisoned and rendered unconscious. We did not betray Wang Jie or you. Seeing that Situ Ching remained unmoved, he continued, Moreover, after that night, both Ao Biao and I were coerced into joining them, and we have been unable to locate you ever since. Poisoned? You claim you were poisoned that night? Situ Ching inquired. Indeed, it was those scoundrels, Peng Yunliang and his brother, who tricked us into drinking their coconut concoction, causing us to slumber for 2 days and 2 nights. As Qin Hao explained, he also hurled curses at them, insisting that whether his words were believed or not was inconsequential. They were merely fence-sitters. Chapter 76. Poison us observing the boy's apparent fear. It seemed he had the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage. Tell me, how many of you remain here? This was the primary concern of Lin Ye. Otherwise, he would not have brought him here alone. Qin Hao, not recognizing Lin Ye, glanced at him before turning his gaze back to Situ Ching. Answer my questions without looking at me, Situ Ching commanded. Qin Hao swallowed hard and stammered. We, including 4 women, total 8 individuals. 2 others went out a couple of days ago and have yet to return. Lin Ye knew those two were Peng Yunliang and Pu Guchang, who were currently trapped at the bottom of the cave. 8 individuals? You are lying. The moment Situ Qing spoke, Lin Ye's steel blade inched closer to Qin Hao's throat. Terrified, Qin Hao hastily clarified, I am not lying. Peng Wanjie is dead, and 2 others have left. There are genuinely only 8 of us here. Dead? I only shot him in the leg that night. He should not have succumbed. Situ Qing expressed her surprise. Lin Ye, feeling perplexed, pondered for a moment before stating, Did you not claim you were poisoned that night? I now assign you a task. Are you asking me to poison Xianghua and a Gui? Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ye, must it be so complicated? We can simply kill them, Situ Qing asserted, stepping forward with her bow firmly in hand. Lin Ye gestured for Situ Qing to remain calm, and then addressed Qin Hao. Our targets are solely Xianghua and a Gui. I hold no grievances against you or your companions. Furthermore, once they are dealt with, you may continue your lives with those 4 women, and we may even offer assistance when necessary. Lin Ye believed in employing cunning strategies rather than engaging in direct confrontation whenever possible. Survival necessitated a certain mindset. Unlike Situ Qing, whose impulsive nature led her to confrontational actions, Lin Ye sought a more calculated approach. Encouraged by Lin Ye's words, Qin Hao's resolve wavered. I once asked Peng Yunliang about the poison used against us. It was derived from the mandala flower, which induces a state of unconsciousness. However, it requires foraging in the jungle, and we currently have none readily available. Rest assured, if you follow my instructions precisely, you shall become the undisputed master of this entire region. You've known Xianghua long enough to understand his nature. Ruthless, merciless. Perhaps one day your fate will be dire indeed. Lin Ye's psychological maneuver was masterfully executed. He made his allegiance unmistakably clear, while simultaneously revealing to Qin Hao the humiliating truth that Xianghua regarded them both as mere lackeys, not allies. What could possibly compare to ruling as sovereign, rather than groveling as a subordinate? Very well, I agree, but Qin Hao hesitated, his voice faltering. But what? Lin Ye inwitted calmly. Qin Hao answered with visible difficulty. Yet I fear poisoning them will prove exceedingly difficult. Why so? They trust us not at all. Each time we return with provisions, they first offer a small portion to the woman. Only after she consumes it unharmed do they dare partake themselves. Hearing this, Lin Ye could not help but admire Xianghua's cunning. This man was even more cautious, more calculating than himself. Truly a serpent in human form. Begin at once. Should you succeed in poisoning either of them, bind them immediately and notify me without delay. How shall I reach you? Lin Ye posit toy. You've been to the cave in the bamboo grove. Haven to you? Yes, I have. At the mention of that cave, Qin Hao inwardly sighed with relief. On that fateful day, he'd only brushed against a trace of the foul substance. Yet even a Gui and Peng Yunliang had scrubbed themselves for 2 full days and still reeked. You have 3 days. Should you fail to deliver results by then, I shall grant you no second chance. You know well enough what awaits disobedience. A low, chilling chuckle escaped his lips. At that moment, Situ Qing's veiled threat proved invaluable. She and Lin Ye played perfect counterpoints. One the stern enforcer, the other the persuasive negotiator. Yes, 3 days it is. Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Return now, do not arouse their suspicion. And should you breathe a word of this to anyone, Situ Qing will be the first to draw her bow on you. Ha! Lin Ye whispered, leaning close to Qin Hao's ear. Qin Hao glanced nervously at the fierce, unblinking gaze of Situ Qing. Yes, absolutely. I swear, I'll keep it sealed within me. With that, he scurried off like a man just pardoned from death, hastening back toward the fire. Damn it. What is wrong with you, kid? Constipated? Jesus Christ, what stench is that? Did you shit yourself? A Gui snarled as Qin Hao approached, recoiling with disgust and shifting his body away. Ota Biao pinched his nose shut, waving his right hand frantically before his face. Sorry, Brother Gui. I ate something spoiled tonight. That's why it took so long. Qin Hao forced an apologetic grin, though discomfort clung to him like damp cloth, his trousers still clinging, sodden and wretched. Fortunately, the night's gloom concealed his predicament. Enough. I'm turning in. You two take shifts guarding the camp. Stay sharp. A Gui rose and strode toward the nearby partitioned shelter. Watching the exchange, Lin Ye glanced down at his own urine-soaked trousers and sighed softly. TSK, let us go. Situ Qing cast him a look of unmistakable disdain before turning away and walking back into the night. "Hey, lady," Lin Ye called after her, feigning offense. "Want to feel it smeared across your sleeve? Still holding that grudge, are you? I got covered for a reason, to subdue that fool." Situ Qing ignored his grumbling entirely. Emerging from the forest onto the moonlit shore, she broke the silence first. "Actually, I've noticed you possess a certain sharpness at times. Intelligence has never been in short supply." Lin Ye replied with a hearty laugh. "Only the eyes to recognize it. Ha ha ha." Leaving the jungle and arriving at the beach. The voices no longer needed to be hushed. The distance rendered them fearless of being overheard. The self-absorbed banter of Lin Ye elicited laughter from Situ Qing. "Hey, you laughed. I can't believe you actually smiled. That's how it should be. A smile suits you so well, instead of looking like someone owes you 8 million every day." Lin Ye said. Since their first encounter, Situ Qing had always maintained a distant demeanor, making this the first time he witnessed her smile. When she smiled, she was truly beautiful, both in figure and visage, rivaling Huang Ziyu, and her combat prowess was formidable as well. "I'm not like you. My profession does not allow for frequent laughter. By the way, have you considered what happens if Qin Hao fails to poison?" Situ Qing inquired. "Even if he fails, there is no loss for us. We can always seek another opportunity later," Lin Ye replied. In truth, he did not wish for Situ Qing to take risks, nor did he desire it for himself. Situ Qing regarded Lin Ye, possibly thinking him overly cautious. Yet his willingness to accompany her on this journey affirmed that he was a friend worth having. Regardless, she had given him 3 days. The outcome would soon reveal itself. As the night waned, the two returned to the bamboo grove, casually washing their trousers in the pond within the cave before donning them damply and succumbing to sleep. Chapter 77. That damn technique. Yawning, Lin Ye rose late into the afternoon, the sun's rays piercing his eyes. He had returned too late the previous night. Without kindling a fire, he had spent the night in damp trousers, yawning repeatedly. Where has that woman gone? He wondered, noticing the empty bamboo bed beside him. Situ Qing had already vanished. No way. Has she gone to find Xianghua and the others? This bold conjecture sent Lin Ye's heart racing, prompting him to grab his steel knife and rush outside. Not having ventured far, a familiar voice called from behind him. "Where are you going?" Lin Ye halted, turning to see Situ Qing at the gate, holding 2 wild chickens with a puzzled expression. "Damn, I thought you had gone off seeking revenge alone." "You vanished early this morning," he muttered as he walked back. Hearing Lin Ye's complaints, Situ Qing seemed taken aback, yet a trace of joy flickered within her. She could sense his concern for her. It's already noon, not morning anymore. Besides, I'm not foolish enough to seek revenge without why. Upon hearing the roar of the mighty beast, Huang Ziyu promptly beckoned Philan to follow her, approaching the gorilla's side, only to be struck dumb. Was this not the very pit she had previously fallen into with Lin Ye? Gazing into the abyss, a sense of perplexity washed over her, while the gorilla continued to bellow at the edge of the chasm. "Have you been here before?" Philan inquired. Huang Ziyu nodded and speculated. Surely they did not also fall down here. She rushed to the edge of the pit, calling out into the depths. Lin Ye, Situ Qing. "Are you down there?" "Lin Ye." Philan echoed her cries a few times. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the illuminated area, startling Huang Ziyu. The figure was smeared with mud and blood, unkempt, and clad in tattered clothing. Such an unexpected appearance would startle anyone. Quick-witted Philan seized a nearby branch and hurled it downward. "Ah, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Help, I don't want to die. Please save me." The figure pleaded. "Huh, it can speak." Philan halted his actions. "Is it him?" Huang Ziyu finally recognized the person. It was indeed Park Guochang, the very individual Lin Ye had pursued yesterday. What the other person? "Help, help." At that moment, another figure crawled out from the side, battered and gasping, struggling to speak. "Is it just you two down there? Where's Lin Ye?" Huang Ziyu shouted downwards. "They left us. They abandoned us. We were wrong. We truly realize our mistakes. Please help us up." Park Guochang knelt, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. "Are these the two who were spying in the banana grove yesterday?" Philan asked. "Indeed, they are not good people. Since Lin Ye is absent, let's continue our search without concern for them." Huang Ziyu was reluctant to offer assistance, intent on finding Lin Ye first. "Very well, let us proceed." Philan nodded in agreement. "Don't go. Please don't leave me. Help me, I beg you." The two moved about 10 meters away, still able to hear the lamentations and cries for help emanating from the pit. Clearly, the torment of the night and the darkness had shattered the resolve of the two trapped below, and upon witnessing Huang Ziyu's departure, despair etched their faces. Wait, something feels amiss. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow, observing the mud on a tree. What is it? Fei Lan inquired. I recall marking this path before. Why has it vanished? This route should lead to the bamboo grove. As she spoke, she scraped the mud with her dagger, revealing the etched markings. So that is how it is. Huang Ziyu then re-adhered the mud, suddenly grasping how Park Guochang had discovered the banana grove encampment. No wonder the gorilla had led them toward the bamboo cave. The markings along the way were likely those Lin Ye had obscured. Let us hurry. I now know where they are. Fei Lan, though bewildered by Huang Ziyu's declaration, refrained from questioning further, as he was unfamiliar with the area. Meanwhile, seated by the fire, Lin Ye savored the roasted mountain chicken, relishing its flavor. Albeit it could have used a touch more salt. Otherwise, it would have been exquisite. The mere presence of food is quite satisfactory, yet some still find reasons to complain. Why not ascend to the heavens instead? In contrast to Lin Ye's ravenous consumption, Situ Qing's demeanor at the table is considerably more refined. Oh, honk, honk. King Kong? Upon hearing this sound, Lin Ye set down the mountain chicken in his hand and hurried outside. Lin Ye, I knew you would be here. It is truly a relief to see you safe. Huang Ziyu exclaimed with excitement as she watched Lin Ye approach. What brings you both here? Lin Ye inwitted, glancing at Huang Ziyu and Fei Lan with a hint of confusion. It has been 2 days without a word from you. Everyone has been worried sick. Huang Ziyu chastised, giving Lin Ye a hearty pat on the back. Ouch! That same infuriating technique, that same infuriating strength. Lin Ye, I am so glad to see you unharmed. What about Situ Qing? Fei Lan said with a smile. She is inside. Lin Ye indicated toward the nearby enclosure. Let us go there first, and I will explain everything gradually. The two nodded in agreement, while King Kong darted off to play again. When we arrived earlier, we encountered those two individuals in the deep pit where we fell previously, Huang Ziyu recounted as she settled onto the bamboo bed. Those two brought this upon themselves. Let them fend for themselves. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement, fully supporting Lin Ye's perspective. It is not that she is heartless. Harboring even a sliver of compassion may endanger herself and her companions. Subsequently, Lin Ye shared the plans from the previous day, leaving Huang Ziyu and Fei Lan utterly astonished. Can it succeed? We shall see in 3 days. Whether it succeeds or not is inconsequential, Lin Ye shrugged. Huang Ziyu rested her chin in her hand. Does this mean we must stay here for 3 days? However, Chapter 78, King Kong delivers news. Lin Ye observed Huang Ziyu's hesitance and asked, But what is it? Huang Ziyu sighed. It is nothing, merely concern for their well-being. If we were to wait here for 3 days without any news, Luna will likely come searching for us. How about this? You two should return to deliver word. Situ Qing and I can manage here just fine. Lin Ye contemplated the necessity of someone returning to reassure their safety. No, I shall stay and assist you. Huang Ziyu firmly rejected Lin Ye's suggestion, resolutely refusing to leave. What about Uncle Fei Lan's opinion? Lin Ye turned to inquire. As for the plan you proposed, I am uncertain of its feasibility. I believe I should remain to assist you. Fei Lan pondered before concluding that as a man, his presence would be more beneficial than Huang Ziyu's. This left Lin Ye in a dilemma. Since he could not persuade them to leave, they might as well all stay. At that moment, Huang Ziyu's eyes lit up. We could send King Kong back to deliver the message. Lin Ye slapped his forehead in realization. What a peculiar thought process you have. It is indeed an excellent idea. He then summoned King Kong, inscribed a few words onto a bamboo slip, and affixed it around its neck with vines, instructing it to return with the message. Lin Ye spoke at length before King Kong, unsure if it comprehended his words, before vanishing into the bamboo grove with the engraved slip. Soon, 2 days had passed. Ague, why do I feel so drowsy these past 2 days, particularly lethargic? Xianghua yawned repeatedly, seemingly losing interest in the women around him. Huage, I must say, I share that sentiment as well. It's not just during the day. I find myself retiring early at night, which is quite peculiar. Prompted by Xianghua's observation, Ague also became aware of his physical state. He was uncertain of the underlying issue. This, of course, was the handiwork of Qin Hao, who, out of caution, dared not administer 2 potent doses at once. Including the 4 women, They had all appeared mentally disheveled in recent days. One must admit, the lad was rather clever and exercised a degree of prudence. Over the course of 2 days, he had administered just a bit each day, leaving Xiong Hua completely oblivious. Observing the drowsy women in the partition, Xiong Hua furrowed his brow, wondering if they had been given too little to eat, as each appeared utterly drained. You two, come here for a moment. Agibek wanted, King Ao Angel Jibiao. Qin Hao feigned a state of lethargy, while Ao de Biao yawned incessantly. Hirayi, Gai Yi, do you require something from us? Noticing their similar demeanor, Ague, who initially intended to inquire further, quickly realized the obvious. Never mind. Just ensure you provide more food to those women next time. They are on the verge of collapse. Of course, we shall seek food immediately, Qin Hao replied, pulling Ao de Biao along as they made their way out. Brother Hao, may I rest a bit before we head out? I am dreadfully fatigued. Ao de Biao protested with an unwilling expression. Qin Hao, of course, was merely pretending. He had not consumed any food laced with the floral toxin, yet to avoid exposure. He kept this from Ao de Biao. How about this? Once we reach the seaside, you can take a brief rest while I search for food. If you sleep here, Huagu will not be pleased. Very well, Ao de Biao relented, though he was reluctant. The formidable presence of Xiong Hua dissuaded him from protest. Watching the two depart, Ague furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that the lad had indeed poisoned them? This was merely a conjecture, lacking tangible evidence. Yet it had undeniably sparked Ague's suspicions. The brothers Peng Yunliang had employed a similar tactic to incapacitate Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. To validate his suspicions, Ague devised a plan. If it truly is you who has poisoned them, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He disclosed his suspicions to Xiong Hua, who responded, It is indeed possible. By heavens, when he returns, I shall dispose of him. Huagu, let's not be hasty. Here's what we shall do. Ague whispered a multitude of schemes into Xiong Hua's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiong Hua erupted in laughter. Excellent. Let's proceed with that plan, ha ha ha. As evening approached, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao returned leisurely, bearing only a few fish and crabs. Why have you brought back so little? Xiong Hua inquired. Hirayi. You may not be aware, but food is becoming increasingly scarce in this area. Qin Hao fabricated an excuse. He and Ao de Biao had already consumed a portion earlier, having previously refrained from hoarding food under the watchful eye of Pu Guochang. Now, with Pu Guochang absent and no one to monitor them, they had feasted before returning. Ao de Biao's gaze flickered slightly, as he was indeed not particularly adept at deceit. Everything was perceived by Xiong Hua, like a cunning old fox, had long seen through Qin Hao's anxious words, but chose not to expose him, recognizing that Qin Hao still held some utility. No worries, I mistakenly accused you. Hurry and roast the fish. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xiong Hua waved his hand, exchanging a covert glance with Ague, who understood the unspoken message. Once it's ready, bring the fish to my room, Xiong Hua declared before turning to walk towards the partition. After a short while, the fish was cooked. As was customary, Ague first distributed portions to several women. Noticing that they exhibited no unusual reactions after eating, he took 2 fish and proceeded towards the partition. During the day, he had concocted a flimsy excuse to send Ao de Biao away, ensuring that their daytime meal posed no risk. Tomorrow marked the 3rd day agreed upon with Lin Ye, and this time, the dosage was substantial. To avoid arousing Ague's suspicion, Qin Hao urged Ao de Biao to consume a fish as well. After more than an hour, Ao de Biao succumbed to a jipi slumbia. When calling out yielded no response, Qin Hao boldly approached Xiong Hua's partition, finding both men sprawled on the ground in deep sleep. Hiraye, Gaye, wake up, he gently prodded them, observing their lack of reaction. And remnants of fish bones scattered on the floor, Qin Hao realized that the effects of the drug had indeed taken hold. Hiraye, Gaye, Iapologis. But who doesn't aspire to be the boss? I am forced into this, he muttered as he bound the 2 men with the prepared vines, satisfied with their sturdy restraint before retreating. The night had fallen, and with the dawn, he intended to inform Lin Ye in the bamboo forest and hand over the captured individual for their disposal. Ague slowly opened one eye, murmuring, Hua Ge. The man has left. It turned out that both men were merely feigning unconsciousness, seeking to discern Qin Hao's true intentions. The fish had been deliberately scraped of its flesh. This lad speaks in riddles. Who is forcing him? With his demeanor, he still wishes to be the boss? Xianghua spat disdainfully. In a hushed tone, a Gue suggested, should I go out now and eliminate him? Xianghua shook his head. Our plan has only just begun. He is undoubtedly being manipulated by someone behind the scenes. With his cowardice, he is even inferior to Pu Guochang. How dare he poison us? What if we cannot control the situation? A Gue expressed his concerns. Xianghua fell into contemplation, acknowledging that this was indeed a dilemma, as a Gue was the only useful ally at his side. Come here. I will explain how we shall proceed. Chapter 79. The Road Ahead. Each goes their own way the following morning. Qin Hao checked on the two men in the partition, finding them still in the same position as the previous day. He also ensured that they were securely bound. Satisfied, he made his way towards the cave in the bamboo forest. Lin Ye, Qin Ji, are you there? Qin Hao's voice called out from beyond the railing, prompting Lin Ye and the others to emerge. Upon seeing two new faces, Huang Ziyu and Fei Land, Qin Hao felt a bit unfamiliar, but refrained from asking further questions. Is everything taken care of? Lin Ye inweeded. Lin Ye, everything is settled. I have incapacitated everyone with the poison, and I have also bound Xianghua and a Gue. We're now just waiting for you to arrive. Qin Hao replied with a sycophantic smile. Then let us proceed. Lead the way, C2 Qing stated coldly. Very well, Qin Hao responded. As Qin Hao arrived, he yearned for a moment of respite. However, the unyielding Situ Qing provided him no such opportunity. The journey was indeed lengthy. Over the past few days, she had fashioned numerous bamboo arrows in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ye, can we trust him? Huang Ziyu whispered in his ear. We shall act according to the situation at hand. Everything will proceed as I direct. The others nodded in agreement and followed Qin Hao as they advanced. Lin Ye, we are almost there, Qin Hao remarked, quickening his pace. Lin Ye nodded. You go ahead. We will join you shortly. Seeing Lin Ye's insistence, Qin Hao complied, perhaps doubting him. You three should conceal yourselves in the forest. I will scout ahead alone. If there is no danger, I will signal for you to come out. Lin Ye instructed the trio. I will accompany you. Situ Qing began to speak, but Lin Ye interrupted. We agreed that I would lead, Situ Qing. You will cover me with your bow in case of any unforeseen events. It was not that Lin Ye lacked trust in Qin Hao. Rather, he was wary of the cunning nature of Xianghua and felt the need to exercise caution. The three nodded in understanding, and Lin Ye proceeded forward. Qin Hao, where are they? Lin Ye inquired as he approached Qin Hao. Lin Ye, they have vanished, Qin Hao stammered. A wave of unease washed over Lin Ye, and he pointed his knife at Qin Hao, questioning, are you deceiving me? No, I swear, Lin Ye, I'm not lying. I personally tied them up and checked on them before I left this morning. If you don't believe me, look at the other compartments. They're all still unconscious. Qin Hao explained hastily. After hearing Qin Hao's account, Lin Ye swiftly checked the other compartments, discovering 4 women and a man of African descent, all fast asleep. He scrutinized Qin Hao closely, sensing he was not fabricating a tale, which only deepened the mystery. Lin Ye, I truly did not deceive you. I have no idea what happened. They have simply disappeared. Enough. I believe you are not lying, Lin Ye interjected, pondering the situation. Suddenly, a sound of applause echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, he found it was Xianghua and a Gue. Little Qin, I have treated you well. Yet you dare to betray me and poison us. Umph, Xianghua's distinct voice echoed. You are not poisoned? Qin Hao exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xianghua. Your petty tricks are merely remnants of schemes I have encountered before, Xianghua retorted, then turned to Lin Ye. Lin, it seems we meet again. You have gone to great lengths to deal with me. Haha, originally we had no quarrels, but it was you who sent someone to stir trouble, Lin Ye replied, gripping his steel knife tightly, ever wary of Gue. So, you have those two in your grasp? Xianghua narrowed his eyes. Lin Ye shook his head. I cannot claim to have them in my grasp. The wicked are destined to meet their fate. It is merely their misfortune. Brother Hua, stop wasting time with him. I will go take him down, a Gue interjected. Xianghua raised his left hand to stop a Gue. Lin, I actually admire you quite a bit. Would you consider joining me? Of course. You may set any conditions you desire. Hua Gue, I have erred grievously. I beseech your forgiveness. I am willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty. Please spare me. Before Lin Ye could utter a word, Qin Hao was struck with terror, hastily prostrating himself before Xianghua, fervently begging for mercy. Should Lin Ye acquiesce to Xionghua's demands, Qin Hao's purpose would be rendered futile. You are but a worthless wretch. Retaining you serves no purpose. A Gue declared, producing a wooden spike from behind and thrusting it toward Qin Hao. Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, intending to reveal that 3 others had accompanied them, a Gue mercilessly pierced his throat, silencing him utterly. Witnessing a Gue's ruthless action, Lin Ye was taken aback. Life and death hung in a breath's span. Fortunately, the final words remained unspoken. Brother Lin, have you reached a decision? Xianghua inquired with a smile. Lin Ye inhaled deeply, recognizing that since they were neither poisoned nor subdued, it was futile to remain and confront them. Ye, this place may not be suitable for me. I shall not impede your family affairs any longer. I take my leave. Xianghua's expression swiftly darkened from a smile to a fierce glare. Do you believe you may come and go here? No sooner had he spoken than a Gue lunged at Lin Ye with a wooden spike. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he gripped his steel blade tightly. Despite wielding a knife, he was no match for a Gue. Amidst the chaos, the sharp whistle of an arrow sliced through the forest. The piercing sound startled a Gue, halting his advance as he raised the wooden spike to deflect the arrow. With a resounding thud, he narrowly evaded the projectile and retreated hastily, only to be met by another arrow. A Gue rolled backward to avoid the bamboo shaft, leapt to the side, and seized a wooden plank, charging toward Xianghua. Bang! Bang, bang! Siduqing unleashed 3 consecutive arrows, all deftly intercepted by a Gue's wooden shield. These events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Ye no time to react. It seems you have reinforcements, Xianghua sneered. You're here as well? A Gue observed the slow emergence of Situ-Ching from the thicket, then glanced at the 2 shadowy figures behind her. Huagu, this is becoming troublesome. Holding the wooden plank in his left hand, a Gue positioned himself protectively before Xianghua. The plank, bound together with vines, was sufficient to ward off bamboo arrows. I said I want to leave, yet you refuse to let me. Lin Ye's perception of a Gue's skills deepened. That knight's encounter had been a stroke of luck when he managed to knock him unconscious. Facing him directly would likely result in a devastating defeat. Brother Lin, you jest. The road is wide and open. Go whichever way you please, Xianghua replied with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Initially expecting only Lin Ye, the sudden appearance of 3 others, combined with Situ-Ching's impressive archery that night, greatly unsettled him. Alongside Huang Ziyu and Lin Ye, should a confrontation ensue, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. I have no intention of retreating. Today, I shall avenge that knight's grievance, Situ-Ching snarled, swiftly knocking an arrow and drawing her bow with fluid grace. Lin Ye smacked his forehead, realizing that this woman was prone to impulsiveness. Bang! Bang! The bamboo arrows were all blocked by a Gue, inflicting no harm. At that moment, Situ-Ching discarded her bow and dagger and seized the dagger from Huang Ziyu's hand, charging forward. You've returned. Lin Ye lunged forward, attempting to seize her, but his grasp met only empty air. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his steel blade and charged after her without hesitation. Just in time. Upon seeing Sima Qing closing in for close combat, Gue let out a contemptuous snort, not retreating, but advancing instead. That fateful night, Sima Qing had been burdened by the need to protect Wang Qin, her movements restrained by caution. Now, unshackled and unburdened, she could unleash her full prowess. Her dagger slashed toward Gue in a swift, lethal arc crack. The wooden shield before him splintered at the corner, a stark reminder of the disadvantage his crude weapon imposed. Gue swung the shattered plank with brute force, aiming to crush her. At that very instant, Lin Ye arrived, his steel blade descending in a controlled, devastating strike. Gue, forced to parry once more, braced himself. Clang. The plank shattered entirely under the blade's ferocious power. Steel, after all, wielded far greater authority than a mere dagger. Today marks your end. Sima Qing, noting Gue's now weaponless hands, drove her dagger forward with ruthless precision. Even unarmed, what can you possibly do to me? Gue retreated step by step, yet his counter-moves were fluid, precise, trading blows with Sima Qing in a fierce, evenly matched duel. Lin Ye stood frozen at the periphery, utterly unable to intervene. Watch out! From somewhere unseen, Xianghua brandished a crude wooden staff and struck downward towards Sima Qing. distracted by Gui's relentless assault. She had no time to evade. Clang! A steel blade intercepted the blow, shattering the staff cleanly in two. You're my opponent. Attempting a cowardly strike from behind? Lin Ye had been watching Xianghua intently. The moment the staff lifted, he moved, warning Sima Qing even as his blade deflected the attack. Xianghua staggered backward, his wooden weapon hopelessly outmatched against cold, honed steel. Seizing Sima Qing's momentary lapse in focus, Gui drove a powerful kick in her chest. Thud! She crossed her arms just in time, yet the impact struck true, sending her reeling backward several paces. Umph! A low, pained grunt escaped her lips. Then, with a fierce push of her right leg against the earth, she surged forward once more, relentless, unbroken. This standoff won't end until one side lies defeated, Lin Ye murmured, anxiety tightening his chest before dashing after her without pause. I'll lend my strength. Huang Ziyu, seizing a fallen staff, rushed into the fray. Now the tide shifted, 3 against 2. With steel in their hands and unity in purpose, Lin Ye's group overwhelmed their adversaries utterly. Brother Hua, this is growing difficult. Find an opening and go. Now, Gui, evading Sima Qing's relentless strikes, bore fresh wounds across his shoulder, blood seeping through his garments, staining the fabric crimson. Opportunity flickered. Lin Ye, though armed with a blade, dared not swing wildly, fearful of striking his allies. Boy, today you die with me. Gui clenched his jaw, absorbed Huang Ziyu's strike without flinching, seized Lin Ye's wrist with both hands, and drove a crushing kick into his abdomen. Lin Ye, fall back. Huang Ziyu roared. Shit. Lin Ye grimaced, teeth bared in agony, but his grip on the blade remained ironclad, dragged forward by Gui's raw strength. He careened headlong toward Sima Qing, his body, powerless against Gui's sheer might, becoming little more than a human shield. Fearing she might wound Lin Ye, Sima Qing wrenched her dagger back mid-strike. Her lethal motion aborted in an instant. Now Gui wielded Lin Ye like a living barricade, swinging him left and right, using his body to deflect Sima Qing's thrusts, then Huang Ziyu's blows, turning his comrade into both shield and weapon in one brutal, unrelenting motion. It is not that Lin Ye does not wish to break free. Rather, that kick nearly caused him to expel the remnants of last night's meal. All his remaining strength was exerted in his grip. He truly dared not loosen his hold. If the knife were snatched away, it would be disastrous. Sidu Qing and Huang Ziyu were equally anxious, while Fei Land finally rushed forward. It is not entirely his fault for having watched the commotion for so long. He could contribute little, and having too many people might only lead to harm among their own. Damn it, targeting the honest ones, is it? Lin Ye was genuinely furious at this moment, feeling even inferior to the two women. With that, he opened his mouth wide and attempted to bite Gui's hand. You dog! Gui, in pain, forcefully pushed Lin Ye toward Situ Qing, who was struck head-on, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. At that moment, Fei Lan seized the opportunity and swung a stick at Xianghua. Xianghua tilted his head just in time, but still received the blow on his shoulder. Curse you! You old wretch! The impact of that strike was considerable, causing Xianghua's left shoulder to tremble. Grasping the half-broken stick, he aimed to retaliate against Fei Land, cursing vehemently. Damn it, to hell with you. Bang! Huang Ziyu intervened, blocking in front of Fei Land and delivering a kick to Xianghua's chest, causing him to grunt and fall to the ground. However, at that moment, Gui charged in and kicked Huang Ziyu, sweeping her shoulder and sending her flying sideways. Ziyu! Lin Ye, just rising to his feet, witnessed this scene and hurriedly ran towards Huang Ziyu, feeling utterly humiliated. For verses 2, and they were still sustaining injuries. Ye, let's go. Noticing the distance widening, Gu urgently called out to the just-risen Xianghua. All right, but after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, having been struck by an arrow. Xianghua cried out, clutching his right leg, which had been pierced. Gui, upon seeing Xianghua hit, felt his pupils dilate and turned to see the direction from which the arrow had come, but it was too late to evade. His left hand was pierced by an arrow shot from Sidu Qing, who stood not far away, having risen to retrieve her bow after Lin Ye knocked her down. At that moment, no one had noticed her movements. Sigh. Gui covered his injured arm and sighed deeply. Ziyu, are you all right? Lin Ye asked as he supported her. Gulf, I'm fine. Fei Land approached to assist Huang Ziyu in retreating. Kill or maim as you please, Ah Gue said, gazing at the fallen Xianghua, addressing Lin Ye and the others. It was not that he did not wish to flee at such close range. Situ Qing's arrows were impossible to block without any other means, especially since he had already sustained considerable injuries. Xianghua lay on the ground, screaming as blood streamed from his right leg. Of course I will kill you, Situ Qing coldly replied, drawing her bow taut. Ah Gue slowly closed his eyes. Stop. Just at that critical moment, Lin Ye suddenly interrupted. Everyone, including Ah Gue, looked at Lin Ye with puzzled expressions. What are you planning, Lin Ye? Situ Qing inquired. Lin Ye, along with Huang Ziyu and Fei Land, initially intended to persuade. Lin Ye waved his right hand and walked towards Ah Gue, who was left somewhat bewildered, wondering what was unfolding. Situ Qing was somewhat perplexed, yet her aim remained steadfast on Ah Gue. Do you wish to survive? Lin Ye halted 3 meters away from Ah Gue. Ah Gue was momentarily taken aback. Who wouldn't wish to live? Yet he was uncertain of Lin Ye's true intentions. Lin. No, Brother Lin, Master Lin, I want to live. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Before Gue could respond, the prostrate Xianghua vociferously begged for mercy. Ah Gue, quickly help me plead with them. I wish to live. I do not want to die. I am willing to offer my entire worth to buy my life. Chapter 81. What are the conditions? Lin Ye paid no heed to Xianghua's pleas and instead fixed his gaze intently on Ah Gue. What are your conditions? Ah Gue had not completely lost his composure and was aware that Lin Ye had terms to propose. If you agree to 3 conditions, I can intercede on your behalf to ensure your survival, and you may continue to reign as the leader in this area. I can also assist you when necessary. Lin Ye had previously conveyed this to Qin Hao, but this time it compelled Ah Gue to acquiesce to his 3 conditions. Ah Gue quickly agreed to him. I wish to live. Hurry and accept. Xianghua tugged at Ah Gue's trousers, shouting fervently. Ah Gue glanced down at Xianghua, furrowing his brow, then turned to Lin Ye and said, Fine, speak. Excellent, straightforward. My first condition, Lin Ye feigned mystery before pointing at Xianghua and stating emphatically, is to kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The very words echoed explosively in Xianghua's ears. No, no, do not kill me. Ah Gue, do not agree to him. He is surely deceiving you. Do not trust him. Not only was Ah Gue shocked, but even Situ Qing and the others behind them were baffled. What was this maneuver that compelled them to turn on one another? How can I trust you? What if you fail to uphold your promise? Indeed, do not believe him. He is surely deceiving you. Ah Gue, take me away. Let's leave this place. Xianghua continued his desperate attempts to sway Ah Gue. Do you truly have any options? Do not forget, I can take your life at any moment. Lin Ye indicated behind him. Ah Gue, gazing at the arrow pointed at him, closed his eyes and struggled internally for a long while. Indeed, he had no other choices left. Lin Ye remained patient, waiting as Xianghua incessantly attempted to manipulate Ah Gue's thoughts, though it likely bore little effect. After a while, Ah Gue suddenly opened his eyes wide. With the same method, the wooden spike pierced through Xianghua's throat, and he stared at Ah Gue in disbelief. You! Blood poured from Xianghua's mouth as Ah Gue forcefully pushed him away. Clap, clap, clap. Well. Lin Ye applauded repeatedly, uttering the word well 3 times. Now, tell me, what is your second condition? Ah Gue inquired. The second and third conditions are not urgent. I will inform you when the time comes. In truth, by killing Xianghua, you're also redeeming him. You are aware of the countless misdeeds he has committed. I understand that your heart is not inherently wicked. You simply followed the wrong crowd. Lin Ye's maneuver resembled the cunning of an old fox, persuading others to slay their own elder brother while commending the act. Nonetheless, one truth Lin Ye discerned was that Ah Gue had indeed chosen the wrong leader, steadfastly pursuing a misguided path. Is it truly so simple to let me go? Ah Gue inquired, unable to fathom what further assistance Lin Ye might require from him on the island. Perhaps it was his martial prowess that caught Lin Ye's attention. Yet it appeared he was not lacking in capable individuals, such as Situ Qing, who was equally formidable, and Huang Ziyu, whose skills also seemed commendable. Indeed, it was that straightforward. Lin Ye harbored no devious intentions akin to those of Xianghua. The thoughts within Lin Ye's mind were known solely to him. Would Lin Ye truly release him so easily? Situ Qing stepped forward, her brow furrowed in concern. I trust that Ague is a wise man and will no longer oppose us. Lin Ye reassured her, gently patting her shoulder before addressing Ague. Take care of your injuries and extend kindness to those you can. Lin Ye glanced toward the distant figures of the slumbering woman and Ao de Biao, believing that with Xiong Hua's troubles resolved, these individuals might fare better. Are you not afraid that I will seek revenge once I recover? Ague remarked, also glancing at the unconscious woman. Why not give it a try? Lin Ye had yet to respond when Si-Tu Ching took a step forward, issuing a veiled threat. Ague couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that this young man had a woman willing to stand up for him, a testament to his charm. In truth, you were mistaken from the outset. We ought to unite rather than engage in mutual slaughter. Do you not desire to return? Return? Is that even possible? Upon hearing the word return, Ague's expression darkened. Lin Ye spoke patiently. On this island, I have discovered far more than you, including not just us survivors, but also the indigenous inhabitants and pirates. Indigenous inhabitants? Pirates? Ague was taken aback. He had been unaware of these facts, having lingered here in anticipation of rescue, only to learn that Lin Ye possessed a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, and Xianghua truly deserved his fate. What he did warranted 100 deaths. However, you are different. You merely followed orders. Lin Ye paused before continuing. We have been trapped on this island for over a month now, and rescue is but a distant hope. Thus, we must unite and seek ways to save ourselves. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Ague seemed to grasp his intentions, perhaps realizing the rationale behind his own salvation. Very well, I understand. You know the cave in the bamboo forest, correct? Send someone every 5 days, and I will leave messages. Lin Ye, still not fully trusting Ague, could not divulge the location of the banana grove and instead devise a compromise. Enough. We have all sustained significant injuries. We shall take our leave. With a huff, Si-Tu Ching did not forget to cast a cold glance at Ague as they departed, to which Ague could only shake his head in resignation. For him, today marked the return of his life. Gazing at Xiong Hua's lifeless body, he resolved to bury him deeply, acknowledging the 8 years they had spent together. How can you so easily let him go? Si-Tu Ching questioned Lin Ye's actions during their journey. Lin Ye's words to Ague were also intended for their ears, and it appeared to have been in vain. I actually believe Lin Ye's actions were entirely justified. Fei Lan spoke up, asserting that the survivors should unite and not turn against one another. Lin Ye, your rescue of Ague may not be as simple as it seems. Huang Ziyu's voice was somewhat frail as she was supported by Lin Ye. Indeed, saving him also means saving those women. If Ague were to perish, the survival of the people here would be jeopardized. That Ao de Biao is merely a foolish giant, lacking any real capability. Why not become a saint then? If you care so much about others' lives? Si-Tu Ching expressed her disdain. It's not just that. I may eventually need him to help me rescue my heir. Let's not forget he still owes me 2 conditions. I am no saint myself. He possesses value that I can utilize, Lin Ye replied. But what if he recovers and denies those 2 conditions? Huang Ziyu inquired. Deny? You are all here, aren't you? It would be easy to persuade him otherwise with a bit of pressure, Lin Ye chuckled heartily. Humph. Si-Tu Ching and Huang Ziyu simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Chapter 82. The uninvited guest aside from Fei Land, the other 3 bore minor injuries, consisting primarily of swelling and bruises. After some discussion, they decided to rest for the night in a cave within the bamboo forest before returning, as there was no urgency. Lin Ye found himself quite nostalgic for this place. Walking along the beach, the sky gradually darkened, prompting the 4 to quicken their pace as they still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the bamboo grove. Wait, look over there, Fei Land exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the distant sea. That SA speedboat. Quick, everyone hide. Lin Ye recognized the silhouette and immediately recalled the pirates from that fateful night. They were armed with automatic weapons, and if discovered, their fate would surely be dire. Lin Ye hastily signaled for everyone to take cover in the nearby foliage. Why should we hide? A ship has finally arrived. C'est une question posée. That night, Luna and I spotted a similar speedboat by the shore. It was a pirate vessel, Lin Ye recounted, revealing the details of their encounter with the pirates. Now I understand. We truly must conceal ourselves, Fei Land affirmed. Look, the speedboat is getting closer, Huang Ziyu whispered, pointing towards the horizon. The speedboat was barreling towards the island at an approximate speed of 50 kilometers per hour, showing no signs of slowing down or veering off course. Wait, it seems there's no one on board, Lin Ye noted as Si-Tu-Ching remarked on the absence of people. Straining his eyes in the moonlight, he too confirmed the eerie emptiness. Unlike that night, when the speedboat was still 200 meters from shore and figures were visible, this time, there was nothing. Could it truly be uncrewed? Is it haunted? Huang Ziyu gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. As the vessel approached the shoreline, it continued at the same pace, seemingly unstoppable. It's going to crash onto the beach. With a thunderous roar, the engine grew louder as the speedboat surged onto the sand, moving forward several meters before flipping onto its side. The engine sputtered to a halt, and something was ejected from the boat, landing motionless on the beach. The twilight deepened, casting a hush over the shore. Lin Ye and his companions stood roughly 100 meters from the capsized speedboat, their vision obscured by the gathering gloom. Shall we approach and investigate? Si-Tu-Ching asked, turning to the group for consensus. By all means. We must seize this unexpected opportunity, Lin Ye replied without hesitation. I'll go first. Si-Tu-Ching, you follow closely behind me, providing cover. You too, stay put. He assigned roles with quiet authority, ever mindful that caution was the wisest companion in uncertainty. Lin Ye, be careful, Huang Ziyu murmured, voice edged with quiet concern. Lin Ye gave a slight, reassuring nod and advanced slowly toward the vessel, Si-Tu-Ching gliding silently in his wake. When he reached the overturned stern, he crouched low, tilting his head cautiously to peer inside. Empty. Huh, truly no one. Lin Ye, anything amiss? Si-Tu-Ching had drawn near, her voice a soft whisper. He shook his head. Blood, much of it, inside the cabin. There. She pointed toward the nearby shore, gently tugging his sleeve. Following her gesture, he saw it, the object hurled from the vessel during its violent capsize. A human body, motionless upon the sand. Lin Ye swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the steel blade, and crept forward with deliberate silence. Whip! A bamboo arrow whistled past his ear. Si-Tu-Ching had loosed it without warning. Lin Ye flinched violently. Sister, could you please warn me next time? That startled me dreadfully. The arrow stood upright in the sand, mere inches from the corpse's temple. The body remained utterly still, no tremor, no breath, no sign of life. Emboldened, Lin Ye stepped forward and knelt beside it. At last, he took in the full picture, a broad-shouldered man, rugged in features, unmistakably Han in ancestry, his powerful frame slack upon the shore. Lin Ye pressed 2 fingers to the man's throat, pulse faint, breath shallow, almost imperceptible. He is still breathing, barely. Lin Ye called out, gently rousing him. Hey, wake up. Come back to us. Si-Tu-Ching knelt beside him, lifted the man's shirt, and Lin Ye saw it at once. 2 small, dark wounds in his abdomen, each no larger than soybeans, oozing blood in rhythm with the man's weakening breath. He has been shot, beyond saving. Lin Ye refused to yield so easily. He slapped the man's cheeks, firm, urgent, then paused, sighed, and waved to Huang Ziyu and the others in the distance, beckoning them forward. No wonder we saw no one aboard. The man must have collapsed from his wound, and the boat continued on autopilot. Huang Ziyu arrived, voice calm but grave. I'll inspect the speedboat, see if it's still operational, Fei Londa said, glancing at the fallen man. You know how to operate such a vessel? He nodded. I once owned one, sailed it several times. Not an expert, but competent enough. Then by all means proceed. Lin Ye gesturet dismissively. Cough, cough, cough. The man on the sand stirred violently. Perhaps Lin Ye's slaps had stirred some final ember of consciousness. Lin Ye swiftly cradled his head upon his forearm, bracing his legs beneath the man's shoulders for support. Save me, please, the man rasped, blood welling at the corners of his mouth. What happened? Were you boarded by pirates? Which nation's waters are we nearest? Lin Ye pressed, questions tumbling forth like stones down a cliff. Pirates attacked, I fled, blood spilled freely now, staining his lips with each broken syllable. Then, with the final breathless whisper of his head lolled sharply to the side, still. Hey, wake up, please. Lin Ye shook the man for quite a while, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. He had perished. Si-Tu-Ching gently touched his neck, withdrew her hand, and sighed, alas. This is truly unfortunate. I have gleaned nothing. Lin Ye exhaled deeply, scooped up a handful of sand, and hurled it into the distance. Huang Ziyu approached and softly patted Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye searched the man's body, but found no useful information. So he casually dug a hole in the sand and buried him. It mattered little where he was interred. It was likely that before long, wolves or other beasts would unearth him to feast, as the scent of decaying flesh would surely attract carnivorous animals. This was the reason no corpses were visible on the deserted island, despite the many scattered survivors. Perhaps some had even been consumed by sharks before reaching the shore. Uncle Phelan, what do you think? Is it still usable? After tending to the body, Lin Ye dusted off his hands and approached the speedboat. Look at this. Phelan pointed to the ground. Lin Ye, illuminated by the moonlight, observed a handgun, several cans of meat, a toolbox, and various other items strewn about, though he did not examine them closely. Who could even use this handgun? Lin Ye said. He was aware of the gun's value, yet regrettably, he lacked the skill to wield it. Chapter 83. Swift returns. Situ Ching swiftly seized the handgun, which danced gracefully in her hands. With a few clicks, she toyed with it and ejected the magazine. It was devoid of bullets, rendering it akin to a hunk of scrap metal. Lin Ye sighed at the misfortune, surmising that the man had emptied the magazine while fleeing. He turned to Phelan and inquired, "Can the boat be operated?" "There is a third of the fuel remaining. For a small speedboat like this, a full tank can cover roughly 500 kilometers. But we want to know if it can be started until we push it into the sea," Phelan replied. "So, are you suggesting that even if it can be started, it might only travel about 100 kilometers?" Lin Ye contemplated the vastness of the ocean, pondering where that distance would lead them. "Yes, theoretically," Phelan shrugged. "Let us first see if we can get the boat into the water." Lin Ye beckoned the three others over. "All right. The speedboat is about 5 or 6 meters from the water. Everyone get ready. On the count of 3, we will push together. 1, 2, 3. The 4 of them exerted their strength, causing the boat to wobble but not advance an inch. "This isn't working, Lin Ye. We can't move it at all. Despite its small size, it weighs at least 1 or 2 tons, Phelan gasped. "Never mind. Let us leave it here for now and call for help later to devise a way to get it into the water." Lin Ye gestured dismissively. "Let us gather everything inside. Perhaps it will all prove useful. These cans will take care of our hunger tomorrow." Lin Ye urged the 3 to scavenge the contents of the speedboat before heading towards the bamboo grove. "Lin Ye, what are you thinking about?" Huang Ziyu asked, observing Lin Ye sitting by the fire, gazing into the sky lost in thought. "Oh, it's nothing, just pondering," Lin Ye replied, snapping back to reality. "Please feel free to express any concerns you may have. Holding them serves no purpose, and we can brainstorm solutions together." Huang Ziyu shot him a glance. While Lin Ye took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "I have been contemplating the fact that the speedboat has approached from the same direction on 2 consecutive occasions. That direction may very well indicate the presence of a pirate base." He continued, "Based on the fuel consumption of the speedboat, if it were fully fueled, it could be located as far as approximately 300 kilometers from us, but it might be merely a few dozen kilometers at its nearest point. Phelan's calculations are not without merit. Beyond 40 kilometers, visibility diminishes significantly." After taking a sip of water, he paused. "I cannot shake the feeling that there is some connection among these islands. If the speedboat is operational, I wish to explore the island we observed last time." That night, while eavesdropping on the pirates, I heard them mention Zimu Island. Perhaps the location they occupy is the mother island, and the small island we saw could be the child island. Is it possible that the materials acquired by the pirates are stored on that child island? It's no wonder the 2 men who sailed last time lost their way and were ambushed. But wouldn't it be more prudent to store the goods on the mother island, given its size and better concealment? What secrets might this island harbor? Lin Ye pondered it, yet the thoughts eluded him, so he decided to let them go. "You mentioned that island might harbor pirates. Why would you want to go?" Huang Ziyu inquired. "We must find a way to return, don't we? Given the absence of passing ships for so long, combined with the incident involving the man from today, I suspect this area is under the control of pirates," Lin Ye expressed, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression on the island, an intangible weight that was difficult to articulate. "Your idea is indeed commendable. You should take me along." Situ Ching seemed to grasp Lin Ye's intention. "Count me in as well. I will accompany you," Huang Ziyu added, casting a teasing glance at Situ Ching. "Why would you come along? You witnessed the wild boars and wolves leaping about. Pirates are merciless," Lin Ye warned her. "I'm not afraid of people. Rather, I fear beasts," Huang Ziyu retorted with a huff, feeling somewhat exposed by Lin Ye's remark. Lin Ye found her logic perplexing. She was unafraid when facing the likes of Xiong Hua and A Gue, yet terrified by snakes and wolves. "Enough," Everyone should rest for now. We will return to Bajiaolin at dawn. The following morning, Lin Ye awoke from a drowsy slumber to the sensation of something furry brushing against his nose. A yawn escaped him, startling the other three awake as he slowly opened his eyes. Goodness, you nearly gave me a fright. Upon fully awakening, he realized it was Jin Gang sitting beside him, baring its teeth in a grin, nearly causing Lin Ye to tumble off the bamboo bed. The others, recognizing Jin Gang, paid it no mind. Jin Gang, could you refrain from such antics in the future? You nearly scared my soul out of me, Lin Ye said, patting Jingong's large head. However, Huang Ziyu was stifling a giggle nearby. What is the matter? Huang Ziyu asked upon hearing Lin Ye's voice. As Lin Ye stroked Jingong's head, he noticed a small stick hanging from its neck, inscribed with two curvy characters. He carefully removed it to examine the writing. Sugi, alarmit, Lin Ye iklamit. This could indicate trouble. Huang Ziyu took the small wooden stick and handed it to the other two, the four of them wearing solemn expressions. We must hurry back, said Fei Land, a sense of urgency washing over him as he grew concerned for Luna. Situ Qing shared the same worry for Wang Qin's safety, realizing that those two words conveyed little information. Uncle Fei Land, please don't rush. The journey is not short. Let's first satisfy our hunger before we set off, Huang Ziyu suggested. Fei Land understood that panicking was futile. Even if they raced back, it would take at least 4 hours at best. The four of them opened several cans of food and began to eat. To travel light, they hid the unfinished cans and the items scavenged from the speedboat beside the waterhole, as these supplies were crucial and they wished to keep them from Ah Gui's discovery. Let us go, Fei Land said, his worry for Luna evident as he barely touched his food, following closely behind Jin Gang. Lin Ye mirrored the concern, his brow furrowed. It had only been 5 or 6 days, yet something seemed amiss. As they passed a deep pit, Lin Ye glanced down and was taken aback. Where were the figures of Pu Guochang and Peng Yunyang? Only a foul odor emanated from below, a pungent assault on the senses. Hey, where are you? I'm here to rescue you. If you don't respond, I'll leave. Lin Ye called down several times, but receiving no reply and realizing many areas were out of sight, he turned to Huang Ziyu. Let us go, Lin Ye. Perhaps those two have perished, Huang Ziyu urged, wrinkling his nose at the stench. After they departed, a pair of eyes in the darkness fixated on the cave's entrance, revealing a sinister grin. Chapter 84. Guasha throughout the journey. Lin Ye felt an unsettling disquiet, but the haste of their travel left little time for contemplation. Lin Ye, you finally returned, Wang Qin exclaimed as she rushed out to greet the four of them. Lu Dan also hurried out. What has happened? Lin Ye inwided, noticing the bamboo strip inscribed with the words return swiftly. Luna and Maishin are both burning with fever, and Ingzi went out to find herbs. She has been gone for a day and a night, Wang Qin stammered, glancing at the others. What? Luna has a fever? Upon hearing this, Fei Land disregarded everything else and dashed toward the thatched hut. Lin Ye exchanged a worried glance with Huang Ziyu and hurried inside. The three were lying on the hay, unconscious. They're so hot. How long has this been going on? Lin Ye asked. 3 days, Lu Dan replied. We initially thought it was just a common cold, but... Her and Wang Qin's eyes were bloodshot, dark circles prominent, clearly lacking sleep as they tended to the three. What of Ingzi? What herbs was she searching for? Huang Ziyu inquired, gently touching the three lying on the hay before turning to Wang Qin. With a sigh, Wang Qin explained, seeing them all with such high fevers. Ingzi, who had studied traditional medicine for a time and knew some herbs, went out alone to search for them. That's sheer folly, Lin Ye chastised sternly. Lin Ye, Sister Ingzi, is also anxious to save people, and now she is still missing. Please do not be angry for the time being, Lu Dan softly explained as she noticed Lin Ye's frustration. On this island, there are no medicines. Even a slight cold could be fatal, let alone considering the high fever symptoms of the three individuals. Luna, can you hear your father's voice? Father has returned. Fei Lan de Digli clasped Luna's hands. Cough, father, you are back. Where is brother Lin Ye? Luna's voice was somewhat weak. I am here, Luna, I am right here. It is merely a slight cold and fever. Do not worry, it will be fine in a couple of days. Lin Ye sipped sit beside Luna. I want to drink water. Her voice was frail with a hint of hoarseness. Here, drink. He accepted the water bottle from Wang Qin and gently offered her a small sip. Brother Lin Ye, you have returned? I feel a bit cold. My whole body is cold. At that moment, Shishan slowly opened her eyes, wrapping her arms around herself, her legs drawn up, her lips trembling slightly. Her sister also seemed to awaken, appearing somewhat weak without uttering a word. She managed to present a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, acknowledging the group before glancing at her sister with a hint of concern in her eyes. Lin Ye also fed the two sisters some water, but they each only took a small sip. Quick, bring more hay and start another fire next to Shishan. Lin Ye removed the only piece of clothing he had and draped it over Shishan. She seemed to feel a chill. Her condition was serious and required sweating it out. Soon, Lu Dan brought over a considerable amount of hay, and Lin Ye covered Shishan with it. Yu, come over and hold her, let her sweat it out. Huang Zi nodded and immediately laid down next to Shishan, hugging her tightly. Lin Ye, what about the two of them? Should we use the same method? Si Tu Qing inquired upon seeing the situation. Lin Ye pondered for a moment before addressing the women in the room. Do any of you know how to perform Gua Sha? Gua Sha? Someone has done it for me before, but I do not know how. Wang Qin shook her head. The other three also nodded in agreement. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and said, I can do it. When I had a fever as a child, my grandmother used this method to help reduce it. Can Gua Sha really reduce fever? Lin Ye, you should quickly help Luna with it, Philanda urged Lin Ye, anxious at the thought of Gua Sha's potential benefits. Lin Ye looked at Philanda and replied, But what? Do you need any tools? I can go find them, Philanda asked hurriedly. Oncle Philanda. Gua Sha requires removing the upper garment, and since I am a male, you understand what I mean, right? Lin Ye did not deceive him. If Philanda were not present, he would have proceeded without hesitation. However, with the father present, he felt it necessary to seek his approval, especially since the women in the room were unfamiliar with Gua Sha. I thought it was something else. It's all right. Besides, it's for saving a life. I will go outside and keep watch for you. Philanda assumed they were lacking tools, but it turned out that it was simply a matter of removing shirt, and he was willing to assist, especially since his daughter admired Lin Ye. Before departing, he cast a glance at Luna, who nodded solemnly to her father. Upon overhearing that the Gua Sha treatment required complete disrobing, Maishin's cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment, prompting her to close her eyes and feign sleep. Meanwhile, Shishan had long since fallen asleep in Huang Zi's embrace, her body occasionally trembling slightly, which caused Huang Ziyu to tighten his hold protectively. Lin Ye carefully carved 2 smooth wooden pieces with a dagger, then poured a little water mixed with sea salt into a bamboo bowl. The onlookers were somewhat perplexed by his method. Why just stand there? Come help quickly, someone urged. All right, I'm coming, came the reply. Wang Qin and Lu Dan assisted Luna to sit up, with her back turned to Lin Ye. Sidu Qing helped remove her blouse. Gazing upon Luna's immaculate and flawless back, Lin Ye hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Where are you looking? Focus, Huang Ziyu chided, lying beside Shishan. Catching Lin Ye's lecherous gaze, he gently kicked him. Clearing his throat, Lin Ye said, Luna, the Gua Sha might hurt a bit. Please bear with it. It's all right, brother Lin Ye. I'm not afraid of pain. Please proceed. Luna responded softly, closing her eyes gradually. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Her skin reddened progressively. As Lin Ye increased the pressure, Luna clenched her teeth, enduring the searing pain that radiated through her entire body whenever he scraped the same spot repeatedly. Luna, endure a little longer. It will soon be over, Wang Qin whispered sympathetically, observing her distressed expression. She did not utter a sound. Half an hour later, 4 vivid red marks had appeared, transforming from bright crimson to a dark maroon hue. All right, put your clothes back on, but no underwear for now. You need to lie face down to rest, Lin Ye instructed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The fire was too close, making it uncomfortably warm. Gently supporting Luna. Wang Qin lowered her down. Would lying face down be uncomfortable? She asked. Side lying is fine too, Lin Ye replied. Realizing the floor was covered with dry grass, and that lying face down might indeed be inconvenient. Then he called outside Uncle Philan. I need you to fetch some fresh water from the river. Huh? Oh, all right, I'll go right away, Philan responded. Initially worried that Luna might be too weak to concentrate, but promptly fetched a bottle for water by the river. When Philan returned with the water, Wang Qin met him at the door. How is Luna now? He asked, hesitant to enter for fear of causing embarrassment since she might still be without clothes. Uncle Philan, Luna just finished her Gua Sha treatment. Don't worry, we are taking good care of her. Please wait outside for now, Wang Qin assured him. All right, he replied. Wang Qin then closed the wooden door, as Maishin and her sister also required treatment, making it inconvenient for Philan to enter at the moment. After a brief rest, Lin Ye approached Meishan. Meishan, I'll help you with the gua sha now. All right, go ahead, she replied shyly nodding. Thus, Lin Ye busied himself for over 2 hours, administering gua sha to the 3 women. That is enough for now. Boil some hot water for them to drink. You take care of them for a while. Wang Qin, come with me outside, Lin Ye said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and beckoning Wang Qin to follow him out. As Lin Ye emerged, Fei Land approached him. Uncle Fei Land, do not worry. There are people inside to take care of them. Lin Ye spoke first, then turned to Wang Qin, inquiring about the direction in which Yingzi had departed. Wang Qin pointed towards the waterfall, stating Yingzi headed upstream towards the waterfall, armed with a steel knife and a bottle of water. Lin Ye seek it, noting that there was still some time before nightfall. I shall go take a look. You cannot go alone. I will accompany you. Si-Tu Qing interjected as she pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside. Wang Qin, initially concerned, felt reassured when Si-Tu Qing volunteered to accompany Lin Ye. After all, should any danger arise, the two could support one another. May I join as well? Fei Land chimed in. No need, Uncle Fei Land. You stay here to look after them. Lin Ye declined a suggestion. Equipped with their weapons, the pair made their way upstream towards the waterfall, taking a slightly circuitous route. It seems she indeed ventured this way, Si-Tu Qing remarked as she squatted beside a trampled blade of grass. Let's quicken our pace. If we delay until tonight, it will be 2 days and nights. The longer we take, the slimmer the hope of finding her, Lin Ye said, furrowing his brow and walking ahead in silence. Fortunately, Si-Tu Qing was attentive, observing the flora and fauna along the path to avoid straying off course. At that moment, Lin Ye noticed something glimmering in the distance and hurried over to pick it up. It was the heart-shaped necklace that Yingzi often clasped in her hands at night. Placing it on her forehead in prayer. She has been here. She must be nearby. Come, let us hasten, Lin Ye declared, placing the necklace in his pocket and resuming his search, with Si-Tu Qing closely trailing him, her brow furrowed in concern. Lin Ye, we cannot proceed any further. Si-Tu Qing suddenly grasped his arm. She must be close. We should continue searching. What if we miss her? Lin Ye insisted. Si-Tu Qing shook her head and pointed to the sky. It is nearly dark. We must return immediately. Have you considered how far we have traveled? Lin Ye said, realizing he had not kept track. A glance at his watch revealed that 3 hours had passed since their departure from the banana grove, and indeed, the sun was setting. Seeing Lin Ye's expression, Si-Tu Qing stated with precision, I estimate we have covered approximately 3 kilometers. And it is unlikely Yingzi has gone far in search of herbs. After surveying their surroundings, she continued from the spot where you found the necklace. There are no signs of human presence along the path. It is possible we have taken a wrong turn. However, Lin Ye remained unconvinced. No boots. I can accompany you to search again at dawn. We must return now, Si-Tu Qing asserted, firmly grasping Lin Ye's arm as she began to lead him back. Hey, Lin Ye called a few times, but she seemed unperturbed, pulling him along. He shook his head, contemplating returning to search at first light. Though Yingzi was not one to speak much and embodied the quintessential devoted wife, she was genuinely kind-hearted, taking care of the household tasks and ensuring everyone was well fed. Grasping his hand firmly, as if fearful that he might break free and refuse to accompany her, Si-Tu Qing led Lin Ye onward. Lin Ye smiled faintly. This woman seemed rather endearing. When Lin Ye lifted his gaze towards her, his pupils dilated instantly, his face overtaken by terror as he shouted loudly, Be careful. Quickly. Lie down. Startled by Lin Ye's warning from behind, Si-Tu Qing instinctively turned to inquire, but before she could, Lin Ye lunged towards her. The ripping sound of fabric was accompanied by Lin Ye's agonized cry as both tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Si-Tu Qing finally discerned the creature, a leopard. Licking its claws. Lin Ye, are you all right? Get up quickly, Si-Tu Qing urged. Rising, she observed Lin Ye's back. His garment was shredded by the leopard's claws. 5 deep gashes bleeding profusely. Damn, he has been hit. The pain contorted Lin Ye's features. All of this transpired in a flash. Had Lin Ye not thrown himself on his Si-Tu Qing, that claw strike might have resulted in her tragic demise. Stay behind me, Si-Tu Qing instructed, removing the bow and knocking an arrow, ready to release at a moment's notice. What nonsense is this? I'm a grown man. I'm not going to hide behind you, Lin Ye retorted, gritting his teeth against the pain as he gripped his steel knife tightly, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the leopard. The beast, having finished licking the blood from its claws, staggered forward, seemingly seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. It emitted a low growl, akin to a cat's warning hiss, but somehow different. Its limbs gradually bent downward. "It's coming. Be careful," Situ Ching warned hastily. Responding to her caution, the leopard charged rapidly. The distance between them was already minimal. Closer and closer it came. Situ Ching's arrow had yet to fly, and Lin Ye's forehead was slick with cold sweat. With a swift whoosh, Situ Ching finally released the first arrow when the leopard was but 2 meters away, the projectile piercing its abdomen. Inertia carried the leopard forward even as it collapsed. Situ Ching kicked Lin Ye aside and dodged to the side herself. The leopard howled as it hit the ground, but quickly rose again. Denying it any respite, Situ Ching loosed several arrows in rapid succession. Though wounded in the belly, the leopard seemed unfazed, its speed and agility undiminished. Dodging Situ Ching's bamboo arrows, the leopard appeared wary of her weapon, no longer charging as recklessly as before. "This beast is incredibly nimble," Lin Ye murmured weakly, blood streaming from his back and reeling from Situ Ching's earlier kick. At this rate, he feared he would not survive. Chapter 86. Injured and unconscious animals like this leopard, though small in stature, wield deadly claws and teeth as their lethal arsenal. Its movements were exceedingly swift. The previous arrow had missed its heart. "We must find the right moment and then retreat," Situ Ching advised. After firing several arrows, she found it increasingly difficult to predict the leopard's actions, for the creature had become aware of their tactics. With a leap, the leopard bounded into a nearby thicket. Vanishing from their sight, Lin Ye was left momentarily bewildered. Situ Ching wore a grave expression. "If it confronts us head-on, we might still manage, but now the situation has grown far more perilous." Perhaps it fled in pain? Lin Ye had glimpsed its abdomen earlier, blood oozing from a gaunt, hollowed belly. Clearly starved for days. Situ Ching shook her head. Leopards are masters of ambush. Having suffered injury, it has now vanished into concealment, lurking somewhere in the shadows, biding its time for a fatal strike. She raised her bow, eyes scanning the surrounding thicket with sharp vigilance. "Quickly, fashion a makeshift bandage from your own garment. Otherwise, you'll bleed out before long." "Understood." Lin Ye drove his steel blade deep into the earth before him, then tore off his tattered upper robe. Since the wound lay across his back, he wrapped the cloth tightly over one shoulder and across his chest, knotting it firmly. Situ Ching observed his crude dressing with a faint, troubled frown, but in this moment, it was all they could manage. "Stay close to me. We'll retreat slowly, step by step." Lin Ye nodded, his voice tight. A searing pain radiated from his back, coursing through his limbs, yet adrenaline surged, sharpening his senses and lending frail strength to his trembling frame. Clatter, clatter. The leopard's swift, rhythmic footfalls echoed through the undergrowth, drawing nearer, shifting left, then right. A phantom rhythm in the green hush. Situ Ching pivoted, bow drawn, her gaze darting between the rustling fronds. "Ruhuar!" A thunderous roar split the air, then, in a blur of tawny muscle and gleaming claws, the beast lunged from the foliage, aiming straight for Lin Ye's throat. "Beast!" Lin Ye rejoiced violently, arching his spine backward just in time, his arms snapping upward as he brought the steel blade down in a desperate, sweeping arc-clang. The blade struck its forelimb, not with the edge, but the blunt back, hastily swung, ineffective. The leopard barely flinched. Yet Lin Ye's cheek bore a fresh gash, shallow but stinging. A mere graze of claw. Thud! His backward lurch sent him crashing onto the forest floor, his injured back striking the earth with a jolt. Fortunately, thick shrubbery cushioned the fall, though contact with the wound sent a white-hot lance of agony through him, sharp and unrelenting. Twang! Situ Ching seized the opening, her bowstring released with a crisp snap. The arrow buried itself deep in the leopard's haunch. Grrrl! Another guttural snarl tore from its throat, then, like smoke, it dissolved back into the verdant gloom. Lin Ye ground his teeth, inhaling sharply through clenched jaws. "Help me up, quickly. Are you all right? Can you endure?" Situ Ching rushed to his side, steadying him with firm hands. Her eyes fell upon his back, the cloth already saturated, darkened with fresh blood seeping through the knot. Manizing. That creature is cunning, far more calculating than I'd imagined. It fights with strategy. He rose shakily, gripping his blade for balance, knees unsteady beneath him. Silence reigned. The woods lay utterly still, No rustle, no whisper, only a taut, suffocating quiet stretching minute after minute. It's testing our endurance, Situ Jing murmured, voice low and edged with urgency. But we cannot afford this stalemate. We must leave now. Without hesitation, she loosed 3 arrows toward the thicket where the leopard had vanished. Don't waste your arrows, Lin Ye warned. If we don't flush it out, you will die. She replied, unflinching, and fired again and again. Fwip, fwip, fwip. She brought only 30 arrows, and in swift succession, 20 found their flight into the dense foliage. Grillel, alo, wounded growl answered from the depths of the forest. It must have been struck. It remained in that direction, motionless, displaying its cunning nature. Situ Ching loosed several arrows towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a leopard burst forth from the thicket, rustling the leaves in its wake. It lunged at Situ Ching, its front paws flailing in the air, jaws agape, intent on tearing her apart. An arrow feather was lodged in its back, a remnant of Situ Ching's earlier blind shot, and blood streamed from its wounds. The beast had finally revealed itself, with the distance too close to knock another arrow. Situ Ching discarded her bow and seized Lin Ye's steel knife. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Ye shouted in panic. Faced with the attacking leopard, she advanced rather than retreating, raising the knife to strike. The blade struck the leopard's foreleg with a sharp sound, and Situ Ching rolled to the side, evading its attack. Springing back to her feet, the leopard crashed to the ground with a dull thud. It slowly rose, but the deep wound in its foreleg, compounded by 3 arrow injuries, hampered its movement. The injured leopard attempted to flee into the forest, yet its wounds rendered it sluggish. Situ Ching seized the opportunity, retrieving her arrows and aiming at the leopard. Without the previous swiftness, the leopard failed to evade a single arrow, and the remaining projectiles embedded themselves in its body. With a final roar, the leopard succumbed to the ground. It is finally dead, she thought, feeling a sense of relief. As the leopard fell, Lin Ye relaxed, nearly collapsing as well. Lin Ye, hold on a little longer. We must leave this place, Situ Ching urged, swiftly supporting him. Lin Ye took a deep breath and nodded. Darkness was approaching, and the scent of blood could attract other beasts, complicating their situation. Situ Ching quickly extracted the arrows from the leopard's body and assisted Lin Ye as they hurried back. The night deepened, and Lin Ye's vision blurred. He stumbled over roots several times, but was steadied by Situ Ching. Lin Ye, just a little further. We're almost there. I feel a bit tired. Lin Ye's voice weakened, his legs losing strength. You must not sleep. We're almost there. Just hold on, Situ Ching insisted, draping Lin Ye's arm over her shoulder, bearing most of his weight. All right, I will try. Lin Ye's words faded, and his head began to droop to the side. Situ Ching was unprepared and fell to the ground along with him. Hey, Lin Ye, wake up. Don't sleep, wake up. She glanced around. Despite her calls, only Lin Ye's faint breaths echoed in response. Situ Ching smacked her forehead in frustration. How could he not hold on just a little longer? They could not remain here. Consider this repayment for your earlier assistance. Gritting her teeth, Situ Ching hoisted Lin Ye onto her back and headed towards the banana grove. Chapter 87. Awakening, Lin Ye found himself in a long, drawn-out dream, lying on a bed with many voices calling out to him. He wished to open his eyes and see the figures beckoning him, yet he could not lift his heavy eyelids. It has already been 2 days and nights. Do not worry, everything will improve. I shall fetch some water to cleanse his body. Allow me to take care of it, and I shall also wash him down there, in a state of drowsiness. Lin Ye heard the sound of a woman weeping and sighing beside him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lin Ye's small hand stirred slightly. He moved. Lin Ye's fingers had just twitched. Luna had remained by Lin Ye's side, her gaze unwavering, and that minuscule movement caught her attention. Hearing Luna's excited voice, everyone gathered around. At that moment, Huang Ziyu, who had just entered with 2 bottles of water, dropped them and hurried over to Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye, how are you? Can you hear me? Lin Ye gidge, cough, water, water. Lin Ye slowly opened his dim eyes. His throat felt dry and scratchy, his words barely coherent. Quickly, bring water. Huang Ziyu leaned closer to him and finally understood his request. Lu Dan promptly rushed to fill a bamboo bowl with water and handed it to Huang Ziyu. Gulp, cough. Cough. Where's this? Lin Ye swallowed a few mouthfuls of water, feeling much better. Lin Ye gidge, of course, we are in the thatch cottage of the banana grove. Have you been sleeping too deeply? But you are awake now. I thought you. Luna's voice trailed off as she leaned on Lin Ye, her tears uncontrollably falling onto his chest. Philanda refrained from intervening, allowing her to weep. All right, you are grown now, yet still crying. I have awakened, haven't I? Lin Ye genti patit herschuldet. Everyone has worked hard, he said, nodding to each person as a form of greeting. Lin Ye observed Huang Ziyu's heavy dark circles. She gazed at him with deep affection, tears welling in her eyes. However, noticing Luna leaning on Lin Ye, she hesitated, unsure how to express herself. Lin Ye winked at her, urging her to speak. What is there to hide? No, it's nothing. I'm just so glad you have awakened. Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you to eat. Huang Ziyu rubbed her eyes, wiping away the tears that were on the verge of falling. Lin Ye looked at the people around him. Luna and Maishan, the two sisters, seemed to have improved after Lin Ye's treatment. They were still somewhat weak, but could move around normally. Philanda and Wang Qin were managing all matters of the camp, while Huang Ziyu continuously cared for Lin Ye. And Luna, despite her frail condition, stayed vigilantly by his side. Lin Ye patted her head, calling her a silly girl. Where is Sita Qing? Lin Ye inquired of the group, truly admiring Sita Qing. After all, he was a grown man and vaguely remembered losing consciousness on the road. How had she managed to bring him back? Oh, she went. What, do you need something from me? At that moment, Situ Qing strode into the room, holding 2 wild chickens, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled back. What could it be? Of course, I must thank you. TCH, you say that, yet the moment I asked you to hold on a little longer, you immediately lost consciousness. Do you know how much suffering I endured just to bring you back? Situ, Qing reproached him, but there is no need for you to thank me. Your claw wound was also sustained in saving me. No matter what, I couldn't just abandon you. Otherwise, what would these 2 delicate beauties say? Situ Qing's teasing caused Huang Ziyu's cheeks to flush slightly, especially with so many people around. Luna, however, remained carefree and appeared quite pleased. Over the past few days, everyone had observed the subtle affections between the 2 women but had refrained from exposing them. Situ Qing's remark rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Wang Qin smiled and exchanged a glance with Situ Qing, who then laughed softly, taking a wild chicken and heading toward the riverbank. Let me assist you, Huang Ziyu said. Jogging to catch up. I'll come too, Liu Dan chimed in, eagerly following. Fei Land and Wang Qin exchanged looks before also moving outside. Luna, please rise for a moment. I need to catch my breath, Lin Ye said, shifting slightly and feeling something cushioning his back wound. Even lying down, the pain had lessened. Oh, brother Lin Ye, I was just trying to feel your heartbeat earlier. I hope I didn't hurt your wound, Luna said. Lin Ye shook his head gently and pulled out the necklace from his pocket, the one belonging to Ingzi, which they had found in the forest. Perhaps, just perhaps. Maishan took the necklace from Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye, Qing'er already told us everything. We're all deeply saddened. She went in search of herbs to save us, but now she's missing. Maishan's voice faltered, choked with emotion. Luna and Shishan grew somber as well. Ingzi had risked her life to save them, and was now nowhere to be found. Leave the necklace with me. I will cherish it in memory of Ingzi, Maishan said, placing the necklace around her neck, her hand tightly covering the heart-shaped pendant. She then grasped her sister's hand and, imitating Ingzi's usual manner, knelt in prayer. Lin Ye sighed deeply. Several days had passed, and perhaps Ingzi was no longer alive, lost without a trace. Brother Lin Ye, I feel so guilty. If I hadn't been feverish, Sister Ingzi wouldn't have gone looking for herbs, and then disappeared. Luna's voice broke from sobbing to weeping, before continuing. And then you went searching for her, only to be gravely wounded yourself. You almost didn't wake up. Sniffle, sniffle. Lin Ye stroked her head and wiped away her tears, uncertain how best to comfort her. Luna, help me shave my beard, will you? My hair has grown quite long, too. Lin Ye deliberately diverted from the heavy topic. The living must go on. Perhaps that is fate. All right, brother Lin Ye. Wait for me. I'll help you shave right away. Luna ceased crying, always eager to fulfill any request from Lin Ye. Before long, Lin Ye had been tidied up by Luna. Though his hairstyle looked as if a dog had gnawed at it, his spirits were lifted. Your skills could use some improvement, Lin Ye remarked. Though he could not see himself, from Shishan's suppressed grin, he understood the sentiment. Then I'll just have to fix it more times for you. Besides, using a dagger isn't very convenient, Luna pouted. Lin Ye, I have prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you. You should drink it while it's warm. At that moment, Huangzi entered with a bamboo bowl, and upon seeing Lin Ye's hairstyle, he struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning crimson. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Be careful not to injure yourself in the process, Lin Ye remarked while touching his nose. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of hearty laughter. What is so amusing? Why are you all so cheerful? Lin Ye, your hair is quite the spectacle. Wang Qin intended to come in and call them out for dinner. But upon reaching the doorway and hearing the laughter, she couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Ye's hairstyle. Hey, why are you joining in on the mockery? Lin Ye replied, Somahat exasperatedly. Lin Ye, do you know what I want to use to describe you? Wang Qin said, covering her mouth with laughter. What? It's as if you placed a round pot lid on your head. Ha ha. Cough. All right, I won't laugh anymore. I came to call you all for dinner, she said, clearing her throat to suppress her amusement. Lin Ye awkwardly chuckled. My stomach seems to be betraying me. Enough. You have been hungry for several days. Hurry up and drink the chicken soup, Huangzi said while sitting next to Lin Ye. Lin Ye intended to take the bamboo bowl from her hands, but Huangzi refused, instead bringing the bowl to his lips to feed him. As she fed him, she blew on the soup, saying, if only there were a spoon, that would be perfect. Now open your mouth. It's a bit hot. Take small sips. Luna, seeing this, also followed the others out, glancing back at Lin Ye several times, who pretended not to notice. Huangzi's attentive demeanor left Lin Ye somewhat mesmerized, reminding him of his childhood when his mother would cool down medicine in the same manner when he was sick. I am not a child. I certainly know when something is hot, he thought. Huangzi shot him a glance. Just drink as I say. No need for unnecessary chatter. All right. Huangzi thought to herself, feeling a bit frustrated. He truly was a straightforward man. No wonder his ex-girlfriend left him. Once you finish eating, I'll help you tidy up that hair of yours. Do you think that oversized hairstyle can serve as an umbrella? ISNT at Luna. Who can fix it? Lin Ye gazed at Huangzi, noticing her haggard appearance, which stirred mixed feelings within him. Even without makeup, her beauty was undeniable. Her elegance was distinct from the others. She possessed a graceful demeanor, with long hair cascading to her waist, and when she smiled, 2 dimples graced her cheeks, enhancing her exquisite charm. In contrast, Luna embodied a cute aesthetic with a doll-like face and large, expressive eyes that captivated Lin Ye when she gazed at him tenderly. As for Situ Qing, she had previously given off a distant vibe, perhaps due to their newfound familiarity. She had an oval face and a high ponytail, exuding both confidence and playful energy, striking an impressive balance. The other women were equally commendable, each surpassing his former girlfriend in her own right. Perhaps it's best to postpone any hair fixing. After you finish your meal, you should rest. Those dark circles under your eyes are nearing national treasure status. Really? Are they that dark? I suppose I should seize the opportunity to rest. Since you are free now, I can relax, Huangzi replied, touching her under eye area. By the way, how is my back bandaged? It feels surprisingly soft, and the wound doesn't ache much even when I lie down to sleep. Lin Ye inquired after finishing the wild chicken broth. That was. Huangzi hesitated, struggling to find the words. What is it? Lin Ye looked puzzled. Oh, don't ask. As long as you feel comfortable, that's what matters, Huangzi replied, taking the bamboo bowl and walking away. Soon after, Luna entered carrying a bowl of wild chicken meat. Ah, life can be summed up in one word, delightful. Why haven't I seen Jingang? Lin Ye asked. Jingang must have gone out to gather herbs. He usually returns around this time, Luna said, resting her chin on her hand. Wait, what? He actually goes to find herbs? Lin Ye found it unbelievable, though he had heard that monkeys and dogs sometimes seek medicinal plants, but never that a monkey would fetch medicine for humans. But if that's true, why doesn't he fetch herbs when you're sick with a cold or fever? We don't know. That night, when Situ Qing carried you back, bloodied, Jingang saw you and let out a few loud calls before running off again. Then, while we were cleaning your wound, he spat out a small clump of dark matter from his mouth, signaling us to apply it to your injury, Luna explained in detail. Hearing this, Lin Ye suddenly understood. It was a desperate attempt to save a hopeless cause. Yet, he felt the remedy was indeed effective. The wound had begun to itch slightly. Lin Ye couldn't help but admired Jingang's intelligence. Perhaps the monkey was unaware of their colds since there were no visible wounds, but upon seeing Lin Ye injured, it took it upon itself to seek out medicinal herbs. Truly, a clever creature. After finishing the chicken, Lin Ye refrained from eating more, fearing his stomach empty for days. Might not tolerate it. From afar came Jingang's call. Gaga wah wah wah. Hey, I was just mentioning Jin Gang, and here he comes. Lin Ye called out. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Jin Gang soon appeared before him. Seeing Lin Ye awake, the monkey grinned, baring its teeth and waving its hands excitedly. It then spat out a dark clump from its mouth, holding it out to Lin Ye. Lin Ye sniffed the pungent aroma, accepting it with a hint of distaste and placing it aside. Though the substance was foul-smelling, it was undeniably healing. Thank you, Jin Gang, Lin Ye said, stroking the monkey's head. Jin Gang seemed to relish the affection, sitting still while blinking rapidly. All right, go play now. Lin Ye patted Jin Gang's rear and waved toward the door. The monkey spun around and darted outside. It truly seemed to have become sentient. Luna glanced toward the doorway, unsure if Jin Gang understood Lin Ye's words or merely his gestures, likely the latter. Jin Gang just brought the medicine, right? Let me help you change the dressing, Huang Ziyu said as she entered. She and Luna had been tending to Lin Ye's wounds these past days and knew that Jin Gang always returned with those dark herbs. Yes, the medicine is right here. Thanks for your hard work, Lin Ye said, pointing to the dark clump on the wooden board. Do not disdain it. Although I am unaware of its nature, it proves to be remarkably useful. Should you take this out to investigate its components, you might even establish a pharmaceutical company and reap substantial profits. As Huang Ziyu spoke, she delicately untied the bandage fashioned from tattered clothing, embodying the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest. Lin Ye truly found himself without proper attire and would likely have to bear his torso exposed henceforth. Once Huang Ziyu unfastened it, Lin Ye cast a glance at the object upon his back, which prompted her to say, "Do not look back, do not move recklessly. Turn around." Huang Ziyu's cheeks flushed, while Luna stifled a giggle nearby. "Whose is this?" Lin Ye questioned, having discerned its nature. "Brother Lin Ye, mine is not that large." Luna replied with a knowing smile. When Lin Ye turned his gaze back to Huang Ziyu, it appeared as though her attire was indeed devoid of substance. A light slap was delivered to his back wound. This time, Lin Ye dared not to turn back again. Initially, he had paid little attention, but after Luna's remark, he scrutinized it closely and understood why that object upon his back felt rather soft. Chapter 89. The Missing Woman. Luna, come here and help me massage my shoulders. Xiaodan, I wish to have a banana. Ziyu, I wish to see Shishan dance. In the subsequent days, Lin Ye luxuriated in the company of beautiful maidens attending to him. Phelan had completed the roof of the stone house, which could accommodate 4 individuals, thus sparing everyone from the discomfort of sharing a thatched cottage. His injury had nearly healed the previous day, yet Lin Ye feigned lingering pain, relishing in the ease of being served. Your wound is nearly healed, is it not? Situ Ching remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. Huh, the injury? Hee. It still stings a bit, Lin Ye replied, reclining on the grass with an exaggerated expression. Enough, I have no desire to expose you. But it appears you have forgotten something. Situ Ching leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. What is it? Ah, yes, the speedboat remains stranded on the beach. Today marks the 6th day, and I forgot to leave a message for a Gouet. Lin Ye smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Grateful for Situ Ching's reminder, his injury had indeed healed sufficiently, and it was time to attend to pressing affairs. Let us gather everyone to discuss this. Situ Ching nodded and stepped outside to summon the others. All were gathered around Lin Ye, and after deliberation, Wang Qin, along with the Mei and Shan's sisters and Lu Dan, remained behind, while the others, including Jin Gang, ventured forth. Wang Qin and Mei Shan had no objections, but the youngest sister, Shi Shan, was initially reluctant, as she was a playful girl. Ultimately, after much persuasion, she agreed to stay, promising to accompany them next time. Before departing, Lin Ye pondered briefly and decided to take along some supplies. Agoué, I still have not uncovered any information regarding the bamboo forest cave. I have visited for 2 consecutive days, Outa Biao said, a look of frustration upon his face. Agoué furrowed his brow. Let us try again tomorrow. If there are no discoveries, do not pursue it further, as the camp has become somewhat unsafe these days. Agoué's arm injury had flared up again, unlike Lin Ye, who had the fortune of Jingong's herbal remedies. Moreover, a woman mysteriously vanished here. She went to the restroom at night and never returned. Agoué and Ao de Biao searched the vicinity thoroughly, but to no avail. Eventually, it was concluded that she had been taken by a wild beast. Yet there were no traces left at the scene. Consequently, Ague instructed the other 3 women to refrain from venturing into the woods and to resolve their needs on the spot. Is the speedboat still there? Ague inquired. It is indeed. I passed by there a couple days ago, but with our limited strength, we certainly cannot move it. Oh, de Biao replied with a shrug. The first time A.O. de Biao went to the bamboo forest cave to wait for news. He discovered the speedboat on the beach and immediately rushed back to inform Ague. Ague arrived at the scene promptly. It was evident that the speedboat had been scavenged, and there were numerous footprints on the beach. He was uncertain whether it was related to Lin Ye. So he sent A.O. de Biao back to the bamboo forest today, yet no news came. Food is running low. You should go find some provisions. I must remain here. Agi Saiji, Baching Ao Biao Shode. All right, Brother Gue. Can I perhaps have 2 tonight? A.O. de Biao asked with a sly grin. Ague wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking this guy was insatiable, treating that matter as if it were sustenance. One must admit that the black man is quite formidable. If you manage to find enough food, not just 2, but 3 will be yours. He understood. I shall go at once. With that, A.O. de Biao picked up a wooden spear nearby and made his way toward the sea. Despite his tall stature, he was hesitant to venture deep into the woods alone. The nearby wild fruits had mostly been picked clean, and the only food available now was the occasional fish or crab caught along the shore. After A.O. de Biao departed, Ague pondered the missing woman again. Feeling that something was amiss, unable to comprehend it, he decided to put it aside and carefully examined his swollen and suppurating wound while frowning deeply. The speedboat remains. A group of 5 individuals and 1 monkey, after several hours of travel, finally arrived at the speedboat. Let us set that aside for now. Let us check on Ague's camp and call for their assistance, Lin Ye suggested, considering the advantageous use of free labor. All right. The group continued on their way until they reached the dilapidated fishing boat, which had accumulated even more rust. It seemed to corrode faster from the sun and wind than from being submerged in the sea. Is that not A.O. de Biao? Si Tu Ching pointed towards the beach, not far away. Lin Ye followed her gesture, spotting a tall black man rolling up his pants, standing there. Ao de Biao. Si Tu King Shuted. Upon hearing the call, A.O. de Biao turned around and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the group. As they approached him, he regained his composure. Sister Qingqing, what brings you here? Then, glancing at the 2 women behind Si Tu Ching, his eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling. Ahem, Lin Ye cleared his throat gently. Oh, you must be Lin Ye, Brother Lin, right? I have gone to the bamboo forest twice and have yet to receive any news of you. A.O. de Biao quickly retracted his gaze and stated, I apologize, I was delayed by certain matters. Lin Ye chuckled as he gazed down at the sizable pit beneath his feet, which contained a few diminutive fish and several crabs, each the size of a billiard ball. Is Ague at the camp? Indeed, he has been awaiting your news, came the reply. I shall lead you there now. Ao de Biao, so me vat simple minded, had been unconscious during both battles and was unfamiliar with the people around him, recognizing only Si Tu Ching. Yet, to him, the distinction between good and bad appeared inconsequential. However, his natural inclination towards lust was undeniable. He watched intently as Huang Ziyu and Luna caught his eye, though he dared not act upon his impulses. After gathering the fish and crabs, he stepped forward to guide the way, though Lin Ye and his companions were well aware of the route. It was merely a matter of courtesy. Gue, they're not here yet. Oh, de Biao called out from a distance. What is all the commotion about? Gue, appearing groggy and weary, emerged from his compartment. Upon seeing Lin Ye and his group, a look of surprise crossed his face. Lin Ye, what brings you here? Are you not welcome? Lin Ye responded with a smile. Oh no, not at all. I even sent A.O. de Biao to the bamboo grove this morning, but did not find the message you mentioned would be left. Gue hastily waved his hand, but the abrupt motion aggravated the wound on his arm, causing a slight change in his expression, which did not escape Lin Ye's notice. Jin Gang, spit it out. Lin Ye called to Jin Gang, who obediently ejected a dark, viscous substance from his mouth onto a large leaf. This spectacle left Gue and A.O. de Biao momentarily astonished. Chapter 90. Do you suspect it was deliberate? Earlier, A.O. de Biao had spotted a monkey by the seaside, but had not thought much of it, unaware that it was Lin Ye's newly acquired pet. Apply this to your wound. It will be beneficial. Lin Ye offered the dark herbal concoction to Gue. Gue accepted it, still warm from Jin Gang's mouth. A pungent aroma wafted into his nostrils, and he glanced at Lin Ye, skepticism evident in his gaze, questioning whether he was being played for a fool. Rest assured, I have personally tested it. It works wonders and cannot possibly harm you. Upon hearing Lin Ye's assurance, Ague hesitantly unwrapped his bandage and applied the herbal remedy, readying it securely afterward. Qingjia, oh my, it truly is you. You've returned, exclaimed one of the three women who had rushed out upon noticing the commotion. Yes, it really is Qingjia. But where is Wang Jia? Another chimed in. Wang Jia is elsewhere. We have matters to attend to, Si Tu Qing replied coolly. To her, these women held no emotional significance. They were merely remnants from the past, used by Wang Qin as bargaining chips for sustenance. Oh, I see. King Ye, please lead us once more, implored a woman in her mid-30s. Immediately regretting her words, she cast a furtive glance at Ague. However, Ague paid her no mind, acknowledging that he was merely a subordinate to them at present. I will not lead you now. You may follow him. Si Tu Qing indicated toward Ague. After listening, the three women appeared somewhat dejected. Although Ague had been rather kind to them following Xiong Hua's demise, no longer offering only meager portions of food, human hearts are never truly satisfied. I recall there were 4 of you. Why are there only 3 now? Lin Ye inquired, turning to Ague. Please, let us sit first. I wish to discuss this matter with you, as I find it rather perplexing. All right. The group followed Ague to a private room. By the way, I brought you some cured meat. Once seated, Lin Ye instructed Fei Land and Lu Na to bring the alligator meat. There remained a considerable amount of cured meat from the several hundred-pound alligator, and he thought to share some with them. Wow, meat. It's meat. The women displayed a hint of excitement. Ague also swallowed hard, while Oda Biao's stomach audibly grumbled. What is this? Are your conditions so dire that you cannot even manage a meal of meat? Lin Ye said. Ague cleared his throat several times while I have been injured. Ague was indeed correct. Had it not been for his injury, with his skills, he could have procured wild game within a few days. Lately, their diet had consisted solely of wild fruits, sea fish, and crabs, which had become quite tiresome. TCH. Upon hearing Ague's words, Si Tu Qing expressed disdain. Ague, self-deprecating, chose not to argue. Let us roast all the meat. Everyone deserves a hearty meal today, as we have matters to attend to later. Lin Ye gestured for Lu Na and Huang Ziyu to assist, then turned back to Ague. What was it you mentioned about something being peculiar? The disappearance of that woman seems rather odd to me. Initially, I thought she might have been taken by a wild beast, but I heard no sounds, nor were there any signs of blood nearby. Upon hearing Ague's analysis, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Do you suspect foul play? Ague nodded, however. For over a month now, it has just been us here. Could it be the indigenous people you mentioned? Lin Ye shook his head. That seems unlikely. That area is quite distant, and there have been instances in the past where people went missing after being chased by beasts. Perhaps you should move to the cave in the bamboo forest. It has fresh water, is easily defensible, and is strategically located for communication. You have such faith in me? Ague had considered relocating there, as it was indeed superior to their current situation, but he would not take the initiative without Lin Ye's consent. We are friends now, not foes, are we? Lin Ye no longer worried about exposing the location of the banana grove, knowing he would need Ague's assistance to rescue Ma Er, which would inevitably lead him through the grove. Ague chuckled sheepishly. Indeed, we are friends. By the way, you mentioned having something to do. What is it? You are aware of the speedboat on the beach, correct? Yes, I intended to ask you about it. It is related to you. I sent it? Ague's eyes widened. Indeed, I plan to get it into the water, Lin Ye replied with a smile. Very well. We shall gather everyone to assist. After the meal, Lin Ye summoned the group, a total of 10 individuals, which should suffice for the task at hand. Sister Qing, my time of the month has arrived. I might not be able to go. May I rest here? The petite woman, clutching her abdomen, implored Si Tu Qing with a pained expression. Si Tu Qing furrowed her brow and glanced at Lin Ye. You may accompany us. You won't need to take any action. Lin Ye was somewhat concerned for her safety. Earlier, Ague had mentioned a woman went missing, and leaving her alone here was indeed unsettling. I am in such pain I cannot walk. I will stay here and go nowhere, she said, her face contorted with discomfort. Very well, then stay inside, make no noise, and do not come out, Lin Ye kindly advised. If she refuses to comply, there is nothing more to be done. Leaving Jing Gang behind ensured that, if necessary, She could be warned in time. Lin Ye had done all he could without assuming the role of saint. The group of 9 soon reached the speedboat. Is this the speedboat? Does this mean we are saved? The 2 women, who had not left the camp for over a month, were visibly exhilarated. Their joy barely concealed upon seeing the boat. Whether it could be started was another matter, and even if it could, it would not travel far. Phelan's cold pragmatism quickly extinguished their hopes. He approached a rock beneath which he retrieved the key. This was the precaution Phelan had taken the night he departed, hiding the key beneath the sand by the rocks. Listen to me. Follow my instructions. Let us try pushing it into the sea. Lin Ye called to the group. All right. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. With the combined effort of all 9, the boat moved forward, yet its hull sank deeper into the sand. Wait. We need to place several wooden sticks under the front, Phelan urged hastily. Fortunately, Lin Ye had brought along a steel knife fashioned from scrap metal salvage from a derelict ship, which he wielded with ease wherever he went. Chapter 91. It's you. The forest echoed with the sound of chopping. It was not Lin Ye, but Phelan who wielded the axe. After some effort, Phelan felled several saplings, and with the help of some women, arranged them behind the boat in a row. Come on, everyone, let us try again. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. Remarkably, this method worked. The boat no longer sank into the sand and required less exertion to push. Splash. As the boat launched into the sea, water splattered around. Oh, yes. The group cheered ecstatically, exchanging high fives. I'll board first to see if it can start, Phelan said, pulling the key from his pocket and climbing onto the boat. Be careful, Lin Ye cautioned. The boat swayed with the waves, unstable and precarious. Phelan struggled to steady himself as he climbed aboard. Click, click, click. Turning the key in the ignition, the engine emitted a series of clicking sounds. Click, click, click. It seems at 1T start, Phelan said, somewhat frustrated. Don't rush. First, carefully inspect the problem, Lin Ye advised. Phelan nodded in agreement. The others sat down in the shade nearby to rest. At this moment, the petite woman was lying in the compartment, restlessly turning due to the pain in her abdomen. What is this? Why is it so quiet? A pair of eyes in the forest was fixated on the nearby camp. Oh. The alert call of the gorilla sounded. What is that noise? How irritating. The woman inside the compartment grimaced, clutching her stomach in annoyance. Is it those monkeys again? Damn it. The man in the woods muttered an expletive, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the gorilla. Oh. The gorilla darted back and forth among the trees, evading the man's attacks while vociferously shouting. It's unbearably noisy. Can't I enjoy a moment of peace? The woman pressed her hands tightly against her ears, shouting in frustration, completely unaware of the impending danger. Wait, there's still someone inside. What the hell are they making noise for? Hearing the woman's irritable outburst, the man cursed internally, his barrage of stones unrelenting. Several times he nearly struck the gorilla, who retaliated, but the limited resources in the trees posed no real threat to the man. Observing this, the gorilla bellowed a few more times before fleeing into the distance. The little beast knows how to fight back. A 1T let you escape unscathed, spit. The man spat as he watched the gorilla's retreating figure. Finally, it's quiet. This time, Aunt Flo is truly torturous. The pain is unbearable. The woman lowered her hands from her ears, curling up in a pile of grass. The man slowly approached, inspecting each compartment. Just one person. She is far more attractive than the last one, he chuckled. Who are you? The woman rose upon hearing movement at the entrance, only to find a disheveled man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard leering at her. Hey, Xiao Jing, don't you recognize me? The man said, brushing back his hair. Is it really you? Crack, boom. It worked. It finally worked. Phelan exclaimed joyfully. Hearing the roar of the engine, everyone quickly rushed from the shaded area in the distance. Well done, Uncle Phelan, Lin Ye exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Ye, don't flatter me. This was purely luck, Phelan replied with glee. Regardless, it started. You should take it for a spin on the sea. Wait, I want to go too. I want to go. Luna, unable to contain her excitement upon hearing Lin Ye suggest her father take a few laps, longed to join. While the 2 women from a Gui camp also expressed their desire to join in the fun. Fine, everyone can go. Aren't you coming? Lin Ye looked back at Huang Ziyu and the others. Huang Ziyu and Si Tu Qing both shook their heads. Boom! The throttle ignited the roar of the engine as the speedboat sped toward the sea. Oh! Lin Ye squinted at the distant speedboat when suddenly, the gorilla came running from afar, shouting loudly. The few people on the shore turned to look. The gorilla quickly reached Lin Ye's side, barking and pointing toward a Gui camp. This is bad. Something might have happened. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A Gui and Ao de Biao were somewhat bewildered. Could Lin Ye really understand gorilla language? This was the tacit understanding Lin Ye had developed with the gorilla over the years. Ao de Biao remained behind to brief the others. The rest followed Lin Ye back to the camp at a swift pace. Jing Gang, somewhat winded from the run, approached Lin Ye, who promptly scooped him up in his arms. Upon reaching the camp, a Gui cried out urgently, Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing. They searched the entire vicinity, every nook and cranny, every shadowed thicket, yet found no trace of her. Situ Qing and Huang Ziyu arrived breathless, having sprinted without pause, and confirmed that Xiao Jing was nowhere to be seen. Could she have stepped out? Huang Ziyu ventured. At that moment, Jing Gang trotted to a specific spot deep within the woods, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it repeatedly at the trunk of a nearby tree. You mean someone was hiding here just now? And attacked you with stones? Lin Ye echoed the gesture, stooping to retrieve a stone and flinging it against the bark. Jing Gang nodded solemnly, his small head tilting in quiet affirmation. It appears someone has indeed passed through and taken her. Lin Ye murmured, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. Lin Ye, hurry over here. A Gui's voice rang out from a thicket. What is it? The three rushed to his side, asking in unison. This pearl belongs to Xiao Jing. She always wears a delicate strand of pearls on her wrist. Lin Ye accepted the lustrous sphere, turning it thoughtfully in his palm. Then let us scour the area thoroughly. There must be more. Agreed. Without another word, the four dispersed, each scanning the undergrowth with meticulous care. I found another. Situ Qing called out. Lin Ye strode to her side, only 50 or 60 meters from where the first pearl had been discovered. She is marking a trail, he realized. Then let us follow it, carefully, and without delay, Situ Qing said, pointing resolutely in the direction the pearls led. Step by step, they traced the gleaming path, 6 pearls in all, each radiant and unmistakable, their iridescent sheen cutting through the dense, emerald gloom of the jungle. Lin Ye suddenly halted, eyes widening. What is it? Situ Qing asked. He exchanged a glance with Huang Ziyu, both struck by the same quiet astonishment. This path leads directly to the cave where we first sheltered upon arriving on the island. Huang Ziyu explained. At his words, a Gui recalled the place, though only dimly, for their first visit had been under cover of night, shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. Our old refuge, Lin Ye said, voice low and edged with gravity, has been claimed by another.